Hi, good morning to all of you. So let us start once again. Clear. So yesterday we were discussing about the major developments during the Sultanate phase, and we had discussed about all major dimensions. Clear, that can be asked. Still, we'll be coming to some sections where we'll take this when we'll take topics, thematic topics like painting and architecture. Clear. So we'll come to them again. But at the same time, we had discussed about briefly about political history. Then we had discussed about administration, bhakti and Sufi. Will come to art forms, will come to architecture separately, related to Sultanate phase as well. At the same time, because painting and all has to be done thematically, right from ancient times, prehistoric period till modern times. Clear? So we'll be discussing those topics as separately. No, clear? At the same time, clear? We'll come to another topic. Clear? Sir, can you explain? Yeah, we'll come to these terms. Just wait. Clear? We'll discuss all those topics as well. Don't worry. Just wait. Give me some time. Tahaftab. Oh, Tahaftab is there. Clear? From Kolkata, I suppose. So, basic unit of administration, Chola Empire. The basic unit of administration, Chola Empire was Nadu. Clear? Nadu is basically a small village. Clear? That was the basic unit of administration. So, Tahaftab. Welcome. Clear? So, let us start. Clear? Now, today we'll start. Yesterday we had discussed about the regional kingdoms, and on the debris of Delhi Sultanate, two major regional kingdoms were established. These two regional kingdoms were in form of Vijayanagar and the Bahmani kingdoms. We had discussed about the Vijayanagar and the Bahmani kingdoms. Now after this we'll come to other regional kingdoms as well. We'll discuss about the regional kingdoms that were established after the decline of the Delhi Sultanate. In fact, by the period of Delhi Sultanate only, decline and disintegration began to take place, and these decline and disintegration, clear, these were very important one, clear, and at the same time these also contributed towards cultural growth and development. Briefly we'll discuss about the political history and we'll focus more on their cultural contributions, like we had discussed about the Bahmani kingdom and the Vijayanagar kingdom. Clear? So let us start. Clear? So before so let us take the question itself. Clear? First question was the question that has been asked is, sir, can you explain Utsarpini and Apsarpini in Jainism? Yeah, in Jainism we have two terms also. These two terms are known as Utsarpini and Apsarpini. Clear? So these two terms are used in Jainism, Utsarpini and Apsarpini. We need to understand. Clear? Apsarpini is basically the descending half of the cosmic time cycle in Jainism. Clear? So basically Apsarpini is the descending cycle or descending half of the cosmic cycle in Jain religion. Clear? So at the same time, and Apsarpini is the ascending cycle or ascending arc, and this ascending arc is basically known as human's progress in knowledge, stage and stature, and Apsarpini is said to be basically marked by the continuous decline and disintegration of the values of human progress. Clear? So this is basically in terms of a cycle. This is in terms of a cycle. Clear? And if we look into the cosmic cycle, clear, then up the Utsarpini is basically the upward movement. This is basically known as Utsarpini, ascending order, ascending arc, and the lower one is known as Apsarpini. Clear? So this is known as descending order, this is known as the ascending order. Ascending order is known as basically Utsarpini, descending order is known as Apsarpini. Clear? So the ascending order indicate progress in human values, progress in ethical values, progress in society, and Apsarpini indicates degradation and deterioration in human values and at the same time ethics and integrity. So ascending cycle, half of this arc, clear, this is known as Utsarpini, descending arc is known as Apsarpini, and this is the difference between the two terms known as Apsarpini and Utsarpini. Clear? So this is an important concept related to Jain religion. Clear? Now at the same time, clear, coming to other major developments, then there is another question also. Clear? Coming to the question, please repeat Charsa Bull Ram. Okay, we'll explain Charsa Bull Ram. We had discussed about Charsa, that is bull taking the large part of rope coming together. Suppose this is the well from where The water has to be taken. The water has to be taken, clear, along this pulley which is connected with the water tank, clear, and the large bucket is here to fill the water. This rope has to be carried forward, clear. Now human beings cannot carry forward to take large water together. What was done is it was tied to the bull here, clear. So it was tied to the bull, and since bull could run easily, clear, a kind of slant was created here so that on this slant the bull can work very easily and fast, and the water could be lifted easily. This construction is known as the ramp, clear. Ramp means the bull can walk very straight and a slant way easily and can lift the water from the well. This is known as the bull ramp in Charsada, clear. Okay, now who was the ruler of Saluva dynasty in Vijayanagar? Saluva dynasty, there were many rulers, but not the very powerful one, clear. So Saluva dynasty had much ruler, not very powerful one. Devraya first got defeated by Firoz Shah Bahmani, but Devraya first even defeated Firoz Shah Bahmani also, clear. So it's clear. So let us start with the regional kingdoms today, and all the regional kingdoms who contributed towards cultural growth and development. We'll discuss about the political history as well. Now, what the kingdom that we are going to discuss about apart from Vijayanagar and Bahmani kingdoms are, first of all, we'll discuss most important, the Sharki rulers of Jaunpur, very prominent one. The Sharki rulers of Jaunpur. First of all, we'll discuss about them. Then we'll discuss the kingdoms of Kashmir. Kingdom of Kashmir. There were multiple dynasties. Kingdom of Kashmir. Lastly being the Chak dynasty. Then dynasties of Bengal. Then we'll discuss the province of Bengal. Hussain Shahi dynasty, Ilyas Shahi dynasty. Then we have kingdom of Assam, the Ahoms. Then we'll discuss about the kingdom of Gujarat, very prominent one. Mahmud Beghara was there. Then kingdom of Gujarat. Then Odisha also will take briefly. The Gajpati rulers of Odisha. And then lastly, then we have Malwa and Mewar, clear? So the kingdoms of Malwa, Central India, and the Rajput kingdom of Mewar. So we'll discuss about these major kingdoms, 8 of them, clear. All these were established on the debris of the Delhi Sultanate, the Sharki rulers of Jaunpur, the kingdom of Kashmir, Bengal, Assam, Gujarat, Odisha, Malwa and Mewar, clear. And these kingdoms are very important, clear. These kingdoms are important not only for providing political stability at regional level, but these kingdoms also ensured cultural growth and development to a large extent, clear. Now first of all, we need to understand how these kingdoms began to establish, clear. The decline and disintegration of Delhi Sultanate started during the reign of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Clear? Muhammad bin Tughlaq established direct control over the kingdoms in Deccan and southern part of India. But he could not control the Deccan and southern part of India largely. Clear? Why he could not control Deccan and southern part of India while staying back from Delhi? Because from Delhi it was located far off, and therefore these kingdoms began to assert independence. Muhammad bin Tughlaq tried to control both North and South India by transferring the capital from Delhi to Daulatabad. In fact, Muhammad bin Tughlaq is known for 5 experiments, starting with transfer of capital, then followed by token currency, and then was Khurasan expedition, Karachi expedition, and then agrarian reforms, especially in the Doab region. Clear? So he's known for 5 experiments, but all these experiments miserably failed, and therefore Muhammad bin Tughlaq was considered to be a transcendental failure. Clear? So he transferred the capital from Delhi to Devgiri, also known as Daulatabad in Maharashtra. Clear? To control northern and southern part of India, but people did not cooperate. He had to revert back, and during the reign of Muhammad bin Tughlaq only, the first province to declare independence was the small province of Malabar on the Coromandel coast, different from Malabar, and it declared independence in the year 1327, which was the first break in Delhi Sultanate, and thereafter Vijayanagar and Bahmani kingdoms also got established. Vijayanagar in 1336, Bahmani in 1347. So decline and disintegration of Delhi Sultanate started during the reign of Muhammad bin Tughlaq itself. But the decisive blow to Delhi Sultanate was given by a Central Asian warrior, Amir Timur. Amir Timur attacked India in 1398. This date is very important. Clear? So Amir Timur attacked India in 1398, and at this time the ruler of Delhi Sultanate was Mahmud Tughlaq. Clear? Mahmud Tughlaq got defeated by Amir Timur. Amir Timur resorted to whole-scale massacre of people in Delhi, and the defeat of Delhi Sultanate exposed the weaknesses of the Sultanate among all the regional rulers. Clear? And therefore, just after the death of Amir Timur, clear, the disintegration of Delhi Sultanate became very rapid, got accelerated, and therefore, clear, large number of rulers began to assert their independence, and therefore several regional kingdoms like Jaunpur, Kashmir, Bengal, and Assam, and etc. began to be formed. Clear? So it was largely after the attack of Amir Timur in 1398. After this attack, the Sultanate could not be redeemed, and therefore regional kingdoms began to assert their independence rapidly after 1398. So the most decisive year to mark the disintegration of Delhi Sultanate was 1398, when Amir Timur defeated the Mahmud Tughlaq and Sultan of Delhi and resorted to whole-scale massacre in the areas around Delhi. Clear? So this was the breaking point, and thereafter several rulers began to assert their independence, leading to the establishment of regional kingdoms. So first of all, you should know this. Now coming to regional kingdoms, first Mabar, then Vijayanagar, then Bahmani. We had discussed about Vijayanagar and Bahmani. Now we'll come to discuss about these kingdoms, that is starting with the kingdoms of Jaunpur, then kingdoms of Kashmir and other kingdoms as well. Clear? So coming to the Sharqi rulers of Jaunpur. Clear? So let us start with the Sharqi rulers of Jaunpur, Eastern Uttar Pradesh. The Sharqi rulers of Jaunpur. Clear? So the nobles in the Doab region, that is Ganga Yamuna Doab region, they became independent, especially after the attack of Amir Timur, and they came under the control of Sharqi landlords. So landlords who began to dominate over the Doab region, Ganga Yamuna Doab region, they came to be known as the Sharqi landlords. Clear? So Sharqi landlords began to dominate over this region, and therefore, clear, the Sharqi sultans began to rule from after the attack of Amir Timur. Clear? In 1394, clear? In 1394, there was a person named as Malik Sharwar. Who was the Wazir of the Tughlaq Sultan, and he declared himself to be almost independent in the eastern part of Uttar Pradesh. Clear? And at the same time, he founded the city of Jaunpur. Clear? He developed the city of Jaunpur, and this city was founded by Firoz Shah Tughlaq in memory of his brother Jauna Khan or Muhammad bin Tughlaq, and therefore it was known as Jaunpur. Clear? Jaunpur was promoted by Malik Sharwar as his capital city, and it came to be known as Shiraz of the East. Clear? So Jaunpur came to be known as the Shiraz of the East, just because of several cultural developments that took place at Jaunpur. Clear? And at the same time, clear, Malik Sharwar gave patronage to several cultural personalities also. In fact, under the patronage of Malik Sharwar only, Malik Muhammad Jaisi, a very prominent Sufi saint, Malik Muhammad Jaisi, wrote his work Padmavat. He was supported by him, and Padmavat was also, or rather this was also patronized by Sher Shah Suri later on. Clear? So Sher Shah Suri also patronized him, and in course of time it started to be patronized by this person. Clear? In fact, Malik Muhammad Jaisi, who wrote Padmavat originally during Sher Shah Suri, belonged to the region of Jaunpur only. So he's associated with Jaunpur as well. Clear? The Sharqi sultans constructed several monuments in Jaunpur, the most important being a large mosque known as the Atala Masjid. So Atala Masjid was constructed by the Sharqi rulers at Jaunpur. Clear? And at the same time, this style of architecture followed in Jaunpur was marked by lofty gates and huge arches. Clear? So distinctive feature of this monument was lofty gates and arches. So lofty gates and arches were constructed in Atala Mosque, which was constructed by the Sharqi rulers. Clear? Ultimately, the Sharqi rulers were defeated by the ruler of Lodi dynasty, that is Bahlol Lodi, and Bahlol Lodi finally established control over the region of Jaunpur. Clear? So as far as Sharqi rulers are concerned, Sharqi ruler, the founder of Sharqi dynasty was Malik Sharwar in 1394, and he promoted the city of Jaunpur. Jaunpur is known especially for Malik Muhammad Jaisi, who flourished during the reign of Sher Shah Suri, but belonged to the region of Jaunpur. Jaunpur was promoted with several monuments, and it came to be known as Shiraz of the East. At Jaunpur only constructed several monuments, including Atala Mosque. Atala Mosque is marked by lofty gates and arches, and ultimately the Jaunpur region was finally annexed by Bahlol Lodi, who was the founder of Lodi dynasty in India. This was about the Sharqi rulers of Jaunpur. You need to have these informations with you. Clear? Now, apart from Sharqi rulers, we'll come to the province of Kashmir in the extreme northern part of India. Now, coming to the province of Kashmir. Clear? Now, Kashmir emerged to be a very important region. In fact, Kashmir is important culturally because it was considered to be one of the center of Shaivism in northern part of India. Clear? Now, Shaivism, clear? From the 9th century itself, I'll let you know, clear? Kashmir was dominated by a very powerful dynasty known as the Karkota dynasty. So Karkota dynasty ruled over Kashmir from 9th century AD. Informations about this Karkota dynasty is provided by some major historians also. Will come to that. Clear? After Karkota dynasty, this dynasty was followed by Shah Mir dynasty in Kashmir. Shah Mir dynasty was the second dynasty, large important dynasty that ruled over Kashmir. Clear? And Shah Mir dynasty was ruled by Sultan Sikandar Shah. Clear? So Sultan Sikandar Shah was the most important ruler of Shah Mir dynasty in Kashmir. Sikandar Shah. Clear? Sikandar Shah. At the same time, clear? Kashmir began to be ruled by the most powerful ruler, most popular ruler, and this most powerful ruler of Kashmir was Zainul Abidin. He ruled from 1420 to 1470, who is also known as Akbar of Kashmir. Who is known as Akbar of Kashmir, Zainul Abidin. Now, some of his major works, clear? Zainul Abidin is the most important ruler of Kashmir among the provincial rulers. Zainul Abidin stopped the atrocities on the followers of Hindu faith in Kashmir. Zainul Abidin prohibited the conversions to Islam. Zainul Abidin gave religious freedom to the Hindu population in Kashmir. Zainul Abidin prevented caste slaughter in Kashmir. Zainul Abidin was a highly tolerant monarch, and at the same time, Zainul Abidin also led the establishment of an artificial lake known as the Zaina Lake in Kashmir. Clear? Zaina Lake in Kashmir. And on this lake, he constructed his royal palace and a large mosque as well. Clear? Zainul Abidin got a very important work of Sanskrit known as Raj Tarangani of Kalhan. Raj Tarangani of Kalhan translated into Persian. This Raj Tarangani of Kalhan is considered to be the first work of historiography because it mentions events in proper chronological order. So Kalhan is considered to be the first historiographer of India who mentioned things proper chronological order in Sanskrit. This Sanskrit work of historiography was translated into Persian under the guidance of Zainul Abidin. Clear? Zainul Abidin also defeated the Tibet warriors. Clear? So he defeated the warriors of Tibet and established control over Tibet, and this region of Tibet came to be known as Tibet-e Buzurg. Tibet-e Buzurg, also known as Tibbete Khurd, which was brought under the rule of Kashmir by Zainul Abidin. Clear? So Zainul Abidin was the most important ruler. Clear? And Zainul Abidin is also considered to be the most powerful ruler of the Shahmir dynasty. So Shahmir dynasty reached its glory under Zainul Abidin, who was the ruler of Kashmir. And after the death of Zainul Abidin in 1417, even Shahmir dynasty began to decline. And ultimately, this Shahmir dynasty was replaced by another dynasty in Kashmir. This dynasty is known as the Chag dynasty, and this Chag dynasty was established by a warrior known as Ghazi Chag. Clear? So Ghazi Chag established another dynasty known as the Chag dynasty. So Karkota dynasty, then Shahmir dynasty, then we have Chag dynasty in Kashmir. Clear? This Chag dynasty continued under several rulers and under the rule of Yusuf Shah Chag. Clear? Rule of Yusuf Shah Chag, Kashmir became a prominent one, but Kashmir was conquered by Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb after defeating Yusuf Shah Chag in 1586. Clear? So Kashmir was finally brought under the control of Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb after defeating the last ruler of Chag dynasty known as Yusuf Shah Chag, the founder of Chag dynasty being Ghazi Chag. So most important ruler in Kashmir was Zainul Abidin, who ruled for half century from 1420 to 1470. His works are considered to be very important. Clear? In fact, he also promoted several projects on Vular Lake also, and at the same time constructed artificial lake known as Zaina Lake, prohibited the conversion of people into Islamic faith, and even prohibited cow slaughter as well. These were developments related in the region of Kashmir, which was a very important center of Shaivism right from early medieval phase. Clear? Now after Kashmir, clear, we'll come to another province, and this province was Bengal in eastern India. Very important one. Now, Bengal in eastern India. Clear? In the province of Bengal in eastern India became almost independent in 1342 under a ruler known as Ilyas Shah, who established a dynasty known as Ilyas Shahi dynasty. Clear? So from 1342, Bengal almost became independent from Delhi Sultanate and under the rule of Ilyas Shah, who established Ilyas Shahi dynasty. Clear? This dynasty or Ilyas Shah promoted two capitals of Bengal. These two capitals of Bengal are Pandua and Gaur. Clear? So they promoted the two important capitals of Pandu and Gaur and also promoted the language of Bengali. Clear? In fact, the sultans of Ilyas Shahi dynasty, they gave patronize a Bengali poet, Maladhar Basu. They patronized a Bengali poet, Maladhar Basu, who wrote a very comprehensive work, Sri Krishna Vijay. Sri Krishna Vijay was written by Maladhar Basu in Bengali language, which was promoted by Ilyas Shahi dynasty. Clear? In fact, Maladhar Basu was given the title of Satyaraj Khan. Maladhar Basu was given the title of Satyaraj Khan by the rulers of Ilyas Shahi dynasty. Clear? However, Ilyas Shahi dynasty was ended for a brief period of time, and Bengal came under a Hindu ruler, and this Hindu ruler of Bengal was Raja Ganesh. Clear? So for a brief period of time, Raja Ganesh ruled over the province of Bengal in the year 1414 to 1415, only for a brief period of time. Clear? At the same time, clear, Ilyas Shahi dynasty began to rule. Raja Ganesh began to rule. Clear? After some time, the Bengal again came under the rule of Muslim rulers, and again at the same time, another person who began to rule was Hussain Shah. Hussain Shah began to rule over Bengal in the 15th century, and Hussain Shah founded basically Hussain Shahi dynasty. Clear. His name was Alauddin Hussain Shah, founded Hussain Shahi dynasty, and this person promoted several developments. Clear. In fact, he captured the region of Chittagong, that is located in modern Bangladesh. He even conquered the region of Arakan and even Tippera or Tripura. Clear. So large parts of Assam, large parts of Tripura, and the part of Bangladesh presently was captured by Alauddin Hussain Shah, who was a very prominent one. Clear. And at the same time, he also attacked the region of Kamrup. Clear. So Hussain Shah was a person who established control over the region of Chittagong, established control over the region of Arakan, Myanmar region. He also established control after Arakan. He also established control over Tippera, that is modern Tripura, and even attacked the region of the kingdom of Kamrup in Assam. Attacked the kingdom of Kamrup in Assam. Clear. Kamrup in Assam. Clear. Which was a very prominent region. All these regions were brought under control of Bengal. Clear. So this became very important development at the same time. Clear. He also gave Hussain Shah was also a great cultural personality, and Hussain Shah gave patronage to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was contemporary of Hussain Shah. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who promoted the concept of, we had discussed earlier, Gaudiya Vaishnavism. So Gaudiya Vaishnavism was promoted by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He also promoted the concept of Satsang. Promoted the concept of Satsang. Clear? So all these major developments were promoted in province of Bengal, and the rulers of Bengal also constructed a very important mosque known as Adina Mosque at Pandua. Adina Mosque in Pandua, which is almost like a hut-like structure with dwarf roof. Hut-like structure with dwarfed roof. It's a feature of Bengal with dwarfed roof. The structures were constructed including the Adina Mosque in the capital of Pandua. Clear? So these were major contributions of the rulers of Bengal province. Clear? After Bengal, we'll come to Assam also, and we'll discuss about the kingdom of Assam, the provincial kingdom of Assam under the rule of Ahoms. Very prominent one. Under the rule of the Ahoms. Now just understand, clear? The Ahom kingdom in Assam was established by a person named as Sukhapa. Ahoms are important for your examination, clear? So kingdom of Ahom was established by Sukhapa, who was basically, clear, who basically came from the Yunnan province of China, clear? So he came from the Yunnan province of China. Sukhapa, he established the Ahom kingdom in 13th century. So Ahom kingdom in Assam was established by Sukhapa, who came from Yunnan province. Clear? They ruled almost for 600 years over the region of Assam. Clear? The Ahoms expanded their territory in the 16th century. So Ahoms came under the rule of a very powerful ruler known as Shuhun Mung. Known as Shuhun Mung in the 16th century, who expanded the territorial frontier of the Ahoms. Clear? So Ahom territory was expanded largely in 16th century under the powerful ruler known as Shuhun Mung. Clear? In fact, clear, Shuhun Mung even defeated Nusrat Shah of Bengal. So Bengal, when they tried to establish control over Assam in 16th century, they were defeated by Shuhun Mung, who was most powerful ruler among the rulers of Ahoms. Clear? Meanwhile, at the same time, from 15th and 16th century, Assam became a very important center of Vaishnavism. Very important center of Vaishnavism under the leadership of a Vaishnavite saint, Shankar Dev. Vaishnavites and Shankar Dev. Clear? Shankar Dev began to promote the worship of Lord Krishna, and he began to promote this with his supporters or disciples known as the Bhakats. Clear? And therefore these Bhakats began to show devotion towards Lord Shiv, and this devotion towards Lord Shiv was shown. Clear? This devotion towards Lord Shiv was shown by basically dancing and music as well. In fact, they developed a new kind of dance in this region. This dance is known as the Kshatriya dance. Clear? And in course of time, the Kshatriya dance has emerged to be one of the classical dances of India. So, eighth classical dance of India is the Kshatriya dance, which was promoted by the Bhakats of Shankar Dev, and this dance is known as the Kshatriya dance in Assam region. Clear? So, very important developments took place. Even these Bhakats began to perform some kind of martial art also. These martial arts are known as Thangta. Clear? So Thangta was brought under the control of the promoted by the Bhakats of Shankar Dev. Clear? So it became a very important center of Vaishnavism as well. Clear? Kshatriya dance originated from here. Meanwhile, at the same time, Shuhung Mung, all these informations about the Ahoms is available through a rich class of literature. These literatures are known as Buranjis. Clear? So Buranjis are a rich class of literature that mentions about the history of the Ahoms in Assamese language. Clear? So founder being Sukhapa, the most important ruling by Shuhung Mung, who even defeated the rule of Bengal Nusrat Shah. Under the rule Shuhung Mung, Assam became important for Vaishnavism by Shankar Dev through Bhakats known as Kshatriya dance promoted by them, and all these information is coming through Buranjis. Clear? Now, please just understand. Clear? Ahoms are very important in contemporary times. There are some contemporary developments also. Clear? We need to understand about the developments related to Ahoms in contemporary times. Clear? Now, what are important things about Ahoms in contemporary times? We'll look into the developments related to Ahoms. Clear? Just understand first of all, Ahom warriors were very powerful warriors that later on also fought against the Mughals, especially the powerful Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb. Clear? Now, the Ahoms warriors, when they died, clear, they were buried in Ahom burial mounds. Clear? So, Ahom warriors were buried in large burial mounds. These burial mounds has become very important these days. So large burial mounds were basically are found in the region of Assam. Clear? These burial mounds that has the skeletons or dead bodies of Ahom warriors, they are known as Charai Dev. They are known as Charai Dev. Clear? Also Charai Dev Maidams. So they are locally known as Charai Dev Maidams. Clear? So large number of Charai Dev Maidams are found in Assam and they are in news. Why? Because the government of India has recently decided to nominate Assam's Charai Dev Maidams or Ahom burial mound for the UNESCO World Heritage Site. Clear? So in 2023, government has decided to propose the name of or to propose the site of Charai Dev Maidams to be included in the list of UNESCO World Heritage Site from Assam region. Clear? Now we need to understand. Clear? So since we are talking about that this has been recommended. Now till now we had been discussing 42 sites has been included from India in the list of World Heritage Site. Clear? And among these 42, clear, 34 are basically cultural sites, 7 are natural sites, and 1 is of mixed type. Clear? So now coming to these major developments with the proposal taken or decision taken by government of India. Now coming to this, clear, what do you mean by World Heritage Sites here? Here only we'll discuss about this concept of World Heritage Site. World Heritage Site. How it is done? Clear? World Heritage Site is a designation for places on earth, entire earth. Clear? So the World Heritage sites are places of or designation for places on earth that are of outstanding universal value to humanity. Clear? So All these World Heritage sites are places on earth which are designated as places of universal human value. The word is universal human value, clear? Universal value, which are inscribed by United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization or UNESCO under World Heritage List, clear? So World Heritage sites are designations. The terms can also be asked in prelims. The World Heritage sites are designations to the places on earth, designation to the places on earth with universal human value, with universal human value. Very important one. Universal human value. Clear? It's for universal human value, clear? And which are recognized by, recognized by UNESCO, United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization under World Heritage List. Clear? So UNESCO identified these sites under World Heritage List. These are known as World Heritage Sites. Clear? Sites are designated as World Heritage Sites under Convention concerning, very important one. They are inscribed under World Heritage Sites under Convention concerning conventions concerning the protection of the world culture, concerning the protection of the world culture, protection of the world cultural and natural heritage. World cultural and natural heritage. World cultural and natural heritage, which was adopted in the year 1972. Clear? So, convention concerning the protection of the world cultural and natural heritage, that was adopted in the year 1972. So, I'll repeat. Clear? World Heritage Sites are the designations to the places on earth with universal human value. That is human value all across the world. Clear? And this is identified by a specialized organization of United Nations known as United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization that prepares the list of World Heritage List. Clear? And this list is prepared on the basis of Convention concerning the protection of the world cultural natural heritage, which was adopted by global body in 1972. Clear? This one thing. Now, coming to the other developments, be very clear about these things. Clear? Coming to other developments. Clear? Till 2023, last year. Clear? Till 2023, UNESCO has identified, clear? UNESCO has identified 1157 World Heritage Sites all across the world. Clear? So, all across the world, clear, UNESCO has identified 1157 sites. Clear? So, 1157 sites has been identified at global level since by the end of 2023. Clear? 2023. And among these sites, clear, there are 40 sites from India. Clear? So there are 40 sites from till the end of 2023 I am talking. Clear? As of now we have 42. Till 2023 out of 1157, 40 sites are from India. 40 sites are from India. Clear? And among those 40 sites in India, clear, there are 32 cultural sites. The 32 cultural sites. Clear? Then 7 are basically, the 7 are natural sites. 7 are natural sites. and one is of mixed character or mixed site. One is only the mixed side. Clear? So 40. Clear? 2024 in the beginning itself, two more sites has been added, and these two sites are temple complexes at Halebedu, Belur and Somnathpura in Karnataka and Shantiniketan from West Bengal. So as of now, we have 42. Decision has been taken by government to propose the name of the burial mounds of Charaidev Maidams from Assam. Clear? But I'll let you know, yesterday only there's a news. Clear? That government has proposed the name of Maratha military landscapes. Clear? In the western part of India. Clear? To be included in the World Heritage Site for 2024-25. So decision was originally taken for Charaidev Maidams, but obviously, officially, the government of India in recently yesterday only, clear, has proposed the name of Maratha military landscapes to be included from India in the World Heritage List for 2024-25. Therefore, we'll come to Maratha military landscapes. Large number of forts constructed by Maratha ruler, especially Shivaji. Clear? So make some things very clear for prelims examination. Clear? These are very important one. I'll come to the name of mixed site. Clear? First, understand the concept. Clear? World Heritage Sites are designations to the places of earth with universal value, and this list of World Heritage Sites is prepared by UNESCO, which is prepared according to Convention on Protection of Protection of those places of having cultural and natural heritage all across the world. The convention which was adopted in 1972, Convention concerning the protection of the world cultural and natural heritage. Clear? According to this convention, till now, till 2023, we have 1157 World Heritage Sites at global level, and out of this 1157, 40 sites are from India. Out of these 40, 32 are cultural sites, 7 are natural sites, 1 is mixed site, 2 more has been added in 2024, that is the temple complex in the region of Karnataka, and second being the Shantiniketan in West Bengal. Now, which is this mixed site to be known? Clear? This mixed site, which is basically, and one is the mixed site, and that is Khang, Change, Zonga. Zonga National Park. Zonga National Park in Sikkim. Zonga National Park in Sikkim. Clear? So this should be known to all of you. Decision was taken to give the name of Charaidev Maidams, but yesterday only there's a news that government has proposed the Maratha military landscape of Western India to be included in the list of World Heritage Site for 2024-25. Will come to Maratha military landscape. In fact, Marathas are very important for coming time, especially because of some recent developments related to Marathas. Clear? So this is basic information to be known. Now coming to Charaidev Maidams once again. Clear? Remember, these information are very important for upcoming examination. Coming to the burial mounds of us Ahoms in Assam, known as Charaidev Maidams. Clear? So the decision was taken to propose the name, but the name of Maratha military landscape has been proposed. Clear? Now, why this has been proposed? Clear? It has been proposed because of very prominent warrior. Clear? This announcement was proposed in 2023, basically in the backdrop of 400th birth anniversary. Very important. 400th birth anniversary. 400th birth anniversary of Lachit Borphukan, who is regarded as hero of Assamese nationalism. Clear? In fact, he is known as Tai Ahom. Great Ahom. He is known as Tai Ahom by the people of Assam. Clear? Thai Ahom in general. Clear? Okay. If it, or rather, if it is accepted, if it was proposed, and if it could have been accepted by UNESCO, it could have been the first site from northeastern part of India. Clear? Northeastern part of India under cultural heritage. Clear? Because Khangzeng Donga is basically from mixed Thai. So from cultural heritage, it could have been the first site from northeastern part of India. Clear? Now something about Lachit Borphukan also. Clear? Lachit Borphukan was basically a warrior in Assam who basically led the Ahom warriors against Mughal forces. Lachit Borphukan defeated the Mughal forces in the Battle of Sarai Ghat in 1671 on the banks of river Brahmaputra, near Guwahati. Clear? So this person, that is the Ahoms, Lachit Borphukan, he defeated basically the Mughal forces in the Battle of Sarai Ghat in 1671 on the banks of river Brahmaputra, which was a big achievement of Lachit Borphukan, and since then he is regarded as the hero of Assamese nationalism. Clear? Assamese nationalism. Clear? Now, this very important development. So, to mark this anniversary of Lachit Borphukan, Charai Memorandums are decided to be proposed for the list of World Heritage Site. Clear? Now, coming to the structure of Charai Memorandums. Clear? What is the structure of Charai Memorandums? We need to understand. Clear? As far as Charai Memorandums are concerned, they are basically often double-storied. Clear? So they are basically double-storied. Clear? They are basically in triangular shape, vaulted shape, and they are normally double-storied. They are normally double-storied. Clear? There's a way here to enter inside. Clear? Where the grave is kept. There's normally double-storied. Clear? And on the top, there is something like this constructed. Clear? So this is always almost like a double story. It's a vault shape, and they are double-storied. Clear? Hemispherical mound layers of bricks and earth is at the top. Clear? So at the top, there is hemispherical mound. Such kind of mound is also constructed on the top of this structure, hemispherical structure. At the base of the mound is influenced by polygonal structure. So it's almost a polygonal structure at the base, and at the top it is hemispherical structure. It is hemispherical structure. It's normally double-storied. It's normally double-story structure where the dead body is kept. Clear? Dead called clear. Each roof or each story on elevated area, and after excavating this Charai Memorandums, several objects like objects in wood and ivory has been found. Even gold pendants and gold items has been found, which were kept along with dead bodies. Clear? Though by this Charai Memorandums continued till 18th century, and after 18th century it got ended when Assam largely got converted into Buddhist faith. So when large number of people accepted Buddhism, Charai Memorandums could not be constructed in this region. Clear? So this was major development at the same time. This kind of Charai Memorandums or burial mounds is more of similar to the mummies which were constructed in basically the pyramids which were constructed in Egypt. Clear? Now what are those pyramid structure? This can also be asked in prelims examination. Because of Charai Memorandums, we need to understand. Clear? Egyptian pyramids. Clear? Basically Egyptian pyramids are like tombs. Clear? And they are ceremonial complexes of the departed pharaohs. Clear? So in Egypt, for the departed pharaohs, clear, they constructed certain structure which was basically in pyramidal form. Clear? The construction of pyramid started from mastabas. Clear? So it started from mastabas. Clear? That is at the lower level. It started in the form of mastabas. The lower part is known as the mastabas. Egyptian pyramids. Clear? Mastabas. Clear? Mastabas. Clear? And at the same time 6 mastabs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 mastabs are constructed. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 6 mastabs are constructed, each smaller than the one beneath, taking the shape of the pyramid, clear, and they are located on the west bank of the Nile river, clear. So most of the pyramids are located on the west bank of the Nile river. West bank of the Nile river, pharaohs of Egypt, clear. So its pyramidical structure, pharaohs of Egypt, and even the Charaidurmadams are quite similar to the pyramids of Egypt, which has been proposed, or which was decided to be proposed for World Heritage Site, clear. So very important development that took place, clear. Ahom rule came to an end in Assam finally with the conquest of Assam by the British in 1826 and the Treaty of Yandabo, clear. So Assam was finally annexed by the British in 1826 as per the Treaty of Yandabo, because in this treaty Burma was defeated by the British. Assam was largely under the part of Burma, and since Burma was defeated by the British, Burma left the region. Entire Assam came under the rule of British under the Treaty of Yandabo in 1826, clear. So this was about Ahoms, very important one. Be ready for question on Ahoms. You need to understand about Ahoms as well, clear. So sir, little slow on kingdoms. Okay, fine, clear. Is it clear about Ahoms? All information, the criteria for including the sites in World Heritage category, Convention of 1972, 1157 sites till now at global level, out of which 40 from India, 2 has been added in 2024, clear. Out of this 40, 32 are cultural, 7 are natural heritage, and 1 is of mixed type, that is National Park in Sikkim, clear. Decision to propose the name of Charaidurmadams was taken by the government of India. However, government has proposed the name of Maratha military landscapes for to be included in the World Heritage List for 2024-25. Clear? It's important, that needs to be understood. Clear? So this development took place under the rule of the Ahoms. So Ahoms, Assam, very important one. The rich class of literature being known as Burunjis. Clear? This history of Ahoms are very important one. We need to be done. It needs to be taken care of. Clear? Now after Assam, the regional kingdom of Assam, now we'll come to other kingdoms. Clear? We'll come to the kingdom of Odisha also briefly. Clear? So coming to the province of Odisha, in eastern part of India, south of Assam, clear. Now, at the same time, clear, during medieval times, the kingdom of Odisha was ruled by Gajpati rulers. So, dynasty that ruled over Odisha was the Gajpati rulers in 15th and 16th centuries AD. So, Gajpatis ruled over the province of Odisha in 15th and 16th century. The founder of Gajpati dynasty was Kapilendra Deva. The founder of Gajpati dynasty was Kapilendra Deva. This dynasty was Kapilendra Deva, clear, and they extended control up to Karnataka and the region of Andhra as well, clear. So they were very important one, clear. But in course of time, we had discussed that Gajpati rulers were defeated by Vijayanagar ruler Krishna Dev Raya, defeated by Krishna Dev Raya. And therefore Odisha was largely brought under the control of Vijayanagar kingdom. Later on, Vijayanagar kingdom itself got defeated by the confederacy of Bahmani kingdoms in the battle of Talikot in 1565. So brief rule of only one dynasty, that is Gajpati rulers as independent rulers of Odisha away from Delhi Sultanate. Clear? This was Odisha. Now coming to another powerful province, and this province was that of Gujarat. Coming to this province of Gujarat, the westernmost province of India, coming to Gujarat as well. Clear? Sir, we have a question. Sir, this decision of including government UNESCO sites in UNESCO list is considered by UNESCO for declaration of UNESCO World Heritage Site, or is solely undecided by UNESCO? It is basically decided by UNESCO, but based on criteria of universal human value. Clear? So it is decided by UNESCO. There's a team of experts. There's a meeting committee. There are criteria. 10 criteria are there, and if those 10 criteria, that is 5 or 6 criteria for cultural heritage site, 3 or 4 criteria for natural, and that's the remaining for other cultural sites, mixed types. Clear? If this criteria is fulfilled, the sites can be included into World Heritage Site. So there's a committee constituted, and the committee works on 10 criteria. For some criteria for cultural heritage site, some criteria for mixed sites, some criteria for natural sites. Clear? Decided by expert committee of UNESCO. The names are proposed by government, respective governments, and then they are filtered by UNESCO based on criteria. Now coming to Gujarat, clear? Gujarat was one of the richest provinces of Delhi Sultanate, largely because of its soil and also because of flourishing trade with Central and West Asia. Clear? This Gujarat or independent province of Gujarat was established by Zafar Khan. Independent province of Gujarat was established by Zafar Khan in the beginning of 1407, who took the title of Muzaffar Shah. After coming to power, he took the title of Muzaffar Shah, and therefore this dynasty came to be known as Muzaffarid dynasty. After his title, the dynasty came to be known as the Muzaffarid dynasty from 1407, and he established his capital at a place known as Patan in Gujarat. So original capital of Gujarat under Zafar Khan was the city of Patan. Clear? After the death of Zafar Khan, clear, Gujarat came under the rule of Ahmad Shah. Now he is a very prominent ruler. Ahmad Shah began to rule over the region of Gujarat, right? His period also 1411 to 1441. So he ruled over 1411 to 1441. Ahmad Shah. Clear? Now, Ahmad Shah was the grandson of Zafar Khan, who succeeded on the throne of Gujarat. Ahmad Shah is considered very prominent one. Clear? Now, Ahmad Shah consolidated the province of Gujarat under his rule, and at the same time, to rule powerfully over Gujarat, Ahmad Shah transferred the capital of Patan, or capital of Gujarat, from Patan to Ahmedabad. Clear? In fact, this city was founded by Ahmad Shah, and therefore it was named after him as Ahmedabad. This city was founded by him in the year 1413. Clear? So in the year 1413, he founded the city of Ahmedabad and transferred the capital of Gujarat from Patan to Ahmedabad. Clear? It was a big contribution of Ahmad Shah. Clear? At the same time, Ahmad Shah also was a reactionary ruler. He imposed the collection of discriminatory religious tax, jizya, on the people in Gujarat. Clear? Moreover, at the same time, Ahmad Shah constructed some big monuments in Ahmedabad. He constructed Teen Darwaza in Ahmedabad. He constructed Teen Darwaza at Ahmedabad, and he also constructed a large mosque known as Jama Masjid at Ahmedabad. Clear? So Ahmad Shah founded the city of Ahmedabad, and Ahmad Shah constructed structures like Teen Darwaza and a grand mosque, Jama Masjid at Ahmedabad. Clear? After Ahmad Shah, the next powerful ruler of the Gujarat province was a person known as Mahmud Begharha. Another very powerful one. He ruled from 1459 till 1511. Mahmud Begharha. Clear? Very important one, very interesting personality. Mahmud Begharha was known for his physique and look. Clear? He was a very powerful person in his physique. And Mahmud Begharha, clear? He was a person who was known for his looks. He had a large mustache, and this mustache was basically up to his knees as well. Clear? So he had a large mustache, and he was also known for voracious diet. Clear? He used to consume 15 to 20 kilograms of food grains every day. So he was known for his voracious diet, clear, and he was known for his unique look, large look altogether. He had a long mustache that was tied up to it, that flowed up to his knees as well. So he was known for his unique look. He was known for his voracious diet, clear. In fact, all information about Mahmud Beghara is provided by his court poet, clear. His court poet wrote by his biography, and this biography of Mahmud Beghara is known as Raja Vinod, clear. Raja Vinod was the biography of Mahmud Beghara, and it was written basically by his court poet, clear. His court poet wrote this biography that is known as Raja Vinod, and it was written in by Uday Raj. Uday Raj wrote the biography of Mahmud Beghara titled as Raja Vinod in Sanskrit language, not in Persian Arabic, but in Sanskrit language. Clear? Moreover, he took the title of Beghara because he conquered two important forts of Gujarat. These two forts were the fort of Girnar and the fort of Champaner. So he conquered the two powerful fort of Girnar and Champaner. Clear? Girnar was renamed, Girnar or Junagadh was renamed by him as the city of Mustafabad. City of Mustafabad, and Champaner was named as the city of Muhammadabad. City of Muhammadabad. Clear? So since he conquered two forts of Girnar and Champaner, he took the title of Beghara, and at the same time he conquered the two forts of Girnar and Champaner. Girnar was named as Mustafabad and Champaner was known as Muhammadabad. Clear? Very important one, clear. At the same time, Mahmud Beghara, clear, he led expedition against the Portuguese who were interfering in the trade of Gujarat, clear. And at the same time, Vasco da Gama had arrived in India in 1498. Mahmud Beghara was there, and Mahmud Beghara tried to stop Portuguese on the western coast of India. In 1509, clear, Mahmud Beghara fought Battle of Diu, clear. So Battle of Diu was fought in the year 1509, and in this Battle of Diu, clear, Mahmud's Gujarat Navy fought against the navy of Portuguese Navy, clear. So Gujarat Navy was fought against the navy of Portuguese in the Battle of Diu in 1509, clear. This was a big development under Mahmud Beghara, clear. Mahmud Beghara also, clear, also known to us by a Portuguese traveler, Barbosa. Even he mentions about Mahmud Beghara in Gujarat, clear. So very powerful one, and Gujarat remained to be a powerful kingdom, and that is why conquest of Gujarat was done by Akbar, and Akbar wanted to commemorate his victory over Gujarat, and therefore to commemorate his victory over Gujarat, Akbar constructed a lofty gate at Fatehpur Sikri, the gate being known as Buland Darwaza, clear. So this was history of Gujarat, Zafar Khan being the founder, Ahmad Shah being a very prominent one who founded the city of Ahmedabad, and then Mahmud Beghara, who is known through his biography known as Raja Vinod, written by Uday Raj. He conquered the two forts of Girnar and Champaner, which was named as Mustafabad and Muhammadabad. He fought against the Portuguese in the Battle of Diu in 1509, and he's also known to us by the accounts of Portuguese traveler Barbosa, clear. Very important achievement. Still, it was conquered, Gujarat was conquered by Mughal Emperor Akbar, clear. So this was about the province of Gujarat, clear. So very prominent province again in the western part of India, clear. Now after Gujarat will come to the province in central India, and that the province is that of Malwa. Now coming to the province of Malwa, clear. Now Malwa, clear. The independent province of Malwa was established in the year 1392 by a person named as Dilawar Khan, clear. So Dilawar Khan was the founder of the regional kingdom of Malwa, and he established this kingdom as a gift which was given to him by Delhi Sultan Firoz Shah Tughlaq, clear. At the same time, when Dilawar Khan began to rule over Malwa, Dilawar shifted his capital from Dhar. Till this time, the capital of Malwa was at Dhar. He shifted the capital of Malwa from Dhar to another location known as Mandu, clear. So capital was shifted to Mandu, clear. After the death of Dilawar Khan in 1405, he was succeeded by his son known as Hushang Shah. Clear? So Hushang Shah became the next ruler of Malwa after the death of his father, Dilawar Khan. He was originally known as Alp Khan. He took the title of Hushang Shah. So Hushang Shah became the ruler of Malwa. Clear? And Malwa began to progress under Hushang Shah. Clear? Now, Hushang Shah fought with the ruler of Gujarat, also Malwa. Clear? Hushang Shah extended his patronage to the Jains. Clear? So he was a liberal monarch and he patronized the members of Jain religion in the region of Malwa. Clear? And at the same time, clear, Hushang Shah constructed some very prominent monuments. He constructed monuments like Jahaz Mahal. He constructed monuments like Jahaz Mahal and Hindola Mahal, Swinging Palace, Jahaz Mahal, Hindola Mahal, clear. And even he constructed a large fort at Mandu, also known as Mandu Fort. Clear? So, Hushang Shah constructed monuments like Jahaj Mahal in the midst of a lake, Hindola Mahal swinging palace and fort at Mandu. Clear? Mandu, this was very prominent one. Hushang Shah was followed by another ruler known as Mahmud Khalji. Mahmud Khalji was the ruler or was follower of successor of Hushang Shah. Mahmud Khalji assassinated Muhammad, the son of Hushang Shah, and came to power. Clear? He fought. Mahmud Khalji fought with all the neighboring rulers. Clear? And at the same time, the most important conflict of Mahmud Khalji was with a Rajput ruler, Rana Kumbh of Mewar. Clear? So Malwa and Mewar came against each other and Mahmud Khalji fought against Rana Kumbh of Mewar. Clear? Mewar. Clear? And in this battle between Mahmud Khalji and Rana Kumbh, the best part is Mahmud Khalji declared himself to be victorious and Rana Kumbh himself declared to be victorious. So both claimed that they were victorious in this war. Clear? And at the same time, clear, in order to commemorate his victory against Rana Kumbh, Mahmud Khalji constructed a 7-storied column at Mandu. Clear? So he constructed 7-storied column pillar at Mandu. So 7-storied column was constructed at Mandu by Mahmud Khalji to claim his victory over Rana Kumbh. And at the same time, Rana Kumbh also claimed his victory, and in order to commemorate his victory, he constructed Victory Tower. He constructed Victory Tower, also known as Kirti Stambh. Victory Tower or Kirti Stambh at Chittor. Kirti Stambh at Chittor. Clear? So, Mahmud Khalji and Rana Kumbh, very important. Both claimed success against each other. Mahmud Khalji, to commemorate his victory, constructed 7-storied column at Mandu, the capital. Rana Kumbh constructed his victory tower at Chittor, also known as Kirti Stambh. Clear? This was very important development. Later on, Malwa was finally conquered by, first of all, by Sher Shah Suri and later even by Akbar, and Akbar established direct control over Malwa in 1562. Clear? And the last ruler of Malwa was basically Baz Bahadur, and Baz Bahadur was defeated by the Mughal forces in 1562, and thereafter Malwa came under the rule of Mughal Empire. So Baz Bahadur being the last independent ruler, defeated by Mughal forces in 1562. All informations related to Malwa. Now, since we had discussed Mewar, here will come to Mewar also after this. Clear? Coming to the next provincial kingdom of Mewar. Clear? Now, Mewar being another very prominent one. Clear? Now, Mewar was an independent province. Something about Mewar. Clear? The conquest of Ranthambore by Alauddin Khalji, the power of Chauhans in Rajputana came to an end. Do understand? Clear? Rajasthan throughout medieval India was known for two important forts of Ranthambore and Chittor. Any ruler having control over Ranthambore and Chittor was automatically considered to be the ruler of entire Rajasthan. Since he was considered to be the ruler of entire Rajasthan, clear? Every ruler wanted to have control Ranthambore and Chittor, clear? And Alauddin Khalji, the Sultan of Delhi, wanted to conquer the entire Rajasthan. He deputed Sultanate forces against Ranthambore in 1300, but Rajput forces defeated the Sultanate forces in 1300, and therefore Alauddin Khalji proceeded personally towards Ranthambore, and he was accompanied by his court poet Amir Khusro. When he went to the fort of Ranthambore, clear, Rajput forces, before opening the main gates, asked the Rajput women to mount on the funeral pyre collectively, and this incident witnessed by Amir Khusro is known as Johar in Persian. So all the Rajput women committed suicide by burning themselves collectively, which is known as Johar. And thereafter, Rajput forces died while fighting against Sultanate forces, and Ranthambore was conquered in 1301. With conquest of Ranthambore in 1301, the Chauhan power in Rajasthan came to an end in 14th century. Clear? And thereafter, after the end of Chauhan power in 1335, Rana Hamir established the second dynasty in Chittor. Clear? So after the conquest of Ranthambore in Chittor, clear, Chittor was also conquered by Alauddin Khalji in 1303. Clear? So both Chittor and Ranthambore was conquered. Rajasthan largely came under Alauddin Khalji, but in 1335, clear, in the year 1335, Rana Hamir or Rana Hamira began to rule independently over Mewar, clear, and he established his own dynasty known as the Guhila dynasty in Mewar region. So he established the Guhila dynasty in Mewar region, that is region of Chittor, clear, and at the same time, clear, he started to promote the Guhila clan, and Guhila clan began to be followed by Rana and Maharanas in Mewar, clear. He was the first ruler who started the use of the title Rana. So title of Rana was started by Rana Hamira, who was the founder of Guhila dynasty, who claimed his descent from Sisodia clan of Rajputs. Clear? So he claimed his origin from the Sisodia clan of Rajputs, founded the dynasty of Guhila. Clear? Guhila. However, after some time, Rana Hamira was assassinated, and after the assassination of Rana Hamira, his grandson, known as Maharana Mokal, clear, his son Rana Kum ascended the throne of Mewar. Clear. So after the assassination of Rana Hamira's grandson Maharana Mokal, his son Rana Kum began to ascend the throne of Mewar. So after his assassination, Rana Kum began to rule over the region of Mewar, with its capital located at Chittor. Clear? Rana Kum. Clear? Rana Kum made the kingdom of Mewar very powerful. After consolidating his position with great diplomacy, Rana Kum conquered states like Bundi and Kota in Rajasthan. Clear? And at the same time, Rana Kum defeated Mahmud Khalji of Malwa, we had discussed, and to commemorate his victory over Mahmud Khalji of Malwa, he constructed a victory tower at Chittor, which is known as the Kirti Stambh at Chittor. Clear? He was a very prominent one. Clear? And at the same time, after Rana Kum, next major power of Mewar was Rana Sanga. Clear? Rana Sanga was the next ruler of Mewar, and Rana Sanga was contemporary of Babur. It is said that Rana Sanga invited Babur to invade India, but did not provide any support to the Babur. And Rana Sanga and Babur fought against each other in the Battle of Khanwa near Agra in 1527, and in this battle Rana Sanga was defeated. Clear? But Mewar continued to remain independent even thereafter. Clear? And ultimately, during the reign of Akbar, Mewar came under the rule of a very powerful ruler, and this powerful ruler was Maharana Pratap. Clear? Maharana Pratap began to rule over Mewar, who fought against the Mughal forces in the battle of Haldi Ghati. Battle of Haldi Ghati in 1576. Even though Maharana Pratap got defeated, Mewar could not be conquered by Akbar even after Battle of Haldi Ghati. Mewar was finally conquered by his son and successor Jahangir in 1615 when he defeated the last ruler of Mewar, and the last independent ruler of Mewar was son and successor of Maharana Pratap, and this person was Rana Amar Singh. So Rana Amar Singh was defeated finally by Jahangir in 1615, and Mewar was finally conquered by the Mughals. Clear? So this is the history of Mewar clan, very prominent one, very powerful, that rule over the region of western part of India. Clear? So all these developments took place related to regional kingdoms. These kingdoms are very important to understand. So be prepared about these regional kingdoms and their contribution to cultural growth and development. Clear? So it's very important. All the kingdoms we had done, very importantly, do prepare about these kingdoms. I'll repeat once again, since you wanted me to be slow, I just want you to be repeated. Clear? Repeat these things. So we had discussed about Sharqi rulers of Kashmir, Kingdom of Sharqi rulers of Jaunpur, Kashmir, Bengal, Assam, Gujarat, Odisha, Malwa and Mewar. Coming to one of them, clear? One by one. Sharqi ruler, the Sharqi dynasty was established by Malik Sharwar with capital at Jaunpur, which was known as Shiraz of the East. Clear? From Jaunpur only Malik Muhammad Jaisi is there who wrote Padmavat during the reign of Hussein Shah Suri. The Sharqi rulers constructed a Tala mosque with lofty gates and arches, and it was finally defeated by Bahlol Lodi, the Lodi Sultan. Clear? After Sharqis, we had discussed about Kashmir, Shaivism, Karkota dynasty established in 9th century AD, Shahmir dynasty by Sultan Sikandar Shah, the most powerful ruler of Sharqi dynasty being Sultan Zainul Abidin, who ruled in 15th century, known as Akbar of Kashmir. He constructed an artificial lake known as Zaina Lake, where he constructed a large mosque and a royal palace. He got translated Rashtarangini of Kalhan into Persian. He conquered Tibet, known as Tibbete Buzurg, and this Sami dynasty was followed by Chak dynasty by Ghazi Chak, and the last ruler of Chak dynasty was Yusuf Shah Chak, who was basically defeated by Mughal forces in 1586. Then we have the dynasty of Bengal, 1342 Ilyas Shah. He established Ilyas Shah dynasty with two capitals of Pandua and Gaur. He patronized Mala Darbashu, Bengali scholar who wrote Sri Krishna Vijay, and therefore Mala Darbashu was given the title of Satyaraj Khan. Then for a brief time Bengal came under Raja Ganesh. Then again Hussain Shah began to rule, and he established control of Chittagong, Arakan, Tipera, Kamrup. Clear? He also constructed Adina Mosque, which is a hut-like structure with dwarfed roof, and he also patronized Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is considered to be founder of Gaudiya Vaishnavism. Then we have Assam, burial mound Sarai Maidams. Assam is known for Ahom warriors. The founder of Ahoms being Sukhapa, who came from Yunnan province of China. And thereafter, this Ahoms became very important. Their history is known through the rich class of literature known as Buranjis in Assamese language. In course of time, Ahoms gave tough resistance to Mughals under Lachit Borphukan, and we celebrated 400th birth anniversary of Lachit Borphukan last year only, and therefore government decided to propose the name of the burial mounds of the Ahom warriors known as Charai Dev Madams as World Heritage Site. Charai Dev Madams is basically a two-story, double-story structure in a declining state, vault shape, in which the dead bodies were buried, and the graves were marked by some important gold and iron implements, wooden materials also, and these are very similar to the pyramids of Egypt, which are for pharaohs, and that is basically has 6 mastabas, clear, and 6 story in a pyramidical shape, and largely these are constructed on west bank of river Nile in Egypt. Clear? This was finally Ahoms was defeated by Ahoms, or the kingdom of Assam was brought under British control after defeating the Burma in First Anglo-Burmese War, and that led to the Treaty of Yandabo in 1826. Clear? Coming to next, Gujarat founder was Zafar Khan with capital at Patan, 1407. Muzaffar Shah, he took the title of Muzaffar Shah, and dynasty came to be known as Muzaffarid dynasty. Ahmad Shah was followed after the Muzaffar Khan, and Ahmad Shah founded the city of Ahmedabad in 1413, shifted the capital from Patan to Ahmedabad, and Ahmedabad he constructed Teen Darwaza and Jama Masjid. Most powerful ruler of Gujarat was Mahmud Begharha in 15th and 16th century, and Mahmud Begharha took the title of Garh because he conquered two forts of Girnar and Champaner, which was renamed by him as Mustafabad and Muhammadabad. All information about him is provided by his biography, Raja Vinod, written by Uday Raj in Sanskrit, and also information given by Portuguese traveler Barbosa, and he fought against the Portuguese in the Battle of Diu in 1509. Clear? After Gujarat, we have Malwa, Dilawar Khan. He shifted the capital from Dhar to Mandu. He was followed by Hushang Shah, who was originally known as Alp Khan. Hushang Shah patronized the Jains, constructed Jahaz Mahal, Hindola Mahal, and a fort at Mandu. At the same time, he was followed by Mahmud Khalji, and Mahmud Khalji fought against Rana Kumbh of Mewar. Both claimed success, and Mahmud Khalji, in order to commemorate his success, constructed seven-storied column at Mandu, and Rana Kumbh constructed Victory Tower of Kirtistam at Chittor. Clear? After this, last ruler was Baz Bahadur, and Baz Bahadur was finally the last ruler of Malwa, which was first defeated by Sher Shah Suri and finally conquered by Akbar. Mewar, Rana Hamira was the founder of Guhila dynasty in 1335, who belonged to Sisodia clan. Rana Hamira was followed by Rana Kumbh, who began to rule from Chittor. Rana Kumbh only defeated Mahmud Khalji and constructed Kirtistam, Victory Tower at Chittor, then followed by Rana Sanga, who was defeated by Babur in Battle of Khanwa, and then Maharana Pratap, who fought against Mughal forces in Battle of Haldi Ghati, and then the last ruler was Rana Amar Singh, who was defeated by Jahangir, and Mewar was finally conquered by Mughals in 1615. Clear? Very important one. Clear? Kakatiyas, Kalochuris, Kalochuris were also dynasty in the late ancient time, and the Kakatiyas. Kakatiyas we had discussed. Rudramma Devi being very prominent one, and Kakatiyas constructed some temples. Clear? And Ramappa temple is a very prominent temple constructed by Kakatiyas. So Ramappa temple, presently Telangana, was constructed by the Kakatiyas. Kakatiyas a very important one. Do remember what this temple known as Ramappa temple in present Telangana region. So, is there any role of ASI in this? Yeah, ASI also plays an important role to give the proposal for including of any site into World Heritage category. ASI has also role, but major role is taken by Ministry of Culture and Tourism. Clear? So, major regional kingdoms. Clear? So, regional kingdoms are important for your examination. Now, coming to this. Clear? After regional kingdoms. Clear? These regional kingdoms were flourishing. All these regional kingdoms were defeated by the Mughals in India. Mughals established the rule in India, and there were several Mughal emperors who ruled almost for 2 centuries in India. We'll discuss about the political history of the Mughals, and then we'll discuss about Marathas at the same time. Very important for upcoming examination. Clear? Now coming to the Mughals. Clear? Write the heading as Mughal, or understand the heading as Mughal Empire. Mughal Empire. It was established in 1526, went on till 1707 AD. Clear? So coming to the Mughal Empire. Clear? Now, clear? I'll give you the most important informations about the political history without going into detail, because it is a crash course. We cannot go into detail of Mughal history. That is a time consuming process, but we'll try to have the most important things important for examination. Clear? The founder of Mughal Empire was the first Mughal emperor. This Mughal emperor was Zahir-ud-Din Babur. Clear? Zahir-ud-Din Babur came from Central Asia, and Zahir-ud-Din Babur, after coming to India, fought 4 battles continuously. Clear? So Babur was there in India from 1526 to 1530, when he died just after 4 years, and Babur fought the first battle in form of the Battle of Panipat, in which he defeated Ibrahim Lodi. Clear? So Babur defeated the forces of Ibrahim Lodi in the battlefield of Panipat. Then he fought the second battle, that is Battle of Khanwa. Clear? So he fought the Battle of Khanwa in 1527, where he defeated Rana Sanga. Clear? Rana Sanga. Then at the same time he fought the Battle of Chanderi. fought the Battle of Chanderi in central India in 1528. Clear. Battle of Chanderi, in which they defeated Rajput forces of Chanderi. Clear. Which who were closely associated with Rana Sanga. Clear. So this was defeated, and the Rajput ruler was led by Medini Rai at Chanderi. Then he only fought the Battle of Ghagra. He fought this battle in the year 1530 against Nusrat Shah of Bengal. Clear? So, four important battles fought by Babur in four successive years: Panipat in 1526, Khandwa in 1527, Chanderi in 1528, Ghagra in 1529, and in the very next year, Babur died in 1530 to be buried at Kabul. Clear? When Babur died, he was succeeded by his son, and the eldest son of Babur was Humayun. Humayun ruled over Mughal Empire in two phases, 1530 to 1540, and then from 1555 to 1556. Clear? Now coming to Humayun, clear? Humayun defeated the ruler of Gujarat, Bahadur Shah, and conquered the region of Malwa for some time, no doubt. But Humayun was defeated by Afghan warrior Sher Shah Suri. So Humayun was defeated by Sher Shah Suri. Humayun was defeated by Sher Shah Suri in two consecutive battles of Chausa 1539 and Kannauj in 1540, and thereafter Sher Shah forced Humayun to leave India. Humayun, along with his wife Hamida Banu Begum, went to Iran. There he stayed almost for 15 years, and in this adversity only, wife of Humayun, Hamida Banu Begum, gave birth to a son, and this son became the greatest ruler of ancient India as Akbar. Clear? So Humayun left India in 1540. So in the first phase, he could rule only for 10 years. Meanwhile, Sher Shah in India established his own empire, which is known as Sur Empire in India, or Sur Empire in India, also known as Afghan Empire in India. Clear? Sher Shah Suri is considered to be a very prominent ruler, even though he could rule only for 5 years. Clear? He contributed towards all major areas. We need to understand. Clear? Now, coming to first of all Sher Shah Suri, and after Sher Shah Suri began to rule, Sur Empire existed in India for 15 years. We'll come to that empire. Meanwhile, at the same time, clear? In 1555, Humayun returned back from Iran with large Iranian forces, defeated the ruler of Sur Empire, re-established Mughal Empire. But very soon, Humayun slipped from the stairs of his library as Sher Mandal. Humayun died in 1556 to be succeeded by his son Akbar. Clear? So Akbar came to power in 1556 when he was just 14 years old. Clear? Meanwhile, Sur Empire existed in India for 15 years. We need to discuss about the Sur Empire before we go on to discuss about Humayun and then Akbar in India. Clear? So coming to the Sur Empire. Clear? Now Sur Empire was an Afghan empire. Sur Empire was an Afghan empire from 1540 to 1555 AD, that is for 15 years. Clear? The founder of Sur Empire was Sher Shah Suri. Clear? Who ruled only for 5 years, 1540 to 1545 AD. Clear? Now coming to Sher Shah Suri, politically Sher Shah Suri may not be important. He led expeditions towards the Marwa region in Rajasthan against the ruler known as Maldev. But since the battle proved to be a prolonged one, Sher Shah Suri returned back from Marwa, and he gave a statement that for a handful of millets, he could have lost the empire of Hindustan. Clear? Marwar was unproductive region, only millets was grown. So he said that only for millets and this unproductive region, he could have lost the empire of Hindustan. So he returned back. And while returning back, he attacked the fort of Kalinjar in central India. And while attacking the fort of Kalinchar. He received some serious burn injuries due to busting of artilleries, and Sher Shah died in 1545. So Sher Shah may not be very important politically, but why Sher Shah is remembered in medieval history? Sher Shah contributed towards administration, contributed towards architecture and even law and order. Clear? First of all, Sher Shah gave the concept of local responsibility for local crime, whereby he made it clear that for all local crimes, local officers should be punished seriously to avoid these crimes. Clear? And therefore, with such mechanism, he maintained perfect law and order in Sur Empire. Sher Shah Suri also started to give definite structure to local administration, and in local administration he created some units of local administration, like the lowest unit known as the village. Village was followed by Pargana, and Pargana was followed by the province known as Suba, also known as the Sheikh. Clear? So he created three units of administration at provincial level: village, Pargana and Suba, Sheikh, also known as Sarkar. Clear? And at every level he appointed administrative officers, so that these administrative officers can look after proper administration. Clear? So all these major provisions were made by Sher Shah Suri. Sher Shah Suri also contributed towards other developments. He first of all constructed a large road network in India. This road network from Bengal to northwestern part of India came to be known as the Grand Trunk Road or the GT Road. And to maintain this road or constant vigilance on this road, he constructed some minarets at every two coasts, and these minarets came to be known as coast minars. Clear? So towers were constructed after every two coasts known as coast minars. He also constructed halting places for traders known as sarais. Large number of sarais were constructed, and in the words of his official historian Abbas Khan Sherwani, these sarais acted as arteries of Sur Empire. Clear? He also constructed large number of dark chowkis to spread communication. He also he also promoted the concept of promoting information widely. He also established large number of runners at this time, promoted runners as well. Sher Shah Suri also constructed his own mausoleum at Sasaram in Bihar. It is an architectural masterpiece because this structure was constructed in the middle of a lake. Clear? He also founded a new city in Delhi known as Shergarh, where he constructed a large fort known as Purana Killa. Clear? So all these were major works done by Sher Shah Suri, and he only gave patronage to Malik Muhammad Jaisi, who wrote a very prominent Hindi work, Padmavat, who originally belonged to Jaunpur region. Clear? So with all these contributions, Sher Shah became a very prominent ruler of medieval time who maintained perfect law and order and contributed towards buildings of public utilities. In fact, he began to circulate standard silver currency in India, and this standard silver currency was known as rupaya. And from the word, we had been using the word rupiah for Indian currency. Clear? Sher Shah Suri was followed by his son Islam Shah, and Islam Shah ruled from 1545 to 1552. The only major thing done by Islam Shah was he codified the Islamic law for proper delivery of justice. Clear? So he codification of Islamic principles were done so that consistent justice could be given without depending on the arbitrary decisions of the ulemas. Clear? Islam Shah was followed by his son Adil Shah. Clear? And Adil Shah could rule only for 3 years, 1552 to 1555. And during the reign of Adil Shah, a very prominent warrior emerged near Agra. And this prominent warrior at Agra, which was the capital, was known as Himu or Himu Vikramaditya. Clear? Himu emerged, and large number of Afghans began to support Himu rather than Adil Shah. And Adil Shah was defeated by Humayun, who returned back from Iran, and after defeating Adil Shah, Humayun established his political control over large parts of Mughal Empire once again, but he was not destined to live for long. After few months only, Humayun fell from the stairs of his personal library and he died in the year 1556, and to His death was made immortal as his wife constructed a beautiful tomb for him in Delhi known as the Humayun's tomb. Will come under architecture. Clear? So these developments took place later to Sur Empire, and Humayun reestablished Mughal Empire, but died just after some time, and then to be succeeded by his son, and his son was Akbar. Clear? So Akbar succeeded on the Mughal throne, and Akbar ruled over Mughal Empire almost for half century, that is from 1556 to 1605. Clear? Now coming to Akbar's rule over Mughal Empire, he is considered to be the most powerful ruler. We need to discuss about his policy of expansion as well. Clear? Now coming to the expansion done by Akbar, Akbar expanded the Mughal Empire in all the directions of Indian territory, starting with the capital city at Agra, which was founded by Sikandar Lodi. Clear? Akbar first of all decided to conquer territories towards central and western part of India, and under the guidance of Akbar, Mughal forces first of all conquered the central province of Malwa in 1562. After Malwa, the Mughal forces defeated a large fort in central India, and this fort is known as the Fort of Garkatanga in the year 1563, which was defended by a powerful lady, and this powerful lady was Rani Durgavati. Clear? So Rani Durgavati defended the fort known as Garkatanga. Now coming to this, clear? You need to know about Rani Durgavati here, which was or she was in news recently. Clear? So do be prepared about Rani Durgavati, which is very important for you. Why Rani Durgavati has been in news recently. Clear? Rani Durgavati was in news because recently 500th birth anniversary of Rani Durgavati has been celebrated, and she is known popularly as Virangana Rani Durgavati. Clear? So recently, very important, 500th birth anniversary of Rani Durgavati has been celebrated in 2003 to be known as Virangana Rani Durgavati. Clear? So something about Rani Durgavati, it was celebrated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the former Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, that is Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Clear? Now coming to why Rani Durgavati has been promoted largely in the region of Madhya Pradesh. Clear? Something about Rani Durgavati, very important one for your coming examination. Clear? Rani Durgavati was originally born in Chandel dynasty or Chandelas. She was originally born in the Chandel dynasty, which Chandel dynasty of Mahoba. Mahoba is located in Banda district of Uttar Pradesh. Clear? So she was originally from Chandel dynasty of Mahoba in Banda district of Uttar Pradesh, but she was married to Dalpat Shah. So she was married to Dalpat Shah of the Gond dynasty. Dalpat Shah of the Gond dynasty. Dalpat Shah of the Gond dynasty of Garkatanga. So she was the daughter-in-law of Garkatanga. So she was married to Dalpat Shah of Gond dynasty at Garkatanga, but originally belonged to Chandel dynasty of Mahoba in the region of Banda. Clear? At the same time, clear, Gond dynasty. Clear? Gonds are one of the largest tribal groups and located in central India. They are very prominent even now. Clear? At the same time, after the death of Dalpat Shah, she assumed the leadership of Gond people or Gond tribal communities in the region of Garkatanga. Clear? So after Dalpat Shah's death, Rani Durgavati decided to defend Garkatanga and the Gond dynasty in central part of India. Clear? And she only came into conflict with Mughal forces at Garkatanga in 1563. Clear? Initially, she gave a very tough fight, clear, to the Mughal forces under the leadership of Asaf Khan. Clear? So she defended powerfully the fort of Garkatanga against the Mughal military general Asaf Khan in 1562. Ultimately, she was defeated and Garkatanga was conquered by Mughal forces. Clear? So it was a very important development. Clear? At the same time, clear? Rani Durgavati's bravery was even mentioned by Abul Fazl in his work Akbar Nama. Clear? So Akbar Nama mentions about the bravery and courage of Rani Durgavati. We are celebrating 500 birth anniversary of Virangana Rani Durgavati. Clear? Now coming to Chandel dynasty to which she belonged. Clear? They are very important, rich culturally as well. Coming to the Chandelas of Bundelkhand. Clear? So let us discuss about Chandelas of Bundelkhand here itself. Rajput dynasty known as Chandelas of Bundelkhand. They were not Agnikul Rajputs but very prominent one, Chandelas of Bundelkhand. Clear? Chandelas of Bundelkhand also known as Jejaka Bhukti dynasty. This dynasty is also known as Jejaka Bhukti dynasty of Central India, and this dynasty was founded by Nanuka in 835 AD. Clear? So Chandelas of Bundelkhand, also known as Jejaka Bhukti dynasty, was founded by Nanuka in 835 AD. Clear? And there were large number of rulers of this dynasty like Yashovarman, Dhang, Vidyadhar. All these were very prominent rulers of this dynasty. Clear? And the capital of this dynasty was located at Khajuraho. Khajuraho was the original capital of this dynasty, which was transferred to Mahoba later on. Clear? So, original capital of Chandelas of Bundelkhand was Khajuraho in central India, later transferred to or changed to Mahoba. Clear? This was a very important development, and Khajuraho and the Chandelas of Bundelkhand emerged to be a very important center of temple architecture. Chandelas contributed significantly towards temple architecture in medieval India. We need to understand about the temple architecture and the features. Clear? Now coming to temple architecture under the Chandelas. Clear? So Chandelas, very prominent one for temple architecture. Related to Rani Durgavati, they can be asked. Chandelas of Bundelkhand or Jejaka Bhukti. Clear? See, the most important aspect of all the temples constructed at Khajuraho is the theme of these temples are erotic sculptures. Erotic sculptures. Clear? Eroticism is very high. Erotic sculptures, which is largely influenced by Kam Sutra of Vatsyayan. Kam Sutra of Vatsyayan. Clear? Eroticism was also reflected in temples of Kaling, Odisha. Clear? Even Sun Temple at Konark. Eroticism is also reflected in Chandela temples of Khajuraho. Clear? So two major regions are known for high eroticism in temple architecture. One is the temples of Chandelas in Khajuraho. Another the temples in constructed in Odisha, especially Sun Temple at Konark. Clear? So major theme is erotic sculptures influenced by Kam Sutra of Gatsan, which is a book on love and sex, and which was written in ancient time by Vatsyayan. Clear? Very important one. Most of these temples are related to Hindu and Jain religions. Another feature is these temples are related to Hindu and Jain religions. Both the religions. Clear? So Hindu and Jain religion temples are found at Khajuraho. The material used in these temples are basically sandstone. Sandstone is the major material used in the construction of temples at Khajuraho. Clear? At Khajuraho. Clear? And these temples has three major chambers. Three chambers of these temples. Three chambers of this temple. First is obviously Garbhagriha. First is basically the Garbhagriha where the main idol is kept. Then we have Mandap, the large platform. And then we have Ardha Mandap as well. Three major components: Garbhagriha, Mandap and Ardha Mandap. Clear? This is major thing. Clear? At the same time, clear, the major style of this temple is, all these temples has been constructed in Panchayatna style. Constructed in Panchayatna style. And you must be knowing this style was started by the Guptas, and this style is found in Dash Avatar temple at Devgarh. We had discussed about Dash Avatar temple constructed by Guptas with bricks largely, and this temple, the remains of this temple is found at Devgarh near Jhansi, which was constructed in Panchayat style. Clear? This Panchayatna style has been followed largely in the temples at Khajuraho as well, which was basically very important one. Now coming to major temples also. Clear? So what were the major temples constructed by Chandelas of Bundelkhand? First one is Lakshman Temple. Lakshman Temple dedicated to Lord Vishnu. Lakshman Temple dedicated to Lord Vishnu. Clear? Lord Vishnu, which was constructed by Yashovarman. Which was constructed by Yashovarman. Clear? Next is Vishwanath Temple. Vishwanath Temple. Vishwanath Temple. This temple, Vishwanath Temple, is devoted to Lord Shiv. Vishwanath Temple devoted to Lord Shiv, which was constructed by Parshvanath. Which was constructed by Parshvanath. Clear? Which was constructed by Parshvanath. Clear? Vishwanath Temple. Clear? Parshvanath. In fact, there is also a temple known as Parshvanath Temple, which is related to Jain religion and Jain religion. So, Vishwanath Temple and Parshvanath Temple, two temples. And both these temples, that is Vishwanath Temple and Parshvanath Temple, they were constructed together by a ruler known as Dhang. Clear? So, Vishwanath Temple is a Shiv temple, Parshvanath Temple is basically a Jain temple. Jain temple, and both the temples were constructed by Chandela ruler Dhang. Clear? Dhang. Then we have Kandaria Mahadev Temple, the most prominent popular one. Kandaria Mahadev Temple, which is the highest of glory of the climax of the Vesar style of temple architecture, and it was constructed by Vidyadhar. It was constructed by Vidyadhar. Clear? Vidyadhar. Clear? So, and we have Sun Temple also at, not a very popular word but very important, Sun Temple at Mahoba. Sun Temple at Mahoba, the later capital of the Chandelas. Sun Temple, Mahoba, to which Rani Durgavati belonged. Clear? Sun Temple at Mahoba by Rahil Dev Varman. Rahil Dev Varman. Rahil Dev Varman. Clear? So, very important one. Clear? Okay, very important one. And at the same time, they also constructed a large fort, and this large fort was the fort of Kalinjar in central India. While conquering this fort only, Sher Suri died. Clear? So, fort of Kalinjar in central India has a great heritage monument in India. Clear? So, these are cultural contributions of Chandelas of Bundelkhand. Temples constructed in highly erotic sculptures influenced by Kam Sutra Vasayan. These temples are Panchayat style. Sandstone has been used in the construction of these temples. Clear? And at the same time, these temples has three major chambers, that's Garbhagriha, Mandap and Ardha Mandap. Prominent temples include Lakshman Temple, which is Lord Vishnu Temple by Yashovarman, Vishwanath Temple and Parshvanath Temple constructed by Dhang, Kandaria Mahadev Temple by Vidyadhar. Kandaria Mahadev Temple is the best example of the Vesar style of architecture. Sun Temple at Mahoba, Rahil Dev Varman, and the fort of Kalinjar. Do prepare all these things because we are celebrating 500th birth anniversary of Virangana Rani Durgavati, and her sacrifice and bravery was even highlighted by a Prime Minister and the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. Clear? And this Rani Durgavati was contemporary of Aurangzeb, contemporary of Akbar, who fought against the Mughal forces, but finally Garkatanga was conquered by the Mughal forces. Clear? So she was originally from Mahoba, Banda district of Uttar Pradesh, married to Dalpat Shah of Gond dynasty in central India at Garkatanga. After the death of Dalpat Shah, she came forward to defend the Gond dynasty and the region of Kalinj and the region of Garkatanga against the Mughals, fought against the Mughals, even gave tough resistance to Asaf Khan, but ultimately she was defeated and the region was conquered by the Mughal forces in 1563. Clear? So you need to understand about this Garkatanga Rani Durgavati. So be well prepared about Rani Durgavati, which is basically celebrated, or her bravery and courage is being celebrated all across Indian territory. Clear? So this was Garkatanga region, which was conquered in 1563, defended largely by Rani Durgavati. After Garkatanga, the Mughal forces conquered the fort of Ranthambore and Chittor, and whole Rajasthan came under Mughal control, and ultimately Gujarat was conquered in the year 1572, that completed the process of annexation towards central and western part of India under the rule of under the rule of Akbar. Clear? After, just to commemorate his victory over Gujarat only, Akbar constructed Buland Darwaza at Fatehpur Sikri. Clear? Then Akbar went on towards expansion eastern part of India. He conquered the region of Bihar in 1574, then Bengal in 1576. Clear? So he went towards eastern part of India as well, and at the same time he could not conquer Odisha in succession. Clear? Why Odisha could not be conquered in succession? Because revolt was organized against Akbar by his half brother, and his half brother was ruling over the region of Kabul in central India, and this brother was known as Mirza Hakim. Clear? Akbar immediately dispatched large forces to Kabul to suppress the revolt of Mirza Hakim in 1581. The revolt was suppressed. Kabul was brought under control of Mughal forces after some time, and in this process only one very prominent person, that is Raja Birbal, lost his life. Clear? So Raja Birbal lost his life against a tribe of northwestern region known as the Roshanais in northwestern part of India. After the conquest of Kabul, Akbar directed the Mughal forces to move towards the northernmost province of India, that is Kashmir. Clear? And Kashmir was finally conquered by Mughal forces in 1586, and we had discussed the ruler was Yusuf Shah Chak of Chak dynasty, and Chak dynasty was defeated by Mughal forces and Kashmir was conquered. Then Mughal forces were called, and finally Odisha was conquered in the year 1591. Clear? After the conquest of Orissa, Mughal forces were directed by Akbar to move towards the southern part of India, and in southern part of India we know there were 5 major provinces of Ahmednagar, Bijapur, Golconda, Bidar and Berar. Clear? Akbar began to dispatch diplomatic missions to these regions so that they could accept Akbar's supremacy without a fight. But none of them accepted Akbar's supremacy except one province of Khandesh, and Khandesh under Raja Ali Khan accepted Akbar's supremacy without a military fight, and therefore Khandesh was brought under Mughal control. Akbar attacked the region of Ahmednagar in southern part of India, and at Ahmednagar, clear, a leading role was played by another lady, clear, and this lady, like Rani Durgavati, was not from Ahmednagar. She was from Bijapur, married to the ruler of Ahmednagar, like Rani Durgavati was married from Mahoba to the region of Kalinj, region of Gond dynasty or Gond kingdom, clear, and this lady was known as Chand Bibi. Known as Chand Bibi, and Chand Bibi gave tough resistance to Mughal forces, and Ahmednagar could not be conquered in 1600. Thereafter, Akbar dispatched much larger force. Much larger force went to the region of Ahmednagar, and in this way, Chand Bibi was assassinated by internal crisis, and therefore Ahmednagar agreed to surrender 2 regions of Berar and the region of Bidar to the Mughals, and Akbar brought Berar and Bidar under Mughal control, but Ahmednagar could not be brought under Mughal control. This was conquest of Akbar. Akbar could have proceeded further in southern part of India, but Akbar could not proceed. Akbar could not proceed largely because his son Prince Salim revolted against Akbar, and therefore Akbar wanted to reconcile his son. In order to bring back Prince Salim to Mughal court, Akbar dispatched his closest ally, Abul Fazl. Clear? But Prince Salim got Abul Fazl executed with the help of Bir Singh Bundela, and that was a big setback for Akbar. Akbar's health started to deteriorate, and Akbar breathed his last in 1605. Clear? Even though Akbar expanded control over all the areas, his policy of expansion was marked by two major limitations, and these two limitations were clear. Akbar could not conquer the provinces of South India, including Ahmednagar, even after two attempts. And Akbar could not conquer one province in western India, and that province was the Rajput province of Mewar. Clear? Even though Maharana Pratap was defeated in the Battle of Haldi Ghati in 1576, Mewar could not be conquered by Akbar. Clear? And therefore Mewar remained to be independent. Mewar to be finally conquered by his successor, Jahangir. Clear? So this were major developments during the reign of Akbar. Clear? At the same time, clear, in order to rule over Mughal Empire, Akbar promoted other major reforms like Mansabdari System, Jagirdari System. We'll come to those reforms, even agrarian reforms by Raja Todarmal. Clear? But at the same time, before we discuss that, we'll continue with political history. Clear? Akbar, after the death of Akbar, his eldest son, his son Prince Salim became the next Mughal emperor, and Prince Salim ascended the Mughal throne with the title of Jahangir, who ruled from 1605 to 1627. Clear? So Jahangir became the next Mughal emperor. Jahangir's political contribution is he completely defeated Mewar under Rana Amar Singh, and Mewar was finally conquered in 1615. Jahangir also conquered the hilly region of Kangra in 1620. Clear? But clear, Jahangir could not proceed towards southern side of India. The reason was Jahangir got married to a widow who was known as Noor Jahan. Clear? And Noor Jahan, when she came to Mughal court, Noor Jahan came with her daughter Ladli Begum, her brother Asaf Khan, and her father Itmat Ud-Daula. Clear? This whole group in Mughal politics known as Noor Jahan's junta. Clear? The Noor Jahan juntas was formed. Internal conspiracies began to take place, and Jahangir could not focus on expedition towards southern India. Moreover, since he was highly addicted to opium, just because of addiction to opium, Jahangir could not give due attention to administration, and Jahangir died in 1627. Jahangir was succeeded by his son, and the son of Jahangir was Shah Jahan. Clear? Shah Jahan became the next Mughal emperor who ruled from 1627 till 1658. Clear? So he ruled from 1627 to 1658 AD, and major contribution to Shah Jahan was he annexed the southern province of Ahmednagar. So southern province of Ahmednagar, which could not be conquered by Akbar also, was finally conquered by Shah Jahan in 1636. But even Shah Jahan could not complete the process of annexation towards the southern part of India like Bijapur and Golconda. Shah Jahan was imprisoned by his son, and this son who became the next Mughal emperor was Aurangzeb. Clear? Aurangzeb became the next Mughal emperor in 1658, ruled till 1717 AD, and Aurangzeb finally conquered the region of Bijapur and Golconda in 1686 and 1687 respectively. Clear? So Aurangzeb conquered the regions of Bijapur and Golconda in 1686 and 87 respectively, which completed the process of territorial annexation of India. Clear? Beyond this, Mughal Empire could not expand because Mughals never gave emphasis on establishing naval power. So they could not hope of expanding in Indian Ocean, and that resulted into several crises, which even resulted into Jagirdari crisis, leading to decline and disintegration of Mughal emperor. Clear? This was political history, briefly to understand. Clear? So chronology is clear in your mind. Now we'll be using them in cultural growth and development. Clear? Meanwhile, clear, Much more important than this in with respect to political history is the kingdom that gave challenge to Aurangzeb in 17th century, and that kingdom was that of Marathas in Western India. Marathas gave tough resistance to Aurangzeb, especially its ruler Shivaji. Clear? And Marathas are very important for coming examination for several reasons. Clear? First of all, yesterday only military landscapes of Marathas has been proposed by government of India to UNESCO to be included in the list of World Heritage Site for 2024-25. Clear? We'll come to those military landscapes of the Marathas, largely established by Shivaji in form of large number of forts. Clear? We'll discuss about those forts as well. The Marathas also important because the symbol or insignia of the Indian Navy has been changed. It reflected the British legacy, and it has been changed, which has been largely inspired by the seals of Shivaji, as Shivaji is considered to be the father of Indian Navy. And of late, on 4th of December 2023 only, clear, our Prime Minister also made it clear that even the designations and even the designation and the badges, clear, of three most important naval officers will be changed, and it will be given more of the naval badges, more of the orientation of the Maratha Navy. Clear? And these would be changed of Admiral, Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral. Clear? 4th of December is celebrated as the Navy Day in India. We'll come to all these developments which are related to Marathas. So Marathas are very much in news these days. Clear? Largely because of several initiatives taken by Prime Minister to promote the rich legacy of the Marathas, especially Shivaji. Clear? So three major developments: change of the Navy or change of the symbol of Indian Navy, change of the badges of naval officers, and importantly, clear, third important thing is Maratha military landscapes to be nominated or proposed by Government of India to be included in the list of World Heritage Site for 2024-25. Clear? So we'll come to Marathas. They're very important for our coming examination. Clear? So we'll start with the Marathas now. Clear? So coming to the Marathas. Coming to the Marathas. Clear? Now do understand about the role of the Marathas. Clear? So we'll discuss about the establishment of Maratha kingdom, the role of Shivaji, and the contemporary developments related to the Marathas. Clear? So that is why I've cut time from Mughals. I'm giving more time to the Marathas. Clear? Why major developments related to Marathas has already taken place. Coming to this Marathas. Clear? Now first of all, Marathas. Clear? The kingdom of Marathas established along the western coast of India was established in the 16th century, established in the 17th century, and the first leader and the most important leader of Maratha kingdom, this leader was basically Shivaji. Clear? So Shivaji was the leader of Maratha kingdom. Clear? Before coming to Shivaji, we need to understand this Maratha kingdom was established in the large state of Ahmednagar. Ahmednagar was a large province or state in the Deccan and covered some parts of southern part of India as well. Clear? In this region of Ahmednagar or state of Ahmednagar, there was a very powerful warrior. This powerful warrior was Shahji Bhosle. Clear? Shahji Bhosle was a very leading leading military general, and on account of his leading military capability, Shahji Bhosle was given a territory as Jahangir as a military assignment. This Jahangir was given to him by the ruler of Ahmednagar, and this region was the region of Pune. Clear? So region of Pune was given to him as Jahangir by the ruler of Ahmednagar. Clear? So Pune was given to him as Jahangir, Shahji Bhosle. But due to his professional commitment, Shahji could not give due emphasis to his family life. In his domestic life, he had a wife. The wife of Shahji Bhosle was known as Jijabai. Clear? And at the same time, he had a minor son. This minor son was known as Shivaji. Clear? So Shivaji was considered to be the minor son of minor son of Jijaji Bhosle and Jijabai. Clear? And to look after the maintenance of Jijabai and for the upbringing of her son, Shahji Bhosle transferred the revenue of Pune Jagir in favor of Jijabai. Clear? So Jijabai began to get the revenue of Pune Jagir, and with this revenue, Jijabai began to look after the upbringing of her minor son Shivaji. Clear? Now coming to Shivaji. Clear? Shivaji was born in the year 1627. Clear? So Shivaji was born in the year 1627 and he remained alive till the year 1680. Clear? So Shivaji was born in the year 1687. Clear? 1627 and died in the year 1680. Clear? Shivaji, when he was a young child, being looked after his mother Jijabai, Jijabai appointed some officers to look after the proper training of Shivaji. First of all, Jijabai appointed a leader of Maharashtra Dham, who was basically a Dharkari Saint. This Dharkari Saint appointed by Jijabai for the military training or for the literary training of Shivaji. This person was Samarth Ramdas. Clear? So Samarth Ramdas was the teacher of Shivaji, who was a Dharkari saint of Maharashtra Dharma. Clear? This was one major development about Shivaji. Jijabai also appointed Dadaji Kondadev. Also appointed Dadaji Kondadev, clear, as the military tutor of Shivaji, and Dadaji Kondadev also acted as regent for Shivaji, guardian for Shivaji, clear. So to look after the maintenance of Shivaji, clear, Shivaji and military training for Shivaji, Dadaji Kondadev was appointed, and from Dadaji Kondadev only Shivaji learned the art of military warfare, which is known as the guerrilla strategy of warfare. Clear? According to guerrilla strategy of warfare, the adversary forces are not fought in pitched battle. The adversary forces are attacked in surprise, and the resources are taken away. Clear? So adversary powers are attacked and the resources are taken away by guerrilla strategy. The pioneer of this strategy in Deccan, in Ahmednagar only, the pioneer of this strategy is considered to be a person known as Malik Ambar. Clear? So Malik Ambar was the pioneer, but this strategy was known to Dadaji Kondadev, who taught this technique to Shivaji, and Shivaji became the greatest exponent of guerrilla warfare in India. Clear? Shivaji remained under the regency of Dadaji Kondadev till the age of 20 years because in 1627 Dadaji Kondadev died. Clear? And after the death of Dadaji Kondadev in 1647, Shivaji started his independent career of military conquest and aggression. Clear? First of all, Shivaji defeated another Maratha ruler, Chanda Rao More. Clear? So he defeated another Maratha ruler, Chanda Rao More, and after defeating Chanda Rao More, he took away several forts under Chanda Rao More under his command. Clear? So several forts including Javali and other forts under Chanda Rao More was taken by Shivaji after Chanda Rao More was defeated in the year 1656. This was first major victory of Shivaji, and Shivaji proved to be a very important one. Clear? So at the same time, clear, Shivaji took the fort of Javali. Even he took the fort of Raigarh. Clear? Raigarh is very much important. Clear? We'll come to the Raigarh as well. So Raigarh fort was taken by Shivaji along with the fort of Javali from Chanda Rao More. Raigarh only Shivaji got coronated, and this coronation is very important for Shivaji. Clear? So Chanda Rao More was defeated, and Raigarh and Javali along with other forts was taken by Shivaji under his command. Clear? The rapid rise of Shivaji was alarming for adjoining kingdom of Bijapur, and Bijapuri Sultan deputed a military general, Afzal Khan, against Shivaji. Clear? When Afzal Khan went to assassinate Shivaji, Shivaji, by following guerrilla strategy of warfare, led a surprise attack on Afzal Khan. Afzal Khan was seriously injured and assassinated in the year 1659. Clear? This led to further rise of Shivaji, and not this was alarming even for Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb. And Aurangzeb, in order to deal with Shivaji, deputed a Mughal governor, Mughal officer, and this Mughal officer deputed by Aurangzeb was Shaista Khan. Clear? So Shaista Khan was deputed by Aurangzeb against Shivaji in 1663. Clear? Again, by following guerrilla strategy, Shivaji led a surprise attack on Shaista Khan, injured him seriously, and took away his resources. Clear? This was a big challenge for Aurangzeb, and Aurangzeb from here began to divert all his attention to deal with Shivaji. Clear? And first of all, Aurangzeb at this time, clear, decided to depute the most powerful Mughal officer against Shivaji. Meanwhile, Shivaji, in order to improve his financial position in Maratha kingdom, Shivaji plundered the city of Surat in 1663. He again plundered the city of Surat twice in 1670. Clear? Meanwhile, Aurangzeb deputed the most powerful military officer of Mughal Empire against Shivaji, and this powerful military officer of Mughal Empire was Raja Jai Singh of Amber. Clear? So Rajput warrior Raja Jai Singh of Amber went against Shivaji in 1665. Clear? Raja Jai Singh invited Shivaji for a pitched battle, and this pitched battle took place between the two rulers at a place known as Purandhar in 1665, and in the battle of Purandhar, Shivaji was defeated. Clear? After this, Raja Jai Singh imposed a treaty on Shivaji, which is known as Treaty of Purandhar, and as per the Treaty of Purandhar, Shivaji was forced to surrender 23 out of 35 forts under his command to Aurangzeb. Moreover, Shivaji even agreed to surrender his son Sambhaji for Mughal service. Clear? And therefore, Sambhaji was put into Mughal service as a Mansabdar with a rank of 5,000. Clear? This was during the reign of Aurangzeb. Clear? Meanwhile, Raja Jai Singh invited Shivaji to visit Agra to establish healthy ties with Aurangzeb. Shivaji visited Agra in 1666, but he was not given a proper treatment. Shivaji revolted but was arrested by Mughal forces. Clear? But Shivaji, along with his son Sambhaji, managed to escape from Mughal captivity, and they ultimately reached Maratha kingdom. After reaching Maratha kingdom in 1666, Shivaji decided not to have any relationship with Aurangzeb, and therefore, in order to give larger perspective to this conflict, Shivaji adopted the title of Hindu Dharmodharak. Clear? So he adopted the title of Hindu Dharmodharak, which means the protector of Hindu faith. He wanted all the Hindu rulers to unite against Aurangzeb's religious policies, and therefore he took the title of Hindu Dharmodharak. Clear? At the same time, Shivaji again attacked the city of Surat in 1670 to procure resources from rich merchants, and ultimately Shivaji coronated himself at the fort of Rajgarh, clear, in 1674, and this coronation ceremony was performed by a priest from Banaras. This priest was known as Gaga Bhatt, clear. So Gaga Bhatt performed the coronation ceremony or Veer Abhishek ceremony of Shivaji in the fort of Raigarh, also known as Rajgarh, clear. So it's known as Raigarh, it's also known as fort of Rajgarh, clear. So in the fort of Raigarh or Rajgarh, he was coronated in 1674. Clear? Very important one. We'll come to this fort also. Clear? Meanwhile, Shivaji remained after coronating himself in Rajgarh. Shivaji adopted the title of Chhatrapati. or the ruler of entire Maratha kingdom came to be known as Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Clear? After the last venture of Shivaji was, he went to the kingdom of Golconda, attacked some parts of Golconda with help of two brothers, Telugu brothers. These two Telugu brothers were known as Madanna and Akanna. Clear? So with support of two Telugu brothers, Madanna and Akanna, he attacked the kingdom of Golconda and conquered large parts of Golconda. This was his last military venture, and ultimately Shivaji died in the year 1680. Clear? So this was 1680. Shivaji died. Clear? Now what is important about Shivaji as of now? Just understand. Clear? Shivaji established a large naval power also. He in fact is considered the first naval officer or father of Indian Navy in India. We'll come to his concept of father of Indian Navy as well. Clear? Now first of all, I'll let you know why Shivaji is very important. Clear? So we had discussed about all these major developments that took place under Marathas, especially Shivaji. Coming to the works of Shivaji first of all. Clear? So coming to the works of Shivaji, first of all, the major thing is Shivaji started the founding of a large Maratha territory in the Pune region initially, and this Maratha territory was termed by him as Swaraj. Clear? So he wanted to establish his large own territory, autonomous territory known as Swaraj. Clear? And at the same time, when he established the large Maratha kingdom or Swaraj, clear? Swaraj, the inhabitants of this region came to known as Mawalas. Clear? So all the Maratha inhabitants of Swaraj came to be known as Mawalas around the region of Pune. Clear? The objective of established Swaraj was basically to ensure the welfare of all the Maratha people in western part of India. He skillfully used the geographical features of Mawal region for the purpose of foundation of Swaraj. Clear? At the same time, in course of time, the Swaraj expanded, and Swaraj in course of time began to comprise of major districts in Maharashtra. Clear? Originally, when Maratha territory was constituted by Shivaji, the Swaraj of Shivaji included large areas. Clear? And these areas correspond with present districts of Nasik, Pune. These were the districts included. Pune, Satara, Sangli, Kolhapur, Sindhudurg, all these places are very important. Sindhudurg, Ratnagiri, Raigad, and Thane. Clear? So Swaraj of Shivaji included the present districts of Nasik, Pune, Satara, Sangli, Kolhapur, Sindhudurg, Ratnagiri, Raigad, and Thane region. Clear? Very important one. Clear? So establish the Swaraj in this context. Clear? After establishing the Swaraj, Shivaji began to look after proper administration of Maratha territory. And what was this administration of Maratha territory? Clear? Shivaji was the person who established centralized administration in Maratha territories. And after establishing centralized Maratha territory, he established the concept of Council of Ministers. Clear? And in the Council of Ministers, he established or appointed 8 ministers who to head different departments of administration. And this 8 departments and 8 ministers appointed by him were to be collectively and individually responsible to Shivaji. And this concept of Council of Ministers came to be known as Ashtapradhan. So 8 pradhans or 8 ministers were appointed by Shivaji, and the whole system came into known as system of Ashtapradhans. Clear? Who were the Ashtapradhans appointed by Shivaji? We'll look into these Ashtapradhan. Clear? First of all, the first Ashtapradhan appointed by Shivaji was the Ashtapradhan of Peshwa, who was supposed to look after general administration as well as the administration of finances. Clear? So law and order and finances were to be looked after by the Peshwa. Second major Ashpradhan was basically Sir Inobat. Sir Inobat was head of the military department under Shivaji. Third was Majumdar, who was supposed to look after the department of accounts and audit. Fourth major officer was Dabir, who was supposed to look after foreign affairs and even to maintain court etiquettes. Fifth major was Chitnis, who was supposed to look after the correspondence. Sixth was known as Vakyanavis, who was to look after the department of intelligence to collect sensitive information. This was known as Vakyanavis, clear. Majumdar, Dabir, clear. At the same time, seventh one was known as Pandit Rao, who was supposed to look after religious affairs, and eighth one was known as Nyayadhish, who was supposed to look after judicial department. Clear? So eight officers were appointed by Shivaji, all of them collectively known as Ashtapradhan, and they included the Peshwa, Sarenobat, Majumdar, Dabir, Chitnis, Vakyanavis, Pandit Rao, Nyayadhish. I'll repeat. Peshwa for law and order and Department of Finance, Sir Inobat for military affairs including naval department, Majumdar for accounts and audit, Dabir for foreign affairs and maintenance of court practices, Chitnis for Department of Correspondence, Postal Department, Vakyanavis for Department of Intelligence, Pandit Rao for religious department, Nyayadhish for judicial department. Clear? So all these were major Ashpradhan appointed by Shivaji. Apart from establishment of Ashpradhan, clear? Shivaji made other major reforms as well. All these officers and soldiers were paid by Shivaji in cash amount. Clear? So cash salaries were paid by Shivaji. Clear? Moreover, at the same time, clear, sometimes clear, the chiefs received revenue grants also. So officers were paid first of all cash salaries. Largely they were paid cash salaries, but some of them were given land revenue also or land grants also, and as part of salary. These land grants given to officers were known as saranjams. So saranjams were land grants given in lieu of salaries. Clear? At the same time, there was another category, and this category was known as mirasdars. Mirasdars were hereditary landowners, and these mirasdars were totally controlled by Shivaji. So mirasdars were basically the hereditary landlords who were there. Clear? And they're under Shivaji. Clear? So the cash salaries, land grants known as saranjams, and hereditary landlords known as mirasdars. Clear? Moreover, Shivaji began to collect two different types of taxes. These two different types of taxes are known as Chauth and Sardesh Mukhi. Clear? Now, what were these taxes of Chauth and Sardesh Mukhi? Clear? Chauth was one tax which was collected by Shivaji beyond Maratha territory. Clear? So, Chauth was not collected from Maratha subjects. Chauth was collected by Shivaji from adjoining areas. Clear? Why this tax was collected? Shivaji gave assurance of providing military support to the adjoining kingdoms in case they were attacked by foreign warriors or any invader. So as a price of giving this military assurance to adjoining kingdoms, he wanted 1/4 of the revenue amount to be given to him, that is ek chauthai, and therefore this tax came to be known as Chauth. Clear? This tax became highly controversial with Aurangzeb because it affected the sovereignty of Aurangzeb, because from Mughal territory also Shivaji began to collect Chauth. Clear? Another tax was Sardesh Mukhi, which was collected by Shivaji within Maratha territory, as he considered himself to be Sardesh Mukh, or the head Mukh of the entire Maratha territory. Since he was the head of all Sardesh Mukh, all Maratha territory as Sardesh Mukh, he collected this tax, and that was only 1/10 of the total agriculture produced. So he gave huge amount of support to Maratha subjects, and he collected only 1/10 of the total produce as land revenue from Maratha subjects known as Sardesh Mukhi. So Chauthai was 1/4 of the total revenue amount from adjoining areas. Sadeshmukhi was 1/10 of the total produced within Maratha subjects by Shivaji. Clear? So he collected two types of Shiva taxes as well. Clear? As well as now, apart from this, clear? Shivaji is remembered as a great organizer of military force. Clear? In fact, he established large number of infantry also and large and developed military force also or naval force as well. Clear? First of all, Shivaji Maharaj established a light cavalry and light infantry which was trained in guerrilla and hilly warfare. Clear? So he established a light cavalry as well as light infantry who were properly trained in guerrilla strategy of warfare and hilly terrain. Clear? Hilly terrain. Clear? And at the same time, when he established this large cavalry and infantry, he established large number of troopers, excellent troopers, and these excellent troopers were known as Mevlis and Hitkaris. Clear? So large number of excellent troopers were recruited by him, and these excellent troopers were known as Mevlis and Hitkaris. Large number of Mevlis and Hitkaris were recruited by Shivaji. Clear? Shivaji also established a large naval force. Clear? In fact, he is regarded as father of Indian Navy. Clear? To protect his own territory from Siddhis. Now, who were these Siddhis will come? To protect his own territories from the Siddhis on the western coast of India, Shivaji established a large naval force. Clear? There were large number of boats established by Shivaji, and this navy with large number of boats and ships became a very prominent development. Clear? There were 400 different varieties of there were 400 clear ships of varieties of ships in the naval forces of Shivaji, and all these 400 ships under Shivaji. Clear? These ships were basically included battleships also. So among these 400 ships, there were some battleships as well. There were some battleships as well, and these battleships included were named as Gurab, Galbat, Galbat, and Pal. So these were names given to battleships under Shivaji known as Gurab, Galbat, and Pal. Terms for battleships. Clear? At the same time, clear, apart from establishing this large naval force, clear, Shivaji always focused on construction of large number of forts also. Clear? So coming to the forts which were the prime place in Shivaji's Maharaj scheme of Swaraj. Clear? But first of all, coming to Siddhis. Why naval forces were primarily established against the Siddhis who were on the western coast of India? Clear? Siddhis were basically Abyssinians. Abyssinians, which are in contemporary times known as Ethiopians of Africa, Horn of Africa. So Siddhis were basically Abyssinians who were settled at a place known as Janjira on the western coast of India. So Siddhis were basically Abyssinians who were settled at Janjira since 15th century. They at the same time they also ruled independently on the western coast of Ahmednagar. Clear? Majority of them were brought to the Indian subcontinent as slaves, bodyguards, and soldiers. Clear? So most of the time they were brought by the sultans of Delhi as slaves, bodyguards, and soldiers. For your information, even Razia Sultan recruited large number of Abyssinians. One major Abyssinian under Razia Sultan was Malik Yaqut, who was a capable horseman. So most of them came to India as soldiers, bodyguards, workers, and they were settled at Janjira on the western coast of India. Clear? Siddhis fought many serious battles in India with the Dutch, the Portuguese, the French, the British, and the Mughals. Clear? And the Mughals. Clear? And the Marathas, but remained undefeated. So Siddhis fought against all the major people communities in India like the British, the Mughals, the Marathas, but remained to be undefeated. Clear? Siddhi power reached its peak under the rule of Surul Khan. Clear? So Surul Khan was the ruler among the Siddhis, and Siddhis power reached its glory under Surul Khan, and Surul Khan ruled from 1706 18th century 1706 till 1732 AD. Clear? 1706 to 1732 AD. So Abyssinians, clear? Siddhis were basically Abyssinians on the western coast of India. They were Ethiopians. They were settled at Janjira, the power region, the Surul Khan, and they remained to be undefeated against Mughals also, British also, Dutch also, French also, even Marathas also, clear? And at the same time, in order to deal with, clear, them only, Shivaji began to establish a large naval power along with some battleships like Gurbat, Gurab, Galbat and Pal as well. Clear? At the same time, Shivaji is also remembered for construction of large number of forts. Clear? So apart from naval power, known as father of Indian Navy, he also gave new emphasis on construction of large number of forts. Now coming to the forts constructed by Shivaji. Very important one, the forts constructed by Shivaji. Clear? So Shivaji basically, clear, constructed large number of forts. Clear? In fact, during his lifetime, Shivaji constructed as many as 250 forts along the western and central part of India. Clear? And at the same time, clear, he always recruited capable officers to look after these forts. Clear? In fact, clear, no single officer was interested that sole charge of the fort. Instead, in every fort, there was several officers like Havildar. Then there was an officer like Sabnis who looked after the government correspondence. So multiple officers looked after the maintenance of these forts. Clear? He also constructed large number of sea forts. Clear? So apart from land forts, he constructed large number of sea forts that to protect protection of navy and keep the check of Siddhis of Janjira. So just to deal with Siddhis of Janjira, he constructed large number of seaports as well. Clear? So seaports were constructed by Shivaji. Clear? He also built Suvarnadurg. Clear? He also constructed Suvarnadurg. Clear? Suvarnadurg basically constructed in order to protect the fort, and this fort was named as Vijayadurg. Clear? So to protect the Vijayadurg, he constructed Suvarnadurg. Vijayadurg was basically a fort on the western coast of India to be defended against Siddhis of Janjira. Clear? So he constructed large number of forts. Clear? Now coming to the forts of Shivaji. Clear? Among the forts which was under the control of Shivaji, Raigad is a very important fort. Clear? Raigad, why it is an important fort for Shivaji? Raigad was taken by Shivaji from Chanda Rao More in 1656. Clear? In fact, the Raigad fort was known to many Europeans as Gibraltar of the East. Clear? So Europeans called this fort as the Gibraltar of the East. This fort was known as the Gibraltar of the East. Clear? At the same time, this was taken from Chanda Rao More. Clear? It was known for its massive steps. Clear? And at the same time, steep slopes as well. Clear? This was very important one. The fort also overlooks an artificial lake. There's artificial lake just beside this fort, and this artificial lake is known as Ganga Sagar Lake. Known as the Ganga Sagar Lake. Clear? So Ganga Sagar Lake was there. Clear? Other major forts in the Raigad districts include Kolaba Fort, then Sudhagur Fort, then Murud Janjira Fort. But the most important is the Raigad Fort, which is beside the Ganga Sagar Lake, and that is also known by Europeans as Gibraltar of the East. Clear? Now, these were major developments under Shivaji. So large number of infantry, cavalry, naval force and construction of forts done by Shivaji. 250 forts during his lifetime only was under his control. Clear? Now, since we are discussing about the forts, clear? First of all, I'll let you know that yesterday only the government of India had decided basically to include the Maratha military landscape, that is these forts only as the major, these forts basically as the World Heritage Site. Clear? So we'll come to all these World Heritage Site of Shivaji. We need to understand. Clear? So we need to understand these forts constructed by Shivaji and which forts have been included or proposed by Government of India to be included in the list of World Heritage Site. Clear? So coming to this very important topic, recent development for 2025. Clear? So coming to these developments. Clear? So India nominates, the very important. Clear? India nominates Maratha military landscapes. Maratha military India nominates Maratha military landscapes for UNESCO tag. For UNESCO tag for 2024-25. For 2024-25. Very important one. Clear? You are expected to get question. Clear? So a decision was originally to promote Charaidev Maidams from Ahoms, Assam. Clear? But yesterday only the government has decided to promote decided to nominate Maratha military landscapes for UNESCO tag for 2024-25. It's Maratha military landscapes. Clear? So Maratha military landscape has been nominated by Government of India to be included in the UNESCO World Heritage Site. It's a site. Clear? Now coming to this. Clear? Maratha military landscapes representing extraordinary fortification and military system envisioned by the Maratha rulers will be India's nomination for inclusion in the UNESCO World Heritage List for 2024-25. The Culture Ministry has accepted. Clear? So the Culture Ministry declared on Monday only. Clear? This week only that it will be. Monday was 29th. Clear? The day on which we started the course. Clear? So on Monday only, India's Ministry of Culture has made it clear that Maratha military landscapes representing extraordinary fortification and military system under Marathas will be nominated for inclusion in the World Heritage Site of UNESCO for 2024-25. Clear? The 12 components of this nomination are clear. The 12 forts which has been identified by Ministry of Culture to be promoted for this nomination are clear. What are those 12 components for this nomination? Very important one. 12 components for this nomination include clear. First is Salher Fort. Write these forts. First is the Salher Fort. Second after Salher Fort is Shivneri Fort. Shivneri Fort. Write the names also. Clear? You should have this thing. Salher Fort, Shivneri Fort, Lohgarh Fort. Lohgarh Fort. Then after Lohgarh we have Khanderi Fort. Khanderi Fort. Clear? After Khanderi Fort we have Raigarh. We have Raigarh Fort. We have Raigarh Fort. We have Rajgarh Fort also. Clear? Rajgarh Fort. R-A-J. We have Rajgarh Fort. Clear? Then we have Pratapgarh Fort. We have Pratapgarh Fort. 7. Then the 8th one is after Pratapgarh Fort we have Suvarnadurg. Suvarnadurg Fort. 8th one. 9th after Suvarnadurg Fort is Panhala Fort. Panhala Fort. 10th one after Panhala Fort is Vijayadurg. We had discussed about Vijayadurg that was to be defended from the cities of Janjira. Vijayadurg. Durg is also a term for fort. Vijayadurg. Then after Vijayadurg we have Sindhudurg. We have Sindhudurg. We have Sindhudurg, clear. Sindhu, all in Maharashtra, clear. Sindhudurg. Only the 12th one, clear. That is the fort of Jinji, clear. The fort of Jinji. All of these are located in the state of Maharashtra, clear? Maharashtra. And the 12th one that is known as the Jinji fort, and Jinji fort is located in Tamil Nadu. Clear? So 12 forts has been included, 12 components. Clear? So very important one. India nominates Maratha military landscapes for UNESCO tag for 2024-25. 12 forts has been taken. Right now we have 350 forts. 250 forts were under Shivaji in his lifetime only. Clear? Later on some more forts were added. Altogether we have almost 350 forts under 350 forts identified for Marathas. Among those, 12 forts has been selected to be nominated for World Heritage Site. Among them, 11 are in Maharashtra only: Salher Fort, Shivneri, Lohgarh, Khanderi, Raigarh, Rajgarh, Pratapgarh, Suvarnadurg, Panhala, Vijayadurg, Sindhudurg. All in Maharashtra except one Jinji fort which is located in Tamil Nadu. Clear? This is very important development. Clear? These components, these forts distributed across diverse geographical and physiographic regions showcase the military strategic power of Maratha rule. Clear? So all these forts located in different geographical region, cultural domain indicate the strategic military arrangement of the Marathas. Clear? The Maratha military landscape of India, which developed between 17th and 19th centuries, represent an extraordinary fortification and military system under Marathas. Clear? So the term that has been used by Ministry of Culture is that all these forts are examples of extraordinary fortification. Extraordinary fortification to show strategic military arrangement under the Marathas. Extraordinary fortification for strategic military arrangement. Okay? These are all examples of extraordinary military arrangement. Clear? And all these forts were constructed between 17th to 19th century. Clear? Now this will be India's nomination for inclusion in UNESCO World Heritage List for the year 2024-25. Clear? At the same time, all these forts which has been selected, nominated by the government, these are located in different landscapes, terrain, as well as physiographic distinctions, and most of them are located in Sahyadri Mountains, Konkan Coast, Deccan Plateau, and the Eastern Ghats in Indian Peninsula. Clear? So all these forts which has been nominated, 12 of them, all these forts are located in the Sahyadri mountain ranges, the Konkan, the Deccan Plateau, the Eastern Ghats as well. Clear? The Maratha military landscape of India was included in the tentative list of UNESCO World Heritage Sites in 2021. So all these landscapes has been included in the tentative list of UNESCO World Heritage Site way back in 2021. So it is already in the tentative list of UNESCO's World Heritage Sites since 2021, and now it has been decided to include it finally into the World Heritage Site. So since 2021, it is under the tentative list of UNESCO World Heritage Site. Clear? There are more than 350 forts in Maharashtra, out of which only 12 are selected under the Maratha military landscape of India, and 8 of these forts are protected by Archaeological Survey of India. Now, someone was asking about the role of Archaeological Survey of India also. Clear? Okay, clear. So some of them were Archaeological Survey of India. Out of these 12 forts which has been nominated to be included in the World Heritage Site, 8 of these are protected by Archaeological Survey of India. Clear? Now, which are the forts under Archaeological Survey of India out of these 12? Clear? The forts under Archaeological Survey of India is Shivneri Fort. So, Archaeological Survey of India, which are the forts included? We'll come to this. One is Shivneri Fort, which is included under the protection of Archaeological Survey of India. Then Shivneri Lohgarh and Raigarh. Lohgarh Fort also. Then Raigarh Fort also under Archaeological Survey of India. The Archaeological Survey of India claim Lohgarh, Raigarh. Then at Lohgarh, Raigarh, Shivneri. Shivneri Fort, Lohgarh, Raigarh, Suvarnadug, Panhala. Suvarnadug, Panhala, clear. Suvarnadug, Panhala Fort, Vijayadurg, Sindhudurg, Vijayadurg also, Sindhudurg also, clear. Vijayadurg, Sindhudurg, clear. Sindhudurg and Jinji Fort as well, clear. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Clear? So out of these 12 forts, 8 are already being protected by Archaeological Survey of India. These 8 forts protected under Archaeological Survey of India are Shivneri, Lohgarh, Raigarh, Suvarnadurg, Panhala, Vijayadurg, Sindhudurg and the Jinji Fort. Clear? Very important development. So even Archaeological Survey of India has been protecting these structures. Clear? Clear? So Sindhudurg Fort. Whereas Salher Fort, Raigarh, Kandheri and Pratapgarh are protected by Directorate of Archaeology and Museums, Government of Maharashtra. Clear? At the same time, 3 other forts. Clear? Coming to them, the 3 other forts and these 3 the other forts into Jinji Fort. Whereas Salher Fort, this one, Salher Fort, clear. After Salher Fort, Rajgarh Fort, this one, Rajgarh Fort, Salher Fort, Rajgarh Fort, Kandheri and Pratapgarh, Kandheri Fort and Pratapgarh, clear. 4 of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Clear. 5 of them, clear. Where Salher Fort, Rajgarh Fort, Kandheri Fort, and Pratapgarh are protected by Directorate of Archaeology and Museums, Government of Maharashtra. Clear. So these 4 forts are provided by Department of Archaeology and Museums. Department of Archaeology and Museums by Government of Maharashtra. Clear? So Government of Maharashtra protecting the 4 forts. Clear? So out of this 12, clear, do understand 8 are under the protection of ASI, Archaeological Survey of India, and the remaining 4 under the protection of Archaeology and Department of Archaeology and Museums, Government of Maharashtra. So all these are being protected by government initiatives also. Clear? So out of these 12, 8 are protected by Archaeological Survey of India, remaining 4 are protected by Department of Archaeology and Museums, Government of Maharashtra. Clear? In the Maratha military landscape of India, Salher Fort, Shivneri Fort, Lohgarh Fort, Rajgarh and Jinji Fort are hill forts. Now coming to the classification also. Clear? Now these forts are also classified in different categories. Coming to this classification. Clear? So in the Maratha military landscape, in the Maratha military landscape, so in the Maratha military landscape, clear? In the Maratha military landscape, clear. Salher Fort, these are hill forts. Some are hill forest forts, some are hill plateau forts, some is coastal fort, and some one is basically island forts. Now coming to classification, clear? So some of these forts are basically known as hill forts. So first classification is hill forts. They can give you to match also, clear? So some of these forts are known as hill forts. Which are those hill forts? Clear? The hill forts include the Salher Fort, First one is Salher Fort, clear? Salher Fort, then Shivneri and Lohgarh, Shivneri Fort, Lohgarh Fort, Shivneri Fort, Lohgarh Fort, Raigarh, Rajgarh, and even Jinji. Clear? Clear. Raigarh, Rajgarh, and even Jinji. These all are hill forts. Clear? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 are hill forts. Clear? After hill forts, we'll come to another fort, and that another classification under after hill forts is basically our hill forts. Clear? Then we have hill forest fort. Hill forest fort. Which is the hill forest fort here? Clear? So hill fort, clear. Pratapgarh is hill forest fort. Pratapgarh is hill forest fort. Then the third one, clear. Pratapgarh is hill forest fort, clear. After Pratapgarh is basically hill plateau fort. Hill plateau fort. Which is that hill plateau fort? Clear. The hill plateau fort is basically Panhala. Panhala is hill plateau fort. Clear. Then the fourth classification. Clear. Then the fourth classification is hill plateau fort. Clear. Hill plateau fort. Then coastal fort. Which is the coastal fort here? Clear. We have coastal fort also. Coastal fort is Vijayadurg against Siddhis of Janjira. So Vijayadurg is the coastal fort. Clear. Vijayadurg is the coastal fort. Fifth one, fifth category after this is coastal fort. Coastal fort. Then we have island forts. Some of them are island forts. Which are those island forts here? Clear. Which are the island? Khanderi fort. We have Khanderi fort. Clear. After Khanderi we have Suvarnadurg and Sindhudurg. Suvarnadurg and Sindhudurg. Suvarnadurg and Sindhudurg, these are island forts. Clear. They can give you to match also, all of them. Clear. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Clear. So all these 12 forts have this classification also. Hill forts, Salher fort, Shivneri, Lohgarh, Raigad, Rajgarh and Jinji. All are hill forts. Then hill forest fort, Pratapgarh, hill plateau fort, Panhala, coastal fort, Vijayadurg. And Vijayadurg was basically against Siddhis of Janjira. And island forts, Khanderi, Suvarnadurg and Sindhudurg. These are island forts. Clear? So these are very important development. The inception of the Maratha military ideology dates back to 17th century during the reign of Maratha king Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Clear? And by 1670, he established all these major forts that continue till the rule of Marathas in 1818. Will come in modern India. Marathas were finally defeated by the British in 1880. Clear? And Maratha military landscape nomination is in the category of cultural property. Clear? So the category in which the Maratha military landscape is included, this is under cultural category. Clear? We had discussed as of now only the three categories: cultural category, natural category and mixed category. Clear? Out of 40 we had discussed, 34 are in cultural category, 7 are in the form of basically the natural category, and one is in the mixed, that is in Sikkim, the national park. Clear? So this has been nominated by Government of India under cultural category. So Maratha military landscapes of 12 forts has been nominated by Ministry of Culture in the cultural category. Clear? So cultural category has been the major demand. Clear? Now we all know that at present there are 42 World Heritage Sites, out of which 34 are cultural sites. Clear? 7 are natural sites and one is the mixed site. Clear? Mixed site. We had discussed earlier also. Clear? In the category of cultural property. Clear? Apart from this, clear, we need to understand that if this is nominated, what will happen? Clear? The consequence would be that Maharashtra will have 7 sites. Clear? Of 7 sites in the category of World Heritage Site, which is maximum for any state in India. Clear? 6 are already there under UNESCO World Heritage Site. Why Maharashtra is very important? Clear? We'll come to this concept of Maharashtra being important for World Heritage Site. 6 sites are already there from Maharashtra. Clear? And what are these 6 sites? Clear? 5 are cultural and 1 is natural. Clear? So there are 6 sites in Maharashtra already included in World Heritage category. Clear? These are number 1. Clear? Ajanta Caves. Ajanta Caves, which was declared in the year 1983. So Ajanta Caves were included in the year 1983. Then we have Ellora Caves. Clear. Ellora Caves were included in 1983, same year, 1983. Then third one after Ellora is Elephanta Caves. Elephanta Caves, 1987. This is Elephanta Caves, 1987. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Terminus. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Terminus, which was originally known as Victoria Terminal. Clear? Victoria Terminus. Clear? Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Terminus, formerly known as Victoria Terminus, in the year 2004. 2004. Fifth one. Clear? Fifth one is basically Victorian Gothic and Art Deco. Victorian Gothic and Art Deco. Victorian Gothic and Art Deco ensembles of Mumbai. Art Deco ensembles of Mumbai. Ensembles of Mumbai, 2018. 2018. Clear? State 18. Clear? So these are basically included. Clear? And at the same time, these are all in cultural category. These all are in cultural category. In the same category, we have advocated the Maratha military landscape. So if it is included, that will be the 6th one in the cultural category. Clear? Now there is one site which is included in the natural category. Clear? And what is this natural category that included? Clear? Western Ghats of Maharashtra. Clear? So in natural category, there's one site from Maharashtra in the natural category, and that is the Western Ghats. Western Ghats. Clear? So Western Ghats, and it was included in 2012. Western Ghats also include not only Maharashtra, Karnataka also, and even some parts of Malabar as well, Kerala as well. Clear? So these are sites. Clear? So 5 sites from cultural category, 1 site from natural category, especially from Maharashtra, altogether 6 of them. If it is included Maratha landscape, it would be 7 sites. Out of 7, 6 would be from cultural because it has been proposed in cultural category, and 1 would be from the natural category, that is Western Ghats. Clear? These are very important development that has taken place. Clear? And inspectly clear, Government of India, our Ministry of Culture has advocated all these sites to be included in World Heritage category for the year 2024-25. Categories also, classification also. The classification should be very importantly done. That is hill forts, hill forest forts, hill plateau fort, coastal fort, and the island forts. Clear? This is clear. They can give you to match also. Clear? This development has taken place related to the Marathas. Clear? Why Marathas are important? For another reason also. Clear? Marathas are also important for another reason, because the reason is since Shivaji is regarded as the founder of Indian Navy. Clear? At the same time, new ensign of Indian Navy has been issued by Government of India, in which our Prime Minister played an important role. Clear? So new ensign of Indian Navy, new ensign of Indian Navy inspired by the Marathas. Clear? What is this new ensign of Indian Navy? If you look into the new flag, clear? Initially, the flag was of British origin, and since this flag was of British origin, clear? It indicated Gulami ki mansikta. It indicated symbol of slavery. Clear? So our Prime Minister and Government of India decided to change the whole map or whole flag of Indian Navy in order to show indigenous culture, in order to show the legacy of Shivaji, the father of Indian Navy. And what are the components of new sign of Indian Navy? Clear? First of all, in this new sign, suppose this is the new ensign of Indian Navy. This is the flag of Indian Navy. Clear? On the one side of this flag, we need to understand, clear, that on the one side there is the tricolor flag of India on the upper left corner. So on the upper left corner, we have the tricolor flag of India. Clear? On the upper end, we have the tricolor flag of India. With Ashokan Chakra in between, with 24 scopes. So on the upper left corner, we have the tricolor flag of India, and on the middle, in the center, clear, we have basically an octagonal. Clear? An octagon has been prepared. Clear? What is this octagon all about? Clear? This octagon is in blue color. Clear? An octagon has been prepared. What is this octagon? 8 vertices has been prepared. 8 vertices in blue color has been prepared. Clear? And this blue color has been, blue and gold has been used as a boundary. So blue and gold has been used as a boundary. So this is blue and gold boundary which has been used. It's basically octagonal. Clear? It's basically octagonal, 8 faces. Clear? Octagonal has been used, and twin borders are used. Clear? From the seal. This twin borders, 2 borders has been used, directly taken from the concept of Shivaji's seal. Clear? So twin border has been taken from Shivaji's seal. Clear? So twin border, blue and gold. Clear? Twin border of blue and gold. Twin border of blue and gold has been taken from Shivaji's seal. Clear? At the same time, clear, blue and gold octagon is there. Then meanwhile, at the same time, there is national emblem. National emblem is there in between. So there is national emblem, that is 3 tigers sitting back to back, clear, on Ashokan Chakra. This national emblem is there, which has been superimposed. Clear? So national emblem is superimposed. National emblem is superimposed. Clear? And at the same time here, clear, at this place, we have the motto of Indian Navy. And what is the motto of Indian Navy? The motto of Indian Navy is, clear, what is the motto of Indian Navy is Sam no Varun. Clear? Sam no Varun, which means Varun is the god of sea. The Varun was worshipped in Rig Vedic god as the god of water, god of sea, and therefore Sam no Varun means, clear, that have your auspicious blessings on us. Clear? O Lord Varun. Clear? That is God of sea. Have auspicious blessings on us. Clear? So the Sanskrit term Sam no Varun means that auspicious blessings of God of sea, that is Varun, must be there on us. Clear? This is there at the center, and this is the new ensign of Indian Navy. This ensign of new Indian Navy has been adopted by Government of India last year only, after discarding the ensign of the British authority, which was continued even in post-colonial India. Clear? So this development has taken place in the year 2023, and this is the new flag of Indian Navy, largely inspired by Shivaji, because Shivaji seal inspired the basically two borders, that is twin borders in blue and gold, and this was taken from Shivaji's seal. Clear? This is one development, recent development. Another development, components are important. Clear? Coming to other components. Clear? On 4th of December every year we celebrate Indian Navy Day. Clear? So on 4th of December we celebrate the Indian Navy Day. We celebrate the Indian Navy Day every year. Clear? And at the same time, Indian Navy has unveiled new Shivaji inspired designs for top officers. Clear? So on 4th of December 2023, recently only, clear? Recently, Indian Navy has unveiled Indian Navy unveiled clear, unveiled Shivaji inspired design for top officers, for top naval officers, for top officers. Clear? Top officers. What is this Shivaji inspired? Clear? What is the Shivaji inspired design? This Shivaji inspired design is Raj Mudra. The Shivaji inspired design is Raj Mudra. Clear? Raj Mudra of Shivaji. Clear? So Raj Mudra of Shivaji, clear, has inspired the new sign, and it has been made clear that this design would be given to top 3 officers of Indian Navy. These 3 top officers, Raj Mudra, would be given to Admiral, Vice Admiral, the top 3 posts, Admiral, Vice Admiral, and the Rear Admiral. Clear? And this badge, this symbol that will be given to Admiral, Vice Admiral, and Rear Admiral, it will have 4 major components. Clear? What are the 4 major components of this? We'll look into these components. 4 major components of this. Number 1, clear? First would be basically golden navy button. So it will be golden navy button. This golden navy button indicate gulami, free from the slavery bondage. Gulami ki mansikta se you have to be free. Clear? So golden navy button. Then we have octagon. Clear? So octagon is also there. Second component, octagon. That is there in the flag of the Indian Navy also. Then we have Indian sword. Indian sword. And fourth would be basically after Indian sword would be telescope, to have long-term vision, to show long-term vision. So golden navy button, octagon, Indian sword, and telescope. That would be the badge of Admiral, Vice Admiral, and Rear Admiral. Clear? And this was issued by Indian Prime Minister on December 4, 2022 at Sindhu Durg, the fort of Shivaji. That is Sindhu Durg Fort. We had talked about Sindhu Durg Fort. Sindhu Durg Fort, clear, in Maharashtra. Clear? So it was issued by Indian Prime Minister at Sindhu Durg Fort in Maharashtra on 4th of December 2023. Clear? So Very important one that took place. Please tell something about Fifth World. We'll come to the sites also. Don't worry. Clear? So Sindhu Fort. Clear? So components include all Indian Navy flag also, Indian Navy designations also, or rather basically the badges also of highest officers, Navy Admiral, Vice Admiral, and the Real Admiral. Clear? 4th of December it was issued by Indian Prime Minister at Sindhu Fort, which is located in Maharashtra, and that is also one of the part of 12 forts that comes under Maratha military landscape, which has been proposed to be included, nominated to be included in World Heritage Site. Clear? So very important developments related to Shivaji that has taken place, and therefore you need to prepare Shivaji very properly. All these are important developments that has taken place in recent times connected with Shivaji and largely related to Indian Navy. Clear? So important one, very important ones. Clear? These major developments took place in the Mughal phase. Clear? During the rule of Shivaji. Now after this, clear? I'll repeat once again. Clear? Why I'm repeating? To understand this thing, map should be clear. National emblem that is superimposed, twin border. Then classification of this fort, Sindhudurg here. Sindhudurg is basically island fort where Indian Prime Minister started the new badges for Admiral, Vice Admiral, and Rear Admiral. Clear. Then at the same time, all these forts, out of 12, 8 are basically protected by Archaeologicals of India, 4 by Department of Archaeology and Museums, Government of Maharashtra. All the 12 has been already in tentative list since 2021. And yesterday only, on Monday, Ministry of Culture has confirmed this would be nomination from India's side for 2024-25 to be included in World Heritage Site. Clear? So very important extraordinary fortifications that indicate strategic military arrangement of Marathas. Very important one. Now coming to next. Clear? Now apart from discussing about the Marathas, now clear? Now we'll move on to discuss about other major developments as well that took place during ancient and medieval India. As I told you, ancient India is not over. We'll be coming to them because some dimensions needs to be covered holistically. Clear? Now after this, now we'll discuss about the next major component, and the next major component is related to paintings in ancient and medieval India. Clear? So we'll start with one another major fine art that developed in India, and this fine art is known as the fine art of painting in ancient and medieval India. We'll discuss the paintings of ancient India also, and then we'll discuss the painting of modern India as well. Clear? Now paintings can be divided into 4 major components. Clear? First of all, understand the components. First major component of painting in India can be prehistoric paintings. First can be prehistoric paintings divided into major developments or major categories. First is prehistoric painting. Then become paintings which are known as the mural paintings that started in historical phase, that is known as the mural paintings. Mural paintings followed by miniature paintings. The fourth one being known as the modern painting. Miniature painting, Mughal, it will include Mughals also, then modern painting. Clear? And modern painting will have multiple schools of painting as well. So 4 major classification is prehistoric paintings, mural paintings, miniature paintings, and modern painting. We'll discuss painting as a holistic topic altogether. Clear? Now coming to painting starting from prehistoric phase, that is ancient Indian phase. Clear? The prehistoric paintings started from the upper Paleolithic or the late Paleolithic and the Mesolithic phase. Clear? And the paintings belonging to upper Paleolithic and the Mesolithic phase. Clear? These paintings are largely found in large number of rock caves at Bhimbetka near Bhopal in Madhya Pradesh. Clear? So in the upper Paleolithic and the Mesolithic phase, people exhibited their way of life through rock paintings. These rock paintings are found in rock shelters and rock caves at Bhimbetka, which is near Bhopal in modern Madhya Pradesh. There are more than 500 caves, and some of these caves has been studied thoroughly. Clear? So coming to prehistoric caves, first of all, paintings. The prehistoric paintings the upper Paleolithic belong to the upper Paleolithic and the Mesolithic phase. Upper Paleolithic and the Mesolithic phase. These paintings at Upper Paleolithic and Mesolithic has been found in the rock caves at Bhimbetka near Bhopal in Madhya Pradesh. There are more than 500 caves. Some of them has been well documented, clear. And at the same time, their paintings at Bhimbetka, clear, Bhimbetka was first discovered by an Indian archaeologist, V.S. Vakankar, in 1957-58. Clear? So it was first discovered by V.S. Vakankar, an Indian archaeologist in 1957-58. Clear? Now, what are the major features of this painting? The paintings at Bhimbetka shows basically the hunting scenes of the people, the child delivery by the women. It also indicates certain imagination, or rather certain mythical animals like the elephant, the tiger, the rhinoceros, which were not found at that time. Most of these paintings has been done in white color, red color and green color. White color produced from lime, red color from the dust of the stones, and green color by crushing the different plants and plant products. Clear? So three colors has been used, and the paintings originally were linear in orientation. Later the painting became angular and circular in orientation as well. In later course of these paintings, even depiction of fire is there, and it is accepted that fire was discovered during Mesolithic phase. Clear? So all these things are depicted in the Bhimbetka paintings, Bhimbetka rock cut caves. But archaeologists had been looking for one important class of creature, and that class of creature is known as the parched birds. Clear? So archaeologists were looking about the depiction of parched birds in the paintings of Bhimbetka. Why? Clear? Parched birds are those birds that survive only on the food grains. Clear? Just to understand that whether agriculture was practiced or not, but there has been no evidence of parched birds in the paintings of Bhimbetka, which indicate that food grain cultivation was not done and life was largely nomadic and pastoral in nature. So life was largely nomadic and pastoral in nature during Upper Paleolithic and Mesolithic phase. Life became settled and sedentary during Neolithic phase and Chalcolithic phase, when agriculture began to be practiced. So complete absence of parched birds is there in the paintings at Bhimbetka. Clear? Just because these paintings are of universal human value, which can be taught to coming generation also, even Bhimbetka site has been included in the category of World Heritage Site by UNESCO from India. Clear? So this has been a major development, and prehistoric paintings are found here. Clear? Prehistoric paintings are also available belonging to the Chalcolithic phase in India. Clear? Chalcolithic phase was a phase when people began to use stone along with copper implements or copper tools. Chalco means copper, lithic means stone. So this was known as Chalcolithic phase, stone copper phase. Clear? And belonging to stone copper phase, clear, we have basically some caves found in the region of Chhattisgarh. Clear? And even in the region of Chhattisgarh, and the most important are Jogi Mara caves. Clear? So there are several caves known as Jogi Mara caves found in Chhattisgarh, even in the district of Durg. Clear? Durg is a very prominent district, and large number of Jogimara caves has been found. And these Jogimara caves indicate paintings done on the rock surface or rock shelters, which indicate even village life, community life, herding and keeping of animals, as well as practice of agriculture. Clear? So that indicate transition of life that mark the beginning of metal age with use of stone and copper. And from Chalcolithic phase, we have paintings being found from Jogimara caves. In fact, Jogimara is a very important region, Chhattisgarh, which also has the first evidence of amphitheater. Amphitheater means basically large circular place where large number of performance could be done with a flight of stairs for people to sit. Clear? This amphitheater has also been found at Jogimara in Chhattisgarh, at the same time in the district of Durg. Clear? And therefore these paintings belong to Chalcolithic phase. Clear? Very important development. So in prehistoric phase, paintings are found from Upper Paleolithic phase to Chalcolithic phase. Upper Paleolithic Mesolithic painting indicated by Bhimbetka caves, and at the Chalcolithic paintings indicated though Jogimara caves in modern Chhattisgarh. Clear? Now at the same time, after prehistoric paintings, ancient India was marked by mural paintings. Large number of mural paintings began to be done, and therefore we'll discuss what major developments took place later to mural paintings in India. Clear? Now coming to those mural paintings in India, just understand about mural paintings. What exactly do we mean by the concept of mural paintings? Clear? Mural paintings is a concept which means that paintings to be done on solid surface. Clear? So when paintings are done on solid surface, it is known as mural painting. Solid surface can be solid surface can be the stone images, the walls, the ceilings. Even prehistoric type paintings can also be classified as mural paintings because these were also done on solid surface. Clear? In fact, the basic difference mural paintings and miniature paintings is mural paintings is done on solid surface, whereas miniature paintings are done on semi-solid surface like the cloth, the paper and other material. Clear? So that may not be permanent, that are perishable in nature. So throughout ancient India, largely we find the evidence of mural paintings. Miniature painting started from medieval India when paper came to India, and we had discussed about paper making, which was established during the Sultanate phase, the paper manufacturing being first done by Chinese. Clear? And when paper came to India, albums began to be prepared, and that marked the beginning of miniature paintings. Clear? So mural painting started to take place. Now from where we have the evidence of mural paintings. Clear? Mural paintings began to take place after the Mauryan phase. Clear? When Mauryan Empire came to an end, during post-Mauryan phase, mural paintings began to develop, and these mural paintings are found at major places. The mural paintings were largely promoted by Satwahan rulers in post-Mauryan phase, and these mural paintings are found in the caves of Ajanta, Ellora, Bagh, Nasik, in the caves of Ajanta, Ellora, Bagh, Nasik, Arnamalai, Tamil Nadu, Arnamalai, and even Sittanavasal. And even Sittanavasal. Arnamalai and Sittanavasal, both located in Tamil Nadu. Clear? Now these were major paintings which were done. Even at the same time, we have Lepakshi painting at Karnataka. Lepakshi painting in the state of Karnataka. All these are examples of mural paintings. Now coming to them. Clear? Ajanta, Ellora, as we had discussed, are included in the list of World Heritage Site as well. Clear? Ajanta has 29 caves which are rock cut caves because they were carved out from large pieces of stone. All these 29 caves are devoted to Buddhist religion, in which out of these 29 caves, 24 of them are Buddhist viharas and the remaining 5 of them are Buddhist chaityas. Clear? Viharas were resting places for Buddhist monks and chaityas were places of worship or temples. Clear? So out of 29 caves, 24 are Buddhist viharas and 5 are Buddhist chaityas. Clear? And in these Buddhist chaityas and viharas, paintings on the walls were done. Clear? The most important painting found in Ajanta is the depiction of Gautam Buddha in form of lotus-bearing Buddha, who is known as Padmapani. Clear? So Padmapani Buddha is the lotus-bearing Buddha, which is one of the most important feature of Ajanta paintings. And from Gupta period, these paintings also began to take the form of bodhisattvas as well. And bodhisattvas began to emerge from Gupta period. Clear? At the same time, we look into the growth of paintings here. Clear? We also need to understand that Ajanta paintings also considered to be the birthplace of Asian art, and there the paintings also began to adopt fresco style of painting. Now, what was the fresco style of painting? Wherever the painting was to be done, the surface was to be clean, and thereafter the mortar, the layer prepared by cow dung, rice husk, as well as the sticky material like gum and water was applied on that surface. And when the surface was in semi-wet condition only, the colors were applied so that colors may seep into. And this style of painting came to be known as the frescoid style of painting at Ajanta. Clear? Similarly, Ajanta is located in Aurangabad district of Maharashtra, barely 100 kilometers away from Ajanta painting is the painting known as Ellora. In Ellora, we have 34 caves. In these 34 caves, clear, 17 caves are devoted to Brahmanism, 12 caves are devoted to Buddhism, and remaining 5 are devoted to Jainism, all being constructed by the Satvahans. Among the 17 caves, the cave number 16 is the largest rock cut temple known as Kailash temple, constructed by Rashtrakuta ruler Krishna I. So Krishna I constructed the Rashtrakuta temple known as the Kailash temple at Ellora. Clear? Meanwhile, in all these temples also the fresco paintings and paintings on the walls were done, and in Brahmanism it is depiction of Brahmanical gods, in Buddhism it is depiction of Gautam Buddha, and in Jainism it is depiction of Gautam Mahavir. Clear? Well, Mahavir, Bardhaman Mahavir. So this was at Ellora. We have some paintings at Bagh also, which was very similar to Ajanta. Nasik is quite different because in Nasik we don't have any human representation. Gautam Buddha, there are 23 caves at Nasik, and in all these 23 caves, clear, Gautam Buddha is depicted through his symbols like footprints, hands, and even lotus flower that indicate that Nasik caves was influenced by Hinayan sect of Buddhism. Ajanta and Ellora and Bagh were influenced by Mahayana sect of Buddhism. Clear? Because in Hinayan, depiction of Gautam Buddha is not accepted, and therefore the Gautam Buddha is represented only through symbols, and therefore Nasik paintings are basically from Hinayan sect, and Ajanta, Ellora and Bagh are from Mahayana sect. Clear? Similar paintings has been found at Arnamalai and Sitanavasal, which are located in the state of Tamil Nadu, and these paintings were also done on the walls at this time that depict basically Gautam Buddha and other important divinities as well. Moreover, Lipakshi painting in Karnataka that also indicate largely the Jains. Clear? Jain Tirthankars, Vrindavan Mahavir are depicted on the walls and the panels, and this is known as Lipakshi painting found in Karnataka. Clear? So very important development that took place throughout ancient India. Now just understand, these paintings were started by the Satvahans. Clear? So paintings were started by the Satvahans. Most of these paintings were completed by the Guptas, and these paintings were finally completed by the Rashtrakutas. Clear? So they have a long period altogether to be understood. Clear? So the paintings in the caves of Ajanta, Ellora, Bagh, Nasik were started by the Satvahans. It was largely completed by the Guptas, and it was finally completed by the Rashtrakutas in early medieval phase. So they have a long range. That is why cave number 16 at Ellora became the largest rock cut temple known as Kailash temple by Rashtrakuta ruler Krishna I. Clear? So these were basically all major mural paintings done on solid surface like walls and ceilings of the monument. Difference between fresco and tempera. Tempera is a variant of fresco painting only, in which template is created. The panel is created, the base is created with plaster. So tempera painting is a variant of fresco painting itself. Clear? So this was mural paintings. Now mural paintings continued, clear, till the end of ancient India. After the end of ancient India, in early medieval phase, paper began to arrive in India, and smaller dimensions of paintings began to be done on paper and other materials, and this marked the beginning of miniature paintings in India. Clear? So coming to the miniature paintings after mural paintings in India. Miniature paintings, clear? And in the school, in the category of miniature painting, the first major painting that emerged in early medieval phase was the Pala school of painting. Clear? So Pala school, the school of Pala dynasty was in Bengal, and Pala school of painting was started. This painting was largely patronized by Dharmapal, who was the most popular ruler among Pala dynasty, who also established Vikramshila University. The most distinctive feature of Pala school of painting is that Gautam Buddha is basically depicted in magical form. In fact, this school was largely influenced by Buddhist sect, which is known as the Vajrayan sect. Clear? In fact, the Pala rulers patronized the Vajrayan sect of Buddhism. Vikramshila University was also meant to promote the Vajrayan teaching, and therefore Pala school indicate bodhisattvas also, taras also, the counterparts, female counterparts, magical rituals also, and all these things are indicated in the Pala school of painting that evolved in early medieval phase, largely in Bengal. Clear? Similar kind of painting developed in form of Abhramsh painting. Clear? So Abhramsh painting developed in the region of Gujarat and Malwa. So Abhramsh painting developed in the region of Gujarat and Malwa. Clear? And in this Abhramsh painting also, paintings began to be done on papers. Clear? So large amount of paintings began to be done on papers, depicting the local themes as well. Clear? These were major developments. Now coming to Sultanate phase. Clear? Do understand, during Sultanate phase, paintings was not largely developed. One or two scattered works are found like Niyamat Nama. Clear? Otherwise, paintings was not promoted in Sultanate phase. The reason being that all Turkish rulers wanted to rule according to Islamic principles, and according to Islamic religion, depiction of human and animal creatures are prohibited. So none of the sultans ever tried to promote the art of painting in India. So paintings could not develop. One or two scattered works are found only from Delhi Sultanate, and one such work is known as the Niyamat Nama. Clear? So it was a kind of miniature painting that was developed in Sultanate phase. Otherwise, sultans of Delhi never try to promote basically paintings at this time. Clear? So painting was not largely promoted during Sultanate phase. Clear? Meanwhile, at the same time, even though painting was not promoted during the Sultanate phase, but paintings began to be promoted by regional kingdoms at this time. Clear? In fact, some amount of mural paintings was revived by the Cholas in early medieval phase, and some paintings are found in Biriyadeshwar temple also. Clear? But at the same time, paintings, clear, are largely largely began to develop during Mughal period. Initially, Babur or Humayun was not interested in painting, as they also wanted to rule according to Islamic principles. Clear? But as we had discussed, Humayun once was defeated by Shah. He went to Iran. He stayed in Iran almost for 15 years. Humayun got accustomed with the art of painting in Iran, and while returning back from Iran, Humayun brought two Iranian painters with him to India. These two Iranian painters were Mir Sayyid Ali and Abdus Samad. Mir Sayyid Ali and Abdus Samad. Clear? And these two painters began the art of painting in India. However, clear, the art of painting could not be promoted by Humayun because within few months Humayun died, and therefore the art of painting was largely promoted by son and successor Akbar. Clear? So among the Mughal emperors, Akbar was the person who really gave thrust to the art of painting in Mughal India, and all informations about his patronage to painting are available through Ain-e-Akbari, the book written by Abul Fazl. Clear? The biography of Akbar was written in form of Akbarnama. The third section of Akbarnama is known as Ain-e-Akbari, that even mentions about the promotion of painting done by Akbar in the Mughal court. Clear? So how Akbar promoted the art of painting, will come to this art of painting promoted by Akbar as well. Clear? So that marked the real beginning of Mughal painting in India, and Mughal painting is very important. That resulted into very important development, cultural development in medieval times. Clear? Meanwhile, we take some questions before we go on to discuss about paintings and Akbar. Clear? So please elaborate once again differences Vajrayana and Mahayana Buddhism and the depiction of Buddhi and Bodhisattvas. Clear? See, first of all, clear difference between Vajrayana and Mahayana. Clear? Basically the sect in Buddhism are Heenyan. The sect in Buddhism are Heenyan, Mahayana, and Vajrayana. These are the three prominent ones. There are Navyan also, but these are the prominent ones. Clear? Differences. Heenyan strictly believe in following the teachings of Gautam Buddha. Clear? So they are also known as lesser vehicle. Conservative one. Clear? So they never want to change anything. They are known as lesser vehicle in Buddhism. Clear? They promote Buddhist religion slowly. Clear? Mahayana Buddhism believes in worshipping the images of Gautam Buddha. Clear? And they are known as lesser vehicle, they are known as larger vehicle, or they are known as lesser vehicle, they are known as larger vehicle, great vehicle. Clear? Larger vehicle or great vehicle, known as great vehicle. Clear? Clear? Vajrayana is a sect that believes in worshipping not only Gautam Buddha but Bodhisattvas. Bodhisattvas are those persons who are on the path of attaining Nirvana, but they deliberately delay Nirvana due to compassion for others, because they want to help others also to attain Nirvana. Clear? So Bodhisattvas are those people who are on the path of Nirvana, but they deliberately delay the attainment of Nirvana because they want to take all of the other persons also to attain Nirvana together, and therefore these Bodhisattvas, again course of time, began to be worshipped along with the female consorts known as Taras. Several magical rituals began to be performed, and this sect that believes in magical rituals related to Buddhism are known as Vajrayana sect, and this is also known as the sect of Thunderbolt. Sect of Thunderbolt. Lesser vehicle, greater vehicle, and the vehicle of Thunderbolt. Clear? This is the difference between Heenyan, Mahayana, and Vajrayana. Depiction of Buddha and Bodhisattva. Buddha in Mahayana sect, Bodhisattvas in Vajrayana sect. So with respect to mural paintings, what is the difference between Padmapani and the Vajrapani? Padmapani is a lotus bearing Buddha. On one hand he is holding the lotus. Vajrapani means Gautam Buddha is holding the chakra on one hand. Clear? This holding of chakra is known as Vajrapani. Clear? So Vajrapani Buddha is holding the chakra. Clear? Padmapani Buddha is holding the lotus flower. There is a difference between Padmapani and Vajrapani. So is the Lapakshi painting located in Andhra Pradesh or Karnataka? Largely in Karnataka, but obviously some paintings, some Lapakshi paintings done in Andhra Pradesh also. But it is largely an art of Karnataka only. Clear? But since paintings and art does not have strict boundaries, clear, has started to acquire popularity in Andhra Pradesh as well. Clear? But largely in Karnataka. These were major developments in the art of painting. It's clear. Painting. Now we'll come to the Mughal paintings under Akbar. Clear? So we'll start with Mughal paintings under Akbar. We'll start with Mughal paintings under Akbar tomorrow. First of all, let us discuss about the questions that was given to you yesterday, the answers and explanation to these questions. Clear? So we'll come to the questions first of all. Yeah, we have this question here. Okay, fine. This is the question for the test. Tomorrow, this was the test given to all of you. Please respond. Consider the following kings: Parantaka first, Vijayalaya, Sri Vijaya, Rajra. This was the test given to all of you yesterday. Just let me know. This was the test given to all of you. I hope this is the paper given to me, which was asked last time, yesterday. Any one of you? Yes, sir. Okay, fine. Clear. So let us discuss about the answers to these questions. Clear. So coming to the first question, consider the following kings. Clear. Parantaka first. Okay. Vijayalaya, Sri Vijaya, Raj first. Which of the kings given above belong to Chola kingdom? Clear? Parantaka first, because Parantaka first we had discussed, he issued Uttara Merur inscription, and Uttara Merur inscription is related to local self-government under the Cholas. So obviously this side, Vijayalaya was in fact the founder of Chola rulers. Sri Vijaya, no, Sri Vijaya is not a Chola ruler. Raj first, obviously, Raj first and Rajendra first. So 1, 2 and 4. Yeah, 1, 2 and 4 is the answer. So Parantaka first, Vijayalaya and Raj first were Chola rulers. Sri Vijaya was not the ruler. Sri Vijaya was basically an empire in Southeast Asia contemporary to Cholas, with which Cholas established healthy trade relationship. So Sri Vijaya was the founder of Sri Vijaya Empire in Southeast Asia contemporary to Cholas, with which they had healthy trade relationship. In fact, promotion of trade relationship with Sri Vijaya Empire in Southeast Asia is considered by some as the beginning of India's Look East policy, which was given a definition by P.V. Narasimha Rao, and as of now this policy is known as Act East policy, that is putting the golden rules into action. Clear? This one question. Second question, with reference to the king Dharmapal. Okay, we had discussed about this ruler of Pala kingdom, that is in Bengal. Consider the following statement: the tripartite conflict, okay, between the Rashtrakutas, the Palas and Pratyas witnessed his reign. Yeah, Dharmapal was there, no doubt about it, perfectly right. He held a grand darbar in Kannauj after the occupation of Kannauj. Yeah, he occupied Kannauj, we had discussed, with the help of large number of elephants and defeated Pratyaharas and the Rashtrakutas. This is right. He founded Vikramshila University on the banks of Ganga in Magadya, Vikramshila University, to promote the teachings related to Vajrayana sect. This is also right. So 1, 2 and 3, all the 3 are right. That is C. This question is directly from class notes. Clear? Okay, in fact, I have asked them to make questions not from the class notes so that you can have exclusive coverage, wider coverage. Clear? But this question is directly from the class note itself. Clear? Coming to the next one, question number 3. 3 is with reference to the Rashtrakuta rulers. Okay, consider the following statements. Krishna III annexed the northern part of Chola Empire by defeating the Chola king. Yeah, so Krishna III was Rashtrakuta ruler who defeated Chola by Chola ruler. Clear? So Chola king was defeated. This is right statement. Clear? Indra III built the famous rock cut temple of Shiva at Ellora. No, it's not Indra III. We had discussed even now also. Clear? It was Krishna first. Clear? Krishna first constructed the rock cut temple of Shiva at Ellora, and this temple is known as Kailash temple, and it is the largest rock cut temple in India. Clear? So it's not Indra III. It is wrong. Clear? It is basically Krishna first. Clear? So Krishna, this is important temple. Krishna first constructed the Kailash temple at Ellora, Kailash temple at Ellora, which is Kailash temple at Ellora, which is the largest rock cut temple, which is the largest rock cut temple. Krishna first. Clear? So this statement is wrong. Clear? Amog Vash was the first author of Kannada book poetics. Yesterday only we discussed, and this book written by Amog Vash is known as Kavi Rajmarg. Clear? So this book written by Amog Vash is known as Kavi Rajmarg. It is the first book on Kannada poetics, and from here Kannada language starts. He also gave patronage to Kannada literature. Kannada is authors like Pampa Ponna and Rana. So this statement is right. Amog Vash. This directly from class notes. So 1 and 3 are right. Answer would be C. Clear? Now coming to the fourth question. Fourth question. Clear? With reference to the administration of Palas, Pratiharas and the Rashtrakutas, consider following statements. Clear? Minister's position in the administration was hereditary. Yeah, largely minister's position was hereditary in nature. Clear? Hereditary. All the officials were paid by giving them grants of rent-free land. Yeah, this was a phase of feudalism. Now again, here I'll let you know. Clear? Early medieval. This question is related on early medieval phase. Early medieval phase. Clear? And early medieval phase, we need to discuss first of all. Clear? All officials were giving them grants, rent-free land. Clear? Early medieval phase. We need to understand about rent-free land. Yeah. In fact, it is known as Samanta system, also known as feudalism in India. Just understand first of all, feudalism started by the Guptas in India, which start off land free grants given to the Brahmins. These Brahmins were known as Brahmadaya grants. Clear? It increased further under the Harshvardhan. Harshvardhan was the first one to give lands in terms in lieu of salaries. Clear? So Harshvardhan was the first ruler. Harshvardhan was the first ruler who started the practice of giving land grants in lieu of salaries. Clear? So that led to further development of Samanta system or feudal system, that is landed intermediaries between the ruler and the ruling classes or the common masses. Clear? So this was Harshvardhan that started the system. Feudalism that existed. Here I'll let you know. Feudalism in India is different from feudalism of Europe. In feudalism in Europe, it was based on class. In India, it was based on caste or religion. Caste. Clear? So feudalism in India was based on caste. Feudalism in Europe was based on class. Clear? In Europe, feudal lords protected the interests of the peasantry class and they constructed large number of forts known as castles. Clear? And in these castles, the peasants were provided all relief in times of distress. But no such progressive measures were taken by the feudal lords or intermediaries in India, and peasants were left at the mercy of all major natural distress. This was the major difference between feudalism in Europe, feudalism in India, and the greatest authority who has worked on feudalism trend in India. This greatest authority is R.S. Sharma, who has written a work, Indian Feudalism. Clear? In fact, they appointed large number of people known as Rana, to look after provincial administration, and this was basically a designation of feudal sentiments in India. And feudalism led to dependency on agriculture. Feudalism is marked by weakening of centralized authority. This question has been asked in prelims also. What are the major features of feudalism? Weakening of central authority. That is why Guptas adopted the title of Maharaja Dhiraj or Parambhattarika. Feudalism means creation of intermediaries. Feudalism means delegation of authority. Feudalism means dependency on agriculture. Feudalism means lack of trade and commerce. Feudalism means lack of urbanization. Feudalism led to lack of currency and coinage. All these are features of feudalism. Clear? So do understand about feudal trend. It's very important to understand feudalism as an important thing to understand. Clear? So coming to feudalism. What are the distinctive features of feudalism? Largely given by R.S. Sharma. Explained by R.S. Sharma. It is marked by weak central authority. Marked by weak central authority. Then creation of intermediaries. Creation of intermediaries. Then we have over dependence on agriculture. Over dependence on agriculture. Lack of trade and commerce. Features are asked. Lack of trade and commerce. Then we have lack of currency and coinage. Lack of currency and coinage. Lack of currency and coinage. Lack of urbanization. That is ruralized economy. You can call it to be ruralized economy. Clear? These are features of feudalism. Do remember, they can ask you the features of feudalism. The feudalism started from Gupta period. It was at its peak in early medieval phase, and in early medieval phase only, this system came to be known as the Samanta system, and this Samanta system was finally ended during the with the establishment of the Sultans of Delhi or Delhi Sultanate in 13th century. That established complete centralized control and therefore eliminated all intermediaries. Even Iktas were not hereditary landowners. Ikta system was transferable revenue assignment. Clear? So very important thing about feudalism in India. Now coming to the next thing. Clear? So rents free land. Clear? So all ministers' position were hereditary. All officers were paid. Them grants free of land started by Harshvardhan. Nath Gaundas were the hereditary revenue officers. Yeah, Nath Gaundas were revenue hereditary officers under Rashtrakutas. They were under hereditary revenue collectors under Rashtrakutas. Clear? So Nath Gaundas. Nath Gaundas were also known as Desha Gramakutas. Desha Gramakutas. So Nath Gamundas or Desha Gramakutas. So all the three statements are right. D 1, 2 and 3. Clear? Now fifth question, with reference to administration in the Chola Empire. Okay. It's Chola Empire. Consider for the statement. The basic unit of administration was Nadu, yeah, village. Clear? This basic unit of administration, this is right statement. The villages practice the system of self-government. This is also right. Clear? Self-government we had discussed. Uttara Meru inscription. The Ur was an assembly of Brahmins and Mahasabha was a general assembly of others. No. Ur was an assembly of general mass. Ur was a assembly of general people. Clear? It has been interchanged. Clear? So Ur was basically general assembly. And Mahasabha was basically assembly of the Brahmins. Clear? So Mahasabha was basically assembly of Brahmins. Clear? So this has been interchanged. Clear? So Ur was an assembly, general assembly of adults, and Mahasabha was assembly or Sabha was assembly of Brahmins. Clear? So it has been interchanged. The third statement would be wrong. Clear? So how many of the statements given are correct? Only 2. B. Clear? Two statements are right. Third is wrong. Clear? So it has been interchanged. So you have to read the question carefully. Clear? Now after this, coming to question number 6. Clear? With reference to Battle of Tarain, okay, 1191-92, consider following statement. It was fought between Muhammad Ghori, yeah, right, and Prithviraj Chauhan for capturing Tabar Hind. Tabar Hind is identified with modern Bhatinda in Punjab. So Tabar Hind is identified with modern Bhatinda in Punjab. The first battle of Tarain opened the way for conquerors of India. No, it is a wrong statement. Why? In the first battle of Tarain, clear, Muhammad Ghori was defeated by Prithviraj Chauhan. He barely managed to save his life and he returned back to Central Asia. So it did not open the way for the conquerors of India. This is wrong. Second battle of Tarain opened the gate for because in second battle Prithviraj Chauhan got defeated. The Chahamana army, that is Chauhan army, was defeated in second battle of Tarain. Yeah, this is right. It was defeated. Second battle of Tarain, clear. And the reason we had discussed that, the reason was that Prithviraj Chauhan fell into love with a Rajput girl, Sanyogita, who was the daughter of Gahadavla ruler Jaichand. And both of them eloped from this region, and therefore Jaichand decided not to support Prithviraj Chauhan. Other Rajput rulers also did not support Prithviraj Chauhan, and that led to his defeat in second battle of Tarain. Clear? First battle of Tarain in the year 1191 AD, second battle of Tarain in the year 1192 AD, just after a few months only. Clear? So first battle of Tarain opened the way for conquerors of India is a wrong statement. Chahaman army got defeated second battle of Tarain and it opened the way for conquerors of India. Third step, 1 and 3 is right, that is only 2. Clear? Important one. Now coming to the next question, question number 7. Clear? Consider following statement of Battle of Chandavar, Battle of Tehran, Battle of Kaidra, Battle of Kasharda. Which of the following is the correct chronological sequence of the above battles? Clear? Battle of Chandavar took place in 1194. It was between Muhammad Ghori and Gahadavla ruler Jaichand. Jaichand showed his repentance of not supporting Prithviraj Chauhan. He challenged Qutubuddin Aibak. Muhammad Ghori returned back, and Battle of Chandavar took place near Delhi 1194 with Muhammad Ghori Ghuri and Jaichand. 1194. Second Battle of Tarain is 1192 AD. Battle of Kadra. Clear? Now here you need to be cautious. Battle of Kadra is also known as Battle of Kashadra. So there is a separate Battle of Kashadra also. That is why this question has been framed. Battle of Kadra is also known as Battle of Kashadra. But Battle of Kashadra was fought separately also. Battle of Kadra was fought in the year 1178 AD. Clear? It was fought between the Nike Devi and Muhammad Ghuri. Clear? So it was fought between, first of all, I'll add the rulers also. Chandavar, Muhammad Ghuri versus Jaichand. Muhammad Ghuri versus Jaichand. Battle of Tarain between Muhammad Ghuri versus Prithviraj Chauhan. Prithviraj Chauhan. Battle of Kadra 11, Nike Devi versus Muhammad Ghuri. Muhammad Ghuri in Punjab. Battle of Kashadra. Battle of Kashadra is 1197. But Battle of Kadra somewhere is also near Battle of Kashadra. Don't get confused. Battle of Kashadra is 1197 and it was between Qutubuddin Aibak and the ruler of Rajasthan, Rajput ruler of Rajasthan. Rajputs of Rajasthan. Now look into the chronology. Chronology would be, which one the correct consequence? Observe. First would be 1170 Battle of Kadra, that is 3. Then 2 would be 11 Battle of Tarain, clear, 1192. Then 1194 Battle of Chandavar. Then Kashadra 1197, clear. In fact, the purpose of this question is basically to identify Kadra and Kashadra, because Kadra is also known as Battle of Kashadra, that is 1178. But separate Battle of Kashadra was also fought in 1197, and that is what they have given to arrange in chronological order. It's clear. There's question number 7. Question number 8. With reference to history, the ritual Hiranya Garb, clear, refers to, it's a ritual for the rebirth of sacrificer as a Kshatriya, clear. So it's a ritual for the rebirth of the sacrificer as a Kshatriya. So Kshatriya who perform this Hiranya Garba ceremony, they celebrate because they want to get rebirth for as a sacrificer. This is term used in ancient India. 8. Coming to the next question, question number 9. Question number 9, clear. Now question number 9 is, with reference to the types of land in the Chola kingdom, consider the following pairs, clear. Valanagi, clear. Now coming to these major terms, we need to check these terms, clear. These terms are used. These terms are used. They have a list of, these are all Chola terms, clear. So coming to the terms, clear. This is Valan Bagai, clear. So Valan Bagai is a term which is in Chola inscription, land of non-Brahman peasant proprietors. Land of non-Brahman peasant proprietors. Yeah, Valangai is land of non-Brahman peasants, clear. Clear. This is land of non-Brahman peasants. This is Valan Bagai. Then second inscription, clear. Coming to this inscription is basically, clear, land of non-Brahman peasant. Then we have Shal Bhog, clear. We'll come to the Shal Bhog also, clear. Coming to Shal Bhog, this basically Brahmadya, one given to Brahmans. Shal Bhog, clear. The next statement is Shal Bhog, given to school, maintenance of a school. Match this, Shal Bhog is given to a school. Then we have basically another term is Tiruna Mattukai, clear. Tiruna Mattumakai is land gifted to temples. Land given to temples. Then Palichandan, clear. Palichandan, land donated to Jain institutions. This is the right one. Then Brahmadya, land gifted to Brahmins. So only this one is right, this one is that they have been interchanged, clear. So all these are mentioned in Chola inscriptions, Chola kingdom. Valan Bagai is land of non-Brahmin peasants. Shal Bhog is land for maintenance of a school. Tirunamatukai is land gifted to temples. Palichandam is land denoted to Jaina institution. Brahmadya is land gifted to Brahmins. Only 2 are right, only 2. Clear. Sometimes the inscriptions you are given, this has been given basically to learn. That is why I'm giving you, learn these things. It can be asked. Clear. So take it as a source of information. Clear. 9. Now coming to the 10th one. 10th question is, consider the following pairs in reference to the Chola Empire. Clear. Now what are the following pairs in the reference to Chola Empire? Number 1. Muvendavan. Clear. Muvendavan is basically, these are all incorrectly matched, I suppose. Clear. Movendram is basically rich landowners. Clear. So they are, Movendram are basically rich land owners. So this is wrong. This match is not good. This right, Arayar. Clear. Arayar is basically chief. Clear. So Arayar basically means chief. This is also wrong then, is not forced labor. Veti is forced labor basically. Yeah? Veti is basically a form of forced labor. Clear? So Veti is basically a form of forced labor. Clear? So this is wrong. Clear? So Veti is forced labor. So even this is wrong. So how many of the peg are correct? None. All of them are wrong. Clear? So land grants, rich landowners, chief, and then Veti is forced labor. Clear? So all these are given basically as a source of information. Have this as source of information with you in order to have prepared. Right, you can write Moventham, rich landowners, Arayur chief, Veti is forced labor. Clear? So these questions, clear, asked feudalism we had done. Clear? So this was about the discussion of the questions as well. Purpose is to give you questions both in form of questions, informations and separate informations altogether. Clear? Now we have some questions also from your side. Iran is also an Islamic countries following, but Humayun brought artists from Iran follows Shia faith, and in Shia faith painting was allowed or rather acceptable. What is that? Brahmadeva grants and Zapti land grants. Brahmadeva was a grant that was given to the Brahmins permanently. Zapti land grants was the grants that could be taken back. Clear? So Brahmadeva grants could not be taken back. Zapti grants could be taken back. This is the difference between Brahmadeva and the Zapti lands. Different feudalism and manorialism. Manors are basically the owners of large land that was followed in Europe. In India, it's not a major difference between feudalism and manorialism. Yud is the assembly of people found in northern India where landowners are not Brahmins. Yeah, Yud is sometimes used in northern part of India where landowners are not Brahmins, other villages. Clear? It is correct. So from where to revise history for prelims other than this crash course? Clear? Read NCRTs. I would suggest you, if you are appearing for prelims this time, try to read NCRTs of 11, 12. That at max you can do. Take my class notes from someone because I have covered many things in class notes and we are updating that with this material. You can supplement the two and the two would suffice. I'm telling you. Clear? So my class notes along with the notes of crash course would suffice. But if you want to work over books, not much time is left. Read NCRTs along with this class notes. That would work, I suppose. Clear? We are covering all the major developments related to current perspective in these sessions. Clear? So yesterday we began to discuss about growth and development of painting that we had discussed in ancient and medieval India. And in medieval India, we began to discuss about painting during Mughal phase, clear, also known as Mughal painting. Very important one for our examination. We get questions on Mughal painting. As we had discussed initially, this painting was not promoted by the first Mughal Emperor Babur, nor by his successor Humayun. But when Humayun was basically forced to leave India, when he went to Iran, there he stayed almost for 15 years. He got accustomed with the art of painting, and while returning back to India, he commissioned two Iranian painters to India, Mir Sayyid Ali and Abdus Samad. Clear? He brought these Iranian painters to India to promote the art of painting. But before he could start this art of painting in effective sense, Humayun died accidentally in 1556 after falling from the stairs of his library. And thereafter, painting as a fine art was largely patronized by his son and successor, Akbar. Clear? So we'll come to development of Mughal paintings during the reign of Akbar. Specific features also we need to understand because all these paintings acquired a very definite shape under Akbar. Clear? Now, first of all, we need to know this information. Clear? Look into the questions also. The questions are previous year. Clear? And at the same time, we are covering all those areas, and I'm making you all major current developments also to be integrated. Clear? So, coming to Akbar Mughal painting, very important one, traditional topic of our prelims examination. Clear? So, Mughal painting under Akbar. Clear? All informations about Mughal painting under Akbar is provided in a text which is titled as Ain-e-Akbari, which was written by Abul Fazl. Clear? In fact, Ain-e-Akbari is the third part or third section of the biography of Akbar known as Akbarnama. Clear? So in Ain-e-Akbari, Abul Fazl mentions about the patronage given by Akbar to the art of painting, in which he mentions that Akbar established a royal atelier in his court. Clear? And in this royal atelier or royal studio, he recruited large number of painters. According to Aini Akbari, there were as many as 17 artists in the royal studio of Akbar. Among those 17 artists, along with Mir Sayyid Ali and Abdul Samad, there were two very prominent Indian brothers. These brothers were Basawan and Dasawan. Clear? So these two brothers were very prominent one in the court of Akbar, who promoted the fine art of painting. Clear? So painting started in an organized way under Akbar, and the growth and development of Mughal painting under Akbar is broadly divided into two major phases. Clear? So first of all, we'll discuss about the phases of Mughal painting under Akbar. Clear? So Akbar's patronage to painting. So painting divided into two phases. Clear? The first phase of Mughal painting started from 1560 to 1590. Clear? Because in 1560 only Akbar started to rule as a independent ruler after the death of his tutor Bairam Khan. Do understand? Here only. Clear? Bairam Khan initially, or Akbar was initially placed under the regency of a Shia tutor Bairam Khan for 4 years. Bairam Khan died in 1560, and thereafter Akbar began to rule independently, began to promote the fine art of painting. The first phase of Mughal painting is from 1560 to 1590, and second phase of Mughal painting under Akbar is from 1590 to 1605, when Akbar died. Clear? Now, what is the difference between first phase and second phase of Mughal painting under Akbar? Akbar, who ruled from 1556 to 1605, the whole reign of Akbar. Clear? The difference is clear. In the first phase, the Mughal painting under Akbar was largely influenced by Persian influence or Persian character. Clear? So in the first phase, the Mughal painting and Akbar was largely had Persian influence, because Mir Sayyid Ali, Abdul Samad came, and it was considered to be an exotic art by the Mughals. Clear? Because Muslim monarchs never promoted painting as an art, as it is not in compliance with Islamic principles. Clear? So most of the Persian painters only contributed towards the painting, and only some Indians were there like Basawan and Dasawan. So in the first way, Persian influence was more dominant in nature. Clear? More dominant in nature. At the same time, in the next phase, clear, it became basically more indigenous in nature. So more indigenous character was given to Mughal painting in the second phase under Akbar. Clear? Now, what were the distinctive developments in the first phase of Mughal painting promoted by Akbar, which was under Persian influence? Clear? Distinctive features, do right. Clear? They are very prominent one. The first major distinctive feature was the paintings were largely had symmetrical compositions. So paintings had largely symmetrical compositions. Clear? So there was largely symmetrical compositions which were seen in the painting in the first phase, which was under Persian influence. This was one major feature. Second major was restricted movement of figures. Clear? So restricted movements were there. Restricted movements of the figures, that is figures painted, restricted movement of the figures. This was second major feature under Persian influence. Thus was basically fineness of the lines. Lines had very fine outlines. So fineness of the lines, fineness of the lines in the drawing, fineness of the lines, clear. Then there was flat depiction of structures, flat depiction. This was another feature, clear, flat depiction, clear, and flat depiction and profuse embellishment, decoration, clear. Fifth one was profuse embellishment, profuse embellishment or the decoration, especially in form of jewelry, clear. So Persian influence, that to indicate royalty, clear. Symmetrical compositions, restricted movement of the figures, fineness of the lines, flat depiction and profuse embellishment to show royalty of the Persian culture, clear. So these were distinctive features in the first phase of Mughal painting under Akbar from 1560 to 1519, largely under Persian influence, clear. Hi, there were some technical issues, clear. Now just understand, in the first phase we had discussed that painting was largely under Persian influence as it was considered to be exotic art. Most of the painters were from Persia, Iran, and therefore paintings was marked by more royalty, clear. Second phase was marked by more indigenous, more realistic in nature, clear. Now in the first phase of the painting, the features were symmetrical compositions, restricted movements of the figures, fineness of the lines, flat depiction and profuse embellishment, clear. Coming to the second phase, which became more realistic in nature, the features included India's features, naturalistic and rhythm, naturalism and rhythm. It was natural figures, not very ornate, not very formal in nature, unlike the first phase. Clothing objects of daily use, that is daily clothes were going to be used rather than the royal clothes, the expensive clothes under the more ornate designs under Persian influence. This was a second feature under the second phase. Next was clear. Next was basically violent movement was shown. It's clear. So violent movement of the common people or the violent movement of the masses were shown. This was another important extraordinary vigor was also there, clear. And at the same time, clear, large number of or rather depiction of natural scenes were also found, clear. So natural environment was also focused in the second phase. So it became more realistic, more natural in nature, clear, and therefore paintings began to be promoted in this sense. There was a transition in this painting. First phase was more formal in nature, second phase was more informal and realistic in nature, which was promoted under the patronage of Akbar, clear. Now Akbar, when he patronized the art of painting, he always emphasized on some major themes of the painting. The first major thing was Akbar always wanted daily events of the court to be painted or depicted by the painters to show the royalty of the Mughal court. He also wanted basically the battle scenes to be depicted showing the victory of Mughal forces, and he also wanted portraits of leading personalities to be made, clear. So three major themes which was emphasized by Akbar was, first of all, to show the royalty of the Mughal court, second was to show the victory of the Mughal forces in the battlefield, and third was to depict portraits of leading Mughal personalities. Three major were the themes promoted by Akbar, and under the guidance of Akbar, several painters began to show or began to paint large number of things, and at the same time several works of paintings were completed during the reign of Akbar, initially under Persian influence and then followed by indigenous influence, clear. Now coming to the major themes and the paintings under Akbar, clear. So three major themes were, number one, depiction of the Mughal court, depiction of the Mughal court. Second major theme was basically battle scenes, And third was portraits, portraits of leading Mughal personality. These were the three major themes promoted by Akbar. Now, what were the major compositions of paintings under Akbar? Come to this work along with the years, because these works are very important. Clear? First of all, clear the manuscript completed during the reign of Akbar, painting manuscript, and then we'll write about the year also. Very important one for your prelims examination. Clear? The first major thing was Hamza Nama. The first major painting completed. This was all book illustration. This was basically in the form of albums. Clear? Hamza Nama. This was the first major work completed by Akbar from 1562 to the year 1580. Clear? What does it indicate? It was in the painting in the first phase, which was more formal and Persian in nature. Second is Anwar-e-Suhaili. Anwar-e-Suhaili. Anwar-e-Suhaili was the second work completed in the year 1570. This was also the first phase. Anwar-e-Suhaili. Then we have Tuti-Nama. Tuti-Nama. Clear? The story is narrated by mythical parrot, 1570 to 80. 1570 to 1580. Clear? And the 1580. Tuti-Nama. Fourth major work painting of was Tariq-e-Khandan. Tariq-e-Khandan. Khandan-e Timuria, because all Mughals belong to Timur family. So Tariq-e-Khandan-e Timuria, all the members of the Timur family. 1570 to 1590. Clear? Also in the first phase. Clear? Then we have Babar-Nama. It was also depicted in form of painting. Babar-Nama. Clear? Babar-Nama was from 1570 to 90. 1570 to 1590. All these royal works under Persian influence. Clear? 90. Babar-Nama. Then Akbar-Nama. Akbar-Nama, also depicted in form of painting. Akbar-Nama from 1570 to 1600. Comprehensive work. Clear? 1600, some indigenous influence also. Seventh work under Akbar after Akbar-Nama was Tariq-e-Alfi. Tariq-e-Alfi. Tariq-e-Alfi, 1570 to 1600. Same. Tariq-e-Alfi. And the last major work was Razm-Nama. Very important one. Clear? I'll write on the top. Razm-Nama. It was basically the pictorial depiction of the epic Mahabharata, which was completed in the year 1582. Razm-Nama. Clear? It is the pictorial depiction of the epic Mahabharata in the year 1582. Clear? So this is the order. These are the major works. All these works are very important of painting that was patronized under the rule of Akbar. Hamza-Nama, Anwar-e-Suhaili, Tuti-Nama, Tariq-e-Khandan-e-Timuria, Babar-Nama, Akbar-Nama, Tariq-e-Alfi, and finally Razm-Nama in 1582. Clear? So all these major contributions were given by Akbar. So three major things to be known about Akbar is dividing the growth of the painting into two phases, the Persian phase and the indigenous phase at the same time. Features also, then major themes, three major themes. Clear? And then you have to understand about major painting work or works of painting completed by completed during the reign of Akbar. Clear? Okay, sir, Mughal painting to Akbar had lack of 3D. Yeah, 3D was not there in during the reign of Akbar. Clear? Plus, see, please share some details of these books. Clear? See again, Hamza-Nama was basically a work that dealt with the political scenario at that time. Anwar-e-Suhaili that mentions about the major some of the compositions of even Amir Khusro. Clear? Tuti-Nama is 70 stories narrated by the mythical parrot that comprises of ethical norms. Clear? Tariq-e-Khandan-e-Timuria that mentions about the Timur's Khandan, the Timur's family, starting with Babur from Central Asia and then all the rulers. clear, even before Babur also, clear. Then Babarnama, it is basically the autobiography of Babur, and this text has been translated and given pictorial version by during the reign of Akbar. Akbarnama is the biography of Akbar, which was given pictorial representation. Tariq-e-Alfi, that mentions about the history of Alfi, that is the educated class in the Mughal Empire, and Rasnama is basically pictorial version of the epic Mahabharata. Clear? These are, in fact, it has been asked also several times about Rasnama. Clear? So these are some major components, details of the works of painting completed during the reign of Akbar. So Akbar is very important for painting. Clear? Now after Akbar, coming to growth and development of paintings and their successors, Jahangir and Shah Jahan. Clear? So coming to the reign of Jahangir and Shah Jahan related to art of painting. Clear? Now coming to Jahangir, is clear. In fact, Mughal painting reached its climax or zenith under Jahangir. So Mughal painting reached its climax under Jahangir, who was highly interested in painting. Clear? Now at the same time, Jahangir's painting became more formal in style. Clear? Making the work more realistic in nature and preferring the precise recording of contemporary reality. Clear? So during the reign of Jahangir, what major developments took place? Clear? So during the reign of Jahangir, Mughal painting reached its climax. Clear? So during the reign of Jahangir, Mughal painting became more realistic in nature. More realistic in nature. Clear? Realistic in nature. At the same time, clear, it was basically more realistic, more formal in nature, more formal in nature, more realistic in nature, and at the same time reflected contemporary reality. Clear? So these paintings reflected contemporary reality as well. Clear? So these were some of the major features of painting during Jahangir. At the same time, clear, Jahangir also indicated or emphasized on flora and fauna. Flora and fauna. Jahangir was a keen naturalist himself, and he wanted large number of diverse plants and animals to be depicted in his paintings. Clear? So flora and fauna was largely emphasized, and Jahangir himself was a more realistic, more naturalist person. Clear? This was major developments during the reign of Jahangir. At the same time, Jahangir, while he depicted major natural scenes, clear, he emphasized more on natural scenes like flora and fauna, he also developed a new concept, a new aroma, new aromatic substance, whereby this could be applied in painting colors in order to make it more aromatic and pleasant. Clear? Such item that was developed by Jahangir is known as Itra Jahangiri. It was prepared by crushing the petals of the flowers that gave a very pleasant aroma. Clear? Moreover, painting under Jahangir became more important because from the reign of Jahangir only, European impact on Mughal painting began to be felt as several Europeans came to the court of Jahangir. Since several Europeans came to the court of Jahangir and they started the art of painting, painting started to develop very rapidly under Jahangir. Clear? Now, what were the major developments under or major European impact on paintings? Clear? First of all, during the reign or during when Mughals began to or when Europeans began to arrive at the court of Jahangir or Mughal Emperor, Europeans introduced the concept of three-dimensional effect on paintings. So three-dimensional effect on paintings was introduced by Europeans in India. Europeans introduced basically the optimistic and pessimistic approach. Optimistic approach in painting was highlighted by Europeans by showing the rising sun behind the hills to mark new energy and new beginning, and pessimistic thing was also shown through the black clouds with thunder and lightning. Clear? So Europeans introduced three-dimensional effect. Europeans introduced basically the concept of optimism and pessimism in painting. Clear? And at the same time, clear, Europeans also introduced some supernatural features like basically winged angels. Winged angels. were introduced by Europeans in India. At the same time, they also began to show some basically motifs like halo surrounding certain personalities. So some divinity was attached to the paintings by the Europeans, like the winged angles, the halo, the clouds, clear. So all these indicate stars, clear, even rising sun. So all these indicate basically the divinity, the supernatural character added to the paintings. And just because of this European influence on Mughal painting, which was synthesized, it led to the climax of Mughal painting in India. Clear? Paintings continued to be promoted even by Shah Jahan also, but Shah Jahan was more interested in architecture rather than paintings. Clear? But Shah Jahan also continued with paintings. He did not neglect the art of painting. In fact, he added more additional sense of ornamentation to the painting as gold plates began to be added around the portraits of leading painters, and therefore it led to more amount of prosperity depicted through paintings under Shah Jahan. Clear? So Shah Jahan did not neglect painting, but painting began to have less importance under Shah Jahan as compared to Jahangir. Clear? Now, during the reign of last Mughal emperor Aurangzeb, painting began to decline. Why painting began to decline? Aurangzeb was not at all interested in painting. In fact, Aurangzeb always wanted to have or to promote all Islamic principles in Mughal Empire. So paintings began to decline, and due to lack of Mughal patronage to paintings, painters began to move to regional areas, and then they began to move to regional areas. In regional areas, several regional schools of paintings began to develop. In after or by the decline of Mughal Empire, the most important region where painting began to be promoted was the province of Rajasthan under the Rajput rulers. And in Rajasthan, several regional schools of paintings began to develop. Clear? And all these major centers of school that developed became a very important development, starting with the Mewar school, the Bundi school, the Kishangarh school. All these became very prominent schools of Buddhist art. Mewar school is in news also, and this school of painting is highly important. So we'll come to this Rajasthani school of paintings. Clear? So Rajasthani school of paintings began to be promoted as Mughal paintings was not patronized by Akbar. Clear? So coming to this style, clear? This style of painting that started around 17th century and continued till 18th and 19th centuries also. Clear? So after this we'll come to the regional schools of painting. First of all, the Rajasthani school of painting. The Rajasthani schools of painting. Rajasthan school of painting, clear? In fact, the first major school of painting that developed in Rajasthan was the Mewar school. First major school of painting that developed in Rajasthan was the Mewar school. Now, before we come to Mewar school, there's some questions, clear? Three-dimensional figure, please, we have done this. Details, we have done. Tahafta. Did Rudra Daman I defeated Gautami Putra Shatkarni? No. Clear? No. If you want to know, just understand. Clear? Rudra Daman, I'll just go back to ancient India. Just give me some time. Rudra Daman first was the Shaka ruler who is known to us through an inscription. That inscription is known as Girnar inscription or Junagarh inscription. Clear? Rudra Daman first was Shaka ruler, and Rudra Daman did not contest with the Satvahans. Clear? Later on, Gautami Putra Shatkarni defeated the successors of Rudra Daman I, and therefore Gautami Putra Shatkarni tried to extend his control over the region of the Kathiawar. So Rudra Daman I did not defeat Gautami Putra Shatkarni. Make it clear. Rather, Gautami Putra Shatkarni was followed after Rudra Daman I, and he tried to extend his control over the region of Shakas. Udaygiri cave inscription related to which ruler of Gupta Empire? Clear? Udaygiri caves started from Kumargupta first. Clear? And therefore these caves provide elaborate informations about Gupta rulers as well. Clear? So these all manuscript paintings are miniature in nature. Yes, all these manuscript paintings are miniature natures. In fact, mural paintings ended only with ancient India, and with beginning of medieval India, paper and other materials came, and therefore all these Mughal painters, how they came, when they came, they started to make paintings on papers and clothes, and this led to miniature paintings. Clear? So to paintings throughout medieval India is largely miniature paintings. So all the paintings that we had discussed under Akbar are miniature paintings. Clear? So is Jahangir's work from 1620 to 20 AD? Is Jahangir's work from 1615 to 20? No, Jahangir's work is from 1605 to 1627 throughout his reign. Clear? Most of the works was written after 1615 when he conquered the region of Mewar. Clear? But he started the art of painting right after coming to power from 1605 itself. Clear? So Mewar is coming to the Mewar school. Clear? Now Mewar school is very important. Clear? Mewar school is known for some major painters. Clear? The most important painter of Mewar school was Nisar Din. Clear? So Nisar Din was the most popular painter of the Mewar school, and he contributed significantly towards Rajasthani painting. Clear? At the same time, the tradition of Nisar Din was carried forward by another painter of Mewar school, and this person of Mewar school was Sahib Din. Clear? He also contributed towards painting. Clear? In fact, during the reign of Nisar Din and Sahib Din, Mughal or Mewar school of painting reached its zenith or climax. Clear? At the same time, clear, this painting of Mewar was given patronage by a Rajput ruler, Jagat Singh. Clear? So Jagat Singh gave patronage to the Mewar school of painting, and under Jagat Singh, both Nisar Din and Sahib Din contributed towards painting in India. Jagat Singh won. Clear? First. Clear? At the same time, clear, under the patronage of Jagat Singh, a long series of illustrations were made, and all these illustrations are known as Nayak Bhed. Clear? So painting illustrations were done under the patronage of Jagat Singh, which is known collectively as Nayak Bhed. Very important class of painting known as Nayak Bhed. Clear? It was completed by series of painters under the patronage of Jagat Singh. Clear? At the same time, clear, this painting largely became the replacement of Mughal paintings in India. Moreover, at the same time, if we look into paintings, clear, in these paintings, another important development was that in these paintings, the Ragmal was highly emphasized. Clear? And Ragmal became a very important development in the region of Mewar. Clear? So there was another series of painting done in Mewar school known as Ragmal paintings. Clear? And Ragmal paintings are very important because these Ragmal paintings indicate basically or rather music, or the different rags of Indian music, and all these rags of Indian music, that is garland of rag. Ragmal means garland of rag, and this is depicted through paintings as well. In fact, clear, this school was known for Ragmal painting by Nisar Din and Sahib Din, Mewar school. Clear? After Mewar school, the next major school of painting in Rajasthan, this school of painting was the Kishangarh school. Kishangarh school. Clear? This school of Kishangarh was a very prominent one, and this school was marked by high emphasis on sensuous orientation. Clear? So this school largely focused on sensuous paintings. Clear? And it was largely patronized by Maharaja Sawant Singh. Clear? So Maharaja Sawant Singh gave patronage to this school of painting known as the Kishangarh school. Clear? The Kishangarh school. And this Maharaja Sawant Singh was popularly known as Nagri Das. He was also known popularly as Nagri Das, Maharaja Sawant Singh. Clear? And at the same time, clear, the most important painter of this school, was Nihal Chand. Clear? So Nihal Chand was the most important artist of this school, that is Kishangarh school. Now, which is the most important painting? The wife of Maharaja Sawant Singh. Clear? This lady was considered to be miracle lady. Why? Because this lady always remained to be well dressed and well ornamented. Clear? Since this lady remained to be well dressed and well ornamented, this lady was given the title of Bani Thani, clear? And Bani Thani. And Maharaja Sawan Singh wanted all the decked up stories or depiction of Bani Thani to be made, and therefore the most important painting in the Kishangarh school was the Bani Thani painting, and the most important painter was Nihal Chand. So Bani Thani means always decked up, clear? In fact, Kishangarh school is known for Bani Thani painting, which was patronized by Maharaja Sawan Singh, known as Nagri Das, clear? The next major school in Rajasthan was the Bundi school, the most prominent one, clear? So Bundi school along with the Kota school. In fact, Bundi and Kota school are counted together also, and Bundi and Kota together is known as Hadoti school. Is also known as Hadoti school, Bundi and Kota, clear? And in the Bundi school, clear, there was very much importance given to originality of expression, clear, which was followed in Mughal court also, clear? And at the same time, the most important focus was on feminine grace, clear? So in this school, focus was given more on feminine grace to highlight the beauty of women, clear? Beauty of women, the feminine grace was very important one, and at the same time it focused more on originality of expression, clear? So it focused more on originality of expression, and it focused more on the feminine grace, clear? So this were major developments of paintings during the reign of Mughal emperors, and some development took place in took place as an offshoot in Rajasthan region. Three prominent being the Mewar school, the Kishangarh school, Bundi and Kota school, together known as Hadoti school, clear? So these are major paintings from here 18th and 19th century began to take place in modern India as well, and therefore we'll come to these paintings in modern Indian phase, clear? So we'll discuss about the paintings in modern Indian phase which was started clear? In modern India. So we'll come to growth and development of painting in Mughal Empire separately, clear? In modern India separately. These were developments under Mughal Empire, clear? So paintings, which was a very important fine art that develops under the rule of Akbar, clear? Akbar and other important rulers. Apart from growth and development of paintings, clear, we also need to discuss about other major developments related to cultural aspect of medieval India, especially the Mughal phase, clear? So we will discuss about those major developments as well. Now coming to the growth and development of some major works or some major literary developments, language and literature, because Mughals are considered to be very important for giving patronage to language and literature. They were royal leaders, royal rulers who contributed towards language and literature. We'll come to the growth and development of language and literature during Mughal phase. It's a very important topic, clear? So language and literature, during Mughal phase, clear? Now coming to language and literature as well during Mughal phase. Now as far as language and literature is concerned, Mughal rulers also gave large patronage to Persian, because Persian was also the official language of the Mughal emperors, clear? So Mughal emperors gave large patronage to Persian writers, Persian being the official language. They also supported Sans Arabic language as well, and therefore Arabic language also began to develop, clear? But first of all, the most important thing is, clear, that the Persian language, which was promoted under Mughals also, was a largely contribution of a Persian writer of Sultanate phase, and this Persian writer was Amir Khusro, clear? Amir Khusro did not imitate the Persian language from Iran directly, rather he freely mixed Indian words like Hindi and Sanskrit words into Persian, and that resulted into new style of Persian writing which is known as Sabak-e-Hind or Lesson of India, clear? So Amir Khusro is given the credit of really starting this language known as Sabak-e-Hind or the Lesson of India, which is also termed as Hindavi, as it incorporated several Indian words into Persian language taken from Iran. Clear? So this became a distinctive feature of Persian writers in Mughal phase also, as they wrote most of the works in the style of Sabak-e-Hind. Clear? So Sabak-e-Hind began to be a major development in Sultanate phase. Now coming with these works, or the major works written during the Mughal phase. Clear? First of all, in the Mughal phase, we need to understand that Mughal emperors themselves were great writers of Persian language and literature. Babur wrote his own autobiography. This autobiography, written by Babur, is titled as Baburnama, also known as Tuzuk-e-Baburi. It was written in his mother tongue, Chagatai Turki. Not written Persian originally, but Chagatai Turki. Clear? At the same time, Babur was followed by Humayun, and his sister wrote his biography, Humayunama, and this was written by Gulbadan Begum. That is Humayunama. Then after Humayun, clear, Humayunama, Gulbadan Begum, during the reign of Akbar, different works began to be written. The most important was basically the Akbarnama, written by Abul Fazl. Akbarnama written by Abul Fazl. Clear. Then we have Akbar Jahangir. He wrote Tuzuk-e-Jahangiri autobiography. Then we have the reign of Shah Jahan. His biography was written by multiple writers, which is known as Badshahnama. It was written by Muhammad Waris, Hamid Khan. Two prominent one, Muhammad Waris and Hamid Khan. Shah Jahan, Badshahnama. Then Aurangzeb, he did not encourage history writing as such. Clear? Aurangzeb, clear. But Khafi Khan wrote Muntakabul Tawarik, Muntakabul Lubab, written by Khafi Khan. These were most popular works that is mandatory to be known. Clear? But at the same time, clear, apart from this, some more Persian works and Arabic works were written during the reign of Akbar. We need to discuss about these works as well. They are very important one to be known. Clear? Now coming to those major works after these major literatures. Clear? Now as far as concerned, clear. Now we need to know about that during Mughal period, the works were also written during the reign of Akbar by some persons like Sheikh Mubarak, who drafted a document known as Mahzar. And Mahzar was a document whereby Akbar claimed himself to be a perfect man on this world to decide any dispute related to religion. Clear? So Mahzar as a document was issued by Sheikh Mubarak on behalf of Akbar that gave unlimited power to Akbar during his reign. Clear? So Mahzar was an important document. We'll come to this document separately under the Navratna of Akbar, because 9 Navratna included Sheikh Mubarak as well. Clear? So this was a very important work. Apart from this, clear, during the reign of Mughal Empire, clear, some major works which were written that also include, clear, a large Persian dictionary was composed. Clear? So large Persian dictionary, comprehensive one, Persian dictionary was composed. Clear? This Persian dictionary, clear, this Persian dictionary is known as Burhan Kati. So this dictionary was titled as Burhan Kati. So Burhan Kati is a name for Persian dictionary, clear, and it was written by Muhammad Hussain Tabrizi. The person who wrote this work was Muhammad Hussain Tabrizi. Muhammad Hussain Tabrizi, clear? Tabrizi. At the same time, clear, another major work is Hadikal Salatin. Hadikal Salatin. Hadikal Salatin was written by Bustami, Persian writer Bustami, that mentions about several Persian poets itself. Clear? So this was another major work that was written at this time. Clear? Now, apart from this, clear? Apart from this, several works related to Sufi saints were also written. Clear? Sufi saints were also written, and the greatest Sufi writer of Mughal period was none other than Dara Shikoh. Dara Shikoh, clear? Dara Shikoh was a person who was great expert of Persian language, and Dara Shikoh first of all wrote biography of a Sufi saint, Mian Mir. So biography of a Sufi saint, Mian Mir, was written by Dara Shikoh, and this biography of Mian Mir is known as Sakinat ul Aulia. Is also known as Sakinat ul Aulia. So this was the biography written by Dara Shikoh, Sakinat ul Aulia. Clear? So major developments that took place. Clear? Sakinat ul Aulia. Clear? Now apart from this, clear? Apart from this, all these major works, another major works which were written during this time by Dara Shikoh was Hasanut ul Arafin. Hasanat ul Arafin. All biographies of Sufi saints, Hasanut al-Arafin. Then we have Safinat ul Aulia. Safinat ul Aulia. Safinat ul Aulia. Sakinat ul Aulia. Safinat ul Aulia. Clear. Then he also wrote Majma ul Bahrain. Majma ul Bahrain, in which he talked about common principles of Hinduism and Islam, and just because of this work only, he was declared to be heretic by Aurangzeb, and he was executed by Aurangzeb as well. Clear? So all these were major works written by Dara Shikoh, one of the great Persian writers during Mughal rule. Clear? During Mughal phase. Apart from this, clear, there were other Persian writers who wrote their work during Mughal phase, and these Persian writers included Muhammad Kazim. Muhammad Kazim wrote a work that is Alamgir Nama, that is on Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb was also known as Alamgir. Alamgir Nama, Muhammad Kazim. After Muhammad Kazim, we have Muhammad Saki. And Muhammad Saki wrote a work, Mashir-e-Alamgiri. Mashir-e-Alamgiri, again on Aurangzeb. Mashir-e-Alamgiri, clear. Then we have Aqil Khan Zafar. Aqil Khan Zafar. Aqil Khan Zafar. Aqil Khan Zafar wrote Nama hai Alamgiri. Nama e Alamgiri, Aqil Khan. Then we have Muhammad Rafi Khan. Muhammad Rafi Khan, clear. And Muhammad Rafi Khan wrote a work, Hamla-e-Haidari. Hamla-e-Haidari. Hamla-e-Haidari, clear. Then we have Sujan Rai Khatri, wrote in Persian only. Sujan Rai Khatri. He wrote a work that is titled as Khulasatul Tawarikh. Khulasat ul Tawarik, Sujan Rai Khatri. Then we have Bhimsen who wrote Nushka Dilkusha, Nushka-e-Dilkusha. This work mentions about Aurangzeb's conflict with Maratha ruler Shivaji Bhimsen. Clear. Then we have Ishwar Das. Clear, another writer who wrote a work Futuhat-e-Alamgiri, again on Aurangzeb. Futuhat-e-Alamgiri, clear. And then we have Niamat Khan Ali, Niamat Khan Ali. He also wrote on Aurangzeb only. Wakai-e-Hyderabad, Wakai-e-Hyderabad, Hyderabad. These are prominent works which were written during the reign of Mughals, and these are very important one. Clear. Apart from this, clear, so there was also works of translation done during Mughal period. Large number of Sanskrit works were translated into Persian, and the most important translation work was done during Akbar's reign. Clear. Now, during Akbar's reign, some major Sanskrit works were translated into Persian. The most important works include Singhasan Battisi was translated into from Sanskrit into Persian. Then Ramayana was translated from Sanskrit to Persian, and Kalhan's Rajtarangini was translated from Sanskrit to Persian. Clear. So all these major works were also translated into Persian. Clear. So these are very important developments that took place related to language and literature. Now, apart from this, clear. Now, in contemporary times, the thing that is new in news related to language and literature in the Mughal is promotion and development of Sanskrit language. Clear. Initially, it was believed that Sanskrit was not developed during Mughal phase, but in reality, recent research has proved that Sanskrit was also patronized by Mughal emperors, and there was growth of Sanskrit language and literature during Mughal period as well. Clear? So this has become a very important development coming to Sanskrit literature. Clear? Now, at the same time, clear? Let us look into some questions also. Jahangir's what we had discussed, it was from 1605 to 1627. So what is Sire Perdue technique? Sire Perdue technique is a technique of making the images made of molten metal. Clear? So basically the metal in molten form can be used to give certain major techniques. Clear? So there is a question that has been asked. I'll just let you know. Sire Perdue process. Clear? Sire Perdue process is basically use of molten form. It is a kind of lost wax technique that we had discussed. Since you have asked this question, I'll let you know. This concept of Sire Perdue technique was largely elaborated by a very important ruler in the early medieval phase. This ruler was Someshwara III. And he wrote a very important work that mentions about Sire Perdue process, which is a variant of lost wax technique. And this work written by Someshwara III is titled as Abhilasha Tirth Chintamani. Abhilasha Tirth Chintamani. Clear? Written by Someshwara III, related to Sire Perdue process. Coming to this next question, is it necessary that maximum size of miniature painting 24 square inch and maximum size? Yeah, it is normally considered to be this proportion of this painting to be done in miniature style. Babar Nama was painting on autobiography both. Yeah, it was autobiography which was translated into pictorial version, and that was done by Akbar. During Aurangzeb's reign, what was the important control sector? Mir Jafar Zatali. Clear? They criticized the policies of Akbar. Basically, they basically realized that Aurangzeb's policy was not suited to local conditions, and he wrote some satirical writings about Aurangzeb. With respect to Mughal painting, what is the difference between Tutinama and Hamzanama? Clear? Tutinama was basically the stories narrated by a parrot, which was given basically pictorial orientation. Hamzanama was the conditions of society that prevailed, which was given mention or depicted through paintings. Is Madhubani painting and Mithila painting are same or different? We'll come to Madhubani and Mithila painting separately, but for your information, clear, Madhubani painting and Mithila painting are almost same. Clear? Madhubani painting developed in Mithilanchal region only, and therefore this painting also known as Mithila painting. This is also known as Madhubani painting, but this paintings comes under modern India. We'll come to modern India paintings like Madhubani and Mithilanchal paintings. Clear? So Sarpa due process. Now coming to growth and development of Sanskrit language. Sanskrit language during Mughal phase. It's a very important one to understand. Clear? Okay. Now Sanskrit flourished even in the imperial court of the Mughals, no doubt. Clear? And Mughal emperors and princes, including Dara Shikoh, was a great Sanskrit expert. In fact, Dara Shikoh translated 52 Upanishads into Persian under the broad title of Sir-e-Akbar. Clear? So Sanskrit was patronized by Mughal princes like Dara Shikoh. Clear? At the same time, painting or Sanskrit language was largely promoted in southern part of India during Mughal period, and therefore Sanskrit literature was largely patronized not only by the Vijayanagar rulers, by other rulers in southern part of India. Clear? Now, various categories of Sanskrit literature that developed during the Mughal period, these include Mahakavyas. So Mahakavyas, long poems, began to be written during Mughal period in Sanskrit language. Then we have Shlesh Kavyas. Written in Sanskrit during Mughal period. Clear? Shlesh Kavyas are very important one. Clear? Then we have Champu Kavyas, which were written during Mughal period. Champu Kavya. Then Natakas or dramas were written in Sanskrit. Clear? So these are four major categories which were written during Mughal period. We need to understand, that is the major ones including the Mahakavyas, that is this big one, then Shlesh Kavyas, then Champu Kavyas. Clear? In Champu Kavyas, there is a very distinct thing whereby the prose and poetry are mixed together. It is known as Champu Kavyas. Shlesh Kavyas means certain portions are mentioned, not the complete thing, like the Mahakavyas. And then we have Natakas or the dramas. Clear? So all these were written largely in the form of kavyas. So don't get confused. Champu Kavyas is unique. It not only include kavyas, include prose also. Clear? So poetry and prose both. Mahakavyas, long poems. Shlesh Kavyas, short poems. Champu Kavyas, mixed up poems and prose and poetry. And Natakas are the dramas. Clear? So very important one. Clear? This was, and all these things were promoted by some great literary experts, and among them, clear, Mahakavyas were largely written by Raghunath Nayak. Raghunath Nayak was a great Sanskrit expert, and he composed large number of Mahakavyas. Clear? So Mahakavyas were written by Raghunath Nayak. Clear? At the same time, clear, Nayak, among the many works of Nayak, clear, Srinivas Dikshit, clear, also wrote large number of Sanskrit works. Srinivas Dikshit wrote several Sanskrit works. Clear? Srinivas Dikshit. Clear? And then we have another prominent person known as Govind Dikshit, who also wrote large number of Sanskrit work. Govind Dikshit wrote large number of Sanskrit work. Clear? Govind Dikshit. The most important work of Govind Dikshit is Sahitya Sudha. Sahitya Sudha. Very important Sanskrit writer, Sahitya Sudha, and Sangeet Sudha Nidhi. Sangeet Sudha Nidhi. Sangeet Sudha Nidhi. Clear? These were written. These became very important one that was written. So all these resulted into growth and development of Sanskrit language and literature. Clear? So these major persons wrote about Sanskrit literature. Sanskrit became a very important development. Clear? The development and all the Sanskrit language and literature given patronage by leading Mughal emperors Akbar and Dara Shikoh, the most prominent wing. Clear? So Sanskrit language also developed in three forms: Mahakavyas, Slash Kavyas, Champu Kavyas, and the Natakas. Clear? Now coming to apart from this, clear? Mughal period is also important for growth and development of regional language and literature. Among the regional language and literature, the first major language that developed was Hindi language. So Hindi language developed as a regional language during the Mughal period. In Hindi language, clear, the most prominent development was of Khari Boli. Khari Boli is a mixed form of Hindi language. Clear? So Khari Boli largely developed at this time, and Khari Boli was largely promoted by Bhakti saints also. Bhakti saints like Kabir, right from 15th and 15th century, and that resulted into huge amount of popularity. Moreover, during Bhakti Mughal period, the most important Hindi writer was Tulsi Das. Apart from writing Ramcharitmanas, clear, Tulsi Das wrote Ramcharitmanas during 16th century, Manas during 16th century, which became very popular in course of time. Clear. Among this, he also wrote Vinay Patrika. He also wrote a work, Vinay Patrika, in Hindi language. Clear? These are also these also became very important work under the inspiration of Tulsidas. Clear? Other writers emerged, and these Hindi writers were Agradas. These Hindi writers during Mughal period were Agradas and Nabhajidas and Nabhajidas. Agradas and Nabhajidas, and all of them promoted Vaishnavism and promoted Hindi language and literature. Clear? At the same time, Hindi language and literature was promoted by some Sufi saints as well, and these included Mullah Daud, who wrote Chandayan, Mullah Daud, who wrote Chandayan, and Kutuban, who wrote Mrigavati, who wrote Mrigavati. Clear? These also development took place, and all these were very prominent developments. Then Mughal phase also marked the beginning of Urdu language, and we all know Urdu language was largely promoted by Sufi saint Gesudaraz, who wrote the first Urdu work, Miraj ul Ashiqeen. We had discussed earlier also. Clear? At the same time, Urdu continued to be promoted, and large number of different forms of Urdu began to be promoted even by Mughals, but Urdu remained largely confined to the region of Deccan only. Clear? At the same time, another language to develop during Mughal period, regional language, was Punjabi language. Clear? And this Punjabi language evolved from Sanskrit, and this is also known as Saurashtrani Prakrit. Originally, it emerged from Saurashtrani Prakrit language. Clear? And we had discussed it was basically marked by two major scripts, the most important being known as the script, that is the script that was developed by Guru Angad, that is the second Sikh Guru, who basically developed the Guru Mukhi script, and large number of works began to be written. Clear? During the Mughal period, apart from poetry, number of prose writings began to develop, and mainly the biographies. Clear? So biographies of the Bhakti saints and Punjabi saints and Sikh saints began to be written. These biographies came to be popularly known as Janam Sakhis. So large number of biographies of the Sikh saints were written, known as Janam Sakhis, and Janam Sakhis became very prominent one during the reign of, or during the period of, Mughals. Clear? So all these developments took place related to major languages in the part of in the part of Mughal period or and during Mughal period, these languages are considered to be very important one. Clear? Very important one. Now, apart from this languages, growth and development of language and literature, Mughal period is also important for science and technology. Clear? So, we'll come to science and technological developments during Mughal period. Now, coming to growth and development of science and technology. Questions on technology are asked from medieval India. We'll look into growth and development of science and technology during Mughal phase. Clear? Now coming to science and technology. Clear? Major growth and development in science and technology took place during the reign of Akbar, and at the same time during the reign of Akbar. Clear? The most important scientific personality that existed, the scientific personality was Mir Fatullah Shirazi. Mir Fatullah Shirazi was the most important scientific personality during the reign of Akbar, who gave several important contributions like measurement and other important activities. Clear? At the same time, clear, during the reign of Mughal Emperor, several development took place in agriculture technology, textile technology, military technology, even shipbuilding also to some extent, some source of metallurgy. Will come to them. Clear? So coming to after Fatullah Shirazi, let us discuss about agricultural technology. Agricultural technology. Clear? Now what were these developments we discussed under Delhi Sultanate also. They are very important one. You get questions on technological advancement. Clear? Now coming to agricultural technology. Clear? One remarkable development during this period was introduction of some new crops in India, some new plants and fruits in India, and most of these were brought by Europeans in India, especially the Portuguese. Clear? So the most important development related to agriculture technology was introduction of new crops, new fruits and new plants in India, and these were largely introduced by the Europeans, especially Portuguese. Clear? So Portuguese contributed towards introduction of new crops, new plants and new fruits in India, and these began to introduce. Clear? Moreover, clear, some Central Indian fruits were also introduced in India by Mughal emperors like Babur. So Central Indian fruits also began to be added in India from the days of Zahiruddin Babur. Clear? Now coming to the new fruits. Clear? Tobacco was introduced in India during Mughal period. Apart from tobacco, we have pineapple, tobacco, pineapple. Clear? Then cashew nuts. And even potato. Cashew nuts and potato were the most important crops on fruits that came from America. So all these things came from American region to India. They all came from America. Tobacco, pineapple, cashew nuts and potato. Clear? So all of these came from America. Clear? Tobacco led to hookah smoking in India. Besides, tomato, guava and red chilies were also bought from outside. During this time only, the major crops like tomato, fruit like guava, clear, tomato, guava and red chilies. Red chilies not indigenous to India, and red chilies were introduced from outside during Mughal period. Clear? These are very important development. Clear? At the same time, maize was also introduced by Europeans in India. Clear? India, and maize came from Latin America. Maize came from Latin America because this crop is not mentioned in the list of crops cultivated in India by Abul Fazl Ain Akbari. So it is said that it came from Latin American region. Clear? So new crops were introduced. This was the biggest agriculture development in India, and at the same time, clear, Tobacco, pineapple, cashew nuts, potato introduced by Portuguese from, these crops came from America. Tomato, guava, red chilies were also introduced in India. Maize was introduced in India from Latin American region. So apart from technological advancement that took place in Delhi Sultanate, in Mughal the most important development was introduction of new crops, fruits and vegetables in India, and some of them also came from Central Asia, like grapes were introduced by Babur in India, and this became very important development in Mughal period. Clear? So which became important development apart from agriculture technology. Textile technology also developed during Mughal period. Coming to the textile technology, you'll get this question: the crops, the fruits, the technology. Clear? So textile technology. Clear? Now, first of all, clear, the two most important developments related to textile technology was carpet weaving was started during the reign of Akbar. So, carpet weaving was started during Akbar. This was one of the most important development related to textile technology. So, carpet weaving was started during Akbar, and it was started at Lahore region. So Akbar gave due emphasis on carpet weaving, and it was started at Lahore region. This was first major development. Clear? It started at Lahore. It was also started at Agra. Lahore and Agra, the capital city of the Mughals. Clear? And second was production of silk and silk fabrics. Silk and silk fabrics started during the reign of Akbar with patronage. So carpet weaving and silk fabrics were also started during Akbar, during the reign of Akbar. Clear? Very important development that took place. Clear? Moreover, clear, at the same time when silk began to develop, foreign silk also began to come to India. Italian silk was introduced in India during the reign of Akbar. Clear? So in the field of textile technology, some new two major developments was carpet weaving at Lahore and Agra, silk and silk fabrics, and even acceptance of Italian silk into market of Mughal Empire. Clear? This was related to textile technology under Mughal Emperor. Now after textile technology, we'll come to military technology. Come to military technology. Clear? Mughals also ruled only with force and force alone, and Mughals basically introduced some new major equipments for warfare as well. Clear? Now starting with Babur. Clear? We all know that Babur was the first one. Babur was the first one to use gunpowder in the warfare. He brought two Ottoman gunners to India. Two Ottoman gunners. These two Ottoman gunners were Ustad Ali and Mustafa. Ustad Ali and Mustafa Babur. Clear? So Babur introduced this concept of military technology in India. Clear? And guns and cannons began to be used. Clear? Apart from this gunpowder, even cannons were used by Babur in warfare against the Rajputs and other warriors in India. Clear? Humayun could not use major technologies because Humayun were defeated by Sher Shah Suri. Clear? Then Akbar introduced several new instruments of warfare. Clear? The most important was Akbar introduced guns in India. Akbar introduced guns in India to make military warfare more powerful, and these guns were basically matchlock guns. Clear? So these guns were basically the matchlocks gun which were started by Akbar. Clear? Clear? At the same time, clear, when European began to arrive in India, they also began to introduce their own gun system in India, and Europeans introduced their own guns in India, and the two types of guns introduced by Europeans in India were wheel lock guns. Wheel lock guns, this was one, and at the same time Europeans introduced flint lock guns. Flint lock guns. So matchlocks, wheel lock and flintlock guns were introduced by Europeans in India. Clear? So at the same time, this resulted into weak development of gun system in India. At the same time, clear? The most important weapons which were developed were swords, spears and daggers. Clear? Bows and arrows were also promoted during the reign of Akbar and other Mughal emperors. So during Mughal period, with respect to military technology, Babur was the first to use gunpowder in India. He brought two Ottoman gunners, Ustad Ali and Mustafa. He introduced cannons as well. Akbar introduced a new kind of gun known as matchlock guns. Europeans brought two guns known as wheel lock and flintlock guns in India. Clear? This was very important development that took place. Clear? Now, with respect to shipbuilding also, clear? Certain amount of shipbuilding activities were started by the Mughals, but Mughals did not give much emphasis on shipbuilding industry because, clear, they focused more on land power in India. Clear? So they largely focused on land power in India, and that is why, clear, they did not focus largely on the shipbuilding industry. Clear? But at the same time, coming to science and technology, metallurgical science was developed during the reign of Mughal emperors. Clear? So coming to metallurgy. Metallurgy was introduced during Akbar. Clear? Now, what were the developments related to metallurgy which was started during the reign of Akbar? Clear? Abul Fazl describes the technique of making iron cannons and handgun barrels. Clear? At Akbar's arsenal. So, for the first time, modern arsenals began to be established. Clear? Arsenals are places where arms and weapons are manufactured, and at the same time, clear, iron cannons began to be made through science of metallurgy. Along with iron cannons during the reign of Akbar, handgun barrels began to be made. Handgun barrels began to be made, clear, during the reign of Akbar. Clear? Clear. Cannons were made of bronze, brass and iron. Bronze also, and brass also, along with iron cannons. Clear? So this was not clear. At the same time, zinc metallurgy was also started. Started in India, and Abul Fazl mentions about the concept of zinc metallurgy in India. Clear? So zinc metallurgy was started, and this was used as a very important development. Clear? So Abul Fazl in Ain-e Akbari mentioned about zinc metallurgy. Zinc metallurgy is mentioned by the term Jawar in Abul Fazl Ain Akbari, also known as Zawar. Jawar or Zawar was zinc metallurgy, which was developed during the reign of Akbar in India. Clear? At the same time, clear, copper mines were discovered in Khetri mines in Rajasthan, and tin and copper was mixed to produce bronze from the Indus Valley, and they continue to be made by Mughals also. Clear? At the same time, clear, there was production of true woods iron. Clear? So true woods iron during Mughal period. Clear? So true woods iron was made in India. Clear? In fact, clear, true woods iron was developed first of all in southern part of India. Woods is a corruption of Telugu word ukku. Clear? And this was started to be followed from Syria in West Asia, and true woods iron began to produce in Mughal period as well. Clear? So this was another major development that began to take place during the reign of Mughal period. Clear? Another scientific development that took place during Mughal period was in form of printing press. For the first time, printing press was established in India. Clear? Was established in India, that started the concept of printing activities in India. Clear? And the first printing press was established in India by Bhimji Parak. In 1670, 17th century, Bhimji Parak, clear, in 1770, and with establishment of this printing press, clear, Bhimji began to promote the concept of printing activities in India, clear. This became a very important development, clear. So printing press was started from 1670, even though initially the printing press published the works related to English East India Company, English authority in India, but later on, clear, Bhimji Parak persisted to realize his dream of printing press with Devanagari fonts. Clear? So Bhimji Parak introduced the concept of printing activities with Devanagari font in India. Devanagari font or script in India, which was a big contribution by Bhimji Parak during 17th century, which was another very important development. Clear? At the same time, clear, the major development that took place during Mughal period was related to time reckoning devices. Clear? So some time reckoning devices were also developed during the Mughal period. Which were these time reckoning devices? What were these time reckoning devices? Clear? The time reckoning devices were basically the devices that devices like water clocks developed during the reign of Mughals period of rule. Water clocks, clear. This is water clocks, clear. Then we have sand glasses, water clocks, sand glasses, clear. Then mechanical clocks and watches. Mechanical clocks and watches. Mechanical clocks and watches. All these were produced or promoted during the reign of Mughals, that resulted into basically divided into time reckoning devices, clear. And at the same time, clear, it during Mughal period, in the whole day, the entire day was divided into 4 quarters. So whole day was divided into 4 quarters to be known as Pahar. 4 quarters known as Pahar. Clear? So Pahar is a term for 4 quarters to divide the day from sunrise to sunset. Clear? So for each Pahar was divided into 24 minutes, ghadis. Clear? And at the same time, the Indian system had 60 hours or 60 hours or to the full 60 hours or a 60 concept of 60 hours or 24 hours in a day, and therefore the European consisted of 24 hours, clear, and each minute of 60 minutes. So 4 quarters basically meant the first half to be divided into the early morning and the late morning, the afternoon, then the late afternoon and the evening time, late night. These are 4 quarters known as Pahar, which was mentioned through or rather calculated through these devices. Clear? So these were major scientific developments during the reign of Mughal Emperor. Clear? So all these scientific developments largely took place during the reign of Akbar. Clear? Now Akbar, since he is considered to be the most important monarch of the Mughal Empire, most of the scientific developments taking place during Akbar, we need to also know that during the reign of Akbar, clear, several administrative developments also took place, and apart from this, all these major developments became possible because Akbar maintained 9 great luminaries in his court, which were known as Navratna. Clear? So these Navratna became important. So Akbar's Navratna nomino. Then only Akbar's period can be understood why such developments took place. So we had 9 Navratna or luminaries in Akbar course known as Akbar's Navratna. Clear? Now coming to them, the first major Navratna under Akbar or during the patronage of Akbar was Abdul Rahim. So Abdul Rahim was the first major person, clear, and at the same time he only translated Babar Nama into Persian. So we had discussed Babar Nama written in Chagatai, Turkey. It was translated into Persian by Abdul Rahim. Clear? So he translated, the works are also important, translated Babar Nama to Persian. It was written in Chagatai Turkey. That was Abdul Rahim. Clear. At the same time, he was given the title of Khan-e-Khanan. Khan-e-Khanan. He was the son of the regent of Akbar, that is Badam Khan. So he was given the title of Khan-e-Khanan, that is Abdul Rahim Khan-e-Khanan, translated Babarnama into Persian. Second major Navratna was Abul Fazl. Abul Fazl wrote Akbarnama, which is divided into three sections. The third part being known as Ain-e-Akbari, known as Ain-e-Akbari, clear. Ain-e-Akbari, Abul Fazl, clear. So he wrote Akbarnama, Ain-e-Akbari, clear. Next major person that was there was Birbal, Raja Birbal, also known as Mahesh Das. Raja Birbal, originally known as Mahesh Das. Raja Birbal, also known as Mahesh Das. Clear? He was witty advisor, known for his sense of humor. Witty advisor to Akbar. He was known for his intellect. Raja Birbal. He died while defeating the Roshanites in the northwestern part of India. Clear? This was death of Birbal. Then we have Faizi, brother of Abul Fazl. Faizi was another Navratna in the court of Akbar. He translated Leelavati into Persian. Leelavati is a work on mathematics. Leelavati was a work written by Bhaskar. Bhaskar is a book on mathematics and it was translated into Persian by Faizi. Big contribution, clear. So Faizi. Next mazhab was Hamim Humam. Fifth one was Hamim Humam. Hamim Humam was another person, clear. Hamim Humam was chief of royal school. He was chief of royal school to promote all royal developments. Chief of royal school. Sixth one, fifth one, sixth one. The last one is basically Raja Mansingh. Sixth one was Raja Mansingh, clear. And Raja Mansingh was Rajput general, aided emperor in the battle of Haldighati and at the same time even against Afghans, clear. So Raja Mansingh supported Akbar in the battle of Haldighati and at the same time he was given the mansab of 7,000, the highest rank given by Akbar to any person, that is Raja Mansingh, clear. This was sixth one. Clear. Sixth. Seventh one after Raja Mansingh, clear. Raja Mansingh was Sheikh Mubarak. Sheikh Mubarak, who drafted the document of Mahzar that gave unlimited power to Akbar to decide the religious disputes as well. Next major was 8th one Tansen, who contributed towards music, clear, contributed towards music. In fact, he was known in Mughal Empire as Sangeet Samrat. Sangeet Samrat, who basically invented some new rags to Indian music. These rags were Miyan Ki Malhar, Miyan Ki Malhar, Miyan Ki Toli, and Darbari. He also promoted the music of Dhrupad, which was originally developed by Raja Mansingh of Gwalior. So Raja Mansingh of Gwalior developed the musical style of Dhrupad and it was promoted in the Mughal court by Raja Tansen. Raja Tansen himself was the disciple of another musician and this musician was Swami Haridas of Vrindavan. Swami Haridas of Vrindavan. And the last Navratna in the court of Akbar. Clear? After all this thing, the last Navratna was Todar Mal. Navratna was Todarmal, clear. Todarmal, clear. And Todarmal was expert in agriculture and land revenue, clear. And Todarmal promoted his own revenue arrangement, land revenue arrangement, which is known as Todarmal's Bandobast. Todarmal Bandobast, which is also known as the Zapti system. Clear? So Todarmal Bandobast is also known as the Zapti system. Clear? So these were 9 major Navratna of Akbar's court. Clear? So all these became very important development during the reign of Akbar. Clear? Now, since we are discussing about Todarmal, with this we'll move on to the agricultural development during Mughal period, which was the base of Jagirdari and the Mansabdari system. Clear? So, coming to the development of Mansabdari, Jagirdari and agrarian system under Mughal Empire or under Akbar. So these were 9 Navratna of Akbar. Clear? Now after this, clear, do understand about agriculture system as well. Clear? So agrarian system under Mughal Empire. Under Mughal Empire. First thing is Raja Todarmal was a great expert of agriculture sector who promoted several reforms during the reign of Akbar. First of all, he classified the lands into 4 categories according to fertility of the soil. These lands were known as the Polish lands, which were the most fertile one. Then the less fertile than Polish land known as the Parthi lands. Then the Kachar lands. And the most infertile land to be known as the Banjar lands. Clear? So Raja Todarmal promoted 4 categories of lands known as Polaj lands, Parthi lands, Kachar lands and the Banjar lands. Clear? These lands were promoted by this classification that was done by Raja Todarmal. Clear? Raja Todarmal also promoted different forms of revenue collection, and these revenue collections included number 1, the first was known as Galla Bakshi system. Clear? Galla Bakshi system. Clear? Galla Bakshi system. It was a general time the revenue settlement whereby crops were divided between the state and between the peasants through different ways, including stand-in crops to be divided among them, and then the crops could be cut, threshed and then converted into grains. Clear? Second system of land revenue collection was known as the Kankut system. According to Kankut system, also known as the Dana Bandi system. Clear? The food crops were converted to food grains, and food grains were divided between the state and the the peasants. Clear? These were Galla Bakshi system, Kankut and Dana Bandi system. Clear? Moreover, just understand that Raja Todarmal extended the domain of the Khalisa land under Akbar, and after expanding the domain of Khalisa land under Akbar, it was made clear that the entire Ganga Yamuna Dwab, the most fertile region, could be converted into the Dwab region. Clear? And from this Dwab region, revenue could directly go to the Mughal treasury. Clear? And when he established this Dwab system, he also made it clear that in this Dwab region, certain circles, also known as dasturs, clear? Certain circles or dasturs would be demarcated, and from every dastur annually, 1 crore of dams, that is gold coins, clear? 1 crore of dams would be collected as revenue, clear? So dasturs would yield 1 crore of dams annually. It was demarcated in such a way, clear? So some dasturs could be very fertile. It could have been low or less area yielding 1 crore of dams. Some dasturs may not be less fertile, so large area could form the dastur to yield 1 crore of dams. Ultimate objective was to collect 1 crore of dams annually, and these dasturs began to be constructed. Clear? This dastur, creation of this dasturs or circles to yield 1 crore of dams annually in Ganga Yamuna Doab, this system came to known as Karori experiment. Clear? So Raja Todarmal started the concept of Karori experiment, whereby 1 crore of dams was to be collected from every circle of Dastur in Ganga Yamuna Doab region. When this revenue began to be collected to make it permanent in nature, Raja Todarmal made it very clear that this Dasturs or this system would be for a period of 10 year or 10-year settlement. Since this was converted into a 10-year settlement, so that for 10 years continuously 1 crore of dam could be collected annually, this 10-year settlement came to be known as Ain-e-Dahshala. Clear? So Ain-e-Dahshala was basically the 10-year settlement which was given by Raja Todarmal, and this system came to be known as Zapti system or Todarmal's Bandobast system. Clear? So agriculture was largely promoted in effective way. Scientific measurement of land was started with iron rings tied up at rope. These iron rings known as tanab to keep the rope straight. Clear? These reforms were introduced during the reign of Akbar, and based on these reforms only, two major institutions were established during the reign of Akbar, known as the Jagirdari and the Mansabdari system. Clear? Now, what was Jagirdari and Mansabdari system? Just understand. Jagirdari system was similar to Ikta system of Delhi Sultanate. Clear? Leading military generals of the Mughal Empire, they were allotted some lands or provinces known as Jagirs. Clear? And military generals were supposed to get these lands cultivated with the help of the peasants. Out of total produce generated from Jagirs, clear, the Jagirdars were supposed to deduct his own salary as well as the expenses of horses and soldiers maintained by him, and the remaining amount was to be remitted back to Mughal treasury. Meaning thereby, clear, it was a practice whereby resources could be collected through centralized structure, and this whole system came to be known as Jagirdari system. Clear? So Jagirdari system was a system whereby Jagirs were allotted to leading military generals. They were supposed to get the lands cultivated. Out of total they'll produce 1/3 was to be collected as state revenue. Out of this 1/3, the Jagirdar was supposed to deduct his own salary, expenses of horses and soldiers, and the remaining amount was to be remitted back to the Mughal treasury. Similarly, like Ikta system, and it was also transferable in nature. Clear? And at the same time, apart from Jagirdari system, Mughal Empire was also based on a very important and refined bureaucratic structure. This bureaucratic structure was known as the Mansabdari system. Clear? So Mansabdari system was also promoted during the reign of Akbar. Clear? So first was agrarian reforms, then the Jagirdari system, and then the Mansabdari system. Clear? Where the Nashak and Kankut are similar. Nashak and Kankut are different. Kankut is basically Dana Bandi, different, or rather separation of grains. Nashak is dividing the revenue on the basis of estimation, rough estimation. So Nasak indicate rough estimation. Kankut indicate proper divide of the full grains. Clear? Now coming to Mansabdari system. Clear? The word Mansab in Persian literally means profile. Clear? So the word Mansab in Mughal Empire indicated two components of Zat and Sawar. Clear? Sawar in turn indicated number of horses and the troopers maintained by the Mughal officer. Based on the number of troopers maintained by the Mughal officer, that officer's Zat was fixed, and Zat indicated the rank of the officer in official hierarchy as well as the remuneration to be paid according to his rank and sawars. Clear? So Mansab indicated the profile of an officer in official hierarchy. Mansab had two components of Zat and Sawar. Sawar indicated number of horses and troopers maintained by the military officer. Based on the number of horses and troopers maintained by him, his rank was fixed in official hierarchy. Based on his rank, his remuneration was fixed, and both these components came under Zat. Clear? This was Zat and Sawar under Mansabdari system. For example, clear, if any officer was basically given 5,000 Zat or 5,000 Mansab. Clear? What does it mean? Clear? 5,000 Mansab means his rank or his Zat rank is 5,000, and proportion to him he is maintaining 5,000 horses and troopers. Clear? So based on 5,000 troopers, his rank has been fixed, and based on his rank, his salary has been fixed. That is known as 5,000 Mansab. Clear? This system came to be known as Mansabdari system. This system was reviewed, clear, on a regular basis, and since this system was reviewed on a regular basis, clear, all these systems that were reviewed on regular basis, depending on the number of sawars, the Zat rank could be enhanced or can be decreased also, and depending on the increase or decrease in Zat rank, the salary of the officer also increased or decreased. So obviously it was based on both promotion and demotion. If the number of sawars was increased by the Mansabdar, his rank could increase, his salary could increase. If he could not maintain the fixed number of sawars, his rank was reduced, his salary was reduced proportionally. This system was a scientific system known as the Mansabdari system, and the highest Mansab which was given by Akbar during his reign was of 7,000 Mansab. Clear? Mansab. Clear? The range of Mansab was from 10 to 10,000. Clear? So lowest Mansab was 10, highest Mansab was 10,000, but the person that got highest Mansab under Akbar was 7,000 only, and it was given to Raja Mansingh, one of the Navratna of Akbar, and second person was his cousin brother Mirza Aziz Koka, cousin brother of Akbar. Clear? So 7,000 Mansab was given to Raja Mansingh and Mirza Aziz Koka. This was Mansabdari system, and this Mansabdari system was dependent on Jagirdari system, because from Jagirs only revenue was collected, and Jagirdari system in turn was dependent on the agrarian reforms of Raja Todarmal, known as Todarmal's Bandobast. Clear? These was very important developments that took place during the reign of Akbar. Clear? So Mansabdari system. Clear? Apart from this, clear, there's a question that has been asked. Clear? And this question is, who were Khudkash? Clear? Khudkash is a term that is used for those peasants in Mughal Empire who cultivated the land with their own equipments. Clear? So those farmers who were relatively rich, who maintained their own land, who cultivated their own land by themselves, these peasants were known as Khudkash. Clear? And they were different from another peasants known as Pahis. Clear? Pahis were those peasants who cultivated the land of other farmers. So meaning thereby they didn't have their own lands and they cultivated the lands of others. They were known as Pahis. Clear? There's another term that is used in Mughal Empire known as Mozarians. Clear? They were basically small tillers of the land who cultivated the land of the big farmers. Clear? So Khudkash were cultivators of their own field of land. Pahis cultivated the land of other farmers. Mozarians were the tenants at lower level. Clear? So Khudkash, Pahis and Mozarians. Clear? So these developments were related to Mughal Empire. Clear? So in Mughal Empire, these major institutions worked like Ikta system in Delhi Sultanate. In Mughal Empire, it was Mansabdari and Jagirdari system, which was in turn dependent on agrarian system. Clear? Now since we are discussing about administration like Delhi Sultanate, here also we'll discuss about major administrative officers who were maintained by Mughal emperors. Clear? And who looked after different administration. Clear? Coming to those major officers who looked after administration, first of all, officers at central level. So administration, their designation as well as their functions. So in Mughal administration, no, officers and their designations. Clear? Number one. Clear? The first major officer in Mughal Empire at central level was Wazir. Was the Wazir. Clear? Wazir. Clear? And Wazir was basically the head of, Wazir was the head of revenue department, as for a revenue department, but at the same time compared to look after, or rather allowed to look after law and order as well. That was known as Wazir. Apart from Wazir, clear, second person was known as Wakil. Clear? Wakil also basically looked after law and order administration, and most of the time this officer was known as Wakil Wazir. Clear? Bairam Khan was Wakil Wazir of Akbar. So Wazir and Wakil used interchangeably. Clear? Next was basically Diwan. Clear? Third officer was known as Diwan, And Diwan was an officer who looked after income and expenditure over Khalisa and Jagir. So Diwan was basically looking after income and expenditure from the Jagir land. Clear? Next officer was Mir Bakshi. He was the head of military department. He looked after the military affairs, recruitment of even military soldiers also. Clear? After Mir Bakshi, we had Mir Saman. He was the head of Royal Karkhanas. Large number of Karkhanas of production units were established during the reign of Akbar. And he was the head of all the Royal Karkhanas to produce luxury goods. Mir Saman. Clear? After Mir Saman, we have Diwan-e-Bayutat. Is Diwan-e-Bayutat. Diwan-e-Bayutat. Diwan-e-Bayutat looked after roads and government buildings, maintenance of roads and buildings. Diwan-e-Bayutat. Then we have Mir Manshi. Mir Manshi, who looked after postal services or department of correspondence. Postal department, Mir Manshi. Clear? After Mir Manshi, clear? We have Sadr Us-Sadur, 8-1. Sadr Us-Sadur, who look after religious institutions and practices. Head of religious department, religious institutions and practices. Clear? Then we have Qazi-ul Quzat. Qazi-ul Quzat. He looked after judicial department, judiciary. He looked after judiciary. Qazi-ul Quzat. Clear? Judiciary. Clear? This was judiciary. Then we have Muhtasib. That was basically to ensure that was censor of moral values, censor of moral practices, to avoid anything which goes against the royalty of the Mughal emperors. Muhtasib was there. After Muhtasib, clear, we have Mushrif-e-Mamalik. Mushrif-e-Mamalik. Mushrif-e-Mamalik was basically accountant general, accountant at central level. Mushrif-e-Mamalik, clear. Then Mustif-e-Mamalik. He was the auditor at central level. So several separate accountant, separate auditor, Mushrif and Mustif. Clear? Mustif-e-Mamalik. Clear. Then it also Mustaf or Mustif-e-Mamalik. Mustif also. Mustaf-e-Mamalik. Clear. Then we have Daroga at Dak Chowki. Daroga a Dak Chowki, to maintain order at postal services. There were postal officer, but to maintain order at postal services. Daroga at Dak Chowki, clear. And there was Vakya Navis. Here also news reporters, like in Shivaji's administration. Vakya Navis, news reporters. All these were officers at central level. Clear? Now officers at district level, they are also asked. Clear? Coming to officers at district level, local level. So officers at district level. Look into previous year papers, you will find all these terms and designations has been asked. Clear? It can be asked anytime. Clear? So district level, one was basically district level, that is the first officer was Fauzdar, to look after law and order administration. Faujdar to look after law and order administration. Clear. Then was Amal or Amal Guzar to collect revenue. To collect revenue. Amal or Amal Guzar to collect revenue. Then Kotwal. Then Kotwal. Clear. And then Kotwal, he maintained law and order, criminal justice. Kotwal, criminal administration or criminal cases. He looked after criminal cases along with law and order. Law and order, clear. So these were major officers at district level. District level, they are very prominent one. Clear. So all these levels or all these officers are asked and with their functions as well. That was during Mughal period. Clear. So these were major developments. Now after this, clear. Now we'll come to another major dimension of the Mughals, and that is related to architecture. Clear. Now coming to architecture, and we'll discuss architecture under the Mughals. Clear. So basic formation started during the Delhi Sultanate and architecture continued even in the medieval times as well. Clear. So coming to architecture under the Mughals, these architectures are important. Clear. Now we have some questions also. Clear. Whether Mansabdars were also given Jagirs? Yeah, Mansabdars were also given Jagirs. In that case, they were known as Mansabdars or Jagirdars. Either Mansabdars or Jagirdars. And how Mansabdars were paid? Mansabdars were paid cash salaries when they worked at central level without Jagir. And when Mansabdars were given Jagirs, they collected revenue for after land cultivation. Tankha Jagirs were Jagirs in which it was given in terms of or in lieu of salaries. Mashroot Jagirs were Jagirs who were given in the far-flung areas that showed certain amount of force. Clear. In fact, Jagirs also divided into Tankha Jagirs. Then we have Watan Jagirs. Then we have the Watan Mashroot Jagirs. We have Mashroot Jagirs. These are three prominent ones. Clear. Tankha Jagirs, that is Jagirs given in lieu of salary. Watan Jagirs were Jagirs given in hereditary. These Jagirs could not be transferred, and these Jagirs were largely given to the Rajputs of central and western India. They could not be transferred from the Jagir to another Jagir. So Watan Jagir means hereditary assignment, and Mashroot Jagirs were Jagirs which were given in far-flung areas where centrifugal tendencies or rebellious tendencies were more, and just to keep those areas intact within Mughal Empire, forces were deputed, and these Jagirs were known as Mashroot Jagirs. Clear. So these were Jagirs. Clear. Wards were basically the persons who were associated with collection of Jagirs or rather revenue in different part of Jagirs. Clear. So with respect to provincial administration, who were Wards? Wards were basically the persons who looked after different general administration under the command of provincial administrators. Clear. Are classes sufficient for prelims? Obviously, again I'll emphasize if you're asking this question. Clear. This is a crash course. This course needs to be supplemented with the material that you have already done. Again, I emphasize it is not for the beginners. Ask the students who have attended my classes. Many areas we had already done. We are supplementing those things with the thing that can be further asked in your examination, keeping in mind the prelims of coming year. With respect to governor of port, who was known as Mutasaddi. Mutasaddi were basically the persons who looked after the boats, the ships. They were known as Mutasaddi. Clear. And Mutasaddis were port officers. Clear. So important officers under and Jagirs and during the reign of Mughals. Now we'll come to architectural development under the Mughals. Mughals are very important architecturally because formative structure was led by Delhi Sultans. They could not construct large monuments in India. Large monuments were constructed by the Mughals in India. Clear? Now coming to the beginning of Mughal architecture is starting with Zahiruddin Babur. Clear? So coming to Mughal architecture. Mughal architecture. Clear? Coming to the first Mughal emperor, that is Babur. Clear? Babur, as we had discussed, he ruled over India only for 4 years from 1526 to 1530. And since he ruled only for 4 years, he could not construct large monuments in India, but he constructed two mosques at Panipat and Sambhal. Clear? So two mosques were constructed by Babur at Panipat and Sambhal, which are very simple structure. Clear? And at the same time, during the reign of Babur, his military general Mir Baqi constructed a mosque at Ayodhya known as Babri Mosque in 1528. Clear? So Babri Mosque was constructed in 1528, which has been proved to be controversial, and in course of time it has resulted into construction of Ram Mandir recently at Ayodhya. But this was not constructed by Babur. The mosque was constructed by Mir Baqi. Clear? When Babur died, he was buried at Kabul in a simple tomb constructed by his son Humayun. Clear? So at the same time, Humayun constructed the tomb of his father Babur at Kabul. Clear? When Humayun began to rule, Humayun founded a new city in Delhi known as the city of Deen Panah. And in the city of Deen Panah, Humayun constructed several monuments including large library known as Sher Mandal. Clear? But when Humayun died, clear, his wife Hamida Banu Begum constructed a large structure at Delhi which is known as Humayun's tomb. Clear? Now this structure is important, that is Humayun's tomb in Mughal architecture, because this structure of Humayun's tomb is marked by several distinctive features. Clear? So coming to the distinctive features of Humayun's tomb. Clear? Now first of all, the major feature of Humayun's tomb is it is the earliest specimen. Features. It is the earliest specimen of garden enclosed tomb. It is the earliest specimen of garden enclosed tomb which is on a high platform, which is on elevated platform or high platform. Clear? High platform. Clear? And it has been made by high platform which is made of sandstone. This platform has been made of red sandstone. Clear? The tomb is octagonal in plan. The tomb is octagonal in plan, which is another feature, and at the same time it is crowned by double dome. It is surmounted by double dome of white marble. White dome of white double dome of white marble. Clear? At the same time, in this tomb, clear, the minarets are not attached with the main, not at the four corner. Minarets are attached with the main structure, and these minarets are marked by cupolas or kiosk. Clear? So minarets are marked by kiosk, also known as cupolas, open spaces with chhatris. Clear? Cupolas marked by chhatris. Clear? These are distinctive feature, and this whole features has been borrowed from Iranian style of architecture, because Hamida Banu Begum returned back to India after staying back in Iran. She was highly impressed by Iranian style of architecture, and therefore she constructed this Humayun's tomb in pure Iranian style. Even now, this structure remains to be representative of cultural links between India and Iran, and Humayun's tomb is also included in the list of World Heritage Site of UNESCO. Clear? So these structures were constructed by Hamida Banu Begum in red sandstone known as Humayun's tomb in Delhi. Meanwhile, Sur Empire was established, we had discussed, and Sher Shah Suri also constructed some big monuments like Purana Kila in Delhi. Within Purana Kila, he constructed a large mosque known as Kila Kuna Mosque. He also started to construct his own tomb at Sasaram in Bihar. This structure is unique because it was constructed in the middle of a lake. Clear? So this structure, but Sher Shah Suri is largely remembered for construction of buildings of public utility like Grand Trunk Road, Sarais, Baulis, at the same time Dak Chowkis, Coast Minars. We had discussed those developments with Sur Empire. Clear? Now, at the same time, real development in architecture also started during the reign of Akbar. Clear? So, we'll come to growth and development of Mughal architecture during the reign of Akbar. Clear? Now, coming to the major developments during the reign of Akbar, the features also. Clear? So, first of all, the most important thing is Akbar encouraged the indigenous techniques of architecture in India, and at the same time, all the buildings which began to be constructed under Akbar, they are marked by indigenous orientation rather than Persian orientation. Clear? So this was a big transition in Mughal architecture because he did not imitate the Persian style of architecture. Rather, he tried to emphasize more on indigenous style of architecture being followed in India since ancient time. Clear? Now, what were major structural changes introduced followed by Akbar in construction of monuments in India? Will come to the structural styles of Mughal Emperor Akbar. Clear? We'll discuss all the monuments, and at the same time, clear, we'll discuss that what major changes there in, like in painting, even architecture and Akbar is divided into two phases, first and the second phase. What is the transition from first phase to second phase? We'll come to the transition of in architecture as well. Clear? Now let us start first of all the structural developments of architecture during Akbar's rule. Hi, good afternoon to all of you. So let us start with architecture. We were discussing about Mughal architecture. We were supposed to start with Akbar's period, the major developments in architecture. Clear? Now, first of all, coming to the distinctive features of architecture, which was followed by Akbar in construction of monuments. First of all, clear, Akbar constructed large number of monuments in the traditional style of construction known as the trabeate construction. That is, putting one stone above another and constructing huge structures, which was known as trabeate construction, followed in temple architecture also in ancient India. At the same time, he lavishly used red sandstone in the construction of monuments. White marble was used very sparingly by Akbar, largely red sandstone he used. Clear? Then at the same time, clear, he also basically used arches in form of decoration. Clear? So decorative arches were used in his monuments. Decorative arches were used in his monument. This was another major feature. Clear? At the basically, clear, the shafts of the pillars were multifaceted. The shafts, the main part of the pillar, the shafts of the pillar was multifaceted. The shafts of the pillars were multifaceted in nature. Clear? And at the same time, clear, the decoration was on a higher side. So intense decoration was done. Intense decoration was done. Clear? So these were major features of architecture under the rule of Akbar. Trabeate construction, not the arcuate one, largely followed by Muslim rulers. Red sandstone, decorative arches, shafts were multifaceted, and intense decoration. Shafts means pillars were multifaceted in nature. Clear? Now coming to the construction of monuments by Akbar. These monuments or construction activities of Akbar are divided into two phases known as the first phase and the second phase. Clear? So coming to the two phases. Clear? First of all, we'll discuss the first phase that started with the reign of Akbar from 1560 AD onwards. Clear? Now, the most important building which was constructed by Akbar in the very first phase was the building construction of the fort of Agra. Clear? So he constructed a large fort at Agra. Large fort at Agra was constructed by Akbar. It was to be constructed in the form of palace fortresses. So Agra fort was constructed by Akbar at this time, and this Agra fort, which was constructed by Akbar, had many monuments within its premises. In fact, clear the two major monuments within this premises were basically the Delhi Gate and the Jahangiri Mahal. Clear. So he constructed two major monuments and monuments within the Agra fort. Two among them is known as the Delhi Gate and Jahangiri Mahal. Clear. Jahangiri Mahal. Why these two are very important? Because in course of time, Shah Jahan renovated the upper fort at Agra. He destroyed all the monuments within the Agra fort, but rather retained Delhi Gate and Jahangiri Mahal. So Delhi Gate and Jahangiri Mahal has been retained even now. It was not destroyed by Shah Jahan. He destroyed other structures and constructed other monuments, including he constructed the Mosque of Pearl or Moti Masjid within the Red Fort at Agra. Clear? So very important monument constructed, and after Jahangiri Agra fort, Akbar also constructed fort at Allahabad and Lahore. He constructed forts at Allahabad and Lahore as well, and all these forts are considered to be very important one. Clear? So these forts were palace fortresses were constructed. So in the first phase, Akbar constructed palace fortresses or forts at Agra, Allahabad and Lahore. Delhi Gate and Jahangiri Mahal within Agra fort are important, which has been retained even till contemporary times. Clear? In the second phase, starting from 1570 onwards, in the second phase, Akbar constructed large number of monuments. This includes basically Diwan. First of all, he founded the city of Fatehpur Sikri near Agra, and at Fatehpur Sikri constructed monuments like Diwan-e-Am, Jama Masjid, Diwan-e-Khas, Jodhabai's Palace, Jodhabai's Panch Mahal, even the lofty gate known as Buland Darwaza to commemorate his victory over Gujarat. And all these monuments were constructed in red sandstone except one monument, and this monument was tomb of Sheikh Salim Chishti, which has been constructed in pure white marble. Except this monument, which has been constructed in pure white marble, all the monuments were constructed by Akbar in red sandstone. Clear? So these monuments were constructed by Akbar, and all these monuments are considered to be very prominent one at Fatehpur Sikri. In fact, he transferred his capital also to Fatehpur Sikri for 12 years, but he had to revert back to Agra because of scarcity of water at Fatehpur Sikri. Clear? So all monuments at Fatehpur Sikri constructed by Akbar. Clear? Apart from this, clear, Akbar constructed some other monuments which are of miscellaneous character. Which are those monuments constructed by Akbar which are of miscellaneous character? We'll come to those monuments. Clear? Akbar constructed two caravansarais. Clear? So Akbar constructed two caravansarais. Clear? Basically sarais for caravan. Clear? Two caravansarais. One is located within Agra Gate. Two caravansarais were constructed by Akbar. One in Agra Gate. One in Agra Gate. Clear? Agra Gate. Clear? And at the same time, second at Hathipol. Second at Hathipol near Agra Fort. Clear? Two caravansarais at Agra Gate and Hathipol. Clear? These were very important one. Clear? And apart from this caravansarais, he also constructed basically waterworks. Clear? So large number of waterworks because there was scarcity of water at Fatehpur Sikri. He constructed some waterworks also, and two caravansarais at Agra Gate and Hathipol. Clear? It resulted into big development under Akbar. Clear? Now after this, clear, after the reign of Akbar, architecture continued to be promoted by Jahangir and Shah Jahan. Clear? But at the same time, clear, Coming to the concept of architecture under Jahangir and Shah Jahan. Jahangir was more interested in painting rather than architecture. Clear? But during the reign of Jahangir, major contribution in the field of architecture was given by his wife, and his wife, that is Noor Jahan. Clear? So we'll come to the contribution given by Noor Jahan. Clear? Contribution given by Noor Jahan in the field of architecture. In the field of architecture. Field of architecture. Clear? Now, coming to Noor Jahan. Noor Jahan introduced, coming to reign of Jahangir, Noor Jahan introduced a new concept to beautify the monuments. This concept of beautifying the monuments is known as Petra Dura. Clear? So Petra Dura is basically a new style started by Noor Jahan. Clear? Clear. Now coming to Petra Dura, there's a question also. What, with respect to Charbagh, what is Hasht Bihisht? Clear? So there's a concept of Charbagh, that is 4 gardens in middle construction of monuments. There's a concept known as Hasht Bihisht. Hasht Bihisht. What do you mean by concept Hasht Bihisht? Clear? In architecture, the concept of Hasht Bihisht means 8 heavens. Clear? Literal meaning of the word is 8 heavens. Clear? What do you mean by 8 heavens? Clear? It is a kind of type of a floor plan, and in this floor plan there are 8 basically central hall surrounded by 8 chambers. Clear? This is known as Hasht Bihisht. There's a central hall surrounded by 8 halls, 8 chambers. It is known as Hasht Bihisht. Hasht means 8 heavens. Clear? So 8 heavens basically it is a central plan having a central hall surrounded by 8 rooms. Clear? This is known as Hasht Bihisht, and it is basically Iranian style of architecture, which was followed in some monuments in India, but largely it is Ottoman and Iranian style known as Hasht Bihisht style. Clear? Now after this, clear, coming to Petra Dura. According to the concept of Petra Dura, clear, precious and semi-precious stones are incised or pierced on the walls and panels of the monument in order to make the monument highly important. Clear? So basically, clear, the concept is known as the concept of Petra Dura is piercing or incising precious stones on the walls and panels of the monument, to make it beautiful, and these stones make the structure very beautiful in nature, known as Petra Dura. Noor Jahan applied this concept of Petra Dura while construction of the tomb of her father, Itmat-ud-Dawla at Agra. Clear? So first evidence of Petra Dura comes from tomb of Itmat-ud-Dawla at Agra, which was constructed by Noor Jahan, and later on this concept of Petra Dura was lavishly applied by Shah Jahan in the construction of Taj Mahal. Clear? More importantly, during the reign of Jahangir, clear, decorative motifs along with Petra Dura were used. Clear? So apart from Petra Dura, some more decorative motifs were used. Clear? Some more decorative motifs were used in the monuments, and these decorative motifs are very part of Indian culture. These decorative motifs included Gaj. Gaj means elephant. Clear? Then it also included Padma. Padma means lotus. Then swastik, the religious sign. Clear? Swastik has also been clear, the Gaj. Then we have Hans, swan. Hans also, which has been depicted in some monuments, swastika and chakra. Clear? So some other decorative motifs has been used in the monument during Jahangir's reign, that is Gaj, elephants, Padma, lotus, swastik, the religious sign, Hans, that is swan, and chakra also. Clear? So this indicate amalgamation of the decorative motifs of Indian culture in the monuments of Mughal Empire. Clear? Mughal Empire. Now after this, clear, after the reign of Jahangir, when Shah Jahan came to power, the Mughal architecture reached its zenith under Shah Jahan. Clear? Shah Jahan constructed some big monuments in India, and just because of this it is known as the golden period of ancient India. Clear? First of all, Shah Jahan founded the city of Shah Jahanabad in Delhi, and at Shah Jahanabad in Delhi constructed the Red Fort or the Lal Killa and constructed a large central mosque known as Jama Masjid. Clear? Shah Jahan also constructed a mosque of pearl or Moti Masjid within the Red Fort at Agra, and Shah Jahan also constructed the great Taj Mahal at Agra to basically as a tomb for his wife Mumtaz Mahal known as Arjumand Bano Begum. Clear? Taj Mahal is considered to be one of the wonders of the world. Taj Mahal is not a static structure, it's a floating structure on the river Yamuna as it is based on rosewood platform. Clear? And this rosewood is marked by sinkholes, and with the pressure of water this is always remaining floating on water, and on this platform the entire Taj Mahal has been constructed. So it's a floating structure, not a static structure, and that is why it has been included in the list of the wonders of the world, and obviously it is a part of World Heritage Site from India as well. Clear? So all these monuments were constructed by Shah Jahan, and Mughal architecture reached its glory under the rule of Shah Jahan. Clear? Moti Masjid of Lahore is example of Petra Dura, sir. Not Petra. Petra Dura is not example. Clear? Normally it was not applied in the mosque and all. Clear? It was applied in tombs and all. Clear? So basically Petra Dura is not an example. Moti Masjid cannot be example of Petra Dura. Clear? So almost all decorum in Hindu symbols, especially swastik, is influenced the Hindu culture. Yeah, Jahangir was quite liberal in nature, especially Noor Jahan was liberal in nature. So Noor Jahan applied some Hindu symbols also for decorating the structures. Clear? So clear? Hindu symbols, because obviously Noor Jahan started feminine grace and she applied some Hindu symbols to beautify the monuments as well. Clear? So these developments took place, and under Shah Jahan, Mughal architecture reached its glory. Now final phase of Mughal architecture was during the reign of Aurangzeb. During Aurangzeb did not support the growth of architecture largely. Architecture began to decline and disintegrate during the reign of Aurangzeb. Clear? Aurangzeb constructed Badshahi Mosque at Lahore, and at the same time he constructed Mosque of Pearl, a Moti Masjid in the Red Fort at Delhi. So Moti Masjid in the Red Fort in Delhi was constructed by Aurangzeb, and Moti Masjid in the Red Fort at Agra was constructed by Shah Jahan. Do remember this thing. Clear? And at the same time Aurangzeb began to construct the tomb of his wife Rabia ud Dauran at Aurangabad. Clear? And this tomb is not at all a royal structure, which is popularly known as Bibi Ka Maqbara at Aurangabad. Clear? So at the same time these were structures constructed by Aurangzeb during his reign. Clear? So all these monuments constructed by Aurangzeb, and therefore Mughal architecture started to decline during the reign of Aurangzeb. Clear? Meanwhile, at the same time, if we are discussing about architecture of medieval India, we also need to understand that the architectural growth was also promoted by the Rajput rulers in Rajasthan, as they carried forward the culture of music and painting. Clear? They also carried forward the legacy of Mughals in architecture as well. And the Rajput rulers in Western India were known for construction of palaces and forts. Clear? So Rajputs constructed palaces and forts. Clear? With respect to Jahangir's architecture, what is Qibla? Qibla is basically architecture that is facing towards the western side, that is towards the Qibla, that's towards the Kaaba. Clear? This is related to direction of architecture in Jahangir's reign. Clear? Now coming to Rajputs. Clear? Rajputs constructed monuments, big monuments in western part of India, and they focus largely on the construction of forts as a mark of security and aggression, and to show the royalty they constructed some major palaces as well. So Rajputs expertise in construction of forts and palaces in western part of India. Now coming to the fort. Clear? The first among them is the fort of Jaisalmer. So Jaisalmer fort was constructed by the Rajputs, and this fort was constructed in 1156 AD, the Jaisalmer fort. Clear? And this was constructed by Rawal Jaisal, Rajput ruler. Rawal Jaisal constructed. He was Bhati Rajputs who constructed basically the Jaisalmer fort, clear, Jaisalmer fort, clear, and at the same time, clear, it was constructed in Assam desert. The Jaisalmer is a desert region, so Jaisalmer fort was constructed by Rawal Jaisal Bhati Rajputs in 1156 AD. This was one of the earliest fort constructed by Rajputs. Then we have Kumbhalgarh fort, Kumbhalgarh fort, clear. This Kumbhalgarh fort was constructed by Rana Kumbh, constructed by Rana Kumbh in 15th century AD, who also constructed Victory Tower or the Kirti Stambh at Chittor, clear. Then we have got Chittorgarh fort. We have Chittorgarh fort. This Chittorgarh fort is one of the largest fort constructed on the hilltop, clear, hilltop, and this fort was basically seized by Alauddin Khalji and later by Akbar. Then we have Alwar fort. Fourth one is Alwar fort in Rajasthan, clear. Alwar fort, clear. Alwar fort was constructed by Hasan Khan Mewati. Hasan Khan Mewati. He constructed the Alwar fort in 1550. Clear, all the forts. Hasan Khan Mewati in 1550, and then we have Amer fort. Then we have the fifth one, that is Amer fort, clear, near Jaipur, clear. So all these forts were constructed by the Rajput. Jaisalmer fort, Rawal Jaisal, Kumbhalgarh, Rana Kumbh fort. Kumbhalgarh fort has the one of the largest continuous wall after the Great Wall of China. Chittorgarh fort, Alwar fort and Amer fort, clear. Now at the same time, clear, Rajput rulers also constructed some big palaces as well, clear, and the most famous of this is Udaipur Palace. Udaipur Palace. Udaipur Palace, which is also known as Lake Palace. Udaipur Palace is also known as the Lake Palace. That's number one. Udaipur Palace. Then we have Jaipur Palace at Jaipur, Amer. Jaipur Palace, clear. Jaipur Palace. Then we have a palace at Jodhpur. Palace at Jodhpur, which is known as Umaid Bhawan Palace. Umaid Bhawan Palace. Umaid Bhawan Palace, clear. This structure was constructed, clear, and above them the most important or most popular structure is Hawa Mahal at Jaipur. Hawa Mahal at Jaipur, fourth one, clear. Now why Hawa Mahal is very important, clear. Hawa Mahal was is considered to be a great experiment in the field of architecture, clear. This structure is more of a large facade, that is outward appearance, clear, on a giant screen wall of windows which are in the shape of slightly raised pavilions, clear, over 50 in number. So 50 raised platforms are there, clear. It is marked by a large facade with screen on the screen, and this has got more large number of windows, and all these windows are more than 50 in number. The objective was to allow the queens and other women of the palace a view of the royal procession and everyday street scenes without being themselves observed, clear. So Hawa Mahal was constructed by the Rajputs at Jaipur. It is largely marked by large projecting facade having more than 50 windows, and all these windows was basically meant for the Rajput queens to have the view of the city as well as the processions going out without themselves being observed, clear. This Hawa Mahal was constructed at Jaipur. At the same time, another major structure constructed by Rajputs, clear, especially Raja Jai Singh, which is in news also these days, clear, and this is related to construction of astronomical observatories. This astronomical observatory is known as Jantar Mantar. these astronomical observatories known as Jantar Mantar. Clear? Now coming to these observatories. Clear? The Jantar Mantars were the 5 royal astronomical observatories built by Raja Jai Singh of Amber in 18th century. So Raja Jai Singh of Amber in the 18th century. He only founded the city of Jaipur also. He constructed 5 astronomical observatories, and these astronomical observatories were constructed at Delhi, Jaipur, Ujjain, Banaras, and Mathura. 5 astronomical observatories at Delhi, Jaipur, Varanasi, Ujjain, and Mathura. Among these 5 observatories, Mathura is not in function right as of now. It is not in existence as of now. It has been closed down. There are only 4 observatories that exist: Delhi, Jaipur, Ujjain, and Banaras. Clear? Now coming to these observatories. Clear? These observatories are in news recently. Why? The reason is Archaeological Survey of India has constituted a fresh committee for the conservation, preservation, restoration, and proper functionality of Delhi Jantar Mantar Observatory. Clear? So recently the Archaeological Survey of India has constituted a team basically to restore, to preserve, and to promote the Jantar Mantar Observatory at Delhi. Clear? Constructed by Raja Jai Singh, apart from 4 other observatories constructed by him. Clear? Now about Jantar Mantar. Clear? The 5 observatories constructed, and at the same time, why he constructed these 5 observatories in 18th century? He found that the existing astronomical instruments were too small to calculate astronomical measurements, and therefore he wanted larger observatories. Clear? And these observatories are used basically to study time and differences between planets. Clear? To study time and distances between planets, differences between planets, these observatories were constructed. Clear? And at the same time, clear, why he constructed observatories at different places, 5 different locations? He wanted observatories at different locations because to improve accuracy by comparing the readings from different coordinates. Clear? So he constructed observatories at 5 different places basically to compare and to have accurate data after comparing the observations of 5 observatories at different places. Clear? Among these 5 observatories, the first observatory to be constructed by him was at Delhi in 1724. This is in news. Clear? So he constructed the first observatory at Delhi in 1724 and the last observatory at Jaipur, which was in 1738. In between, he constructed the 3 observatories of Ujjain, Banaras, and Mathura. So first observatory constructed by him at Delhi. So the last observatory constructed at Jaipur in 1738. Clear? And at the same time, Jaipur observatory is one observatory which has greatest and the most variety of instruments. So largest number of observatories and instruments are there in Jaipur observatory. Clear? Now, the Jantar Mantar Observatory at Delhi is being restored, preserved, and restored by Archaeological Survey of India recently. It was in news. Clear? And this structure became a very important structure. And why this is being renovated? Because it has got some major developments also. Clear? Now, what are the key instruments in Delhi's Jantar Mantar, which is being renovated, restored by Archaeological Survey of India? Coming to this structure, key instruments at Jantar Mantar at Delhi. Clear? Now there are four major instruments or yantra in Delhi's Jantar Mantar. Coming to this 4 major yantras. Clear? So 4 major yantra or instruments. 4 major yantra or instruments at Jantar Mantar, Delhi. So 4 major yantra or instruments at Jantar Mantar, Delhi. Clear? We'll come to these yantra and then we'll come to their basically function also. The first major yantra is the Ram yantra. Clear? So first major yantra is the Ram yantra at Jantar Mantar, Delhi. The Ram Yantra. And what is the function? Measuring the altitude of stars. Clear? So it is for measuring the altitude of stars. Measuring the altitude of stars. This is the first yantra. The second yantra is basically Samrat yantra. Samrat yantra. What is the function of Samrat yantra? Used for calculating and keeping track of time. Used for calculating and keeping track of time. This is Samrat yantra. Third is known as Jai Prakash. Yantra. Now, what is the function of Jai Prakash yantra? Used to find out the position of the sun. And other heavenly bodies and other heavenly bodies. That is Jai Prakash yantra. Fourth one, the last one is Mishra yantra. Clear? And Mishra in this instrument is used to depict the time. Time of noon. In various cities across the globe. Vis-a-vis local time. So, four major yantra instruments at Jantar Mantar, which is being revived and restored by the Archaeological Survey of India. The Ram yantra, measuring the altitude of stars. Samrat yantra, used for calculating and keeping track of time. Jai Prakash, used to find the position of the sun and other heavenly bodies. Mishra yantra, used to depict the time of noon in various cities across globe vis-a-vis local time. Clear? So, all these major developments related to Jantar Mantar at Delhi, which is very important one. And these were constructed by Raja Jai Singh of Amber, who also translated several works into Sanskrit related to geometry, related to the logarithm work written by Charles Napier. All of them were translated into Sanskrit, and he promoted large amount of such cultural development, apart from laying the foundation of Jaipur as a planned city in western part of India. Clear? So these developments were very prominent in 18th century by Raja Jai Singh of Amber. Clear? So whether Sabha Mandap was constructed within temple only or in Rajput forts also. Sabha Mandap was constructed, is a general term. Sabha Mandap was constructed by Rajputs in the forts also. Clear? Sabha Mandap is basically the hall for assembling, or rather people coming together for certain common discussion also. Clear? Sir, please mention the different bags as well as like Shalimar Bagh and the location. Clear? See, there were many bags like Shalimar Bagh and other bags which were constructed Clear. Shalimar was constructed in Kashmir. Clear. And Shalimar was constructed by Jahangir. Clear. So Jahangir constructed the Shalimar Bagh in Kashmir, and that was also known as a very prominent place. Even now, Shalimar Bagh is a very prominent place. Clear. Then at the same time, we have Mughal Garden also in Delhi, which was constructed by the Mughals. Clear. This observatory are in chronological order. Yes, this are in chronology. The first one is at the region Delhi, and the last one is at Jaipur. In between, we have Banaras, Ujjain, and Mathura. Mathura is not functioning as of now. Clear? So please tell us something about naming of yantra. Naming of yantra was basically done in order to show certain orientation and functions. Clear? That is Ram yantra. Ram yantra basically I'll teach you. It was basically a name given to differentiate the yantra. Clear? Ram yantra or Samrat yantra, Jai Prakash or Mishra yantra. Clear? Sir, please mention the different box as well as Shalimar. Yeah, this box. Clear? Shalimar Bagh, very prominent one in the region of Kashmir by Jahangir. Clear? No, this was architecture. Along with this, in 18th century, architecture also began to be promoted by the Sikh community in Punjab, and Sikh community began to construct large number of monuments. The most important monument is the Golden Temple at Amritsar. Clear? So coming to Sikh architecture as well. Sikh architecture. Sikh architecture as well. Clear? Now in Sikh architecture, the most important monument, clear, an example of Sikh architecture is the Golden Temple at Amritsar, also known as Harmandir Sahib. Golden Temple at Amritsar, also known as Harmandir Sahib, which was basically founded by 4th Sikh Guru in 1577, that is Guru Ramdas. So Golden Temple, also known as Harmandir Sahib at Amritsar, was founded by 4th Sikh Guru. 4th Sikh Guru Ramdas, clear, 4th Sikh Guru Ramdas in 1577. Ramdas in 1570, but completed by Guru Arjan, completed by the 5th week, that is 5th Guru, Sikh Guru Arjan, who also compiled or completed the Adi Granth, Guru Arjan. Clear. Other important structures include Gurudwara Janamasthan Nankana Sahib. Nankana Sahib is in Pakistan, and Keshavgarh Sahib, Anandpur Sahib, Punjab. Clear. So all these were various structures, and at Golden Temple, why it is known as Golden Temple? The dome was given a golden content by Maharaja Ranjit Singh of Punjab. So gold plating of the whole dome was done by Maharaja Ranjit Singh of Punjab, and thereafter it came to be known as Golden Temple at Amritsar. Clear? So Golden Temple at Amritsar. This became important developments related to architectural growth and development related to Sikh community. Clear? As of late, since we are discussing about Archaeological Survey of India, 2 days back only, there was a news also that Archaeological Survey of India has invested a huge amount in the renovation of another structure, and this structure is known as Rumi Darwaza at Lucknow. Clear? Rumi Darwaza at Lucknow, which were constructed by the Nawabs of Awadh. Clear? So Nawabs of Awadh constructed the Rumi Darwaza, the Bada Imam Bara. Clear? The Chota Imam Bara. Bada Imam Bara was marked by certain decorative motifs like fish also, which is considered to be auspicious. Clear? So Bada Imam Bara is unique, which has decorative motifs like fish on the fish depiction. Bada Imam Bara is considered to be a very important one, constructed by Nawabs of Awadh at this time, and in this region only we have Rumi Darwaza, which is a grand entrances, and Rumi Darwaza is being renovated by Archaeological Survey of India. Huge amount has been invested in renovation of Rumi Darwaza at Lucknow. Clear? So very important developments taking place related to architectural monuments of medieval times. Clear? We'll come to architecture of modern India as well when we'll discuss modern Indian history. Clear? This was about architectural growth and development. Clear? Now, apart from architectural growth and development, clear, we need to discuss about music elaborately. We have only mentioned about music. We need to discuss growth and development of music elaborately in medieval India, largely during the reign of the Mughals. Clear? We had discussed Raja Tansin only as an Navratna of Akbar's court. Clear? So coming to music in medieval India. Music in medieval India. Coming to this music, clear? The first of all, clear? Why medieval India is important? Why Mughal phase is important? Clear? During the Mughal phase, music in medieval India began to develop very rapidly, and music in Mughal phase developed in two branches in northern and southern part of India. These musics are known as the classical music, marked by adherence to rules and regulation. The development of music in the Mughal phase in medieval India has broadly divided into two major forms. One is known as the Hindustani music, which was largely followed in the northern part of India. Hindustani music is largely influenced by Perso-Arabic character or Perso-Arabic origin, and it has a scope for changes and innovation. These musical forms can be changed and can be innovated as well. Okay, so these are known as Hindustani music, largely followed in northern part of India. And then we have the Carnatic music, which is largely in the southern part of India. It is purely indigenous in nature and it does not have any scope for changes and innovation. This is the basic difference between Hindustani music and Carnatic music. So Hindustani music is exotic in nature, hybrid in nature, and Carnatic music is pure indigenous in nature. Hindustani music can be changed and amended by the performer. Carnatic music cannot be changed or innovated. Clear? And at the same time, in Mughal phase, when music began to develop in the northern part of India, that is Hindustani music, one teacher taught his musical techniques to his disciples, and that continued as a tradition like Sufism. And this tradition in music came to be known as gharanas. Clear? The oldest musical gharana to be established in medieval India was the Gwalior gharana that promoted the style of music known as Dhrupad. Clear? So Dhrupad is basically Dhrupad is basically a musical form which was promoted in northern part of India, and this musical form, clear, began to develop largely in the central part of India. It became a very distinctive feature of musical form in India, and this was largely promoted by Raja Man Singh of Gwalior. Raja Man Singh of Gwalior promoted this music, and he wrote a very important work also on this music. Clear? And this music began to be promoted. Clear? So coming to this musical Hindustani and the classical music. Clear? Hindustani and classical music. This difference is clear. It's clear. So Hindustani music and the Carnatic music. Now after this, now we'll come to the certain terms of the music. Clear? Now what are the fundamentals of Indian music? To understand the development of music, we'll understand what are some fundamentals of music. Clear? Music. We have a good. What is the difference between Marg Sangeet and Path Sangeet? Clear? See, basically, just for there's a question. Marg Sangeet and Path Sangeet. There's a difference between the two. Clear? Marg Sangeet is basically a Sangeet or music that provides the way towards the attainment of moksha or salvation. That is known as Marg Sangeet. And Patha Sangeet is something that is to be taught by the master to the disciple. They are known as Patha Sangeet. Clear? So Marg Sangeet is a Sangeet that provides the way towards attainment of moksha or liberation, that is cycle of birth and death. Patha Sangeet is something when a teacher teaches the teaching to other persons, and that results into musical tradition. This is known as Patha Sangeet. Clear? So Marg Sangeet and Patha Sangeet. Now fundamentals of music. Clear? There are three fundamentals of music. These three fundamentals are known as Swar, Rag and Tal. Clear? So these are three major fundamentals of music, that is Swar, Rag and Tal. Clear? Now the word Swar refers to pitch, notes, clear, or scale. Clear? So by the term Swar we basically means musical notes. We also mean musical pitch. Clear? So these are by the word some Swar we mean pitch or notes or even scale or degree. Clear? Scale of music. Scale or degree. Degrees indicate again intensity or pitch. Clear? So swar means notes, pitch, scale or degree. Clear? This is, and as per Hindustani music system of music, there are 7 swars, and these 7 swars are to be followed by all the composers. Clear? So we'll come to difference between Dhrupad and Khyal also. Don't worry. Clear? So coming to the swar first of all. Clear? So there are 7 swar of Indian music. The 7 swar of Indian music. What are those 7 swar? First swar of Indian music is Sadja. It's not Sajda, it's Sadja. Clear? Sadda is, and from Sajda we derive the note that is Sa. Clear? First is Sadja, then is Reshab. Reshab. From here we derive Re, Sajja, Reshab, then Gandharv, Ga, then Gandharv, clear, Ga, then Madhyam, Ma, it's Madhyam, 5th one. After Madhyam is Pancham, Pa. 6th is, after Pancham is Dvait, Dvait 6th. 7th one is, after Dvait is basically Nishad. Na. That is Sa, Re, Ga, Ma, Pa, Da, Na, Nisa. Clear? Pada nahi, Pada nahi. Clear? That is Nishad, Ni. Clear? That is 7 swars. Clear? Sadja, Reshab, Gandharv, Madhyam, Pancham, Dvait and Nishad. Sa, Re, Gama, Pada, Ni. Clear? These are 7 swars which are the basic notes, pitch or scale or degree. Every composition has to start from here. Clear? Apart from swar, clear? The next major component of fundamentals of Hindustani music in India, this is known as Rag. Clear? Now coming to Rag of Indian music. Clear? Rag is basically combination of swars. Clear? So 7 swars that we had discussed. Rag is basically the combination of different swars. Clear? So combination of swars give birth to rags. Clear? And with there being at least 5 swars in a rag. Clear? So in a single rag there must be 5 swars. Clear? So 5 swars composes a rag. Clear? And at the same time, clear, these rags are basically considered to be the compositional style of the music. Clear? Basically, this rags are composition of swar. One rag have at least 5 swar. Combination of 5 swar lead to one rag. Clear? And in Indian music, there are 6 principal rags. Clear? So there are 6 principal rags. Clear? What are these 6 principal rags? Clear? Number 1 is Hindola rag. One is Hindola Rag, clear. Hindola Rag. The second is Deepak Rag. Hindola Rag, Deepak Rag, Megh Rag. Megh Rag, clear. Then after Megh Rag, we have Sri Rag. We have Sri Rag. Fifth one is known as Malkons Rag. Malkons Rag. And the last one is Bhairavi Rag. So there are six principal rags of Indian music: Hindola Rag, Deepak Rag, Megh Rag, Sri Rag, Malkons Rag and Bhairavi Rag. Clear? These are six principal rags of Indian music. Clear? Now after this rags, we have another major component of Indian music, fundamentals, and that is Tal. Clear? Now what do we mean by Tal? Tal are basically rhythmic arrangement of beats in a musical composition. Clear? So beats are arranged in cyclical manner and can range from 1 beats to 108 beats. Clear? So Tal is basically the beats and it can range from 1 to 108 beats in musical composition. Clear? So there can be 1 to 108 beats. Clear? Nearly 32 types of tals have been identified. Clear? And therefore all these 32 tals are very important. Clear? The tempo of the beats which refers to time span of the beats referred to as lay. Clear? So tal is divided into lay also, that is rhythm as well, and at the same time. Clear? The Carnatic music is said to have 35 original tals which are further split. Clear? So in India, in Hindustani music, there are 32 types of tals which has been identified, and the tals can range from 1 to 108 beats. Clear? These are three major fundamentals of music: Swar, Rag and Tal. Swar are 7, Rag are basically 6, Tal can be 1 to 108. 32 tals has been recognized in Hindustani music and 35 tals in Carnatic music. Clear? So 32 tals has been recognized in Hindustani music and 35 tals in Carnatic music. Clear? So these are major developments. Clear? Now why Swar is also known as Sargam in Hindustani music? Because from here only the composition of Sargam starts. Clear? That is known as Swar. Clear? Now any ancient text or inscription where these swars are mentioned, clear? Again I'll let you know. Clear? Any ancient text, if you look into text, clear, I'll let you know text about these tals and this musical development. The first major text that mention about this music is Natya Shastra. Clear? Natya Shastra is a work which is not on a fixed date, but it is accepted that it was written from 2nd century BC to 2nd century AD, and it was written by a legendary person known as Bharat Muni. So Bharat Muni wrote a work Natya Shastra in which the major compositions like Swar are mentioned. Clear? These musical informations are also available in works of early medieval phase, and these works are Sangeet Ratnakar, by Sarangdev, Sangeet Ratnakar by Sarangdev and Sangeet and Geet Govinda by Jaydev. Geet Govinda by Jaydev. So books, if you look into the ancient text, clear? Natya Shastra is the most prominent one that deals with music and dance. Then Sangeet Ratnagar by Sarangadev and Geet Govinda by Jaydev. They mentions about these informations about music. Clear? Tals are rhythmic cycle ranging from 0 to 108 or from 3 to 108. Clear? It's basically range from 0 to 1 or 3, but it's largely counted from 3 to 108. But we count from 1 to 108 also, but normally counted from 3 to 108. Clear? Now apart from this, coming to the two major streams of music, that is the Hindustani music and the Carnatic music. Clear? Now there are different genre of Hindustani music, and among the genre of Hindustani music, we'll come to these major musics. Clear? Someone was asking Dhrupad and Khyal, they are both Hindustani music. Coming to these styles. Clear? So, genre of Hindustani music, the first among them is Dhrupad. Now, these musical forms are important. Clear? Dhrupad is the oldest form of Hindustani music to have originated from the music like Prabandh and Dhrupad. Clear? So, it is the oldest form of Hindustani music. Oldest form of Hindustani music, and it has emerged from the earlier forms of music like Prabandh. It has emerged from earliest forms of Indian music like Prabandh and Dhrupad, originally known as Dhrupad. Clear? It's known as Dhrupad. Clear? It was patronized by Emperor Ashok also, and exponents included Haridas, Swami Haridas of Vrindavan, Tansen and Gopal Das. Clear? So it was patronized by Akbar, and during the reign of Akbar, it was promoted by Tansen, Swami Haridas, and even Swami Gopal Das. Swami Gopal Das. Clear? Gopal Das. Clear? This style is a poetic one involving the use of Sanskrit syllables and is of temple origin. So Dhrupad is of temple origin. These features can be asked. It's of temple origin. Clear? And it uses Sanskrit syllables. It includes Sanskrit syllables. Clear? Syllables. It is sung with accompaniment of tanpura and pakwaj. Clear? So it is sung along with instruments like tanpura and pakwaj. Clear? The famous Dagar Gharana with at least 18 generations of Dagars are considered to be the foremost exponents of this style. Clear? So this style of Dhrupad is promoted by Dagar Gharana. Clear? This style is also promoted by Gwalior Gharana. Founded by Nathan Pir Bakhsh. Promoted by Nathan Pir Bakhsh. Clear? And Dhrupad was originally started by Raja Man Singh of Gwalior. Who wrote a very important literary work on music. This work is titled as Man Kautuhal. All informations about Dhrupad, very important one. Clear? So this is the musical style, Hindustani music. Very important one. It is the oldest form of Hindustani music. It emerged originally from Prabandh and Dhrupad musical form. The proponents of this music had been Tansen, Swami Haridas, Swami Gopal Das. All were contemporary of Akbar. It is of temple origin. It uses Sanskrit syllables. It is accompanied with musical instruments known as tanpura and pakhwaj. It is largely promoted for 18 generations by Dagar family, who established Dagar Gharana. Then Gwalior Gharana, founded by Nathan Pir Bakhsh. Originally promoted by Raja Man Singh of Gwalior, who wrote a musical work known as Man Kautuhal. This is Dhrupad. Clear? Now coming to another, you asked about different Dhrupad and Khyal. We'll come to Khyal only. Clear? Now coming to the next musical form, that is Khyal. Clear? So after Dhrupad, we have second, that is musical form known as Khyal. Clear? Khyal basically means idea or imagination, thought or an idea. Clear? So literally meaning a thought or an idea. This style is attributed to Amir Khusro. Although other legends like Muhammad Shah Rangila and Hussain Shah Sharki were also associated with it. Clear? So the word Khyal basically means idea or thought. Clear? And this musical style is attributed to Amir Khusro. Amir Khusro. But some legends also associate this Khyal music with Muhammad Shah Rangila, Mughal Emperor Muhammad Shah Rangila, Muhammad Shah Rangila, and Hussain Shah Sharki, Sharki ruler of Jaunpur, Hussain Shah Sharki. Hussain Shah Sharki. Clear? This music is more open to improvisation and its use of tans, distinguish it from dhupans. Clear? So basic difference between Khyal and Drupad is that this is open to improvisation. Hindustani music we had discussed, it is open to innovation, it is open to improvisation and its use of tans. This is the basic difference Drupad and Khyal. Clear? And its use of tans. Clear? Tans distinguishes it from Drupad. Tan means it stretches the voice altogether, known as Tan. Clear? Tan. 6 major gharanas are associated with it. The Gwalior Gharana, the Kirana Gharana. So 6 gharanas are associated with Khyal. 6 gharanas are associated with Khyal. Gwalior Gharana. Then second Kirana Gharana in Kurukshetra region, then Agra Gharana, clear. Then we have Patiala, Delhi, Patiala Gharana, Delhi Gharana, that is 5th one, and 6th, last Gharana, associate Khyal is Atrauli, Jaipur Atrauli Gharana, Jaipur Atrauli Gharana. So 6 gharanas associated with Khyal. The basic difference Drupad and Khyal is the tans. Large amount of tans distinguished Khyal with Drupad. Clear? So difference between Drupad. Clear? Yeah, Carnatic music is important. Carnatic music always important because large amount of musical forms is promoted. In fact, clear, Carnatic music has been important because large number of people have been performing on stage shows also Carnatic, and it remains in newspaper off and on. That is why we'll come to Carnatic music. But Hindustani music is equally important. Clear? Okay. So coming to the Alap and Bandish is basically Alap is the rhythmic cycle, rhythmic Alap that is given to maintain the rhythm. That is Alap, and Bandish is ending the alap or ending the basically the notes of music. It's known alap and bandish in Drupad. Clear? Next classical music, next Hindustani music in northern part of India after Drupad and Khyal is Thumri. Thumri is another Hindustani music. Clear? This music originated in western Uttar Pradesh and was influenced by Bhakti movement. A number of its compositions were in Avdi and Braj Bhasha. Clear? So this form of music originated in western Uttar Pradesh. Influenced by Bhakti movement. And its compositions were in Avdi and Braj Bhasha. Composition in Avdi and Braj Bhasha. Clear? The subjects revolve around love, particularly love of a girl for Krishna. Clear? And at times the subject is separation and devotion. So the subject is basically love between the performer and Lord Krishna. Clear? Banaras and Lucknow Gharanas are the most famous ones associated with, and Begum Akhtar is exponent. Clear? So 2 major Gharanas associated with this Thumri is Banaras and Lucknow. The greatest exponent of this music is Begum Akhtar. She is one of the greatest proponent of the Thumri music, Begum Akhtar. Clear? So this is Thumri. Clear? Thumri. This is another major component of Hindustani music. After Thumri, there's another style known as Dadra. 4th one is known as Dadra, Hindustani music. Clear? It is similar to Thumri with text being sensual. Clear? The difference between the two being the incorporation of more than one antar. Clear? Antara. So it is basically more sensual in nature. It's similar to Thumri but more sensual in nature. That differentiates clear, and it is largely performed in Agra and Bundelkhand region. Largely performed in Agra and Bundelkhand region, Dadra. Clear. Then we have Tappa. Camel drivers largely promote this song music. Tappa, clear. It is simple. Tappa is basically a music folk song that is camel drive riders of North and Northwestern India. These folklore passions are more important in Punjab. Clear. The style developed in the court of Mughal Emperor Muhammad Shah Rangila. So Tappa is largely performed by cattle riders of Northwestern region Punjab. It is still very popular in Punjab. It was promoted by Muhammad Shah Rangila. Then we have Tarana. Sixth one is known as Tarana. Tarana, clear? And Tarana is basically characterized by singing at a very fast tempo in a rhythmic pattern, clear? The male melody is usually short and repeated many times. Amir Khusro is said to have invented this style. So Tarana was also invented by Amir Khusro. Tarana. Seventh style under Hindustani music is Damar Hori. Damar Hori. Clear? It's Damar Hori. The composition is similar to Dhrupad. It's similar to Dhrupad, an associated festival of Holi, and compositions are sung in praise of Lord Krishna. Clear? So similar to Dhrupad, performed during Holi and to show devotion towards Lord Krishna. Devotion towards Lord Krishna. It's Damar Hori, clear? And next, last one is known as Ghazal. Last one known as Ghazal, clear? It is said to be a poetic form of music which is said to have evolved from Persian music of Qasida, clear? Ghazal. It became popular in India during Mughal period, although Amir Khusro is said to be among its first exponent. So even Ghazal became popular in the Mughals but started originally by Amir Khusro. Started by Amir Khusro, clear. First exponent, Amir Khusro was in Sultanate phase. Ghazals deal with singular subjects such as love, separation, etc. and have a specific form, clear. So these are ghazals, clear. So major forms of Hindustani music which was promoted in medieval times, especially during Mughal phase, clear. Now after this will come to the Carnatic music, clear, which is more indigenous in nature, largely promoted in the southern part of India. Most of the time it remains to be news because there are large number of performers, clear. So Carnatic music, clear. The recognition of Carnatic music as a separate form of music seems to have happened in the 14th century, clear. And at the same time, clear, the Carnatic music is first mentioned in a work which is known as Sangeet Sudhakar. So it is first mentioned in a work, separately in a work, Sangeet Sudhakar. Sangeet Sudhakar, which was written by Haripada. Known as Sangeet Sudhakar. Clear? Sangeet Sudhakar. At the same time, Carnatic music underwent refinement and systematization in the late 15th century due to the efforts of Pundra Das, also known as Carnatic Sangeet Pitamaha. Clear? So the person who systematized and formalized Carnatic music, this person was a 15th century person, Purandara Das. Purandara Das of 15th century, and therefore is known as Carnatic music Pitamaha, grandfather of Carnatic music. Is also known as Carnatic music Pitamaha, clear? Pitamaha, clear? In course of time, this music was largely promoted in 18th century by three major musicians who are basically known as the major composer of this music, clear? So Carnatic music in 18th century was promoted by three musical trinity. Who were these three musical trinity? Number one, clear, that is P. Tyagaraja, Muthuswami Dikshitar, Dikshitar, Muthuswami Dikshitar, and Shyama Shastri. And Shyama Sastri. Musical Trinity, P. Tyagaraja, clear. Tyagaraja, Muthuswami Dikshitar, and at the same time Shyama Sastri, clear. So three things known to be known about Carnatic music is Sangeet Sudhakar by Haripada in 14th century, Purandara Das 15th century systematized music known as Pitamaha of Carnatic music, and in 18th century promoted by three musical trinity, P. Tyagaraja, Muthuswami Dikshitar, and Shyama Sastri, clear. Now these are very important developments, clear. Now at the same time, what are the features of the Carnatic music, clear? The features of Carnatic music is, clear. First of all, Carnatic music have three parts, clear. And these three parts to be known of Carnatic music. What are the three parts of Carnatic music? The three parts is, number one, the first part of Carnatic music is known as the Pallavi. Pallavi is the first part of Carnatic music. Pallavi refers to thematic lines of the composition, usually the first two, clear. This is followed by next two lines referred to as Anupallavi, clear. So this is followed by another one known as Anupallavi. So these are the thematic lines, the starting lines, first two lines, then followed by Anupallavi. Anupallavi, clear, and Anupallavi is in time followed by another person known as Charanam, clear. So Charanam is the third part of Carnatic music. So Carnatic music has three major composition: the Pallavi, the starting lines, then Anupallavi, the next two lines, and then the last one portion being known as Charanam. Clear? This is very important one. Clear? At the same time, in Carnatic music, there's another concept of Kriti. Kriti is an important concept. What do you mean the concept Kriti? It is said to be development of Kirtana and evolved from music. The Rag and Bhav are brought in this form, and the Kriti comprises a minimum of Pallavi, Anupallavi and Charna. So Kirti comprises of all the three, that is Pallavi, Anupallavi and Charnam. Clear? So it is combined composition known as Kriti. Kriti comprises of three major parts: Pallavi, Anupallavi and Charnam. Clear? These are major developments apart from this. Clear? Music apart from Hindustani music and Carnatic music. Clear? We need to discuss. Clear? We need to discuss about devotional music as well. What are devotional musical forms? Clear? So coming to devotional music. The first devotional music is obviously bhajan. Bhajan is the most popular devotional music. Clear? Bhajan always started in 15th, 16th century, largely by the Bhakti saints, and large number of Bhakti saints like Mirabai, Sur Das, Narsin Mehta, Guru Nanak, all of them started to promote bhajans, and therefore bhajans became the most important form of devotional music, largely devoted to Lord Krishna. Clear? So Qawwali. Yeah, Qawwali is also a part of Hindustani music, and Qawwali is also traced back to Amir Khusro. Amir Khusro only started the concept of the Qawwali music as well. Clear? So this is bhajan, and Qawwali also comes under devotional music also. Clear? So bhajan started with Bhakti saints like Surdas, Mirabai, even Guru Nanak, and all these bhajans are basically addressed to Lord Krishna or Sagun saints. Clear? Then we have Qawwali also. Qawwali is basically a devotional song addressed to Sufi Peer or Sufi Wali. Clear? This is basically a Sufi music, and it is also advocated, traced back to Amir Khusro. Clear? This is Qawwali. Then we have Shabad. We have another devotional music known as Sabad. Clear? Sabad is largely followed as a devotional song in Gurudwaras and Sikh communities. Clear? So this is related to Sabad. Then we have Kirtan. Then we have Kirtan. Kirtan is another form of devotional music. It started with Bhakti movement. It started with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in Bengal, Kirtan, clear. And at the same time, Kirtans were two types: Nam Kirtan, involving the uttering of name of God, and Leela Kirtan, involving enactment of anecdotes from Bhagavad Puran or from stories of love of Radha and Krishna, clear. So Kirtan is divided into two major sections, clear. One is known as Nam Kirtan, uttering the name of the God, and then we have Leela Kirtan, performing the anecdotes, clear, Leela Kirtan, and both have been taken from Bhagavat Puran, taken from Bhagavat Puran, clear, taken from Bhagavat Puran that mentions about love of Radha and Krishna. Clear? So Kirtan is Nam Kirtan, Leela Kirtan taken from Bhagavat Puran. Clear? Last form of devotional music is Abhang. Devotional music. These are devotional songs sung in Maharashtra in praise of Lord Krishna as avatar of Lord Vishnu in the incarnation of Vithoba or Vithal. Clear? So Abhangas are largely performed by Maharashtra Dharm. We had discussed about Maharashtra Dharm started by Ganeshwar, Namdev, Eknath and Tukaram. So Abhangas are performed basically by saints of Maharashtra Dharm in praise of Lord Krishna. In praise of Lord Krishna as an avatar of Lord Vishnu in his incarnation of Vithoba. In his incarnation of Vithoba, we had talked about Temple of Vithoba at Pandharpur in Maharashtra. Clear? And it started with Ganeshwar, Namdev, Eknath and Tukaram. Clear? These are basically Abhangas. Clear? So, these are very important developments related to music. Clear? Now, Indian music system often refers to Navras also. Clear? So, there are Navras in Indian music. What do you mean by Ras? Clear? Ras or Ras. Clear? Ras essentially refers to a mental and an emotional state. Clear? That is the state of mind. Ras. Clear? Music is believed to have an inherent attribute of influencing our emotional state, and thus the type of music played should be in consonance with it. Clear? So music should always reflect the mood of the performer, temperament of the performer. Clear? Therefore, Indian music, dance, drama and even poetry all are invariably in accordance with one of the Navras, which reflect 9 different emotional states. Clear? It is said that Bharata's Natya Shastra, clear, especially it specifies 8 of the Ras. Some sources also say 9 were identified by Natya Shastra, and the 9th Ras, that is Shantam was identified by sage Abhinav Gupta. Clear? So there are basically 9 Ras in Indian music. Clear? And all these 9 ras are considered to be very important. What is Ashtachap poetry? Ashtachap poetry is basically 8 major followers of Vallabhacharya, and all of them were known as Ashtachap. 8 among them, and all of them shows devotional poetry towards Lord Krishna, and all of them came under the concept of Sagun Bhakti, Ashtachap. Clear? Now coming to Ras. Clear? So as far as music is concerned, we need to understand about Ras as well. Clear? Now, Ras is basically the state of mind, the mood of the mind person, the temperament of the person, and musical composition must indicate the temperament, the mood of the performer, the composer. And actually, it is said that there are 9 Ras in Indian music, depending the different mood or temperament of the composer and all these 9 Ras. Clear? 9 Ras is mentioned in Natya Shastra of Bharat Muni. We had discussed about this work. Natya Shastra of Bharat Muni. Clear? Bharat Muni. Now, which are these 9 ras of Indian music? Clear? We'll come to this. Clear? First major, and we'll indicate the mood also. What mood, what temperament is exhibited through this 9 ras. Clear? First is ras of Srirangam, also known as Srirangam ras and Sringam ras. Clear? What emotion indicate? Clear? It indicate love and attraction. It indicate love or attraction. That is Srirangam ras. Shringar ras. Sorry, it's not. It's Shringar ras. Clear? It's Shringar ras. Shri S-R-I-N. Shringar ras. Shringar ras indicate love and attraction. Then there is Hasyam ras. Hasyam ras. Hasyam ras is basically laughter and humor. Laughter and humor. That is Hasyam Ras, Hasya. Clear. So Shringar Ras, Hasya Ras, Hashyam call you can Hashyam also, you can Hasya also. Clear. Then Raudra, Rasya. Raudra means basically fury or anger. Fury or anger. Raudra Roop, Raudra Ras. So Shringar Ras, Shringar Ras, Hasya Ras, Rudra Ras, Raudra Ras. Fourth one is known as Karunayam, Karunayam Ras, compassion. Clear. Karuna means compassion. Karunayam Ras is basically compassion. Then fifth is Karunayam after this, Bibhatsam. Bibhatsam Ras. Bibhatsam Ras basically indicate horror or terror. Horror or terror. Sixth one is basically Bhyanakam. Bhyanakam Ras. Clear. Bhyanakam Ras. Clear. Bibhatsam is basically disgust. Sorry. Bibhatsam is disgust. Bibhatsam disgust. Bhyanakam is horror or terror. Horror or terror. Seventh one after Bhyanakam is Viram. Viram Ras. Clear? Viram Ras is Viram Ras is bravery, Veer. Bravery, seventh one. Then coming to the eighth one. Clear? Eighth one is Adbhutam. Adbhutam Ras. Adbhutam is wonder. Adbhut. That is wonder. And ninth one is Santam Ras. Santam Ras, clear? That is peace, Shanti. Tranquility, clear? Shanti, clear? So these are major ras, clear? So in later years, two more ras are further added to, and that is Bhakti, devotion, and Vatsalya, mother love, clear? But these are the 9 major ras of Indian music, and these ras were developed in course of time. First mentioned in, and all these ras are mentioned in Bharat Muni's Natya Shastra, clear? So these were major developments related to music in medieval India, clear? So coming to this one, very important one. No, sir, does music also pass from generation to generation like Guru Shishya Parampara? Yeah, music also passed from in the form of Guru Shishya Parampara, and this resulted into which development? Clear? And that is why, just because of Guru Shishya Parampara, we have basically gharanas in India, clear? Gharanas in India, and at the same time, clear? At the same time indicate the passing of generation to generation, same musical form. Rabindra Sangeet. Rabindra Sangeet is basically also known as Tagore Sangeet, which was basically followed the composition of Rabindranath Tagore. Rabindranath Tagore was a great composer of music in modern times. Rabindra Sangeet is basically known as Tagore Sangeet, which are basically followed in Indian subcontinent, composed by Bengali polymath, that is Rabindranath Tagore. This is clear musical form, clear? Now apart from architecture, musical form, since we had discussed about all these developments, these are very prominent one. With this we complete with medieval India also, clear? So all major forms we had discussed. Apart from this, clear? Major developments related to all activities except one thing, I think so we need to discuss about one major thing as well related to medieval India, and that is related to bronze, clear? Why? Because in contemporary times there has been news related to bronze sculpture of medieval India, clear? So we'll come to bronze sculpture of medieval India especially, clear? So let us discuss about the bronze sculpture art forms of medieval India. We'll discuss bronze sculpture from the beginning because bronze was a metal which was produced. So bronze sculpture. Bronze sculpture. Why bronze sculpture is important? Because it indicates metallurgical advancement, because bronze was produced by mixing the alloys of copper and tin. Therefore, bronze sculptures become very important. It started from Indus Valley civilization only, continued till contemporary times. Let us start from Indus Valley civilization itself. Clear? So, first of all, the most important bronze sculpture is the bronze sculpture of Dancing Girl. Bronze sculpture dancing girl that belonged to Indus Valley civilization. It was formed from the city of Mohenjo-daro, and we have discussed it is she is shown with Tribhang gesture, that is bending the body at three points, and at the same time, clear, this is sculpture was made through lost wax technique. Clear. Another bronze sculpture was bronze chariot. Bronze chariot, which was found at Daimabad, which was also a Chalcolithic site because copper was lavishly used. Dancing girl from Mohenjo-daro. We are discussing only with bronze sculpture because government is promoting the retrieval of all these bronze sculptures. Clear? So this was basically bronze chariot at Daimabad. Clear? At the same time, in ancient India, we have found large number of sculptures of Jain Tirthankars. Large number of bronze sculptures of Jain Tirthankars. Large number of Jain Tirthankars has been found, and it has been found at a place known as Chausa in Bihar. So large number of the bronze sculptures of Jain Tirthankars has been found at Chausa in Bihar, and that belonged to Kushan period. Clear? So it belonged to Kushan period. Belong to Kushan period. Clear? Chausa in Bihar. Clear? Then coming to, clear, at the same time, bronze sculptures also include the images of Gautam Buddha. Clear? And Gautam Buddha, this sculptures has been found. Largely Gautam Buddha is shown in Abhay Mudra in all these bronze sculptures. Clear? And at the same time, where these sculptures has been found, clear, statues belonging to this period have been found at Dhaneshwar Khera. Clear? So Gautam Buddha sculpture. Buddha sculpture has been found that largely depict Abhay Mudra. We had discussed all mudras of Gautam Buddha. These mudras are very important. Abhay Mudra, and this has been found at Dhaneshwar. These are all matters of research which has been found at Dhaneshwar Khera, Uttar Pradesh. Dhaneshwar Khera in Uttar Pradesh. Clear? Uttar Pradesh. And at the same time, it was found at Sultanganj. 2-meter long image has been found at Sultanganj, belonging to Gupta period. Sultanganj in Bihar. Sultanganj in Bihar. Clear? In Bihar, and Phopnar in Maharashtra. And Phopnar in Maharashtra. So these are all recent discoveries, very important one. So Buddha sculptures in Abhay Mudra has been found at Dhaneshwar Khera in UP, Sultanganj in Bihar, Phopnar in Maharashtra. Clear? These are all bronze sculptures, very prominent one by mixing copper with tin. Clear? Apart from this, clear, during Pala period, early medieval phase also, we have found bronze structure. Clear? And large number of Pala art bronze structure has been found at Kurki Har near Nalanda. Clear? So in the Pala period of early medieval phase, large number of bronze sculptures has been found at Kurki Har near Nalanda. Kurki Har near Nalanda, Bihar. Clear? Clear. These are very important one. Clear? And at the same time, at Kurki Har Nalanda, the images or sculptures of Gautam Buddha has been found. It is found in Avalokiteshwara. Avalokiteshwar. Avalokiteshwar, which was basically a Bodhisattva. Clear? Avalokiteshwar Bodhisattva in Tribhang posture. Clear? This has been found. Clear? At the same time, Pala school also produced statues of Taras. So along with bodhisattvas, we have sculptures of taras also. We have also Gautam Buddha image in Abhay Mudra, and at the center bronze figure of Balram. So bronze statue of Balram also belongs to the Pala period, and these are very important, found in the region of Bengal and Bihar. Clear? So Pala period, Kurkihar, Nalanda, we have found major important thing, Avalokiteshwar, that is Bodhisattva, sculptures of Taras, Gautam Buddha and Abhay Mudra, and even the structure known as the Balram, bronze statue of Balram has been found. Clear? Now at the same time, clear, bronze art in South India, bronze sculpture has been found in South India also, clear, and in South India, clear. The most important thing is Pallava bronze sculpture, Pallavas and Chalukyas, Pallava bronze sculpture, clear, and this Pallava bronze structure is of Lord Shiv in a sitting position, Lord Shiv in a sitting position, clear, sitting position, which has been found, clear, and this is very important one, that is found in from Pallava period in South India, clear. In Chola period, obviously the most important thing is the Nataraj or dancing ship. We had discussed about important components of dancing ship or Nataraj that indicate Tandav, clear, Tandav at the same time, clear. Moreover, in Vijayanagar period, the sculpture has been found, clear, in medieval India, in Vijayanagar kingdom, we have found the sculpture of Krishna Dev Raya along with two queens standing beside him on two sides, and this sculpture has been recovered from the region of Tirupati in Andhra Pradesh. Clear? So it has been found at Tirupati, Vijayanagar kingdom. These are recent searches, very prominent one being showcased by Ministry of Culture. So you should know about all this. Nataraj we had discussed elaborately. Clear? So in Chola period, we have large number of bronze sculptures recovered from Kurkihar near Nalanda, in which Avalokiteshwara image has been found, Tara's sculpture has been found, Gautam Buddha Abhay Mudra has been found, and the sculpture of Balram has been found. Clear? Very important one. Pallava, in Pallava period, we have found the image of Lord Shiva in a sitting position, and at the same time in Chola, the most important one obviously is the statue of Nataraj made through lost wax technique. In Vijayanagar, we have image of Krishna Dev Raya along with two queens beside him, two sides, found at Tirupati. Clear? These are important bronze sculptures being showcased or promoted by Ministry of Culture in India. So all these are important things to be known. Clear? So the classical songs in which classical dance Bharatanatyam was performed as the different kind of music, including these types of Hindustani or Carnatic music. Bharatanatyam is performed in the form of Carnatic music because Bharatanatyam is a pure temple dance that originated from Brihadeshwara temple in Tanjore, and it follows basically the Carnatic music. Initially it was performed only by women, but later on it began to be performed by male members also. We'll come to all the classical dances when we'll discuss culture in modern India. All 8 classical dances starting with Bharatanatyam, and the last one being Kshatriya dance included from Assam, which was promoted by Shankar Dev, the Vaishnavite saint in Assam in 15th century. Clear? This was major thing. Clear? Now apart from this, one last thing to be done about ancient and medieval India is, some of you was asking also about the terms. Obviously I know terms are asked from ancient and medieval India. I have segregated the major terms, the terms that can be asked in your coming examination, and these terms I'll be discussing tomorrow. I'll be taking up all the terms of ancient and medieval India, and once I discuss all the terms, then we'll move on to discuss about modern Indian history. We'll start with modern India. Clear? So this is very important. First of all, tomorrow we'll just take up the terms of ancient and medieval India. I have segregated the terms. I'll give you the terms with meaning. Have those terms with you. I'll just write it down on the board so that you can also continue with the writing. Have these terms with you. These terms are important. Clear? So with this we'll complete with ancient medieval India when we are done with the terms, and then we'll start with history of modern India and culture of modern India. Clear? Now meanwhile, now we'll move on to discuss about the question or the test that was given to you yesterday. 10 questions related to subject. Clear? Consider now coming to these questions. Clear? I hope this is the test given to you. Khalji dynasty, maybe. Yeah. Let us consider the following dynasties of Delhi Sultanate. Okay, Sayyid dynasty, slave, all the five have been given. We had discussed that the dynasties were formed according to racial affiliation. Slaves were the Turks in origin, Khaljis were non-Turks, Tughlaqs were Turks, Sayyids were descendants of Prophet Muhammad, and Lodhis were Afghans in origin. Clear? Here question is, which one of the following is the correct sequence? Is the correct sequence of their tenure period in descending order, at a tenure in descending order. Okay, so first of all, let us start with Khalji dynasty. Sayyid dynasty was established in 1414. It continued till 1451. It was the shortest serving, in fact. Clear? It was not large one. Slave dynasty was from 1206 to 1290, only for almost 84 years. Clear? Then at the same time, Khalji dynasty was from 1290 to 1320. Lodi dynasty was from 1451 to 1526, and Tughlaq dynasty was from 1320 to 1412. Now descending order, you have to subtract this. Clear? So 1414, clear? What would be the year? 37 years. Here 84 years. Then here we have 10, 1300, 30 years. 20 plus 10, 30 years only. Then 1540, 14th Lodi dynasty to 1526. 26 this side, 49. 49 and 26. 49 and 5 would be 55 of 20, 75. Hmm, 75 years. 1320 to 1451, 80, and it's 1412. 80 plus 12, 92. Clear? Now arrange them in descending order. Tughlaq dynasty would be the first one. First would be Tughlaq dynasty. 92, then 84 is slave dynasty. 2, then 75 would be Lodi dynasty. 3, then 37 would be Sayyid dynasty. 4, and then last would be 30 year Khalji dynasty. 5. Clear? So it would be 5 will be 1, then 2, then 4, and then 3. So Khalji, then 5. Clear? So this would be the right option. Clear? So 5 would be Tughlaq dynasty, 92 years. Then 84 years would be slave dynasty. Then 75 years would be Lodi dynasty. Then Sayyid dynasty for 37 years, and the lowest one Khalji dynasty for 30 years. Clear? So even though Khaljis were the most powerful one, Khalji could rule for the minimum number of time. Maximum period was ruled by Tughlaq dynasty for 92 years. Clear? So such kind of questions can be given. If you know the years, you can calculate and then you can come at an answer. Answer would be C. It's fine. All the calculations done. Now coming to the next question. Next question is, consider the following pairs: Queen and Kingdom, Razia Sultan, Khalji dynasty. This is wrongly matched. Razia Sultan was from slave dynasty. It is wrong. She was from slave dynasty. Razia Sultan, she ruled from 1236 till 1239 AD. First women monarch of medieval India. Rudradamma Kakatiya dynasty, this is right. Didda from Kashmir, this is also right. Clear. Early medieval phase. So only one is wrong, 2 right. How many of the above pairs correctly matched? Only 2. This is right. Okay, so this is second answer. Coming to the third one. Clear. In medieval India, Bandagan is related to slaves. Special slaves are purchased by military service. In fact, I'll let you know. Diwan-e-Bandagan. We had discussed about this department. Diwan-e-Bandagan. Diwan-e-Bandagan was a department of slaves established by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Firoz Shah Tughlaq maintained 1,80,000 slaves for his personal requirement. Clear. And at the same time, most of these slaves were also known as Khwaja Sara. Clear. This is a term used for slaves who were Khwaja Saras. Khwaja Saras were those persons, male slaves, who had been castrated. Clear? To ensure the safety and security of the royal women. So Khwaja Sara included the castrated male slaves which were posted in the interior rooms of the women also. Clear? In fact, Malik Kafur, who was the contemporary of Alauddin Khalji, Malik Kafur was also a Khwaja Sara. That is a male slave who had been castrated. Clear? There's one thing, that is Khwaja Sara. Clear? So, obviously, the special slave purchased for military service. We have a question as well. Clear? Sir, please explain Taras. Clear? Okay, Taras was basically again when Vajrayan sect began to develop. I'll come to Taras. I'll explain you. Clear? First, let us do with the questions. Clear? So, Khwaja Sara, right? Diwane Bandagan, Firoz Shah Tughlaq. So, this is clear. Special slaves purchased for military purpose. Question number 4. In medieval India, the term Kharaj, we had discussed this term. Kharaj is tax levied on agriculture. Clear? When we discussed Ikta system, we had discussed about the terms also. Kharaj. Then we had discussed about Ashpa, then Sawars. And at the same time, we had discussed about Fawazil. All these terms we had done. So Kharaj is a land tax levied on agricultural land. Clear? Question number 5 is. Fifth is, in medieval India, term Delhi wall, quaint maintains Delhi. They derived from the word Delhi. The city of Delhi was founded by Tomar Rajputs. Tomar Rajputs founded the city of Delhi, which was known as Dillika. From Dillika, we have derived the term Delhi. And the coins issued in Delhi was known as Delhi wall. Clear? Tomar Rajputs are also mentioned here. Tomar Rajput had capital Delhi, but the term Delhi wall basically refers to coins. Clear? Coming to question number 6. Clear. Question number 6. With reference to Indian history, Rai, Rana, Rawat refers to hierarchy of market intermediaries. Clear? When especially Alauddin Khalji established large number of market control regulations, he established several intermediaries known as Rai, Rana and Rawat. Clear? And at the same time, clear? Since we are discussing about this, I'll let you know about the officers also. When Alauddin Khalji came out with market control regulations, in order to maintain stable prices in the market to sustain large military force without creating any trouble on Sultanate treasury. Clear? Alauddin Khalji created some important posts also. Clear? Which were these important posts? He created the post of market superintendents. These market superintendents were known as Shahnaz. Clear? He also created some secret agents or spies to get him to keep himself informed, and these secret spies were known as Barits. They were also known as Munians. Clear? And large number of grain merchants known as the Banjaras, Multanis and Karwanians came to the market to purchase and sell the products. Clear? So it was basically a hierarchy of market interest. Rai, Rana, Rawat also. These terms also you should know: Baris, Munians, Banjaras, Multanis and Karwanians. Clear? Now this was one thing. Coming to the next question, question number 7. Consider the following pairs: terms and functions. Gomastas. Clear? Gomastas were basically village headmen. Clear? Gomastas were village headmen. Then Mutasharrif were basically Muqaddams were headmen. Sorry. Muqaddams were village headmen. Muqaddams were village headmen. Karyanvians were traders. Mutasharrif. Clear? Mutasharrif were accountants. Gomastas were agents. It has been interchanged. Clear? So only 2 is correct. So Gomastas were agents. Mutasharrif were accountants. Muqaddams were village headmen. Muqaddams were associated with Khuds also. Khuds and Muqaddams were 2 village officers. Khuds looked after revenue collection. Muqaddams looked after law and order. Karwanians we had discussed right now though. Banjaras, Karwanians, Multanis, all they were traders. Only 2. Clear? So this was next. Coming to question number 8. Clear. With reference to the history of medieval India, term Zawabit. Zawabit means regulation for market, rules for market. Clear. These was the terms regulation for market. So term medieval India, terms are asked in medieval India. Tomorrow we'll discuss all the terms also. Major terms I have segregated. So Zawabit is regulation for market. Clear. Coming to question number 9. And question number 9 is, which of the following were the major policies of Muhammad bin Tughlaq? Okay, select the answer using the code below. Issuing of token currency was a project of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Second one, clear. Second one, again I'll let you know about these projects. Token currencies were issued by Muhammad bin Tughlaq when there was scarcity of silver all across the world. In 14th century, he replaced the silver coins with bronze currencies with same face value. Since bronze currencies did not have equal intrinsic value to the silver coins, bronze currencies began to be judged by face value, and therefore these bronze currencies came to be known as token currency. And this token currency was introduced by Muhammad bin Tughlaq, clear, as the second project. And this token currency failed largely because of the corrupt practices of administrative officers, because they began to mint more number of coins than was required, and that led to excessive liquidity in the market. So this was one project of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. The second is Karachi expedition. Karachi is located in Kumaon Hills of Uttarakhand, where forest tribes and hill tribes were not accepting the rule of Delhi Sultanate. To suppress the hill tribes of this region, Muhammad bin Tughlaq dispatched a large military force, but all the hill tribes of Karachi, they descended backward, they retreated back, and Sultanate forces reached an inhospitable belt, which whereby they were attacked by all the sides from hill tribes, leading to huge casualty. This experiment also failed under Muhammad bin Tughlaq, then making Devgiri as the capital. Yeah, he shifted the capital from Delhi to Devgiri to rule over southern part of India effectively. Devgiri located in Maharashtra known as Daulatabad. In fact, it was the first project of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. So it was the first project of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Token currency was the second project of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Clear? The third project was Khurasan. Clear? He went for Khurasan in Central Asia. Khurasan was considered to be the homeland of the Turks. He wanted to conquer the homeland of the Turks to show his power and glory in Islamic world. But this Khurasan expedition proved to be a non-starter because none of the Central Asian rulers agreed to support Muhammad bin Tughlaq. In fact, it was the third project of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Fourth was Karachi expedition, and fifth and the last one basically increase in Dawab tax. Clear? Muhammad bin Tughlaq decided to collect 50% of the total producer's land revenue, which was also collected by Alauddin Khalji. But during the reign of Alauddin Khalji, the peasants agreed to pay 50% of the produce because he eliminated intermediaries' commissions. Clear? But when Muhammad bin Tughlaq decided to collect same 50% amount, the peasants began to revolt. Since peasants began to revolt in the region, in the Delhi Sultanate or Doab region, Muhammad bin Tughlaq tried to reconcile the peasants through different reforms, like established different Department of Agriculture, Diwan-e-Kohi, even began to provide agriculture loans known as Sondar, but all these did not reconcile the peasants, and all the reforms of Muhammad bin Tughlaq proved to be futile. This is the order also, clear? So first is making Devagiri, or this one is the first one, transfer of capital. Second is issue of token currency. Third is revision of Khurasan. Fourth is Karachi expedition, and fifth one is the increase in Dawab tax. Clear? The select the correct answer below. All these are experiments of Muhammad bin Tughlaq 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. This is the right answer. Clear? So these experiments of Muhammad bin Tughlaq failed. Clear? And all information about these experiments are provided by a contemporary historian, Ziauddin Barni. Ziauddin Barni provides elaborate information about these experiments in his work Tarikh-e-Firoz Shahi. Tarikh-e-Firoz Shahi. He also wrote another work, Fatwa-e-Jahandari. Fatwa-e-Jahandari. Clear? Now, with reference to the history of medieval India, Darul Shifa means, Shifa means basically treatment. Clear? So, if it's treatment, it's obviously integrate hospital. Clear? So, with reference to history of medieval India, Darul Shifa means institution of health and treatment, that is hospital. Clear? So these are terms. Terms are asked in medieval India. We'll come to terms tomorrow. We'll discuss about terms of ancient and medieval India. Do have these terms with you, because obviously you get terms in from medieval Indian history. Even from ancient India also you can get questions on terms. These were 10 questions which were to be discussed later to the test of yesterday. Clear? So these were major developments, major issues to be discussed. Now after this, clear? Coming to the status of women also. Okay, fine. Clear? Just understand here. Some questions has been done. Oh, no, clear. Now, as far as clear, first of all, understand the status of women. Clear? Look into status of women right from the very beginning. I'll let you know. Clear? First of all, clear. If we look at status of women, status of women. We'll discuss throughout India, throughout ancient and medieval India. Modern India will come separately. Clear? First of all, phase wise. Clear? The first major phase that starts with history, that starts whereby we began to look into society. First is Indus Valley civilization. Clear? So Indus Valley civilization was marked by egalitarian society, largely in which women enjoyed respectable position in the society. Clear? Then after IVC we have Vedic age. We have, first of all, we write early Vedic age. Early Vedic age, that is from 1500 BC to 1000 BC. In early Vedic age, position of women was highly better. Clear? So it was the golden age of women in India. Golden age for women in India. The most important phase, golden age for women, early Vedic phase, because women were supposed to contribute to composition of hymns also. They were known as Brahmavadini. Women participated with the male in religious functions also. Women divinities like Aditi and Usha were worshipped also. So early Vedic phase was the golden age for women in India. The position of women began to degrade from later Vedic phase. Clear? Because society became dependent on agriculture. Women could not contribute to agriculture. It remained to be masculine activity, and women began to be considered as liabilities, and from here position of began to deteriorate. Clear? So position deteriorated. Position deteriorated. Clear? Then we have 6th century BC, the age of Buddha. 6th century BC, in which position of women improved because of position improved relatively. Position improved relatively, no doubt. Relatively due to Gautam Buddha, Mahavir, Buddhism, Jainism, and second urbanization also. Clear? In fact, clear, Gautam Buddha was also took assistance of funds from a courtesan, and this courtesan was Amrapali. So Amrapali gave funds to Gautam Buddha to promote Buddhist Sangh. So obviously position of women was relatively improved in 6th century BC. Clear? The position of women, clear. Position of women got affected during in the Mauryan phase. Clear? So in the Mauryan phase, in the Mauryan period, society became more patriarchal, more patriarchal, because the society was dominated by the male members. Clear? Male members. Same continued with post-Mauryan phase. Same continued. Clear? Gupta period. Position of women deteriorated. Position of women deteriorated. Clear? Gupta period, because of feudalism. Land grant started, dependency on agriculture. We had discussed the futures of feudalism. Gupta period, this deteriorated, feudalism continued. Clear? Then at the same time, Gupta period feudalism deteriorated. That is why we have persons who are suggesting the interest of the women after Gupta period. Same thing continued under Harsh also. Harsha's period also, the same thing continued. Then coming to early medieval phase, clear status of women, early medieval phase, early medieval phase, women clear, position of women deteriorated. Why? Because concept of Parda system came into being. Parda system was first started by Rajputs in India and then followed by the Turks in India, both. So Parda system started early medieval phase. Then Delhi Sultanate, further deteriorated the condition of women. Along with Parda, we had the concept of polygamy that came into Indian society. Clear. So polygamy began to be worshipped. Then Delhi Sultanate, we have also the evidence of Jauhar that indicate deteriorating position of women in Rajput society. Then Mughals, position of women improved relatively or better relatively as compared to Delhi Sultanate, better relatively. Like Hamida Bano Begum constructed Humayun's tomb, some women contributed, better relatively. This is the position of women till medieval India. We'll come to position of women in modern India separately. There's one thing clear. Now apart from this, next is who were Taras, clear? Now in course of time when Vajrayanism developed, which was a sect of Buddhism, Bodhisattvas, who were people who were on the path of Nirvana, but they delayed Nirvana deliberately out of compassion. Bodhisattvas began to worship along with their female consorts. Known as the Taras. So they began to worship along with female consorts known as Taras, and all magical rites began to be performed on Taras for sources of energy known as Shakti. Clear? And this was largely influenced by Tantricism of Hinduism that believe in magical rituals, Hinduism. Clear? So Taras are female consorts of Bodhisattvas, sources of Shakti or energy. Magical rituals began to be performed, which was influenced by Tantricism that started from Gupta period. Clear? This is one thing clear. So this is one major development. Position of women in southern part of India was relatively better as compared to position of women in northern part of India. There's one thing clear. Now apart from this, clear, next major thing is explain different pottery culture of ancient India. Yeah, pottery culture, if you want to know, clear. Handmade potteries started from Neolithic phase. Then we have basically, then pottery started from Chalcolithic phase known as ochre colored pottery, also known as OCP from Chalcolithic phase. Then Indus Valley civilization, we have pinkish pottery. With red and black color. It was in Indus Valley civilization. Then in Rig Vedic phase, we didn't have pottery, life was nomadic. Then later Vedic phase, we have the painted graveware. Started with iron culture, also known as PGW, during the later Vedic phase. Then lastly we have NBPW, Northern Black Polished Ware. Northern Black Polished Ware, and this started during second urbanization of 6th century BC. second urbanization of 6th century BC in lower and middle Gangetic plains. This was the last pottery culture. After this, pottery culture came to an end in ancient India. It's clear. So handmade potteries, ochre colored potteries, pinkish pottery, painted graver, and BPW. Clear? These were paintries. So was Sati and Johar prevalent in South India or not? No, Sati and Johar was not prevalent in South India. Sati and Johar were prevalent only in northern part of India. It's clear. So how to remember so many things? Very difficult to remember so many names, terms, which area should be what. See, just keep on revising. You don't have to memorize things. Keep on revising things again and again. When you will see the options in the question, you can identify the right answer. Prelims is about recognizing the right option. It's not about recollecting unlike mains. Clear? This difference between prelims and mains examination. In prelims, you have to recognize the right option. Clear? So out of 4 options, one you can recognize by looking into the terms also. Clear? So just go through it. Don't try to recollect. Obviously, by seeing the option, you will be able to recall. And in mains examination, recollection is done. But for mains, such amount of facts and figures are not required. Clear? We are going extensively only for prelims examination. Clear? Sir, yesterday 40 World Heritage Site of India was discovered, but there's 42. Yeah, 42 is site there. 42 because 40 why? Till 2023, we had 40 World Heritage Sites. Clear? And 2024, 2 sites has been added. That is 3 major temple sites at Karnataka, that is by Hoysalas, and 1 is Shantiniketan from West Bengal. We had discussed that. Clear? So 42. As of now, if you want to know, there are 42 sites from India included into World Heritage till now. I was talking about 2023. 2 sites has been added in 2024, January. Clear? 42 sites. There are 34 sites included in the cultural category. Then at the same time, in the cultural category, 7 are included under natural category and one is included under mixed category, that is National Park and Sikkim. So there are 42, 34, 7 and 1. Clear? If all the Maratha landscapes that we had discussed are added, it is again it will be added in cultural category, it will become 35. Clear? So who introduced Parda system in India? Rajputs adopted it or started it because Pardas aren't part of Indian society. Clear? Parda system was followed in Central Asia and Parda system in India was started by Rajputs. Clear? Parda system was intensified with arrival of Turks in India. So Parda system in India was originally followed by Rajputs in Indian society because large number of women were there as wives of Rajput warriors. It was intensified and rather endorsed by the Turkish warriors who came to India. It's clear? Parda system. Yesterday we completed with ancient and medieval India. We had discussed about all the major dimensions that are potential for upcoming examination for 2024, including all the current developments related to history and culture. Now, apart from this, the last major thing to be done for ancient and medieval India is the terms to be discussed in the class. Clear? Now, before we start discussing the terms, I'll let you know. Clear? We get questions, 2 to 3 questions every year from history and culture related to terms. Clear? 1 to 2 questions from ancient India and 1 or 2 questions from medieval India. So 2 to 3 questions are asked directly from term. No, there are thousands of terms related to ancient and medieval India, and out of those thousands of terms, terms I have rather segregated almost 131 terms for you, and I have segregated this 131 terms for you so that these are the terms which are potential and expected to come directly into examination. Okay, so if it comes, it will be a direct bonus to all of you. You can correct the answer easily. So I have segregated almost more than 125 terms, 131 to be precise, and we'll be discussing those terms along with the meaning also. Clear? If you can write, please do write as if you can write, because these terms are basically a very important assets for all of you. Even if you revise once or twice, you will get the meaning of the terms and you'll be able to mark these terms in the examination room. Clear? So let us start with the terms of ancient India. First of all, the most important terms as far as thing, and I've segregated for all of you. So coming to these terms. Clear? So terms of ancient India. Terms related to ancient India. First of all, ancient India. The first term that you should know is the concept of Dhamma. It is the Prakrit version of the term Dharma. Prakrit version of the term Dharma. Clear. Dharma basically literally means universal order. The meaning of this term is universal order. Universal order. This term was largely used by Ashok in his inscriptions, and in Ashoka inscription, this term translates into a meaning which means petty. So, according to Ashokan inscriptions, the meaning of the word is petty. So, if the word is asked, you can be asked whether it means universal order or petty. In context of Ashokan inscription, the word means petty, and at the same time, generic meaning of the term is basically universal order. To maintain that universal order later on, Dharma Shastra was also written by the Brahmins in India. Clear? Second major term is Satrapi. You should know about this term also, that is the term of satrapi. It was also used by Indo-Greeks as strategos. Satrapi or strategos, clear. And at the same time, this word is of Iranian origin, and it referred to basically provinces or heads of provinces, clear. So it's basically governors of provinces of Iranian origin. Governors of provinces. Most likely they were military governors appointed by the Indo-Greeks, clear. So strategos, which is a very important term, clear, is an important term. Satrapi means provinces, strategy means head of provinces, governors of provinces. Satrapi basically means basically provinces, clear. Third is basically a term that is known as sophist. Term is known as sophist. Sophist is a Greek word, and in Greek word, sophist means basically philosopher. Why this term you should know? The reason is that according to Arthashastra, the Mauryan rulers maintained healthy bilateral relationship with contemporary rulers, clear. And in this context, we need to understand that Chandragupta Maurya maintained healthy relationship with Greek governor, that is the Seleucus Nicator. And later on, clear, at the same time, Bindusar, his successor, clear, he maintained healthy relationship with Antiochus I of the Greek world, clear. From Antiochus first demanded some three important things. These three things were sophist or philosopher, sweet wine and dried figs. Clear? And Antiochus once supplied sweet wine and dried figs, but made it clear sophists cannot be supplied because it was against the Greek custom to transfer any philosopher. So philosophers were given due respect in the Greek world, and the term for philosopher is sophist. Clear? So sophist, clear, that is considered to be a philosopher. Next term in ancient days, Yojana. Yojana. Normally, literal meaning of the word Yojana is planning, but in ancient India, clear, the term Yojana indicate unit of measurement. So it indicate unit of measurement. Clear. But Yojana don't go by the literal term. Yojana means planning. Clear. But in ancient time, the term Yojana meant unit of measurement. Clear. Second term that is important in ancient time is Samaharta, which was mentioned in Mauryan period. Samaharta was an officer concerned with revenue assessment, also known as revenue assessor, mentioned in Arthashastra of Kautilya. Clear? Then we have Sannidhata. Sannidhata. He was basically an officer related to treasury or treasurer. Sannidhata was treasurer. Then seventh one after this is important term Sita. Clear? What does the word Sita means? Goddess Sita, obviously, but in ancient India, clear, Sita basically means land owned by the king. Land owned by the king. also known as crown land. The term that we use in ancient medieval India as Khalisa land. Clear? Sita land means land owned by the king, or also known as crown's land. Clear? This was another important term. Eighth term mentioned important in ancient India is Anusamyana. Anu Samyana. Clear? Anusamyana is a term which is mentioned in Major Rock Edict 3 of Ashok. Clear? And it basically means tours of inspection. Clear? So Ashok organized tours of inspection, which is mentioned in Major Rock Edict of Ashok, that is 13th. So Major Rock Edict of Ashok 13, tours of inspection known as Anusamyana. Clear? So it was basically to undertake tours once every 5 years, and every 5 years it was basically to see the condition of the empire, the condition of the people, and at the same time the promotion of dham given by Ashok. So this tours of inspection was known as Anusamyana. Clear? These are important terms. Clear? After the eighth one, clear, we'll come to the ninth one. These are terms taken from southern part of India. One term is known as Tenai. Clear? Tenai. And this term Tenai basically means a region with spatial ecological factors. Clear? So spatial region with spatial ecological conditions. Region with spatial economic conditions known as Tenai. Clear? Clear. Tenai is basically also used generically as physiographic divisions of land. Clear? So in Tamil land, it was known as physiographic divisions in Tamil land. It's mentioned in Sangam literature. Clear? So Tenai, T-I-N-I-A. Tenai, region with spatial ecological conditions, physiographic divisions in Tamil land. Clear? This is known as Tenai. Clear? After Tenai, we have Movendar. We have Movendar again from the southern part of India. Movendar indicate the three principal ruling groups. Clear? So three principal ruling groups of Sangam age, that is the Cheras, Cholas and the Pandyas. Cheras, Cholas and the Pandyas. They are known as Movendar collectively. Clear? Then another term mentioned in Tamil in Sangam literature is Velir. Velir. Clear? Velir basically means chiefly group next to principal one. After them, clear? They are known as chiefs or chiefly groups. Chiefly groups, which was second to the Movendar. Clear? So Movendar followed by Velir. Then we have Khizar. Clear? Khizar basically is smallest category of chiefs who had virtually the control over their decent groups. Clear? So smallest category of chiefly groups. Smallest category of chiefly groups who had control only over the descent, that is their inheritance. Clear? So in fact this was in continuity. Movendar followed by Velir, Velir followed by Khizar. Clear? Smallest groups. Then we have Manram. Manram is also used by the term Podil. Manram or Podil. Clear? Manram is basically a raised seating around the foot of a tree. Clear? So seating, raised seating around tree. It was basically used for the ascetics. They sitting around tree and around the foot of the tree. It is known as mandram or podial. Clear? The 14th one after this is pana. Clear? Again used in Sangam literature, that is Pana. Clear? Pana is a term for singer. Now don't get confused. Pana also means coins. Clear? But in Sangam literature, in southern part of India, Pana basically indicated a singer of Tamil land. A singer of Tamil land known as Pana. Clear? So Pana, these were the terms. Clear? So very important. No, again I'll let you know. Clear? These are all terms related to Sangam literature and are very important ones. Tinai, Movendar, Velir, Kazar, Manram, Podial and Pana. Pana is singer of the Tamil land. Clear? 14th one. Then coming to the 15th one. The 15th term is Nigam. There's some confusion related to this term also. I've given these terms only, those are related to confusion like Panas, Nigam. Panas means coins also, Pana means singer also. Clear? So Nigam. Nigam means a guild of traders or artisans. Association or guild of traders or merchants. Clear? That is known as Nigam. Clear? So Nigam is headed by Sethi. Sethi means financier. Clear? So there's one thing. Then we have another term that is Akkam, also known as Agam somewhere. Clear? So Akkam or Agam. Clear? Agam is basically a genre of poems dealing with subjective expertise like love. Clear? So it basically poems, Tamil poems dealing with the theme of love. That is Akkam. 17th is Puram. Second is Puram. Clear? And Puram means basically war or plunder. These are Tamil poems, genre of poems that deals with plunder and war. Plunder or war. That is known as Puram. 18th one after Puram is basically Turai. Turai is basically a poetic convention indicating the thematic situation. Okay? It's a poetic convention. It's poetic convention. It's poetic convention that explain the Puram poems. That explain the Puram poems. 18th. 19th after this is Turai Adhikarna. Adhikarna is court of justice. Court of justice. Adhikarna. Then 20th one, clear. Adhikarna court of justice. Then we have Bhag. Bali, Bhag and Shulk. So Bhag is basically land revenue. Bali is voluntary offering we had discussed, and Shulk is goods on services and good. So tax on goods and services. So land revenue, which was normally 1/4 of the total produce in ancient India. That is Bhag. Bhag, then we have Sandhi Vigrahika. Sandhi Vigrahika. Sandhi Vigrahika. Sandhi Vigrahika is Minister for Foreign Affairs. Minister for Foreign Affairs. Minister for Foreign Affairs. War and Peace. Minister for Foreign Affairs, War and Peace. Sandhi Vigrahika. Clear? The second is Muruga. Next is Muruga. Muruga is a tribal god. A tribal god of Sangam age, Tamil. Tribal god of Tamils. A tribal god of Tamils. That is Muruga. After Muruga, we have Myanmar. We have Myanmar. Clear? Myanmar. Clear? Then Myanmar is basically a Shaiva Bhakti saint. A Shaiva Bhakti saint. There's a term used for Shaiva Bhakti saint, that is Naivar, clear, late ancient and early medieval phase. These are very prominent terms of ancient India. You should have these terms along with the meanings, clear. Now, apart from this, clear, the late ancient and early medieval India also had large number of terms, clear. We'll come to those terms of late ancient and early medieval India as well. Now, coming to these terms, now 24th one. Have these meanings with you along with terms, clear. Second is Agrahara. Agrahara grants is basically a rent-free village in possession of Brahmins, clear. So, rent-free village under Brahmins, rent-free village under Brahmins, that is Agrahara. 25th is basically after Agra, Brahmadeya grants. Brahmadeya grants, that is tax-free land. Tax-free land. Tax-free land under Brahmins. So understand the difference. Agrahara is rent-free land, clear, and Brahmadeya is tax-free land, clear. So rent and free. Rent means they had to pay this rent mandatorily. Tax could be basically waived off also, and they are known as Brahmadeya grants. So there's a difference between Agrahara and Brahmadeya grants. Then we have Damar, another term, that is Damar, clear. Damar indicate basically powerful officials in Kashmir, clear. Powerful officials, especially in Kashmir. Powerful officials in Kashmir, clear, who were opposed to Brahmins. They were opposed to Brahmins. They were opposed to Brahmins. Damar, clear. Then 27th is after Damar is Devdan. Devdan, land given, grants given directly to God, clear. That is Devdan, clear. So Devdan is rent-free land gifted to temples, clear. Rent-free land given to temples, that is directly to God, given to temples. But basically in southern part of India, that is Devdan. Then we have Halin, Halin. Halin. Halin is basically plowman. The term used for plowman is Halin. 29th one, clear, after Halin is Karshaka. Karshaka, which was tiller of the soil. Tiller of the soil. Karshaka, tiller of the soil. Then Mahajan. Then we have another term, that is Mahajan. Mahajan was basically assembly of Brahmins. Assembly of Brahmins. Assembly of Brahmins, that is Mahajan, clear. After is Parihar or Parihara. Parihara, clear. Exemption from taxes and obligations, clear. So Parihar is a term for exemptions from taxes or revenue, known as parihar, clear, exemption from taxes and obligation. Then we have ranak, clear. Then we have ranak or rota or rota. Ranak or rota, they were basically feudatory ruler, feudatory ruler. Can also be used by the term samant, clear, samant. These are major terms, very prominent one you should know. Coming to the next one, 33, clear. 33 is Shrotya. Shrotya, clear. It's Brahman, learned in Vedas. Brahman, Brahman, who Brahman, who is expert of Vedas, expert of Vedas, Shrotya, Shrotya. Then we have Kurram. We have Kurram. Kurram basically means, clear. Now Kurram basically means Nadu. Kurams also means Nadu. And Nadu Kurram means basically a district or subdivision. Local assembly, clear? It's basically a district, lowest unit, district or lower division, district or lower division, that is Kurram. Kurram. Then we have Kurram and Nadu. Then we have Nagaram. We have Nagaram. Another term for Nagaram is Nakhara. There's another term for Nakhara is basically Nagarama. Nagarama. All these terms basically indicate merchant assembly. Merchant assembly in town. Merchant assembly in town. Nagar, clear? Then we have Iskandwara. That we have Iskandwara. Clear? Iskandwara, which is military camp. It's military camp. Iskandwara is military camp, clear? Military camp, that is Mughal capital. Then we have Ghanak. Ghanak is a term that indicates oil mill, pressing of oil. Ghanak. Then we have Jalpat Karan. Jalpat Karan. It's officer to look after highways, clear? Jalpat Karan is officer or department. Department or officer to look after the security of highways. Then 39th one, Jalpat Karan. Then Vela Kula. Vela Kula. Vela Kula is basically Vela Kula Karan. Jalpat Karan and Vela Kula Karan. Jalpat Karan and Vela Kula Karan, that is officer department or officer for harbors. These were used in early medieval phase. Harbors, clear? Harbors. Vela Kula. Then we have Nandesi. We have Nandesi, clear? We have Nandesi, Guild of Traders, clear? Guild of Traders, Nandesi, clear? Then we have Sarthavaha. Iskandwara is different, Sarthavaha is different, clear? Then we have Sarthavaha. Sarthavaha was basically caravan leader. caravan leader going for long distance trade is known as Sarthavaha, caravan leader. Then we have Shreni Bal 42. We have Shreni Bal, force maintained by the merchant guild. Clear. So Shreni Bal is fighting force maintained by guild. Fighting force maintained by guild, that is known as Shreni Bal. Then we have Sreshti. Clear? Sreshti is basically general term for trader. General term for trader. Then 44 we have Anashrit, important term. Anashrit means not dependent. Clear? So Anashrit is referred to independent Shudras. Independent Shudras. Then we have another term, Ashrit, is basically dependent Shudras. Ashrit one, dependent Shudras. Ashrit and Anashrit. Then we have Bhojyan. Bhojyan, clear. Bhojyan is basically those Shudras whose food preparations could be taken by Brahmins. Those Bhoj means food, clear. Those Shudras, clear, whose food preparations, food preparations could be taken by Brahmins, could be taken by Brahmins, Then we have 47 one, clear. Then we have Govindas. Clear. Govindas were the scribes in Karnataka. Scribes in Karnataka region. Scribes in Karnataka with landed interest. With landed interest. Then we have 48th one, clear. Kul Jati Darpa. Kul, then Jati, and then Darpa. Kul Jati Darpa, that is vanity of caste and clan. Vanity of caste and clan. Vanity of caste and clan. Then we have 49th one, clear. Kul Jati. Then Papadishas. Clear. Papadishas are basically impious regions, not pure regions. Impious regions. Then 50th is Prakritis. Very important term, Prakritis. Don't go by literal meaning. Prakritis indicate trading guilds. It also indicate trading guilds. Very important terms. Be prepared about these terms. Clear? Okay. Clear. Halin and Karshaka. Halin is basically tiller of the soil. Halin, clear? And Halin is plowman. Karshaka is basically term for tiller of the soil. So difference between Halin and Karshaka, clear? Kataka and Skandhavara. Kataka is basically again, Kataka and Skandhavara were used the term in Harsh period. Kataka also indicated the military regimes and Skandhavara's military camps. Kataka and Skandhavara were basically military camps. Clear? Akam, we had discussed about Agam. Agam we have written. Akam that deals with theme of love. Inadi is the region, specific region. Vilalas are basically another coastal regions used in the Sangam age. Kadaisiar is again the sense of agriculturist. Clear? Parias were basically the rope makers. Clear? Murugan and Subramanya. Murugan obviously we had discussed. Murugan is the chief of or the tribal god of the Tamil people. So these 50th term coming to next one. 51 term, clear. Then we have Samskara. Samskara means clear, Varjit. Samskara Varjit. So term is completely Samskara Varjit. Yeah, Varjit is prohibited. Samskara Varjit. Those who were deprived of the rights. Clear? Those who are deprived of rights to perform rituals. Samskara Varjit basically is prohibited. 52, clear. Then we have Varnadhikaran. Varnadhikaran, clear. Officer responsible for maintenance of Varnas, clear. So officer to maintain Varna order. This 52. Then we have 53, that the Adyan. This is a word that means slave. Adyan means slave. Keep on doing these terms. At least I have segregated these terms for you, and these terms can be asked because it has taken huge effort to come out with these terms. Clear? Then we have Mahapataka. Clear? Mahapataka, that is great scener. Clear? Then 55, after Mahapataka we have Prakara. Prakara, which means walled enclosure in palace or temple. Walled enclosure in palace or even temple. Prakara. Then 56, after this Prakara we have Viranal, hero stone, Virakal, hero stone. Anyone who died, large stone, megalith stone was put over it. It's known as hero stone, Virakal. 57. Gavundas were hereditary landowners. They were known as Gavundas, hereditary landowners. Clear? Then we have Bhattaraka. Clear? Bhattaraka basically Jain religious teacher. Jain religious teacher, that is Bhattaraka. Clear? These are important terms. 57. Then we have 58. Clear? 58 term is Kudu. Clear? Kudu is a term that is foliated arch on Dravidian temple. Foliated arch on Dravidian temple, South Indian temple, Dravidian temple, that is Kudu. Clear. Then we have Irasada. Irasada, clear. Irasada is basically palace or shrine, clear. Palace or shrine for God. Palace or shrine for God. Irasada. 60. After Irasada, we have Matsya Nyay. We have Matsya Nyay. This term was used in early medieval phase. Matsya Nyay. Clear? Now, Mats basically means fish. Clear? Matsya means law of the fishes, a state of chaos. Clear? That is law of the fishes, which means basically complete chaos or anarchy. A state of chaos or anarchy. Matsya. There's no nyay. There's nothing which is formal and in ordered form. Clear? Then of this we have Rajanyaka. Rajanyaka. Clear? Rajanyaka is landed intermediary and an official. This is all related to feudalism. Landed intermediary. Landed intermediary, clear, and official. Then we have Ranak, landed intermediary. We have discussed about this term. Ranak, Rota, landed intermediary. 62. Then 63. We have Adaya, taxes. There's also term used for taxes. Adaya means taxes. 64. Clear? After Adaya, clear, we have Aksha Patalika. Aksha Patalika. Aksha Patalika is revenue official. Revenue official. Revenue official. Then 65. Clear? 65 is Desha. Desha, clear. Desha is land grants to minister, kinsmen. Land grants to minister or kinsmen. Land grants to minister or kinsmen. Desha, clear. Desha. Then we have Gramaja. Gramaja, clear. Gramaja is, Desha also means Gramaja, same word. Desha and Gramaja are same. Desha or Gramaja is same. Then 67 one, after Gramaja also, clear. Then Karaja, same word. Karaja, same meaning. So Desha, Gramaja, Karaja. Clear? So Desha, Gramaja, Karaja means land grants to minister and kinsmen. Desha, Gramaja, Karaja meaning same. Clear? Then we have, clear, Iskandavara we had discussed, that is Iskandavara was asked also, clear. Yeah. Iskandavara 67, 68. Iskandavara. Iskandavara, that's military camp, clear. So Iskandavara basically means the military camp, victory or military camp. Kataka and Iskandavara, that is military camp. 69, clear. After Iskandavara is Baladhipa. Baladhipa. Baladhipa is military officer put in charge of customs. Military officer in charge of customs. Military officer in charge of customs. 70, clear. Then we have Malecha. This was used in Early medieval phase, militia or foreigners, clear. Name or term applied to Arabs, Turks and other foreigners. So militia was a general term applied to foreigners like Arabs and the Turks. All foreigners were referred to as militias, impure. Militias basically means impure, clear. Then we have Sahini. Sahini, that is men in charge of cavalry. In charge of cavalry. In charge of cavalry. Sahini. Then we have Sankamu or Sunka. Sankamu or Sunka. Sankamu or Sunka. Customs and excise duties. Customs and excise duties. Customs and excise duties. 72. Then we have 73. Chitramali. Clear? Chitramali. Chitramali. Clear? Organization of agriculturists. Organization of agriculturists belonging to four Varnas, all the Varnas. Agriculture is belonging to the four Varnas or all the Varnas. Clear? Then Ira Vira. 74. Eri Vira. We have Eri Vira Patna. Eri Vira Patna. So Eri Vira Patna is warehouses and distribution centers. Warehouses and distribution centers. Then we have Kadamai. We have Kadamai. Clear? Kadamai, that is major land tax. South India, major land tax, Kadamai. Then we have after 76, then Variums. Variums, clear? Variums are committee through which Sabha functioned. Committee through which Sabha functioned. Committee through which Sabha functioned. 76, clear? All these are terms, Gavundas and Nath Gavundas, they were used in Rajputas for landlords, clear? So Nigam and Nandish is same. Yeah, Nigam and Nandish is same. Clear? So these terms related to ancient India, at least this should be done for your prelims examination. I have segregated from different sources altogether, all authentic one. Clear? And I have segregated them from all authentic ones so that you need to have at least these terms in your mind so that in case question comes, you are able to correct them, because these are the most important thing that you must know related to terms of ancient India. Now we'll come to the terms of medieval India. In medieval India, first of all, we'll discuss about the terms of Delhi Sultanate and then followed by Mughal Empire. Clear? So coming to the terms of medieval India, terms of medieval India. Clear? Coming to the terms of medieval India. Clear? Now after this 78, we have 79 one. And the term is Carvanian. Carvanian. Clear? Carvanian was grain merchants. Grain merchants, Multanis and Carvanis, Banjaras. So Carvanis were grain merchants. 80 we have Mahsul. We have Mahsul. Mahsul means estimated revenue. Mahsul means estimated revenue. It's also known as Jama. And actual collection of revenue was known as Hasil. So Jama and Hasil as well. Then after Mahsul, clear, there's Mawas. Mawas, clear. That is Mawas. Mawas is basically rebellious area. Rebellious area that refused to give taxes or revenue. Rebellious area. Then Milk Idrar or Inam. Then Milk Idrar or Inam. Three terms. Clear? Milk, Idrar or Inam. Revenue free grants given for mosque and tombs. Revenue free grants. Revenue free grants. Milk, Idrar or Inam. Then 83, after this, we have Bishara related to Sufism. Bishara and Bashara. Clear? So Bishara and Bashara. Bishara basically means without Shara, without Shariat. Without Shariat. That who did not follow Islamic principles, without Shariat. Clear? So Sufi saints were divided into Bishara and Basara. Bishara was without following the Shariat. Bashara was within Shariat law. Bishara. Then we have Malfuzat. We have Malfuzat. Malfuzat. Clear? Sufi literature. Term for Sufi literature is Malfuzat. Then 85. Clear? We had discussed other terms like Sama, Fana related to Buddhism. Then we have Hakikat. Then Tasawwuf. All those terms has already been done along with class. Clear? Then after this Malfuzat, we have Kalandar. We have Kalandar. Wandering ascetics. They are known as Kalandar. Clear? So basically they were known as wandering ascetics. Wandering ascetics, Kalandar. Then 86th one after Kalandar is Ribat. Ribat is frontier area. Ribat is the frontier area. That is Ribat. Clear? Ribat. Then we have 86. We have 87. Sama. We have discussed this term earlier also. Sama is basically a musical gathering, musical performance. Clear? So in Sufi gathering where music is performed. Clear? Sufi gathering to perform music. To perform music. That is known as Sama. Then we have Hadith. We have Hadith, that is teachings of Prophet Muhammad, sayings of Prophet Muhammad. Teachings of Prophet Muhammad, that is Hadith. Then we have Samskara. Then we have Samskara. Clear? Basically 16 ceremonies to which Hindu is supposed to perform during his lifetime. Samskara is 16 ceremonies to be performed by all Hindu followers in his life. There is no Samskara. 19 is Upnayan ceremony. Even popular in early medieval phase. Upnayan is sacred thread ceremony which can be performed by Dwij. Sacred thread ceremony which can be performed only by Dwij. Dwij means Brahmins, Kshatriyas and Vaishyas, twice born. Clear? So this is basically the terms largely followed in early medieval phase. Apart from this, we had discussed about the terms like Kufi, that is the angular script whereby the Quranic verses were inscribed on the walls and panels of the monuments. All these monuments became very important one. Clear? Nigam, Nandeshi and Prakriti. We have discussed about these terms. Clear? Nigam is basically the concept of the large group of traders. Clear? Prakriti. Nigam Nigam, Nandeshi, and Prakriti. Clear? So Nigam is basically a guild of traders. Traders and artisans are Nigam. Clear? So they've used for them. They use the term Nigam. Clear? So Nigam is basically the term used for practice. Don't get covered with Nagar. Nagar is a sort of merchant. Clear? So Nagam, we have Nagam. Then Nandesi. You are asking. Clear? The term of Nandesi. Then Prakriti. Prakriti is basically the traders, the cultivators of the soil. Clear? So, Nigam. Nigam we had discussed. Nigam is basically guild of traders and merchants. Clear? They are known as Nigam. Then Nigam, after this Nigam is Nandeshi. We have written about Nandeshi, right? Nandeshi. Nandeshi guild of traders having a membership from different regions and castes. Clear? So Nandeshi is a guild of traders. So Nigam is basically guild of traders, general term. Nigam is a general term for guild of traders. Nandeshi is guild of traders having a membership from different regions and castes, not from single caste. That's known as Nandeshi. So this is the term for Nandeshi. And Prakriti is general term for trade guilds. Clear? So difference Nigam and Prakriti is same. Nandeshi is group of traders who belong or members belong to different caste and regions. That is known Nandeshi. So Nandeshi is quite different. Clear? But Prakriti and Nigam are same. Clear? Now this were terms related to Delhi Sultanate phase. Now coming to Mughal Empire. Clear? So in Mughal Empire also there were many terms. First of all, the term is 91 Kankut. Kankut is a term. Kankut means method of revenue assessment in which area was measured and revenue realized was assessed in grain and kind. So in Kankut, revenue is realized in grains. It's also known as Dana Bandi. Kankut is also known as Dana Bandi. It's another term. Kankut or Dana Bandi. Clear? It's not like Galla Bakshi. Galla Bakshi, standing crops are divided. Clear? But it's known as Kankut. Then we have Khalisa, crown land. Khalisa means crown land, crown's land or king's land. Along with Ikta and Jahangir. 93 after this we have Pargana. Intermediary unit of administration. It comprises of number of villages, intermediary unit after villages, above villages. Then 94 after Pargana, we have Sarkar. Clear? Sarkar is basically territorial division of Parganas. Above Pargana, territorial divisions. Above Pargana, so village, Pargana, and then Sarkar. Then 95 after this Sarkar, we have Sikh. Sikh also, Sikh or Sarkar. Clear? Same thing. That is number of Parganas. Clear? Then 95 we have basically Wali or Mukti. Wali or Mukti. Same thing. Wali or Mukti basically means, clear, Wali or Mukti. Wali or Mukti means provincial governors. Both the terms means provincial governors. Head of Sarkar or Sheikh. Then 97 after this is Vilayat. Clear? Vilayat is basically the term for large province. So it is also a term for Vilayat. Vilayat is used for large province. Clear? So province in this period not well-defined administrative units. Clear? And therefore, clear, the well-defined provinces were known as Sumbas and undefined and defined province was known as Vilayat. So well-defined province was known as basically Sikh or Sarkar. Clear? And undefined was known as Vilayat. Clear? Then we have 98 Afakis. 98 being Afakis. Clear? Afakis were basically new Deccani nobles from Iran, Iraq, and Tonks Oxiana. Clear? So, nobles from Iran, Iraq, and Transoxiana. They were largely in Bahmani kingdom. Afakis. They were against the Deccanis. Then after Afakis, we have Amil, revenue collector at local level, provincial level. There was revenue collector, Amil known as revenue collector. Then 101, clear? We have Baglana tract. We have Baglana tract. Clear? And Baglana tract is basically fertile tract north of the Ghatmatha region in northwest corner of present Nasik region. Clear? So it was basically the region that acknowledged the sovereignty over Khandesh, Gujarat, Ahmednagar, Mughals. Clear? This was known as Baglana tract. That is fertile region. That is fertile region. Baglana tract is the term for fertile region in the region of Nasik. It was always in use. Baglana tract, fertile tract region of Nasik. Clear? Then we have Janman. Janman. Clear? Janman is hereditary proprietorship. You should remember this term. Clear? Hereditary proprietorship. Hereditary proprietorship. Clear? Then we have Nayak, warrior chiefs. Nayak or warrior chiefs. Then 103, clear? 103 we have cruzados. Now terms for coins are asked, clear? So coming to the terms, cruzados were gold coin of Portuguese. Gold coin of Portuguese. Gold coin of Portuguese. Cruzados. Then 104 we have ducats. D-U-C-A-T-S. Ducats. Ducats were basically Italian coin. Clear? Italian coin made of gold and silver. Italian coin. Ducats were Italian coin. 105 is huns. Huns. Clear? It's Deccani gold coin. Clear? Also known as pagoda. Deccani gold coin. Last time there was a question on coins. Clear? In prelim, Deccani gold coin, also known as pagodas. Deccani gold coins or last time there was a question. Clear? And this question was related to coins only. They simply asked the term. Clear? So I have segregated some terms on coins also. Huns are Deccani gold coin, also known as pagoda. Clear? Known as pagoda. Then we have 105. Then we have 106. Sawar. Sawar, basically we had discussed the term also. Sawar basically means horses and horsemen, that to be maintained by Mansabdar. Sawar, we have then Zat also, that indicate the rank and salary of the officer. Sawar is number of horses and horsemen maintained by Mansabdar. Zat is rank and salary of the Mansabdar, which is based on Sawars. Clear? Then 108, clear? We have Bhakar. We have Bhakar. Bhakar is a Marathi term that is for biographical account. So Bhakar is a term that indicates biographical account. Clear? Biogra- For example, the biography of Shivaji is also known as Bhakar, and this was written by Sabhasad. Clear? So Sabhasad wrote the biography of Shivaji in 1694, and that is also known as Bhakar. So it's a Marathi term. Clear? Then 109, Bargir. Bargir, clear? Bargir is basically Marathi term. Bargir is basically a Marathi term again that is for troopers who supplied troops and arms, horses and arms. Term for troopers in Maratha kingdom who supplied soldiers and arms. Clear? Bargir. Then we have another Maratha term, Deshmukh. Deshmukh, clear? Deshmukh were basically equivalent to Chaudharis, clear? And Desais of Gujarat. So Deshmukh was equivalent to Chaudhary of North India, having control over 84 villages, and in Gujarat they were known as Desais. So Deshmukh in Maharashtra, Chaudhary in northern part of India, Desais in Gujarat, and all of them were basically village men, headman. They control large number of villages. For example, Chaudhary has emerged from the word 84, that is having head of 84 villages. Clear? Then we have Fadnis, another Maratha term. Marathas, you need to be thoroughly this time. Clear? Fadnis, deputy auditor. Deputy auditor, Fadnis. Then 112, we have Jamadar, treasurer in Maratha kingdom. Jamadar, that is treasurer. 113, clear? We have Kamavisdar. Kamavisdar, clear? He was under the Peshwas, Subedar of small province. Subedar of a small province. Subedar of small province under the Marathas. Maratha terms, clear? So Bhakar, Bargir, Deshmukh, Fadnis, Jamadar, Kamavisdar, all of them are terms related to Marathas, clear? Then 114, clear? 114 is Potnis. Potnis was asked by some of you earlier in the class, clear? So Potnis. Potnis are basically cash keeper, keeper of cash. So basically cash keeper in Maratha kingdom only, Potnis. Then we have, after Potnis, we have Silhedar. Silhedar. Silhedar is basically hired troopers. Hired troopers. 116. We have Dam. Again, another term for gold coin. Dam is the gold coin of the Mughals. Gold coin of the Mughals, that is Dam. Then we have another thing, that is Mahazar. That is Mahazar, which was prepared by Sheikh Mubarak, clear, whereby Akbar was given the right to decide religious disputes, and he considered to be Imam-e-Adil. Imam-e-Adil, clear. Akbar also established Ibadat Khana to discuss religious principles in 1575. He opened the gates of Ibadat Khana for all of them, and in 1582 he issued Mahzar, which was prepared by Sheikh Mubarak, one of the Navratna of Akbar's court. Clear? So this is Nayak. Clear? Nayaks are basically, Nayak, we have explained the term. Clear? Nayak indicates soldier. Clear? So Nayak, we had used the term. Clear? What do we mean by the term Nayak? Warrior chief, clear? So Nayak is warrior chief, and Nayaka was a term used for one dynasty that was followed after Vijayanagar kingdom, though known as Nayakas, clear? So Nayakas is a term for the dynasty. Nayak is basically a term for warrior chief, clear? So Mahzar. Then we have Barawardi. Barawardi, clear? Barawardi is basically under Akbar the advance paid to Mansabdars. So advance paid to Mansabdars by Akbar. So advanced page to Mansabdars were known as Barawardi. Clear? Just for the maintenance of truth. Clear? Then we have Khurak Dawab. We have Khurak Dawab. Clear? We have another term that is Khurak Dawab, that is fodder allowance for animals. Fodder allowance for animals like horses. Fodder allowance for animals, Khurak Dawab. Then Mashroot. Then Mashroot. Clear? That is conditional rank given to the nobles. Conditional rank given to the nobles and the Mughals. Mashroot. Then afterward this Mashroot we have Talab Khas. We have Talab Khas. Clear? Talab Khas basically the personal pay of the nobles. Personal pay of the nobles. That's Talab Khas. Clear? After Talab Khas 122 Talab Khas. Clear? Then we have Tabinam. We have Tabinam. Tabinam is the contingent maintained by nobles. Contingent maintained by nobles. Contingent maintained by nobles. Tabinam. Then we have Maurusi. Maurusi. Maurusi is hereditary. Some position which became hereditary is known as Maurusi. Something hereditary. Then 124 we have Kabuliyat, which was related to land revenue accepted by the peasants, known as Kabuliyat, that is acceptance of revenue demand by the peasants. Then 125 we have Nabud, non-existing. Nabud is non-existing. Non-existing. Then we have Takkavi, agriculture loan. Takkavi, agriculture loan. Do remember, in Delhi Sultanate, agriculture loans were known as Sondhar, started by Muhammad bin Tughlaq. In Mughal period, agriculture loans were known as Takkavi. Clear? After Takkavi, we have Zor Talab. Zor Talab. Clear? Zor Talab was with refractory areas, rebellious areas. Refractory areas under the Mughals who showed rebellious tendency, known as Zor Talab areas. 128 is Kamavis. Kamavis. Kamavis basically the business of collecting the revenue of the state. Clear? Business of collecting the revenue of the state. Business of collecting the revenue of the state. Clear? Then we have 129. We have pagoda, Deccani gold coin. Pagoda we had discussed earlier also. Pagoda is another term for coin. We have coin that is huns. Clear? So huns and pagoda. So pagoda is Deccani gold coin, which is also known as the huns. 130 is Ruka. Ruka is a term for copper coin. Ruka is a term for copper coin. Ruka is a term for copper coin. And then Taka. Taka. Taka is also a term for currency only, and that is 1/4 of a rupee. 1/4 of a rupee, that is taka. And rupiah was a term introduced by Sesha Suri. These are the major terms you should know. Clear? So 131 terms are there with you, segregated with keeping in mind the previous year questions, and I expect, clear, you can get some questions from these topics, from these terms. Clear? So be prepared about terms. You don't need to memorize. Keep on revising these terms. Clear? So I'll repeat once again all these terms. Clear? So these terms you should know, starting from the beginning. I'll repeat once again. We had done enough of it. Terms of ancient India, starting with Dham, then Dharma, Kshatrapi, Strategos, Sophist, Yojana, Samaharta, Sannidhata, Sita, owned by the king, Anusamyana. Clear? This is one term. Then after Anusamyana, we have Tinai, Movendar, Velir, Kazar, Manram, the Nigam, Akam, Puram, Turai, Adhikarna, Bhag, Sandhi Vigrahika, Muruga, Myanmar. Then we have Agrahara, Brahmadeya, Damar, Devdan, Halin, Karshaka, Mahajan, Prihar, Ranaka or Rota. Then we have Shrotya, Kurram, Nagaram, Skandhavara, Ghanaka, Jalpatkaran, Velakurkaran, Nandeshi, Sarthavaha, caravan leader. Then we have Shreni Bal, Shrestri, Anashrit, Ashrit, Bhojayan. Then Govanda, School Jati Darpa. Then Papadisha, then Prakritis. Clear. After this, the seventh one is Samskar Varjita, Varnadhikarin, Adyan, Mahapataka, Prakara, Virakal, Bhattaraka. Then we had the same time Kudu, Irasada, Matsanyay, Rajanikya, Ranaka, Adyan, landed intermediaries. Clear. Adaya, Akshapatalika, Deshya, Gramaja, Karaj. Clear. After Karaj, next is Skandavara, Baladhipa, Malecha, Shahini, Sunkamu, Chitrameli, Erivirapatana, Kadamai, Variams. Clear. Then at the same time we have Karwanian, Mahsul, Mawas, Milkidra, Renam, Bishara, Malfuzat, Kalandar, Rebat. Clear. Rebirth. Then Sama, Hadith, Samskara, and Upanyan. Then 12th one is Kankut, Danabandi, Khalisa, Pargana, Sarkar, Wali, Mukti, Vilayat. Clear. Vilayat, that is province. Afakis, Amil, Baglana Tract, Janman, Nayak, Crusados, Dukats, Huns, terms for coins, very important one. Clear. Then we have Sawar, Zad, Bhakar, Bargir, Deshmukh, Fatnis, Jamadar, Kamavizdar. All these are terms related to Maratha kingdom. Then we have Potni, Siledar, Dam, Mahsar, Bakrawadi, Bardi. Clear. Barawardi, Khurak Dawab, Mashrut, Talab Khas. Clear. After Talab Khas, we have Tabidam, Maurusi, Kabuliyat, Nabut, Takavi, Zortalab, Kamavizdar are different. Kamavizdar is under Marathas. Kamavis is business of collecting revenue of the state. Pagoda, that is Huns, Ruka, and Taka. These are major terms related to ancient and medieval India. Now, coming to the clear. See, I'll let you know. First of all, clear. There is no such treat, my dear. Please make it very clear. Clear. Only thing that you have to do is clear. Keep on revising this. Don't try to mug up. Believe me, don't try to mug up things. You won't be able. No one can do that. Clear. The only thing that I want is at least this many terms, around 130. Clear. Go through it off and on after 2 days, 3 days every time, so that these terms get ingrained in your mind, and at the same time, by seeing the options, you will be able to correlate the term. Some of times you ask about the term also, Potnis also, then Skandavara also. All these terms, they are very important. I have collected them, segregated them, keeping in mind the previous papers also. So obviously, no trick to memorize, and at the same time, you don't need to memorize, but keep on revising things again and again in case you get any question. Clear. The most fortunate person will be I on this earth. Clear. So if you are able to correct this question, clear. So we keep on doing this. Clear. And Keep on revising. There are thousands of terms, no doubt, clear. But I think that these terms are most important one, which keeps on occurring paper in paper off and on. We had been discussing many terms in the classes side by side also, like Sufism and Bhakti, clear. Shaivism, Vaishnavism, Sampradayas also. So those terms are also important. Keep on revising them and these terms as well, clear. So these things were to be done with related to ancient and medieval India. Believe me, I'll repeat, there are no trick as such. The only trick is the hard work, clear. Keep on doing that consistently. Keep on revising there, clear. And I hope, clear, we get questions from these terms this time and you are able to correct. I'll be the happiest one. I'll repeat, clear. Now after this, clear, coming to the next section of history, that is history and culture, that is modern India, clear. Now how we are going to do modern India, we'll understand the approach briefly. Just understand, clear. Modern India starts from 18th century with decline of Mughal Empire, especially after Aurangzeb, clear. And it continues with, it starts with arrival of European powers, especially the British, and British dominated the entire part of this territory, large parts of this country. They dominated over India almost for 2 centuries, clear. The modern India under British rule is divided into two phases. First phase is known as India under Company's rule, that is British India Company, under British under Crown's rule, clear. And Crown's rule marked the beginning of Indian national movement, starting from second half of 19th century, ending up till the middle of 20th century when India became an independent nation, clear. So we'll come to all these developments. Apart from, we'll discuss about developments later too. Dances in modern India, paintings in modern India, architecture in modern India, folk arts in modern India, clear. Even puppetry in modern India, all these developments, paintings in modern India. We'll come to all major monuments also. Lastly, we'll discuss even about the Ram Mandir, which was inaugurated recently in 2024. So we'll come to all these developments in modern India as well. Classical dances also, clear. Sir, you were also going to cover classical dance and subculture. Yeah, obviously we'll be doing that because classical dances has been patronized largely in post-independent era by several important institutions like Sangeet Natak Academy. We'll come to classical dances. Don't worry, nothing would be left out. Have trust on me. Be with me. Clear. I'll be taking classical dances, folk dances, Garba, very important one. There was the news. Clear. So we'll come to all those cultural festivals also, fairs also. Clear. Right now we are having Surajkut Mela in Haryana, which is very important. We'll come to Surajkut Mela also along with other fairs and festivals as well. So just be with me, clear. We'll be doing these topics in modern Indian history. Now coming to, well, let us start with modern India now, clear. Now how to start with modern India, clear. First of all, we'll start modern India from the beginning of the 18th century, clear. Now what happened in 18th century, just understand the background, clear. Now first of all, clear, in 18th century, modern India is termed by some scholars as the phase of Dark Age, clear. So there's a debate related to Dark Age, related to 18th century. What are the major developments, clear. So first of all, coming to 18th century modern India or modern India in the 18th century. I'll try to cover things in a very in the form of flow charts, so that since printed notes are not given to you, you are able to understand with flow charts, clear. And you can draw also flow charts, clear. So coming to, I'll use as far as possible, I'll use the flow charts, don't worry about it, clear. I can be as handy to you, don't worry about it, clear. So clear. Samskar Varjit means basically the people who are not allowed to follow the rituals, Buddhist rituals. They are known as Samskar Varjit. Clear. So NCRT along with class notes is sufficient. See, I'll let you know, to be very frank, the way I am covering things. Let me explain this strategy. Many people are asking this question. Clear. Which is sufficient. Clear. As far as I am concerned, clear, how this time how the prelims has to be attempted, clear. Wherever I have taken history in offline classes, clear, okay, offline classes, take the notes of those offline classes. Those notes should be supplemented with the notes of this crash course. Clear? The two things would suffice, that is for sure. Clear? So all the topics which I've already done, clear, in the regular classes, if you can get hold of those class notes along with the notes of the crash course, that would be suffice enough, that I can say you don't need to go even through NCRTs also. Clear? But do things to be supplemented together, that's crash notes, because I'm covering everything from a new dimension in the crash course, especially related to current affairs. Also in modern day also, you see the approach has been largely changed by me, and therefore the approach of those classes are very important. Content also. Clear? So if you supplement the two things, it will complete the whole thing. Clear? It will be sufficient enough. In modern India, I'll use flow charts as far as I can, so that you have everything in the form of flow charts. Clear? Now coming to 18th century modern India, as far as 18th century modern India is concerned, three political developments took place in modern India. Clear? What were three political developments in the 18th century? Coming to these three political developments. Clear? Three political developments that took place in modern India during 18th century was, first of all, disintegration of the Mughal Empire. This was the first major development that took place. Disintegration of the Mughal Empire. This was one thing, especially after the death of Aurangzeb. This was first major development of 18th century. On the debris of Mughal Empire, the second political development was rise of regional powers. Rise of regional powers. We'll come to regional powers as well. Rise of regional powers. And third was rise of British East India Company. Rise of British East India. Rise of British East India Company. British Company as political power. As political power. Clear? So, three major political developments of 18th century modern India is disintegration of the Mughal Empire, rise of regional powers in 18th century, and rise of British East India Company. Clear? Now, at the same time, 18th century is also known as the age of, or the dark age in India. What are the major dark age in India? Clear? Dark age because of decline and disintegration of Mughal Empire. Clear? But at the same time, the dark age is countered by large number of regional powers who contributed towards, political stability, cultural growth and development, and even economic vibrancy as well. Clear? So obviously the debate is countered also by the contributions of regional powers like Rajput states of Bombay, Raja Jai Singh, we had discussed yesterday. He constructed astronomical observatories. He also got major works like J.J. Muhammad Shai translated and related to mathematics and algorithm. At the same time, Tipu Sultan will discuss, who contributed significantly in different cultural sphere. So obviously rise of regional powers counter the theory of debate or the theory of dark age related to ancient India, because polity, economy, society flourished at this time. Clear? This theory is largely given by British scholars to just demean India and to justify British colonialism and imperialism in India. Clear? At the same time, clear? Coming to the rise of regional powers. Clear? Regional powers are divided into certain major classification. We'll come to this classification of regional powers. But first of all these, while discussing these things, we need to understand briefly what were the factors that led to decline and disintegration of Mughal Empire. Clear? So what were the factors? First of all, the major factor that led to the decline and disintegration of Mughal Empire was crisis in Jagirdari system. Crisis in Jagirdari system, as number of Jagirs got fixed and the Jagirdars went on multiplying. Then second factor after crisis in Jagirdari system was leading to financial crisis in Mughal Empire, which was also a major factor. Third major factor was Aurangzeb's policies. Aurangzeb's policies, which affected large number of rulers, and they began to revolt. Aurangzeb's policies largely against Marathas and the Rajputs. Clear. Marathas and the Rajputs. Clear. These were major factors related to the decline of Mughal Empire. Clear. So all these were major factors leading to decline of Mughal Empire. Major one, crisis in Jagirdari system, financial crisis, Aurangzeb's religious policies that alienated large number of people. Clear. So this was related to Mughal Empire. Now coming to regional powers. Clear. Now if we look into regional powers, I'll let you know. Clear. Regional powers got developed in course of time. These regional powers can also be divided into two sections. Clear. And what are those sections? One, some states were known as the successor states to Mughal Empire. These successor states included Hyderabad, Bengal, Awadh. These were major success states, including Carnatic as well. Some of them were basically rebellious states. Rebellious states included the Rajput states, then the Marathas, then the Jats, and so on. Clear. And some of them were independent states. And independent states included states like Mysore, then Travancore, and Travancore. Clear. So these were major developments. So disintegration of Mughal Empire, then rise of regional powers, then rise of British India Company as political power. Disintegration resulted into crisis due to crisis of Jagirdari system, financial crisis, Aurangzeb's policy, and many other factors, but these were the most prominent one. Rise of regional power divided into successor states, rebellious states, independent states. Successor states included Hyderabad, Bengal, Awadh. Rebellious states, Rajput states of Marathas and Jats, and independent, Mysore and Travancore, and then rise of independent states as well. Clear? So all these were major developments of 18th century modern India. You should know about, first of all, the context. Now at the same time, clear, when Mughal Empire began to decline and disintegrate, it started the process during Aurangzeb but got accelerated after the death of Aurangzeb, and all the Mughal emperors who ruled over Mughal Empire after the death of Aurangzeb, they are known as the later Mughals. Clear? So all these Mughal emperors who succeeded after Aurangzeb, they are known as the later Mughals, who ruled from 1707 till the mighty revolt of 1857. That is almost for 1.5 century. Clear? So later Mughals, why they are known as later Mughals? They were relatively weak rulers as compared to main Mughal rulers. They relatively rule over limited areas, and most of that time they were controlled by their own nobles. Clear? So obviously they were not as powerful as mainline Mughal emperors, and to distinguish them, clear, they were differentiated as later Mughal emperors. Clear? Now factors for the rise of regional powers. Clear? Now what were the factors? I'll come to the factors also. Clear? Now first of all, coming to later Mughal emperors, but I'll let you know what were the factors if you're asking. Clear? What were the factors that led to the rise of Mughal regional power? Clear? So factors. Clear? We'll come to later Mughal separately. First of all, factors for the rise of regional powers. I'll let you know the factors also. You can write these factors as well. So factors for the rise of regional powers. The first factor, clear? The first factor was the vast size of the Mughal Empire. Clear? So vast size of the Mughal Empire itself was a factor for the rise of Mughal regional powers, because one single monarch could not control the large areas under the control, extending from the extreme northwestern part of India up to northeastern part of India, and from Kashmir to the extreme southern part of India. So vast size itself became a huge burden to be sustained, and it began to disintegrate. Clear? Then at the same time, long wars in the Deccan, long wars in the Deccan, especially against against Marathas. Clear? Even before that, against Ahmednagar, Bijapur, and Golconda. Then at the same time, policy against Rajputs, policy against the Rajputs, policy against the Rajputs. Clear? Especially against Mewar and Marwar, policy against the Rajputs. Then the policy against the Sikhs, policy against the Sikhs of Punjab, and that is why just after the death of Aurangzeb, Sikh committee came under the political leader Banda Bahadur. So policy against the Sikhs. Clear? Then at the policy against the Marathas, policy against the Marathas, policy against the Marathas, especially Shivaji. All these were factors resulted into the major system. Clear? This resulted into major powers, or rather the factors that led to rise of regional powers. You can also add weak later Mughal emperors, weak rulers after Aurangzeb, weak rulers after Aurangzeb, weak rulers after Aurangzeb. Clear? That led to basically the assertion of independence by regional powers. Clear? So all these were factors, clear, relating to the rise of regional powers in India. So these factors should also be known to all of you. Clear? Now after this, coming to the later Mughals. Clear? Now what were the later Mughals? Clear? Who were the later Mughals? So coming to the later Mughals, we had discussed the reason why they are known as the later Mughals in India, and they were from 1707, just after the death of Aurangzeb, till the mighty revolt of 1857. Clear? Now which were these rulers? Do understand chronologically. The first later Mughal emperor was Bahadur Shah. First Mughal emperor was Bahadur Shah first. He ruled from 1707 till 1712, only for 5 years. Bahadur Shah. Clear? This person, Bahadur Shah, was also given the title of Shah-e-Bekhabar. He always remained ignorant of the major developments. He was known as Shah-e-Bekhabar. Bahadur Shah first. Clear? And Bahadur Shah, when he began to rule, clear, during the reign of Bahadur Shah only, clear, Bahadur Shah, the Maratha ruler, Sahu, was released. He went to Maratha kingdom, and that resulted into conflict, between Sahu and Tarabai in Maratha kingdom. We'll come to Maratha history. Clear? So one major lack of technology, military and communication was one factor. No, militarily Mughals were very strong. There's no doubt about military. Yeah, but at the same time, communication network, militarily they were weak on sea front. Clear? But they were not weak on the land front. Later Mughals could not control the large military force. It also became a factor for rise of regional powers in India. So Bahadur Shah ruled only for 5 years, clear, known as Shah-e-Bekhabar. At the same time, he had contest with the Sikh community in Punjab under Banda Bahadur. Clear? After Bahadur Shah, was the next major ruler was Jahangir Shah. From 1712 to 1713, for few months only, Jahangir Shah. Clear? And from the period of Jahangir Shah only, clear, from the period of Jahangir Shah, nobility began to rise, and the first major noble under Jahangir Shah, clear, was Zulfikar Khan. Zulfikar Khan started the concept of contract farming. This contract farming started in the Jahangir Shah is known as the Ijara system, whereby land was given to the highest bidder to collect revenue. This indicates the financial crisis in Mughal Empire. So it was Jahangir Shah and his noble, or rather his wazir was basically Zulfikar Khan, who started the Ijara system. Clear. After Jahangir Shah, the third major later Mughal emperor was Farrukh Siyar. Who was from 1713 till 1719. Farrukh Siyar, clear. Now, during the reign of Farrukh Siyar, clear, there were two brothers known as the Sayyid brothers, Hussain Ali Khan, clear, and the other person was the Graham Hussain, clear. These two persons, Hussain Ali Khan and his brothers, clear, they dominated over the state, clear. Hussain Ali Khan and Abdullah Khan, they dominated over the Mughal politics. Even Farrukh Siyar wanted to get rid of the two brothers known as Hussain Ali Khan and Abdullah Khan. He even asked for basically support from other powers, clear. But in order to deal with such conspiracy of Farrukh Siyar, the two Sayyid brothers invited first Peshwa of Maratha kingdom, Balaji Vishwanath, to Delhi. And Balaji Vishwanath, when he came to Delhi, he realized the weakness of Mughal Empire, and from here he decided Marathas will replace the Mughals in India. So Marathas began to have the ambition of replacing the Mughals when Balaji Vishwanath went to Delhi on the invitation of Sayyid brothers. Clear? At the same time, Farrukh Siyar was assassinated by Sayyid brothers, and Sayyid brothers enthroned two minor persons on the Mughal throne, and these were known as Rafiud Darajat and Rafiud Daulah. But they are not considered as major rulers. Kingmakers began to dominate over Mughal politics. Clear? After some confusion, finally, Muhammad Shah. So it was a period of Sayyid brothers, Abdullah Khan and Hussain Ali Khan, dominated by Sayyid brothers. Farrukh Siyar only gave the farman to British company to trade across Indian territory. Clear. Then Farrukh Siyar was followed by Muhammad Shah, who ruled relatively for longer period of time from 1719 till 1748. Clear? Muhammad Shah, also known popularly as Rangila, because he was more interested in music and dance. He gave patronage to two important musicians and dancers in his court. Clear? Sadarang and Adarang. Clear? And since he could not give due attention to the political condition of Mughal Empire, during the reign of Muhammad Shah only, an Iranian warrior, Nadir Shah, attacked India, and Nadir Shah defeated the Mughal forces in the Battle of Karnal. Clear? So, in the Battle of Karnal in Haryana, the Mughal forces were defeated by Nadir Shah in 1739, and after defeating Mughal forces, Nadir Shah took away several prized items from India like the Kohinoor diamond, as well as he took away the Takht-e-Tauz, a jewel-studded peacock throne of Shah Jahan. Clear? So it was a big setback for Mughal Empire, that is Battle of Karnal. And just after this only, several ambitious Mughal rulers, they began to assert their independence, and from here, decline and disintegration of Mughal Empire started rapidly after the attack of Mughal forces by Nadir Shah in 1739. Clear? So this was the phase of Muhammad Shah. Most of the regional kingdoms declared independence during the reign of Muhammad Shah itself. Clear? Now, Muhammad Shah was followed by another ruler, that is Ahmad Shah. Ahmad Shah was the later Mughal emperor from 1748 till 1754. For 6 years, Ahmad Shah was the ruler. Ahmad Shah was followed by Alamgir II, Why second? Just to differentiate with Aurangzeb, because Aurangzeb was also known as Alamgir. He ruled from 1754 to 1759. Clear? Alamgir II. During this time only, Bengal was captured by the British after Battle of Plassey. Clear? That's Plassey. Then Alamgir II was followed by Shah Alam II, followed by Shah Alam II from 1759 to 1806. Clear? It was Shah Alam II who only gave Diwani rights to the British over Bengal, Bihar and Orissa. Then after Shah Alam II from 1806, next person was Akbar II, who was from 1806, Akbar II, till 1837. He only deputed Raja Ram Mohan Roy to go to London to ask for increment in the amount of pension from British monarch. He only gave the title of Raja to Ram Mohan Roy, Akbar II. And the last was Bahadur Shah Zafar. Last person was Bahadur Shah Zafar, who was the Mughal ruler from 1837 till 1857, till the mighty revolt of 1857. Clear? In fact, after the revolt of 1857, he was dethroned, or rather exiled to Rangoon. And in Rangoon only, Bahadur Shah Zafar died in the year 1862. But Mughal Empire finally came to an end after the mighty revolt of 1857. So these rulers are known as later Mughal emperors. Bahadur Shah first, Jahangir Shah, Farooq Siyar, Muhammad Shah, Ahmad Shah, Alamgir second, Shah Alam second, Akbar second, and Bahadur Shah Zafar. Clear? Nadir Shah's invasion was a big factor that led to decline and disintegration of regional powers in Mughal Empire. Clear? These developments took place during the reign of British authority. Now, at the same time, clear? After this, now we'll discuss about major developments related to political arrival of Europeans to India, how Europeans came to India, and why Europeans came into conflict with all these regional powers of India. Will come to the major development related to arrival of Europeans in India first. Clear? Now, coming to the arrival of Europeans in India, we'll discuss about how the Europeans began to arrive in this country. Clear? Now, then we'll discuss about regional kingdoms like Bengal, Awadh, Hyderabad. Clear? Now, coming to the arrival. Clear? First of all, we need to understand. Clear? Europeans began to arrive in India by the end of 15th century, and these Europeans came to India by the end of 15th century with due to Renaissance and Reformation start in Europe. These movements started in 13th century that promoted sense of geographical discoveries and scientific discoveries, and therefore they decided to move across the world. Renaissance was started in Italy, but at the same time, Renaissance when it was started in Italy, it began to other countries of Europe, and that promoted largely scientific growth and development, which converted Europe from medieval age to modern age. Clear? And at the same time, when clear, all these nobility got established in the Mughal period, what developments began to take place, we need to understand. Clear? In this process of geographical discoveries, two countries, that is Portugal and Spain, took the lead. Clear? So Portugal and Spain took the lead, and this way, in order to divide the whole globe among themselves, Portugal and Spain concluded a treaty known as Treaty of Tordesillas in 1494. As per Treaty of Tordesillas, Portugal decided to dominate the eastern part of the world, including Asia and Africa, and Spain decided to dominate the western part of the world, that is North America and South America. Clear? In this quest only, Columbus went to the western side. He discovered North America. Clear? And Portuguese sailors started to come toward the eastern side, and by the end of 15th century, one Portuguese sailor, Vasco da Gama, reached up to the southern coast of India, just because under the consequence of Treaty of Tordesillas. Clear? So Treaty of Tordesillas resulted into a very important development, division of the whole world between the Spain and the Portugal. Clear? Now, apart from this, clear, how Vasco da Gama, when Vasco da Gama came to India, who was a Portuguese sailor. Clear? Vasco da Gama reached India in 1498. Clear? He landed up at the coast of Calicut in South India, and when he landed up along the coast of Calicut in South India, across the Cape of Good Hope in African continent, clear, it was considered to be a great victory by the Portuguese, who had searched a large continent, that is Indian subcontinent. Clear? In fact, clear, Portuguese began to hail this discovery of India by Vasco da Gama in 1498, clear, and Portuguese national epic poem was composed at this time, clear. So Portuguese national poem was was composed at this time to hail the arrival of Vasco da Gama to India, and this poem is known as Os Lucidas, clear. So Os Lucidas is a Portuguese poem which basically highlight about its loss. Os Lucidas, clear, which highlight about the reaching of Vasco da Gama to Indian coast in 1498, clear. At the same time, when Portuguese began to arrive in India, in big numbers, clear. Vasco da Gama, when he came in 1498, he purchased spices from southern part of India, returned back to his own country. In 1501, he again returned back to India for the second time in order to establish factories along the western coast of India, clear. So Portuguese began to establish factories along the western coast of India, and this resulted into establishment of large number of Portuguese factories in India, clear. So Portuguese factories began to be established in course of time with arrival of these traders in Indian territory, clear. Now what were the major developments under the Portuguese? We'll need to discuss about these major developments as well, clear. So Portuguese establishments in India. When Portuguese came to India, Vasco da Gama, they established factories at places. Now, which were the factory established places where they established the factories? The places were obviously Cochin, which was one important, and then Cananor, then Calicut also. All these places became very important places for establishment of Portuguese factories in India. Clear? Now, when Portuguese came to India, the Portuguese started to dominate over the trade in western part of India, and in western part of India, Portuguese established or promoted the policy known as policy of blue water, clear. So blue water policy was a policy whereby Portuguese began to dominate over the entire western coast of India. They even issued kartas system, that is a letter system whereby every ship owner was to purchase this kartas, otherwise the ship would be confiscated. In other words, Portuguese introduced an element of force in the trade in India, clear. Meanwhile, clear, the first Portuguese governor in India, clear, this first Portuguese governor in India was Francisco de Almeida. So Francisco de Almeida was the first Portuguese governor in India, and he promoted wanted to promote blue water policy. In fact, he is the person who is associated with Portuguese blue water policy to dominate the maritime trade in Indian Ocean. This is known as the blue water policy of Francisco de Almeida, clear. Francisco de Almeida was followed by another Portuguese governor to India, and this another Portuguese governor was Alfonso de Albuquerque. Alfonso de Albuquerque, and Alfonso de Albuquerque promoted the Cartas system. Clear. Cartas system was a system whereby all ship holders were supposed to purchase this certificate of Cartas in order to ensure the safety and security of the force. Clear. And Albuquerque also promoted trading headquarters of the Portuguese at Goa. In 1510, Goa taken from the Bijapuri Sultan. Clear? This was very important development. Two persons contributed towards promotion of Portuguese enterprises in India. Clear? So apart from establishment of factories at Calicut, Cananore and Cochin, they established the trading headquarters at Goa, and at the same time, they also established the promoted the Karta system in India. Clear? Now, at the same time, Portuguese could not sustain their trading activities in India. Why Portuguese could not sustain their trading settlements in India? Because of several factors. We'll come to these factors as well. Clear? Now, we'll take some questions also. Sir, please throw some light on policy against Rajputs and the Sikhs. Policy against Rajputs and Sikhs of Aurangzeb. Okay, again I'll let you know. Clear? Policy bit of Aurangzeb against Rajputs and the Sikhs. Clear? Aurangzeb interfered into Rajput states related to disputed succession in Marwa region, Jodhpur region. Clear? Aurangzeb wanted to depute his own candidate on the throne of Marwar, which was not accepted by the Rajputs of Marwar. They never wanted Mughals to intervene in the internal affairs, and this resulted into conflict between Aurangzeb and the Rajputs in western part of India. And just because of this conflict, protected battles took place, and this consumed huge amount of energy, leading to the rebellious tendency of all the Rajput states. Clear? With respect to Sikh, clear, during the reign of Aurangzeb, the ninth Sikh Guru, Guru Tegh Bahadur, became the Sikh spiritual Guru. But some people of his family only claim that he is not the right claimant to the throne, and therefore Aurangzeb asked Guru Tegh Bahadur to step down. Since he refused to get a step down from Guruship, Aurangzeb ordered the execution of Guru Gobind Singh. Guru Gobind Singh was executed, and thereafter the 10th Sikh Guru took the charge, that is Guru Gobind Singh. Clear? And at this time, Aurangzeb deputed his military general Wazir Khan to Punjab. Clear? A battle took place between Mughal forces and the forces of Guru Gobind Singh, who established Khalsa Panth in 1699. Clear? And this battle is known as Battle of Makhowal. And in this battle, clear, the battle, Sikh forces surrendered, and thereafter all the sons of Guru Gobind Singh were executed by Wazir Khan. And after some time, even Guru Gobind Singh died in the year 1708. That led to conflict between Mughals and the Sikhs on a on a protected level, and that affected the sustenance of Mughal Empire as well. These were the conflict with Rajputs and the Sikh. Clear? So nobility got divided into Irani lobby, Turani lobby, and Sikh Zara. Distinguish there. Irani lobby was a lobby that came from Iran. Basically, it was a Shia lobby that was there in Mughal Empire, including Bahram Khan and all. Clear? Turani lobby was basically again from West Asia only, but different from Irani. There were different people who came to this region from Transoxiana and other regions. Sheikh Zada were basically lobby within India. Clear? The reputed Muslim families in India and their members began to be appointed as nobles, and since they belonged to aristocratic families, they were known as Sheikh Zadas. That was known as Sheikh Zada lobby in Mughal Empire. Clear? Okay. One thing is common among later Mughal is good name only. Yeah, obviously they were only having names, good names you can call it, but not a very prominent one. What was the significance of Battle of Bhopal in 70? We'll come to Battle of Bhopal. That was basically during the reign of Marathas. Clear? Fought between Maratha and Mughal. Yeah, Maratha and Mughals Battle of Bhopal in 1737. In this battle only, the Mughal or rather Maratha Peshwa was Bajirao first. And Bajirao first after Battle of Bhopal directly reached Delhi. And when he reached Delhi, there was a sense of insecurity in Delhi that Marathas can overpower Mughals in 1737 itself. Clear? So it was in Marathas and the Mughals, the Maratha Peshwa being Bajirao first, who is considered to be the second best exponent of guerrilla warfare after Shivaji. Clear? Though these were major developments. We'll come to Portuguese as well. Clear? So Portuguese were the first one to arrive in India, and Portuguese, when they came to India, it was directly because of the decision to divide the whole world between Portuguese and Spain under Treaty of Tordesillas. Vasco da Gama reached India in 1498. He came back again in 1501 to establish factories at Cananore, Cochin and Calicut. After some time, clear, the first Portuguese governor in India was Francisco de Almeida, who dominated the maritime trade and advocated the blue water policy. He was followed by Alfonso de Albuquerque, who promoted the Carta system, forceful system, and even established Goa as the capital of the Portuguese, which was taken from Bijapuri noble in 1510 AD. Clear? We'll come to major timeline of the Portuguese in India, how Portuguese dominated the major parts of Indian territory, factories and all. We'll come to all these things. Clear? So these were major developments. Clear? We'll come to Portuguese further and we'll discuss Portuguese, then we'll discuss the Dutch, then we'll discuss the Danes, then the English and the French. We'll discuss all of them. Clear? And I'll try to be more illustrative in nature so that you can have this flowcharts with you so that you can correlate. Clear? So we started with modern India and we had discussed that modern history starts in India largely with the arrival of Europeans in India. The Europeans started to arrive in India by the end of 15th century. The first European to come to India was the Portuguese. Clear? In fact, they started era of geographical discoveries with Spain, and they started to divide the whole world according to Treaty of Tordesillas. Portuguese began to move towards the western side, towards the eastern side of the world, and in fact, there was a Portuguese sailor known as Bartholomew Diaz who reached up to the southern coast, southern tip of African continent known as Cape of Good Hope. From there, he returned back, and later on, another Portuguese sailor, Vasco da Gama, reached the Cape of Good Hope, and from Cape of Good Hope, he came up to the southern coast of India. And when he came to up to the southern coast of India, he established, or rather, he reached up to Calicut, and after reaching Calicut, he purchased some spices like black pepper, returned back to European world, and thereafter the route towards India was searched, which was highly celebrated through some national poems like O Lucidas, which hailed the arrival of Vasco da Gama up to the eastern coast of India. Clear? So all these major development all along the western coast of India, all these became very important development that took place through in 15th century, and thereafter Portuguese began to come to India. Clear? So these were the story of Portuguese coming to India, and Portuguese first governor was Francisco de Almeida, who started the concept of blue water policy to dominate the maritime trade along the western coast of India, followed by Francisco Alfonso de Albuquerque, who applied the Carta system, that is force in India, as they started to plunder Indian ships, not purchasing Cartas, and at the same time Alfonso de Albuquerque, he established Goa as the trading headquarter of the Portuguese in India. Clear? So all these were established in course of time. In fact, the first major factory to be established in India, this question has been asked by some of you. First factory was established at Calicut in 1502. So first major factory established by Portuguese India was the factory at Calicut in 1502. Along with Calicut, even Cannanore became the major region where factories were established. Clear? And at the same time, Kollam in Kerala was also established in 1502. Clear? So coming to the major factories or settlements of the Portuguese in India. First of all, let us take all the settlements of the Portuguese along the western coast of India. Clear? So Portuguese settlements in India or Portuguese factories in India. Portuguese settlements in India. Portuguese settlements in India. Now, along the western coast, first of all, we'll take along the western coast. Clear? First westernmost site or westernmost region in which the Portuguese were established was the island of Diu. Clear? So island of Diu was taken by the Portuguese. Clear? And we need to understand this island of Diu was taken by Bahadur Shah of Gujarat in 1537, and therefore it was known as battle in the region of Diu. This was asked last year in prelims examination only, that is Diu. Clear? Apart from Diu, the Portuguese established their control over the island of Daman on the western coast of India. After Daman, clear, go the Diu and Daman, where Dadar and Nagar Haveli, Dadar and Nagar Haveli on the western coast of India, Dadar and Nagar Haveli. Clear? Then we have island of Bassein, then island of Salsette, all on western coast of India. Island of Salsette on the western coast of India. Clear? Then at the same time, after the island, we have the main headquarter, that is the headquarter of Goa, established 1510. Then eighth one, clear, apart from Goa, was the basically Mangalore. Mangalore was another settlement of the Portuguese along the western coast of India. Then Cannanore, was another settlement of the Portuguese. Then we have Cananore. Then we have Calicut, Cochin, Calicut. Then we have Cochin. Then we have Kolam. Then we have Kolam, clear. So all these are major settlements of the Portuguese, clear. So these were major settlements of the Portuguese, clear. In fact, Portuguese also had control over Lakshadweep Islands, Lakshadweep, and Portuguese also established control over island of Maldives, much in news these days, clear. So Lakshadweep and Maldives, clear. These were under control of the Portuguese all along the western coast of India. Coming to the eastern coast, coming to the eastern coast. So which were the Portuguese settlement along the eastern coast? Maximum settlements were there on the western coast only. Now coming to the eastern coast, number one, clear. On the eastern coast, we have first of all Masulipatam. We have Masulipatam on the western coast. After Masulipatam, we have Pulicat. We have Pulicat on the western coast, eastern coast. Then at the same time, we have Nagapattinam. Nagapattinam on the eastern coast, clear, and then Tuticorin. Clear. So these were settlements of the Portuguese in India, clear. So have these settlements, clear. Portuguese established these settlements in, clear. So as we can see, Portuguese established large number of settlements in India, clear. And Portuguese were the first one to introduce element of trade in India, element of force in Indian trade like Karta system and blue barter policy, clear. The sole aim of the Portuguese was to maintain the trade monopoly in India, and therefore they combined trade policies with policy of plunder and power, clear. So this resulted into control over large coastal areas. However, clear, Portuguese power in India began to be challenged by other European rivals who came to India, and ultimately this led to decline of Portuguese power in India. So Portuguese could not sustain themselves in India for long. In course of time, the Portuguese power began to decline in India. What are the major factors that led to the decline of the Portuguese in India? Coming to the factors leading for the decline of Portuguese in India. Factors leading to the decline of Portuguese in India. Factors leading to the decline of Portuguese in India. The first factor was limited resources. The first factor was limited resources, clear. Limited resources, clear. So Portugal being a small country, obviously Portugal could not supply huge amount of resources as compared to their European rivals like Britain, and therefore they could not sustain. Moreover, clear, Portuguese were known for sea piracy, clear. So since they were known for sea piracy and plunder, they were known for sea piracy and plunder. They could not enjoy much support from the local population of India. Moreover, they had intolerant religious approach. They had intolerant religious approach. They had intolerant religious approach. Clear? Important quote. Then weak successors or weak officers after Albuquerque. Weak officers after Albuquerque. None of them powerful one came to India. Weak officers under Albuquerque, clear. Then at the same time, clear, advent of other Europeans. Advent of European rivals, advent of European rivals, and sixth and the very important one, that was discovery of Brazil in South America. Discovery of Brazil in South America, whereby Portuguese gave all the focus on Brazil rather than India and shifted their area of operation to Brazil. Clear? If we look into South America except Brazil was under the control of entire Spain, and that is why it is known as Latin America. Brazil was the only one that came under Portuguese under Treaty of Tordesillas, and since Brazil was discovered, Portuguese shifted all their attention towards Brazil, and they never tried to play important role about India, and that is why their power began to decline in India. These were the major factors for the decline of Portuguese. In prelims, they can give you as options also, so be very clear about marking the options related to decline of power of the Portuguese. Clear? We'll come to Lakshadweep. Don't worry, Lakshadweep has been in news largely because our Prime Minister visited, and Lakshadweep has large number of islands in our country, and that has been promoted as a famous tourist destination in our country. Clear? Now, after the Portuguese, clear, the next European power to come to India. Clear? This chronology is also important. Clear? So, first one were the Portuguese who came to India. Portuguese were followed by the Dutch who came to India. Clear? Now coming to the Dutch. Clear? The Dutch came to India in the beginning of 17th century, and they established a company known as United East India Company or Dutch East India Company in 1602. Clear? When the Dutch came to India, the Dutch also wanted to have healthy trade relationship with India. Clear? But in course of time, when Dutch came to India, the Dutch established some factories in India. Clear? But very soon, the Dutch decided to shift to the Southeast Asia islands of Java and Sumatra, because these islands produce abundant amount of spices. Clear? Since Dutch shifted to the islands of Java and Sumatra, they did not play important role in India, even though they established some factories in India, no doubt. Clear? They established the factories at different places in India. They established the factory at Petapoli, that is along the eastern coast of India, and they also established the factory at Hooghly in Bengal. Clear? So they established the factory at Hooghly in Bengal, Petapoli on the Coromandel coast, and some factories along western coast of India. But they could not stay in India for long, and most of them shifted to Southeast Asia to procure spices from islands of Java and Sumatra. Clear? So these factors, and Dutch we'll discuss, were finally defeated by the British in the Battle of Bidera, also known as Battle of Hooghly, also known as Battle of Chinsura in 1759 by British forces led by Robert Clive. Then they finally left Indian territory for trading activities. Clear? So these were the Dutch who came to India 1602. They established Dutch East India Company. Clear? Now after the Dutch, the next major power to come to India were the British. Clear? So Dutch were followed by the British who came to India. Clear? And British traders who came to India, they originally came to India as merchant adventurers, sponsored by court of directors in London, who were a group of private financiers. So from the beginning, the British established private trade relationship with India through a company that was formed in India known as British East India Company. In fact, merchant adventurers got transformed into British India Company, supported and patronized by group of investors in London known as the Court of Directors in London. Clear? And when British began to come to India from the beginning of 17th century, British also established their important settlements in India, even established factories in India. The word factory, especially context of British India Company, should be known that it was not a place for any manufacturing activities. The word factory basically indicated warehouse, storehouse to keep the articles of trade in safe custody. Clear? So no manufacturing activities were to be undertaken by British within the premises of factories. Clear? Now first of all, British established the timeline. Clear? British established the first factory at Masulipatanam. The first factory at Masulipatanam in 1611, which was a temporary factory. Clear? Then they established the permanent factory at Surat. Permanent factory at Surat in 1613 when permission was given by Mughal Emperor Jahangir. Clear? Then at the same time they acquired the island of Bombay. They acquired the island of Bombay in 1668 from British Prince Charles II. British Prince Charles II. Clear? And Charles II was given the island of Bombay by the Portuguese, and Portuguese gave the island of Bombay to Charles II in 1662 for marrying a Portuguese princess, Catherine of Braganza. So the island of Bombay was given as a dowry prize to British Prince Charles II, and British Prince Charles II in turn surrendered the island of Bombay to British India Company in 1668. Clear? Soon Bombay replaced Surat to be the main center of trading activities of the British along the western coast of India. Clear? Then British also established some factories in Odisha. Clear? And in Odisha they established factories at Hariharpur and Balasore. So factories were established at Hariharpur and Balasore, and these factories were established in the year 1636. Clear? So 1636 was marked by establishment of factories. Clear? Then at the same time, British established or began to construct Fort St. George. Fort St. George at Madras. Fort St. George at Madras. Clear? At Madras. Which at Madras? Clear? And this Fort St. George became a very important development. Clear? And it started to promote Madras as major trading center in the southern part of India. Madras was taken on lease by from a local ruler, Francis Day. Francis Day gave this region in the year Francis Day in 1639. Clear? So Francis Day in 1639. Next major development related to the British was British established the factory in Bengal region at Hooghly. So in Bengal they established the first factory at Hooghly in 1651. This was established, followed by factories at Patna and Kasim Bazar. Patna and Kasim Bazar in Bengal. Patna and Kasim Bazar in Bengal. Clear? So these are the major timeline of the British you should know. Clear? So Masulipatam, then Surat, then Bombay, then Odisha, Fort St. George, then Bengal Hooghly, followed by Patna and Kasim Bazar. Clear? So this trade establishment began to take place and in Bengal only. Clear? You should also know that British acquired three villages of Sutanati, Govindpur and Kalikata on lease in 1698, and it was converted into the modern city of Calcutta. Modern city of Calcutta in eastern India. So Bombay became the major center in western part of India, Madras became the major center in southern part of India, and Calcutta became the major center in eastern part of India. This is the timeline of the British in India. Clear? So British were the next one to come to India. After British, the next European power to come to India were the traders from Danes. Clear? I hope you have written this. Clear? So next major traders to come to India were the traders known as the Danes. Clear? So British were followed by the Danes or the traders of Denmark. Clear? And then they came to India. They established the factory at Tranco Bar in Tamil Nadu, and then followed by factory at Shirampur in Bengal. Clear? So Danes established the factories. Danes established traders from Denmark. Danes established the factory at Tranco Bar in Tamil Nadu and second factory at Shirampur in Bengal. That later emerged to be center of Christian missionaries, but Danes also could not stay for long. Soon they sold their settlements to British and they went back from India. Clear? Last after Danes, the next major power to come to India were the French traders to India, and French traders were the last one. So this is the right chronology also. The Portuguese, the Dutch, the British, the Danes and the French. Clear? Now coming to the timeline of the French as well. Clear? Just understand about the timeline of the French authority in India. Clear? So French in India. Clear? So French started to come to India in 1664 during the reign of King Louis XIV. Clear? So from the period of King Louis XIV, the French began to come to India. And then when the French came to India, what they did was, first of all, French established the first factory at Masulipatanam. First factory at Masulipatanam in 1664, followed by the second factory at Surat in 1668. Clear? This was the major development. Clear? And when they established the factory at Surat, clear? The first Surat, clear? The first French factory in Surat established by Francois Caron. Clear? So it was established by major center established by Francois Caron. Francois Caron. Clear? Francois Caron. Now after this, clear, French established their control in Chandarnagar. They established the control over Chandarnagar or Chandarnagar in Bengal. Chandarnagar, clear? And they established the control over Chandarnagar in 1673 in Bengal region. Fourth was, clear, French established the control over Pondicherry, which became the major center for them. They established control over Pondicherry, clear. And Pondicherry was brought under the control in 1674. This was Pondicherry. And Pondicherry was followed by Mahe on the western coast of India, Karaikal, Yanam, Mahe, Karaikal, Yanam, and even Qasim Bazar in Bengal. Qasim Bazar in Bengal. This was the timeline of the French in India. Clear? So French established the control over these regions in this order, and this was the order of arrival of Europeans to India. Clear? Now coming to this, Portuguese could not hold over India because of the inherent defects, and largely because when Brazil was discovered by Portuguese diverted all the attention towards Brazil and they left Indian territory. Clear? Even this gave the island of Bombay as a dowry prize to Charles II, and Charles II transferred the island of Bombay to British East India Company. Then the Dutch never played important role because Dutch shifted their area of activity to Southeast Asia of Java and Sumatra. Dutch were followed by the British. We had discussed the timeline of the settlements in India. Then British were followed by Danes, established two factories at Tankobar and Shirampur, and then the French established the settlements in this way. Clear? So all together we can understand that the two major European rivals left in India, these two rivals were Britain and France. Clear? And since Britain and France were left in India and both of them wanted to have their own monopoly over Indian territory, it resulted into military conflict between the British and the French in India. One thing should be noted, that British East India Company was a pure private trading company, not related to British government. French East India Company was a pure government sponsored company, and their policies were decided not in India but in Paris and France, because finances were provided by French government at Paris. Clear? Just because the both of them were rivals in Europe, their rivalry got reflected in India also, and therefore between British East India Company and French East India Company, three major conflicts took place in India, and these conflicts are known as the Carnatic Wars, because these conflicts largely took place in the province of Carnatic in southern part of India. They are also known as Anglo-French rivalry. Clear? So we'll come to this Anglo-French rivalry between British and the French. Order should be very clear. Timeline should be very clear. Clear? Now coming to the next major topic, that is Anglo-French Wars, also known as the Carnatic Wars. Also known as The Carnatic Wars, clear. Three Carnatic Wars were fought, clear. We'll come to three Carnatic Wars, clear. First of all, let us start with the first Carnatic War. I'll resort to the flowchart mechanism so that you can understand things properly, clear. You can draw also, clear. So first coming to the first Carnatic War. The first Carnatic War. The first Carnatic War started in 1746 and continued till 1748. Clear? This was the first Carnatic War for 2 years. Clear? First of all, when we discuss about first Carnatic War, what were the causes of this war? Clear? So coming to the causes of this war. Clear? The first cause of this war. Clear? So coming to the causes of this war. The first cause of this war was basically Austrian War of Succession. Clear? So the first major reason for this war was the Austrian War of Succession that started in Europe between Britain and France. Clear? This Austrian War of Succession started in 1740 itself. Clear? Austrian War of Succession. And when the war started between Britain and France, as both of them wanted their own candidate to come to the throne of Austria, after waiting for 6 years, the two companies began to fight in India, leading to the first Carnatic War. So one major, it can be said that this war was a repercussion of European phenomena, and two companies began to fight after 6 years, leading to the first major war. Clear? Danes timeline: 1620 they established the factory at Akbar, and then 1676 they established the factory at Shrampur in Bengal. This is the timeline of Danes. Only two major locations. Clear? Austrian War of Succession. Second was commercial rivalry. Second was commercial rivalry. Second was commercial rivalry between Britain and France. Commercial rivalry between Britain and France that got exhibited in India. This was the second factor leading to the war. Clear? And third was both wanted to capture each other's headquarter. Clear? In fact, by this time the headquarter of the British was at Madras originally. Clear? And the headquarter of the French was Pondicherry. French was Pondicherry, presently known as Puducherry. Clear? So French wanted to have control over Madras. British wanted to have control over Pondicherry. Clear? And therefore they began to fight in southern part of India, leading to the Carnatic War. So causes are the Austrian War of Succession, commercial rivalry between Britain and France, and second was British Madras. Both wanted to have control over each other's headquarter. Clear? Now coming to the events. Clear? So after the war, now coming to the events of this war. Clear? So let us talk about events of this war. Clear? So after causes, we'll come to events of this war. Clear? The first major was, clear, British fleet started capturing the French ships. First major event was the British fleet began to capture the French fleet at this time, or ships in here. Second major development was Nawab of Arcot, Nawab Anwaruddin in Carnatic did not give help to the French. Clear? So first major development was the Nawab of Carnatic. The Nawab of Carnatic. The Nawab of Carnatic, that is Anwaruddin. Nawab of Carnatic, Anwaruddin did not support the French. Clear? So did not help French. Did not help French. Clear? This was the first major event after the conflict started. Clear? Next major event of this war was basically that the governor of Mauritius. Mauritius was under the control of French at this time. Clear? Governor of Mauritius. Governor of Mauritius Governor of Mauritius, La. Governor of Mauritius, La. Bourdonnais. La Bourdonnais, clear? La Bourdonnais supported Dupleix. French governor supported French governor Dupleix. Supported French governor EIX. Supported French governor Dupleix. This was second development. So help came from the side of Mauritius, clear. With the help of La Bourdonnais, clear, Dupleix captured Madras, clear. So third major development was Dupleix with support of La Bourdonnais captured Madras. Dupleix captured Madras. Clear? After this development was taking place, the fourth major battle was Battle of Adir near Madras. Battle of Adir near Madras in 1746. This battle took place, clear, and Nawab's army was defeated by handful of the French, clear. So in the battle of Adir, the forces of Nawab Anwaruddin was defeated by the French because Nawab did not support the French, clear. So in the first battle of Carnatic, Nawab's forces were defeated by the French in the battle of Adir in 1746, clear, near Madras, clear. And ultimately, when the Nawab Carnatic defeated, it was a big victory for the French, but the war did not come to an end. Still, Britain and France were fighting in Europe, clear. The war finally came to an end by the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, clear. So this war came to an end by the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, which was signed in France in 1748. And with this Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, the war came to an end on equal footing. No major development took place, but French proved its point. Dupleix proved its point at this time because Dupleix defeated the forces of Nawab Anwaruddin with the support given by the French governor of Mauritius, La Bourdonnais, and that became a major factor for the defeat of Nawab Anwaruddin, who refused to support French in the first Carnatic War. So it was not a direct conflict with British only, it was a conflict with Nawab Anwaruddin in the first Carnatic War. Clear? So this was the first Carnatic War. The war came to an end by the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. Clear? So this war was largely because of the consequence of developments in Europe. Clear? But in contrast to this war, clear, the second Carnatic War that took place, it was because of political developments within India, and these developments largely took place in the states of Hyderabad and Carnatic. Clear? Now we'll come to second Carnatic War. Is the clear about the first Carnatic War? All major informations are very important for Carnatic War. Coming to the second Carnatic War. Clear? Now coming to the second Carnatic War. So second Carnatic War. Second Carnatic War, clear. The period is from 1749 to 1754. The second Carnatic War, clear. Now coming to this war, first of all we'll come to causes, clear. So what were the causes of second Carnatic War? We'll discuss about causes first, clear. So coming to the causes of the first Carnatic War, clear. Now coming to the first cause, clear. The first cause of Carnatic War was disputed succession in Hyderabad and Carnatic, clear. So it was first important thing was disputed succession in Hyderabad and Carnatic. disputed succession Hyderabad and Carnatic. Now, what was this dispute? I'll let you know. Clear? The dispute was that in Hyderabad in 1748, the founder of Hyderabad, Nizam ul Mulk Asaf Jah, originally known as Teen Kulij Khan, Nizam ul Mulk Asaf Jah, clear? The founder of Hyderabad, Nizam ul Mulk Asaf Jah, died, and after the death of Nizam ul Mulk Asaf Jah, dispute started between his son known as Nasir Jang and his grandson known as Muzaffar Jang. Clear? This was conflict in the state of Hyderabad. Clear? And at the same time, in the region of Carnatic, dispute started between Nawab Anwaruddin and at the same time a Maratha leader Chanda Sahib. Clear? So disputed succession took place in Hyderabad and Carnatic. In Hyderabad, the conflict was between son and grandson of Nawab, or rather Nizam Asaf Jah, Nizamul Mulk Asaf Jah, the son and grandson being Muzaffar Jang and Nasir Jang. In Carnatic, conflict was between Nawab Anwaruddin and Chanda Sahib. Clear? This was the conflict that took place. Clear? Now, at the same time, what happened in this conflict? What became a major factor? Second factor. Clear? In this second factor, French decided to support Muzaffar Jang in Hyderabad, and he decided to support Chanda Sahib in Carnatic. Chanda Sahib in Carnatic. Clear? Clear, French. And at the same time, clear? At the same time, this was French. British decided to support Nasir Jang, the son of Nizamul Mulk, Nasir Jang in Hyderabad, and at the same time Nawab Anwaruddin in Carnatic. Clear? So Nawab Anwaruddin in Carnatic, Carnatic's capital was at Arcot. Clear? So this was the major factor, major cause of the conflict, and ultimately the cause cannot be ruled out. Rivalry between the two companies. Rivalry between British East India Company and French East India Company. It can never be ruled out. So three major factors leading to the Second Carnatic War, and in this Second Carnatic War, it was disputed succession in Hyderabad and Carnatic. French decided to support Muzaffar Jang, the grandson of Nizamul Mulk, and British decided to support Nasir Jang, the son of Nizamul Mulk. In Carnatic, French decided to support Chanda Sahib, and British decided to support Nawab Anwaruddin with capital at Arcot. And third was obviously the rivalry between the British and the French. Clear? Now, these were the causes. After causes, will come to the events. Clear? Now, what were the major events that led to this Carnatic War? Will come to these events. Clear? So, coming to the events of the Second Carnatic War. Clear? Now, major events. Clear? First major event was French killed Nawab Anwaruddin of Arcot and Nasir Jang of Hyderabad. Clear? So, first major development was French killed Nawab Anwaruddin. French killed Nawab Anwaruddin. Clear? Anwaruddin of Arcot. Nawab Anwaruddin of Arcot and Nasir Jang. At Hyderabad. Clear? So Nasir Jang of Hyderabad. This was first major development. Clear? Second major development was Muhammad Ali, the son of Nawab Anwaruddin. He fled from Arcot and went to the fort of Trichinopoli. This was first development. Coming to the second development. Clear? So, son of Anwaruddin son of Anwaruddin, Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali fled to Trichinopoli. Fled to Trichinopoli. Clear? And at the same time, French nominee Muzaffar Jung was killed. Clear? Meanwhile, what major development was that even though Nasir Jung was sad, clear? French deputed Muzaffar Jung. French deputed Muzaffar Jung, but he died. Conspiracy was going on. He died, and Salabat Jung became the next Nizam of Hyderabad, and Salabat Jung gave the region of Northern Sarkar to the French. Northern Sarkar to the French. Northern Sarkar comprised of 4 areas: Mustafanagar, Illor, Rajamundry and Shikkakol. Clear? This was events that was taking place from French side. Clear? So from French side it was whole victory going on. Clear? French was at its height of power. Dupleix was at its height of power as French governor. Dupleix managed to defeat Nawab Anwaruddin at Arcot. This was also a very prominent battle which was fought at this time in the Second Carnatic War that led to the defeat, and this battle was known as Battle of Ambur. This Battle of Ambur is located at a place known as Vellore. Clear? So in Battle of Ambur, Nawab Anwaruddin was defeated and even defeated Nasir Jung of Hyderabad. Thereafter, son of Nawab Anwaruddin, Muhammad Ali fled to Trichinopoli. French deputed Muzaffar Jung in Hyderabad, but he died due to conspiracy. And thereafter, a French officer named as Bussi, who was posted in Hyderabad, Bussi immediately raised Salabat Jung to the throne of Hyderabad, and Salabat Jung gave away 4 important areas of Mustafanagar, Illor, Rajamundry and Sikkakol, and that all areas came to be known as Northern Sarkar. Clear? This was major developments from French side, all victories leading to French. Clear? But all these developments were closely monitored by the British governor being Robert Clive. Clear? And what Robert Clive did, what was English reaction to this, will come to the reaction of the English. Clear? So how English retaliated to these events. Will come to English retaliation. Clear? Now coming to English response. Now what was English response to this? Clear? Now English response. First of all, Robert Clive, the British governor, captured Arcot. Clear? So first major development was British governor Robert Clive captured Arcot. Clear? Arcot, and appointed Muhammad Ali, the son of Nawab Anwaruddin, appointed Muhammad Ali as ruler. Muhammad Ali as ruler. So this was one reversal that was done. Clear? Muhammad Ali as ruler of Arcot. Clear? Second, at the same time, clear, when this battle was going on, clear, the second major development was that French government at Paris. Clear? French government at Paris decided to end the war. Clear? And thereafter it resulted into Treaty of Pondicherry. Treaty of Pondicherry in 1754. And as per the Treaty of Pondicherry, Dupleix was recalled back to London, to Britain, France. Dupleix was recalled back and was replaced by another governor, Godhu. Clear? So Godhu became the next governor, and this major development led to the control. Clear? So French were defeated, or rather largely given a big setback by British in the Second Carnatic War. Clear? So Second Carnatic War took place between British and the French. Clear? Now coming to The second factory of French was established in Marston 16. See, it is normally in Meiji works 1669, but normally it is accepted that they followed the British trend. First factory at Masulipatam and then second factory at Surat in 1668. Clear? Now this was about Second Carnatic War. Now after Second Carnatic War came to an end, Dupleix returned back to France. It was a big setback for for French authority. Clear? Meanwhile, at the same time, again conflict started in Britain, France, between British and French, and this was again a European phenomena as the two countries began to fight in Europe, and that led to the Third Carnatic War. Clear? So coming to the Third Carnatic War, Carnatic War between the British and the French, and it was from 1757 to 1763. Clear? Now, what were the major causes of this war, Third Carnatic War? Coming to the causes of the Third Carnatic War. I'm drawing the flow chart so that you can rather write down or you can understand causes. Clear? The first major cause of this war was 7 Years' War that started in Europe between Britain and France, 1756 to 1763. So 7 Years' War started in Europe between Britain and France, largely for colonies of North America. They wanted each other to dominate, and therefore they began to fight in Europe, known as 7 Years' War, because it went for 7 years from 56 to 63. Clear? In this 7 Years' War, clear, what were the major development? Another reason was the English tried to capture the French possession of Chandelas in Bengal. Clear? So second major reason was British tried to capture Chandelas in Bengal, which was under the control of French. Clear? This became another reason. Clear? And at the same time, clear, the French government deputed, there's a third major reason, French government deputed a very powerful officer, Count de Lally. So French government deputed Count de Lally in 1758, which was not acceptable to the British. Clear? So three major causes was 7 Years' War, British tried to capture Chandelas, and third was deportation of Count de Lally in 1758. Clear? So these are the considered to be reasons for Third Carnatic War. Clear? Now what was the major events of this war? Coming to the events of this war. Clear? So let us discuss about the events of this war. Clear? Now first event of this war. Clear? First event of this war was that Count de Lally committed a big mistake, rather a blunder. Clear? He tried to capture Madras. Clear? But at the same time recalled Bussy from Hyderabad. So French, what they did was Count de Lally decided to capture Madras. And recalled Bussy from Hyderabad. Clear? Bussy was stationed in Hyderabad by Dupleix only. Clear? And therefore Bussy was, with departure of Dupleix, Hyderabad was left without any strong command. Clear? At the same time, Clive immediately took control over Northern Sarkar. Robert Clive took control over Northern Sarkar. We had discussed about Northern Sarkar given to the French. Took control over Northern Sarkar. This was second development. Clear? The Nizam Salabat Jung switched over to the English and ceded Northern Sarkar to them. Clear? And third was Salabat Jung. The Nizam of Hyderabad began to support British, which was a big setback for the French. Began to support British. Clear? So all these developments took place. That is, County Delhi decided to capture Madras and recalled Bussy. This was a big blunder. Clear? As soon as Bussy was recalled back, clear, Robert Clive took away Northern Sarkar from Hyderabad, and that's because of power of Robert Clive. Even Slabberjung shifted his side towards the British. Clear? And after all these developments, while all these developments were going on, a decisive battle was fought. Clear? And this decisive battle was fought at Wandi Wash. This decisive battle was fought at Wandi Wash on 22nd of January 1760. And in this battle of Wandi Wash, British military officer Sir Arcout defeated French officer Count de Lally. So finally, Count de Lally was defeated in Battle of Wandi Wash, which is also known as Vandavasi. Clear? So even though it was defeated, the war continued. Clear? And the war continued, that ended finally in 1763 with the Battle of with the Treaty of Paris. Clear? So the war finally formally came to an end with the Treaty of Paris, signed in the year 1763. Clear? This ended the Third Carnatic War, and after the end of Third Carnatic War, since French got defeated, it was made clear French will not have any trading rights over India, and French will have only political control over areas like Pondicherry, Yanam, Karaikal and Mahe on the eastern coast of India, and Mahe on the western coast of India, Pondicherry, Yanam and Karaikal on the eastern coast of India, along with Chandarnagar. So France could have control over Chandarnagar, Pondicherry, Yanam, Karaikal and Mahe, but France was not supposed to have any trading rights over India. Clear? This was defeat of French at this time. Clear? And French were defeated finally by the British. Clear? So this was the major reason. Now what were the factors, causes for the French failure in India? We need to discuss about those causes as well. Clear? So coming to the causes or the reasons for French failure in India. Clear? So causes for French failure in India. Causes for French failure in India. Clear? The first was basically French government itself. Clear? Because French government sitting far away at Paris, they took all the decisions about French East India Company, and they never gave a free hand to French East India Company like the British East India Company in India. So obviously they never wanted a long protracted war, and therefore they ended the war in an abrupt fashion that was the reason for the failure of French in India. Clear? So this was first major factor. Clear? Second major factor was conquest of Bengal by the British. Conquest of Bengal by the British, 1757. Clear? Why it is important? Because rich resources of Bengal enabled the British to defeat French in the Battle of Wandi Wash. Clear? This was one thing. Second was superior settlements of Bengal. British superior settlements of the British. Superior settlements of the British. Clear? And next major factor was also recall of Dupleix. Recall of Dupleix is also counted as a major factor. Clear? Mistakes of Lally. Blunder. Mistakes of Lally. County Lally. He decided to capture Madras and recalled Bussy from Hyderabad. Clear? And finally, cannot be denied, the naval strength of the British. The naval strength of the British. They were very powerful. They had naval superiority. Clear? So naval superiority of the British. Clear? So all these were major factors leading to the defeat of French in India. Clear? So three Carnatic Wars leading to the defeat of French East India Company and monopoly of British East India Company over India. Clear? These developments took place in India and it was very important one. Clear? Now after this, clear, the British began to have control over some provinces of India also, and British first of all established control over the province of Bengal. Clear? So we'll come to the province of Bengal, but first of all, why these provinces were conquered, how the provinces were conquered, and what were the major policies adopted by British India. British policy of conquest of Indian states can be divided into three major policies or four major phases. Clear? We'll come to the four major phases. You need to understand all these phases which were followed by British in India. First of all, coming to these phases. Clear? What were these phases known as? We'll come to these phases. Clear? First of all, I'll let you know, if we want to understand about British policy of political expansion, we need to understand one thing. Clear? So British policy of political expansion. British policy of political expansion. Clear? Now just understand. Clear? British policy of political expansion, establishment of paramountcy can be divided into four distinct phases. Clear? What are these phases? Number one. Clear? First of all, we need to understand the first is known as British policy of ring fence. Clear? So we need to understand about policy of ring fence. First is known as policy of ring fence. Policy of ring fence started from 1757 and it went till 1813. We'll come to this. What do we mean policy of ring fence? Then we have policy of, second, policy of subordinate isolation. Policy of subordinate isolation. Policy of subordinate isolation. It was from 1813 till 1857. The third is known as policy of subordinate union. Policy of subordinate union. It was from 1857 to 1935. And the last one is known as policy of equal federation. Policy of equal federation. It was from 1935 to 1947. Four policies. Clear? So British policy of political expansion, policy of ring fence, policy of subordinate isolation, and then we have policy of subordinate union or cooperation, and then we have policy of equal federation from 1935 to 47. Now do understand. Clear? What do we mean and what were the changes? Clear? Policy of ring fence means, clear, when British began to establish control to protect their territories and resources in India, they always wanted to promote the adjoining provinces. Clear? In fact, the safety and security of adjoining provinces was considered to be the interest of the British only. Clear? In order to protect themselves from the next advisor or next adversary power. So in this policy of ring fence, they wanted to create a kind of buffer zone. They wanted to create a kind of the zone in which British territory could be protected from adversary powers beyond this zone. Clear? So they wanted to fence themselves in India against adversary power, and therefore this policy was known as policy of ring fence. Clear? This policy of subordinate isolation started from 1813 when British East India Company wanted to establish as politically paramount power in India. And in this phase of political subordinate isolation, they wanted to have control over some provinces in which they wanted to have perfect control over the sovereignty and foreign powers, even though they allowed some autonomy inside. Clear? So that outside the provinces could be under the clutches, and therefore these provinces could be isolated accepted from other powers and can be maintained under British control. This was basically to ensure British paramountcy in India that started with Lord Hastings in India. After the mighty revolt of 1857, British started the concept of subordinate union. Why subordinate union or cooperation? Because all the major states which had not been conquered by British, these states supported the British in suppressing the revolt of 1857, and therefore British wanted to ensure their independent status. But they wanted them to come together with the British, to cooperate with the British, and therefore they started the concept of subordinate cooperation or union. That is, they will remain subordinate to the British Crown, and at the same time they will cooperate with the British Crown in order to sustain British rule in India. This phase of subordinate union continued till 1935, and as a result of maturity of national movement, British decided to have equal federation with those princely states, and the government of India Act 1935, as they promoted the concept of All India Federation, so that these states can come together with on equal footing and they can together rule over India. So subordinate union got replaced by equal federation. Now there was no concept of subordinate union with the states, and this was largely because of the maturity of freedom struggle in India. So British policy of political expansion can be divided into four major phases: policy of ring fence, policy of subordinate isolation, policy of subordinate union, and policy of equal federation. We'll discuss each one of them, and under this we'll discuss about conquest of major provinces in India. Clear? Now this started with from 1757. 1757 is an important year in which British established control over the most prosperous province of India, and this prosperous province of India was Eastern Province of Bengal, that also included the provinces of Bihar and Odisha. Clear? So we'll come to this policy introduced by British in India. So what is the policy of proud reserve introduced by Lord Lytton? Later on, not at this time. Clear? Lord Lytton introduced this policy in subordinate union. In this, basically they wanted to keep princely state as the reserve for themselves. Clear? Why proud reserve? Because they acted as breakwaters in the storm. Clear? Since all the princely states acted as breakwaters in the storm, they wanted to keep them as reserve, proud reserve for them, in order to support or in order to subjugate British Indian territory, or over which British had direct control. Clear? Now coming to first of all policy of ring fence. Clear? So let us start with the first policy, that is the policy of the ring fence in India. Clear? So first of all, the policy of the ring fence. So coming to the policy of the ring fence. Clear? In fact, this policy started with conquest of Bengal after Battle of Plassey. Clear? Now we'll come to the Battle of Plassey, that was undertaken by British authority in India, and whereby they tried to establish control over the rich resources or rich province of Bengal. Clear? Now coming to the province of Bengal state. Clear? Very important one, provincial governor of Bengal. Clear? Bengal was a province that included Bihar and Odisha. The first independent ruler of Bengal was Murshid Quli Khan. Clear? Murshid Quli Khan remained as ruler of Bengal from 1700 till his death in the year 1727. Murshid Quli Khan was followed by son-in-law Shujauddin. Shujauddin was ruler from 1727 till 1739. For a brief period of time, Shujauddin was followed by a weak ruler, Sarfaraz Khan. He was the ruler from 1739 to 40, and Sarfaraz Khan was assassinated by another powerful ruler, Ali Wardi Khan, who ruled from 1740 to 1756. Ali Wardi Khan was followed by Nawab Siraj Ud-Dawla, who ruled from 1756 to 1757, only for brief time. Clear? Have the whole ruler as well. Then Siraj Ud-Dawla was followed by another ruler, that is Mir Jafar. Mir Jafar was from 1757 to 1760. Mir Jafar was followed by son-in-law Mir Qasim. He was from 1760 to 63. Mir Qasim was followed again by Mir Jafar. Mir Jafar from 1763 to 1765. Mir Jafar died in 1765, followed by son Najm ud Dawla. Najmudullah, and for after 1765 from the Najmudullah, the phase of dual government started in Bengal, and this dual government was from 1765 till 1772 for 7 years. The whole chronology should be there with you. Murshid Quli Khan, Shujauddin, Sarfaraz Khan, Aliwardi Khan, Sirajuddaulah, Mir Jafar, Mir Qasim, Mir Jafar, and then Najmudullah. And from the period of Najmudullah, dual government was established in Bengal. What do you mean by dual government? We'll come to that. Clear? So, the masterly inactivity was with respect to Punjab and northwestern part. We'll come to all these things. Clear? So, these major developments took place. Clear? Now, what happened that led to conquest of Bengal? Clear? When Siraj ud-Dawla began to rule over the province of Bengal. Clear? He was a powerful one, and when Siraj ud-Dawla came to power, Siraj ud-Dawla wanted to restrict activities of both British and French. Clear? Siraj ud-Dawla asked the British and French to stop their construction activities in Bengal. What were these constructive activities? French were constructing a large fort at Chandarnagar, which was under the control, and British began to construct a large fort in Calcutta known as Fort St. William. Clear? When orders were issued by Nawab Siraj ud-Dawla, British did not honor the order. French stopped the construction activities. Since French accepted the order but British did not accept the order, clear, Nawab Siraj ud-Dawla got offended, and Nawab Siraj ud-Dawla on 20th of June 1756 led a surprise attack on the British at Calcutta. Clear? When he led a surprise attack on the British at Calcutta, he defeated the British forces at Calcutta, and thereafter British forces took a temporary refuge at island of Fulta. Clear? Meanwhile, at the same time, Siraj ud-Dawla returned back to his capital city of Murshidabad from Calcutta after renaming Calcutta as Ali Nagar. Clear? So, city of Calcutta was renamed as Ali Nagar by Siraj ud-Dawla, and he handed over the city of Calcutta to a rich trader, Manik Chand, who became officer in charge of Calcutta. Clear? So, after making these arrangements, he returned back to Murshidabad. Clear? At the same time, there was also a controversy. Siraj ud-Dawla, after his attack, arrested 146 British soldiers who were placed in a strong room. And when the room was opened on the next day, only 23 officers survived, and this is termed as Black Hole Tragedy. And this was largely projected by the British to tarnish the image of Siraj ud-Dawla. Clear? Thereafter, Robert Clive returned back from south, and Robert Clive began to play the game of divide and rule. Clear? Robert Clive gave offer to several officers, including Manik Chand, officer in charge of Calcutta, Rai Durlab, Jagat Seth, the rich banker of Bengal, and more importantly, the commander-in-chief of Bengal Army, Mir Jafar. Clear? He succeeded in his game of divide and rule, and after making this arrangement, British authority challenged Siraj ud-Dawla, leading to a battle known as Battle of Plassey on 23rd of June 1757. And in this Battle of Plassey on 23rd of June 1757, large part of Bengal army did not participate. Only two officers fought on behalf of Siraj ud-Dawla, and these two officers were Mir Madan and Mohan Lal. That led to the defeat of Bengal forces. Clear? And thereafter, Siraj ud-Dawla was forced to abdicate the throne, and thereafter, Mir Jafar was proclaimed as next Nawab of Bengal in 1757. This was Battle of Plassey. Clear? So, Battle of Plassey took place in 1757, and from here, British began to exploit the resources of Bengal for maximization of their profit. Clear? In fact, British authority also made it clear that they will not pay any trade tax to Nawab of Bengal, and they began to issue a paper certificate known as Dastak. Clear? So, by showing Dastak, they got exemption from the payment of trade taxes, and they also began to collect huge amount of cash as gifts from Bengal Nawab, as Bengal treasury was filled with resources. Clear? This was during the reign of Mir Jafar, but very soon Mir Jafar showed resentment towards the payment of cash prices. British forced even Mir Jafar to step down, and Mir Jafar also stepped down in 1760. Mir Qasim became the next Nawab of Bengal. Clear? Mir Qasim also tried to oblige the British, as he gave a cash prize of rupees 29 lakhs. And moreover, Mir Qasim surrendered the regions of Bardhaman, Midnapur and Chittagong to the British. Clear? But Mir Qasim, in order to live powerfully, he transferred the capital of Bengal from Murshidabad to Munger in Bihar. Clear? And at the same time, Mir Qasim decided to abolish all forms of trade taxes because British were misusing dastaks, the trade certificates. Clear? And that is why when he decided to abolish all forms of trade taxes, it was not acceptable to the British as they wanted trade exemptions only for them. Clear? And therefore British forced even Mir Qasim to step down. Mir Qasim stepped down in 1763 and again Mir Jafar became the Nawab of Bengal. Clear? But when Mir Qasim was forced to step down, clear, Mir Qasim decided to take revenge and Mir Qasim established alliance with Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II. We had discussed the list of later Mughal emperors. He established alliance with Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II and the ruler of Awadh Shujauddaulah. And the three Indian powers clashed against the British in the battlefield of Buxar. Clear? And this battle, in this battle of Buxar, which was fought in 1763. Clear? In this battle of Buxar, clear, sorry, battle of Buxar was fought in 1764. Clear? And in this battle of Buxar, clear, the three Indian powers were defeated by the British. And when three Indian powers were defeated by the British, clear, British authority decided to impose humiliating treaties on Shah Alam II and Shujauddaulah, the treaties being known as Treaty of Allahabad. Clear? And from the Treaty of Allahabad imposed in 1765, they started with the policy of ring fence. Now, why we call this ring fence? Do understand? Clear? British authority, when they signed Treaty of Allahabad with Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II, they asked Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II to shift from Delhi to Allahabad. Clear? Why at the same time? By Treaty to Allahabad? Because they wanted basically to Mughal Emperor to shift to show change of political guard. But at the same time, clear, Allahabad was also chosen by the British because British wanted to protect the rich province of Bengal, and therefore between Bengal and the large power of India, that is Marathas, there was one region that could act as buffer zone, ring fence, and that region could have been Allahabad. Clear? So in order to protect themselves from the very powerful warriors known as Marathas, they created a buffer zone between them. This buffer zone was the basic region of Allahabad. So Bengal on the one hand, and at the same time, clear? So look into the concept, clear? Marathas were ruling over the western and central part of India. After Marathas, there was the region of Awadh and Allahabad. Awadh and Allahabad. And after Awadh and Allahabad was the province of Bengal. Clear? And that is why British wanted to project Awadh and Allahabad as the buffer zone between them, ring fence between them, so that they can protect themselves from the capable warriors Marathas. So at Allahabad they deputed Mughal Emperor, and Awadh, with Awadh, British concluded a kind of treaty known as subsidiary alliance. Clear? That was later formalized by Lord Wellesley, and according to subsidiary alliance, British decided, clear, that they will allow Shujauddaulah to rule over Awadh, but in the capital city of Awadh, there would be one British resident, and all expenses of that British resident will be paid by the Bengal, paid by Nawab of Awadh. The posting of one British resident was to monitor the activities of Awadh and to monitor activities of Marathas also, so that Awadh could act as buffer zone or ring fence between the British and the Marathas. Clear? So policy of ring fence was started by the British after the Battle of Plassey and Battle of Buxar, and British began to project Awadh and Allahabad as a buffer zone or ring fence for them against the Marathas. Clear? Similarly adopted basically the province of Madras, clear, as a ring fence for them against the powerful state of Mysore. Clear? So they promoted two major regions, that is Nizam of Hyderabad as well as the region of Madras, as a buffer zone between them and Mysore, and therefore it also came under policy of ring fence. Clear? So ring fence was a policy whereby British always wanted to create a buffer zone surrounding their areas so that other power could not attack the British directly and their interests could be protected in India. So they conquered, or rather they went for Battle of Buxar and Treaty of Allahabad, basically to create Awadh and Allahabad as a buffer zone between them and the Marathas who were ruling on western part of India. Similarly, they promoted Nizam of Hyderabad and the Madras province as buffer zone between them and the Mysore on the other side, which was a very powerful state. So this policy is known as policy of ring fence. Clear? And in this context of ring fence only, Lord Wellesley advocated the policy of subsidiary alliance system. Clear? So was Mir Jafar ruling Bengal during Battle of Buxar? Yeah, Mir Jafar was ruling over Bengal when Battle of Buxar took place. Clear? So these major developments related to Bengal province. Clear? Now this was related to Bengal province. Bengal was brought under control, and to understand much better, Bengal was to be protected with buffer zone of Awadh and Allahabad against the powerful state of Marathas. British never wanted to confront with Marathas initially. Clear? But how come they began to interfere with Marathas initially, or Marathas finally will come to the interference with Marathas as well. Clear? So very powerful ruler Marathas who were even capable of replacing the Mughals also will come to the province of Marathas. Clear? So Marathas being a very powerful one. Coming to Marathas, chronology is clear. Battle of Buxar, Battle of Plassey, Battle of Ring Fence, or policy of Ring Fence. Clear? Ring Fence also got exhibited with Mysore. We'll come to that. Let us come to the province of Marathas now. And how far these provinces could act as buffer zone, we'll look into that as well. Clear? So this major development. Now after this, coming to the province of Marathas. Clear? Now just understand about the province of Marathas. We had discussed about the establishment of Maratha kingdom in medieval India by Shivaji. Clear? We'll understand after what happened after Shivaji from the beginning. Clear? See, Marathas were basically of lower social origin. We don't know the exact origin. Clear? But it is accepted by historians that they belong to lower social origin, and whatever were the social origin, it is one thing very sure, they were not Brahmins. Clear? So they were not Brahmins, and largely accepted that they were basically the people of lower social origin. Clear? So clear? Now coming to another concept. Clear? Okay. Fantastic concept of buffer zone, political angle. Okay, thank you. Clear? So, sir, in 1764, Mir Jafar regained his power. Yeah, it not regained power. He was just a puppet ruler. He was placed by the British only. Regained power means he came to power with his own merit. Mir Jafar never came with his merit. But you can say that he came to power again by British support. Clear? Now, coming to Marathas. Shivaji died in 1680. Clear? Shivaji was the founder of Maratha kingdom. He was from 1627 to 1680. We had discussed in medieval India. After the death of Shivaji, his son Sambhaji became the next Maratha ruler from 1680 to 89, and on the orders of Aurangzeb, Sambhaji was executed. When Sambhaji was executed, his son was a minor one, Sahu, was taken into Mughal captivity by Aurangzeb, and in these circumstances, the younger brother of Sambhaji, Raja Ram, began to rule over Maratha kingdom from 1689 to 1690. When Raja Ram died, he also had a minor son. This minor son was named as Shivaji II. So on behalf of Shivaji, his mother, that is widow of Raja Ram, Tara Bai, began to rule over Maratha kingdom, and she began to rule over Maratha kingdom 1689 to 1700. 1689 to 1700, and Tarabai ruled over Maratha kingdom from 1700 to 1731. Clear? These developments were taking place. When all these developments were taking place, meanwhile, clear, Aurangzeb died, and the first Mughal Emperor Bahadur Shah was released, Sahu, from Mughal captivity. When Sahu came to Maratha kingdom, Tarabai refused to accept Sahu because Tarabai wanted to protect Maratha kingdom for her own son, Shivaji II. So conflict started with Sahu and Tarabai, and under such circumstances, Sahu began to rule from Satara, Tarabai began to rule from Kolhapur. And in these circumstances only, Sahu created the post of Peshwa. Clear? So he created the post of Peshwa with wide-ranging powers. Clear? And he appointed a leading Brahmin of Konkana's family as his first Peshwa. The first Peshwa of Sahu was Balaji Vishwanath. Clear? So first Peshwa of Peshwa was Balaji Vishnath. He remained as Peshwa from 1713 to 1720. Clear? And he only supported Sayyid brothers against Farooq Siyar. Clear? And in 1720, Balaji Vishnath died and was succeeded by his son Baji Rao first. Clear? So Baji Rao first became the second Peshwa from 1720 to 1740. Clear? And Baji Rao first is considered to be the greatest exponent of guerrilla warrior after Shivaji. Clear? Baji Rao first defeated Portuguese at Siddhis. Clear? So Janjira. Now we had discussed about the Siddhis of Janjira. Siddhis were Abyssinians in the coast of Janjira, which was also dominated by Portuguese. Baji Rao first defeated the Portuguese and Siddhis at Janjira in 1733. It was a big achievement. Baji Rao first conquered Malwa, Gujarat and Bundelkhand, extending the domain of Maratha kingdom. And Baji Rao first even convinced Tarabai to accept Sahu as the legitimate ruler of Maratha kingdom. Clear? So this was supported by Baji Rao first. And therefore, Tarabai accepted Sahu to be the ruler of entire Maratha kingdom through a treaty which is known as Treaty of Varna, which was signed in the year 1731. This was under the leadership of Baji Rao first. After making all these arrangements, Baji Rao first died, was followed by his son as the third Peshwa, and this was Balaji Baji Rao. And Balaji Baji Rao was the ruler from 1740 to 1761. Clear? And Balaji Baji Rao, when he became Peshwa, at this time only a constitutional agreement was signed between Balaji Baji Rao and Sahu, whereby under this agreement known as Sangola Agreement. Clear? All major powers to rule over Maratha kingdom was given to Balaji Baji Rao, which was signed in 1750. So from here, Balaji Baji Rao became the effective and powerful head of entire Maratha kingdom. Clear? And when Balaji Baji Rao began to rule, in this way, power got transferred from the Marathas to the Peshwas. Marathas were people of lower social order, and Peshwas were Brahmins. Clear? So Brahmin domination started in Maratha kingdom from modern India. Clear? And in this case only, when Baji Rao first was ruler, you asked about Battle of Bhopal. Clear? Baji Rao first defeated large number of powers of Mughals and reached up to Delhi in 1737, which was a surprise attack on Delhi by Baji Rao first. Clear? Balaji Baji Rao, when he began to rule as an independent ruler after Sangola Agreement, he wanted to extend towards northwestern part of India, and Balaji Baji Rao defeated the representatives of Iranian ruler Ahmad Shah Abdali. We had discussed about Nadir Shah and Battle of Karnal. After the death of Nadir Shah, the next ruler of Iran was Ahmad Shah Abdali. Clear? And therefore, when Balaji Baji was defeated, the representatives of Ahmad Shah Abdali accepted it as a challenge, and a major war took place between Ahmad Shah Abdali and the Marathas, and this battle took place in the battlefield of Panipat, which is known as the Third Battle of Panipat, fought on 14th of January 1761. And in the Third Battle of Panipat, clear, the Maratha forces were led by Sadashiv Rao Bhau, clear, but the nominal command was under the son of Balaji Baji Rao, Vishwas Rao, clear. And in the Third Battle of Panipat, the cream of Maratha forces were lost, clear. And since the cream of Maratha forces were lost at this time, clear, at this line, both Vishwas Rao, Sadashiv Rao Bhau died. This was a big setback for Balaji Baji Rao, and Balaji Baji Rao also died in 1761, clear. After this, weak Maratha Peshwas began to rule, clear. And after weak Maratha Peshwas began to rule, Balaji Baji Rao was succeeded by his son Madhav Rao, clear. So Balaji Baji Rao was succeeded by Madhav Rao after the debacle of the Third Battle of Panipat, clear. Madhav Rao was the Peshwa from 1761 till 1772, clear. That's Madhav Rao. Only one thing, Madhav Rao brought back Mughal Emperor from Allahabad to Delhi. Clear? Now, why Madhav Rao brought back Mughal Emperor from Allahabad to Delhi? No, Marathas wanted a ring fence against the Afghans or Iranians. Clear? So, if Afghans and Iranians could have attacked like Ahmad Shah Abdali, they could have attacked Mughal Emperor rather than Marathas. So, Marathas also replicated the ring fence policy of the British, and now Marathas wanted Mughals to act as buffer zone for them rather than for the British. And therefore, Mughal Emperor was brought back from Allahabad to Delhi in 1771. Even though it was violation of the Treaty of Allahabad, British did not interfere because still they were not aware about the real strength of Marathas. So policy of ring fence was followed not only by the British, policy of ring fence was followed even by the Marathas also. Clear? And therefore at the same time, Madhav Rao, after bringing Mughal Emperor to Delhi, he died in 1772 to be followed by Narayan Rao. Clear? So Narayan Rao became the next Maratha ruler. Clear? But Narayan Rao's position was challenged by another person of his own family, and this person was Raghunath Rao. This person was Raghunath Rao, also known as Raghoba. Clear? Now, who were these persons? Narayan Rao was younger brother of Madhav Rao because when Madhav Rao died, he had no sons. Clear? So, Narayan Rao being younger brother of Madhav Rao became the next ruler. But at the same time, Raghunath Rao was the younger brother of Balaji Bajirao, third Peshwa. In other words, Raghunath Rao was the uncle of Narayan Rao. Conflict started in Narayan Rao and Raghunath Rao, but with support of Maratha Sardars, Narayan Rao became the next ruler. But due to internal conspiracy, Narayan Rao died. Clear? And when Narayan Rao died, it was almost clear Raghunath Rao would become the next Peshwa. But in these circumstances only, the wife of Narayan Rao gave birth to a son. A son who is born after the death of his father is known as posthumous son, and this son born to Narayan Rao was named as Savai Madhav Rao. Clear? And Savai Madhav Rao became the next ruler of Maratha kingdom. It was highly frustrating for Raghunath Rao, and out of frustration, Raghunath Rao went to the camp of the British, and Raghunath Rao, when he went to the camp of British, he requested British to attack Maratha kingdom, and British thereafter decided to attack Marathas. Clear? And when the British attacked Marathas, it led to First Anglo-Maratha War. Clear? 3 Anglo-Maratha wars were fought by the British. Clear? Ultimately, because they had to defeat Marathas, because Marathas had been intervening into British affairs as well. Clear? So we'll come to the 3 Anglo-Maratha wars fought between the British and the Marathas, largely because of the betrayal of Raghunath Rao, who could not become the Peshwa just because of Savai Madhav Rao, who remained as Peshwa from 1774 till 1795. And after the death of Savai Madhav Rao, the son of Raghunath Rao, that is Baji Rao II, became the next Peshwa till the time Marathas were defeated by the British. Clear? So this is the chronology. Now we'll come to 3 Anglo-Maratha wars. Clear? Coming to the 3 Anglo-Maratha wars. Clear? Now the first Anglo-Maratha war. Clear? Coming to the first Anglo-Maratha war. First Anglo-Maratha War started in 1775. It continued till 1782. First Anglo-Maratha War. Clear? Now coming to this first battle of first Anglo-Maratha War, very important one. Clear? Coming to Anglo-Maratha Wars. Clear? Now we'll have this presentation through flowchart so that you can draw it also. Clear? So coming to this first Anglo-Maratha War, all comes under policy of ring fence. We discuss about the policy of ring fence very clearly. What exactly do we mean by policy of ring fence? Clear? So Bengal, we had discussed about conquest of Bengal, battle of Plassey, also battle of Buxar as well. Clear? Now coming to Anglo-Maratha War. Clear? So coming to Anglo-Maratha War, very important one. Clear? So first major war was Anglo-Maratha War, was basically disputed succession. So coming to causes, number 1. First causes, succession dispute, clear? Succession dispute we had discussed between Raghunath Rao and Narayan Rao. Raghunath Rao could not become the Peshwa, so he went to the British and invited British to attack, clear? So this was Raghunath Rao, clear? Madhav Rao, clear? At the same time, clear? The Narayan Rao, clear? Disputed succession. Ultimately it led to appointment of Savai Madhav Rao as a child only as Peshwa, who was supported largely by a very powerful officer, Nana Fadnavis. Nana Fadnavis. Clear? This was highly frustrating for Raghunath Rao, and Raghunath Rao went to sign the Treaty of Surat with the British in 1775. It was a secret treaty, and then under this treaty, Raghunath Rao invited the British to attack the province of Marathas, and that led to the beginning of First Anglo-Maratha War. Clear? This war started in 1775, and this war continued almost for 7 years without giving any decisive edge to the war. Clear? What happened in this war? Clear? This war never gave any decisive edge to any one of them. The reason is clear. The war started when British began to fight against the Marathas. Clear? But at the same time, Marathas were equally very powerful at this time, especially led by Nana Fadnavis. Marathas gave tough resistance, and therefore British made a wrong assessment about the Marathas due to lurement or due to the invitation of Raghunath Rao. Clear? This war went on for 7 years without giving any decisive edge to either side. And finally, in the year 1782, and 82, both British and Marathas decided to postpone the war because no result was coming on, and therefore the war was postponed by signing of a treaty known as Treaty of Salbai in 1782. Clear? According to the provisions of the Treaty of Salbai, clear, this war was postponed for 2 decades, that is for 20 years. Clear? So for coming 20 years, no battles were to be fought at this time. Clear? And therefore Marathas and British were supposed to remain aloof from each other. Clear? Therefore, this for 20 years the war was not not terminated, but postponed for 20 years, and therefore Treaty of Salbai is known as ceasefire for 20 years. Clear? Exactly after the termination of 20 years, clear, the British again declared war against Marathas, leading to Second Anglo-Maratha War. Clear? But at the same time, what happened that led to Second Anglo-Maratha War? We'll come to that, because French angle here also needs to be understood, especially related to Napoleon. Clear? And at the same time, this Anglo-Maratha War needs to be understood in the context of the policy of subsidiary alliance given by British Governor General Lord Wellesley. And this concept of subsidiary alliance system itself is a manifestation of policy of ring fence. Clear? Creating a buffer zone clear around them so that British could be protected from adversary powers. Clear? So in fact, the policy of ring fence was largely indicated by the policy of subsidiary alliance adopted by Lord Wellesley, who was Governor General of Bengal from 1798 to 1805. Clear? So we'll come to the major developments or major war. Clear? So Salbai is clear, 1782. No, after this, clear, what happened? Clear? After the first Anglo-Maratha War came to an end, British began to recruit their military strength in India, but Marathas began to waste their energy as ambitious Maratha Sardars fought in the first Anglo-Maratha War on behalf of a child, Savai Madhav Rao. But as soon as the war came to an end, ambitions of these Maratha Sardars began to flare up, and ultimately the Maratha kingdom got divided into 5 separate principalities ruled by different families. These 5 separate principalities and families were: the first major one was the family of Peshwa that began to rule at Pune. Second major family was Gaikwad that began to rule from Baroda. Third major family was Holkar, who began to rule from the region of Indore, central India. Fourth major family was Bhosle, who began to rule from Nagpur. And the fifth major family was Scindia, who began to rule from the region of Gwalior in central India. So Maratha kingdom got divided into five principalities: Peshwa at Pune, Gaikwad at Baroda, Holkar at Indore, Bhosle at Nagpur, Scindia at Gwalior. Clear? And the story did not come to an end. They began to fight against each other. That led to gradual weakening of Maratha forces. Clear? So Maratha forces on the one hand began to be weakened up, and British began to reinforce their strength in India, and that resulted into paradoxical development. Clear? When all these developments were going on, Lord Wellesley was deputed to India as Governor General of Bengal. Lord Wellesley was Governor General of India from 1798 to 1805. Clear? And during this time, Lord Wellesley adopted a very important method of indirectly extending the control over Indian territory, and that was from 1798 to 1805, which is known as the subsidiary alliance system. Clear? So what was this subsidiary alliance system? We'll talk about this system that played a major role, clear, in order to promote policy of ring fence. How subsidiary alliance is related to policy of ring fence, clear, that is creating buffer zone around the core areas of the British. Will come to the policy of subsidiary alliance system. Clear? So we'll come to this alliance system, that is subsidiary alliance system. Coming to some questions. Clear? Clear. Sir, then we can say he was the Nawab of Bengal during Battle of Buxar. Yeah, the Mir Jafar was the Nawab of Bengal. Mir Qasim was not the Nawab. So wasn't the concept of having buffer zone also promoted by Kautilya? To some extent, Kautilya also promoted the concept of buffer zone through Mandala theory. Clear? Mandala theory basically said that immediate neighbor is a friend, and neighbor to the immediate neighbor is an enemy. Yeah, immediate neighbor is an enemy, and beyond that is a friend. So immediate neighbor was considered as enemy in Mandala theory in Arthashastra. But here, immediate neighbor was considered to be a person, considered to be supporter, and therefore they were supposed to act as buffer zone. Clear? So immediate neighbor was to act as buffer zone under the policy of ring fence. But in the Mandala theory given by Chanakya or Kautilya, immediate neighbor was considered to be an enemy. There's a difference between this ring fence and Mandala theory given by Chanakya. Clear? Next is, with respect to Maratha kingdom, what was the Barbhai conspiracy? Important role played by Nana. Barbhai conspiracy was basically the people who were trying to conspire against Savai Madhav Rao. All these conspiracies were dealt by Nana Fadnavis as the regent of the Savai Madhav Rao. So Nana Fadnavis played a very important role in diffusing that all the conspiracies going on in Maratha kingdom. So please tell us about the black hole tragedy happened on 20th of June 1756. So in the black hole tragedy, mostly is a projected one. In black hole tragedy, what happened was that Siraj ud Dawla, after defeating the British forces, he got large number of British forces arrested. They were Indian sepoys only, soldiers only, and as many as 146 Indian sepoys were placed in a small room with one window. Clear? And therefore, just because of suffocation, out of this 146 soldiers, 123 died and only 23 survived when this room was opened on the next day. British officers like J.Z. Holwell began to project that it was basically the cruel strategy of Siraj-ud-Dawla that led to the assassination of 123 soldiers. It was largely a projected one to malign, to tarnish the image of Siraj-ud-Dawla, because there's another contemporary scholar known as Ghulam Hussain in 18th century, and Ghulam Hussain has written a work which is known as Siyar-ul-Muthaqirin. In this work, Ghulam Hussain has mentioned that such development was a common development in the 18th century. Even British did that, clear? But this was picked up to be projected just to malign the image of Siraj-ud-Dawla and to conspire against him, to dethrone him from the Nawabship of Bengal. So it was not a big development projected by the British, but it was a common development or common feature in 18th and 19th centuries in the battlefield. Clear? That is black, and this is known as black hole tragedy. So, but Marathas under Nana Fadnavis, Sindhyas and Rokas did defeat British at Vadgaon. This was one battle that was fought apart from large number of wars. But ultimately, we'll see that British got defeated, or Marathas got defeated by the British in Second Anglo-Maratha War. They had already been weakened by signing subsidy alliance under Lord Wellesley. But there were many battles. In one battle of Vadgaon, they defeated British. But in other battles, Marathas got defeated by the British. It's clear. We'll come to subsidiary alliance system started by Lord Wellesley, and we'll see in the context of the policy of the ring fence. Clear? So first of all, we'll discuss policy of ring fence, then we'll discuss policy of subordinate isolation, then policy of subordinate union, and then the policy of equal federation. Clear? Now coming to this, clear? These were major developments. Clear? So today's Dabbawala in Maharashtra were Marathas, largely clear. They claim themselves to be descendants of the Marathas. It's clear. So this major developments. Now coming to this is only 340. Coming to the questions which were given to you. So we'll take up the previous question. We'll continue with start with subsidiary alliance tomorrow. Clear, and we'll discuss in context of ring fence. Clear. Now coming to the questions. Clear. Tomorrow was second, right? This is the question, I suppose. Clear? I hope this is the question that has been given to you. Clear? Question. Now, first question is, consider the following statements. The Mughals did not believe in the rule of primogeniture. Yeah, they did not believe in the rule of primogeniture. This is a right statement, where the eldest son inherited the father's state. Clear? So, they did not believe in rule of primogeniture. Clear? Again, rule of primogeniture means eldest son taking the throne. This principle was followed in ancient India. In ancient India, the eldest surviving son had the claim to own the throne. But Mughals did not follow. Mughals followed Kopasnari system, whereby the empire was to be divided among all the surviving sons. It was a Timurid tradition brought by Babur from Central Asia. Clear? So Mughals believed, the second step, Mughals believed in the custom of co-parsonary inheritance, or a division of inheritance among all the sons. Clear? Even Babur divided the whole empire into his sons. Humayun, then the three other sons, Kamran, Hindal and Askari. Kamran was given the northwestern region, Hindal was given the region of Bengal, and Askari was not given any territory, but Babur took assurance from Humayun that if he conquer any territory, that territory would be given to Askari. So he believed in co-parsonary inheritance. Both are right. The Mughals did not believe in the rule of primogeniture, where the eldest son inherited the father's son, and Mughals believed in, as Mughal believed in, use the word as, because, since. Why these words to be used? To correlate the two statements, to understand whether it is correct explanation or not. Clear? As Mughals believe in the custom of co-parsonal inheritance, or a division of inheritance among sons. This both are right, and R is the correct. Second statement is right, the correct statement A. When you will understand whether it is a correct explanation or not, use this word as, because, since. Clear? The claim is clear. Then only you can connect the two statements. If the continuities matches, if the correlation develop, it is said that second statement is the explanation of the first one. So first statement is right, second is right, second explains the first, and obviously it is the better explanation of the first one. So both statement 1 and 2 are right, and statement 2 is the correct explanation of statement A. Clear? The A would be answer here. Clear? So it's clear. Coming to the next question. Second one. Clear. With reference to 18th century in Indian history, consider the following statement. India was an export surplus country. India was an export surplus country. Yes. India exported cotton and other products. Even British took away large products from India. British took away even indigo. They took away even traditional items, even cotton textiles, even spices, ivories. So obviously India was export surplus country. This is a big statement. That's right. The sound law and order system enhanced the foreign trade. No, the law and order was not prevailed, because there was deterioration in the law and order, largely due to the decline of Mughal Empire. So this statement, the second law and order system enhanced the foreign trade. No, this is wrong. India was self-sufficient in handicrafts, agriculture products. Yeah, India was self-sufficient in handicrafts. India was self-sufficient in agriculture production and gold. No, India was not self-sufficient in gold. Gold was always imported, clear? Even right from ancient India, clear? So gold was not, this statement would be wrong. India was not self-sufficient in gold, but India was self-sufficient in handicrafts and agriculture products. So this statement is wrong. How many of this statement given are correct? Only one. That is, versus the clear. India was export surplus country. The items exported were spices, cotton textiles, ivories, precious stones. All these were exported from India. So first, second statement is only one is right. Clear? Now coming to the next question. Clear. Next question is. Uh, Consider following state events in the history of India. Aurangzeb gave the English a Farman to trade in Bengal. Yeah, he gave the Farman. Company got the Golden Farman from Sultan of Golconda. Establishment of Calcutta city by Job Charnock. Portugal handed over the city of Bombay to Charles II as dowry. Yeah, this is very important one. You need to know about the years also. To basic chronological order has been asked. Clear. So we'll go into basically the chronology of things. Clear. This is question number 3. So, question number 3 is basically in 1632, company got Golden Farman from the Sultan of Golconda. So, in 1632, sorry. So, in 1632, British got Golden Farman from the company from the Sultan of Golconda. In 1662, Portuguese got land of Bombay, that is we have discussed. 1662, this island of Bombay was given to the British Prince Charles II for marrying the Portuguese princess Catherine of Braganza, and after 6 years the island was given by Charles II to British East India Company. Clear? In 1667, Aurangzeb gave a farman to trade in British. 1667, and finally finally establishment of Calcutta city by Job Charnock, and this was in 1690. So in 1690, clear, establishment of Calcutta by Job Charnock, clear. In fact, the 3 cities were given in 1698 and therefore they were enjoyed. It was 1698 Calcutta was established, but in 1690 the establishment process got started. Clear? So if 1698 is not going to make difference because the huge difference among the years. So obviously 1632 company got the Golden from Ahom Sultanate. 2, yes, 2. Then 4 is Portuguese handed over the Bombay to Charles II 1662. Then we have 1, Aurangzeb gave English a Farman to trade Bengal 1667, and then the establishment of Calcutta. A is the right answer, 2413. Clear? Now coming to the next question. Which of the following factors were responsible for Battle of Plassey? Okay, we had discussed today only. Factors, that is why we have I was writing about factors and major causes. Clear? Because this kind of questions asked. Misuse of the trade privileges given to the British by the Nawab. Clear? Misuse of the trade privileges. Clear? Which of the following factors was no Battle of Plassey? Misuse of the trade privileges given to the British by the Nawab. Yeah, this is right. They were always misusing these privileges. Dastaks also. Fortification of Calcutta by Nawab without company's permission. Fortification of Calcutta by Nawab. No. Fortification of Calcutta not by Nawab. Fortification of Calcutta by the British. Read the question carefully. Fortification of Calcutta not by Nawab. Fortification of Calcutta by British without company's permission. Fortification of Calcutta by British without Nawab's permission. Clear? Non-payment of tax and duty by the company. Yeah, this is right. Clear. So second statement is wrong. It is not Nawab, it is British and without Nawab's permission. So 1 and 3 is right. That is C option is correct. Clear? So this is C. Coming to the next question, question number 5. With reference to the dual system of administration of Bengal. Dual system still we I'll let you know. Clear? Dual system of administration of Bengal. Concept for it was introduced by Warren Hastings in Bengal. Clear? Warren Hastings in Bengal. Clear? The company exercised Diwani rights as the Diwan. Okay, company exercised Diwani rights. That is true. The company exercised Nizamat rights through its right to nominate deputy subadar. This is clear. It was introduced by Warren Hastings. No. Clear? Again, while I'll let you know. Dual system of administration of Bengal was from 1765 till 1772, because we had discussed it was started with Nazmudollah after the death of his father Mir Jafar. Clear? And Warren Hastings came to govern India as governor of Bengal from 1773 to 1785. Clear? So year does not match. Clear? So it was not introduced by Warren Hastings in Bengal. In fact, Warren Hastings came after the end of the dual system of Bengal. So this is the year of difference. The company said Diwani rights at Diwan. Yeah, Diwani rights means right to collect land revenue, right to look after civil administration. And the companies and Nizamat rights, that is criminal rights over Bengal to nominate Deputy Subedar or Naib Subedar. And this he could be appointed only by the British, and he could not remove from his post without the prior consent of the British. That is known as dual administration. By dual government, two authorities began to rule over Bengal or same province simultaneously. Clear? British began to rule over Bengal as a real master. Nawab of Bengal ruled over Bengal only as a formal head. Clear? British got this Diwani rights from Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II after Treaty of Allahabad, and British got this right of Nizamat rights from Najmudollah in 1765. So they got both Nizamat rights and Diwani rights, and they must be the real masters of Bengal. And British Bengal Nawab was just a formal head, and this arrangement whereby two authorities began to rule. One with all authority without any responsibility, another with all responsibility without any authority. This arrangement is known as dual government of Bengal. So it was second and third. First is wrong, where Warren Hastings came after dual government of Bengal. So only two. This is B is the right answer. Now coming to the next one, question number 6. Sixth is, which of the following personalities were associated with Battle of Buxar? So it's Battle of Buxar. Clear? Nizam-ud-Dawla. Clear? Nizam-ud-Dawla is not there. Nizam-ud-Dawla came much later. Nizam-ud-Dawla was from 1765 to 1772. Battle of Buxar took place in 1764. Clear? So Battle of Buxar, it was not there. Clear? So coming to Battle of Buxar, he cannot be associated because Battle of Buxar took place on 1764. Clear. So he was in 17th side, it cannot be associated. Mir Qasim obviously was associated. Mir Jafar is not associated. Clear. Mir Jafar was not the Nawab also, and Mir Jafar became the Nawab when Battle of Buxar was taking place. Shah Alam II, Mughal Emperor, was there. Shujaudullah, the ruler of Awadh, was there. Clear. So 2, 4 and 5. This is B is the right answer. Mir Jafar was the Nawab of Bengal at this time. Nizam-ud-Dawla came after the death of Mir Jafar when Battle of Buxar had already taken place. So he was not associated. So Mir Qasim, the ruler of Bengal, initially Shah Alam II, Mughal Emperor, Shujaudullah Awadh. 2, 4 and 5. Clear? This is 6th one. Question number 7. Consider the following statement. Statement 1. The new landlords who emerged after the permanent settlement. We have not done this topic. I'll be doing separately. The new landlords who emerged after permanent settlement were loyal supporters of British rule and opposed national movement. This is right. Clear? This is right. This is no doubt. Clear? This first statement is right. This first statement is right. They always supported British rule. The new landlords depended on the princes for the land rights and feared losing their privileges and power in case of change of regime. No. Clear? They were not dependent on princes. The new landlords were dependent on British. Clear? This statement is wrong. Clear? So one statement is correct, second statement is incorrect. We'll be doing permanent settlement. Clear? This is question number 7. Then coming to question number 8. It finds mentions in Paharia tribe. Okay, regarding Paharia tribe. It finds mentions in Megasthenes book as well as Yuan Sang's book. No, it mentions Yuan Sang's not in Megasthenes. This is clear. They regularly raided the plains where settled agriculture lived. Let me check it out first. Clear? It's about Paharia tribe. Paharia tribe. It finds mention in Megasthenes book as well. Yuan Sang's yeah. This statement is right about Paharia tribe. Second statement is also right, clear. They regularly raided the plains where settled agriculture is left, and the Paharia tribe shared friendly relationship with Santals. Clear. This is wrong. Paharia did not have any close relationship with the Santal tribe. The Paharias have their own distinct culture and language. The Paharia Santals are often been in conflict over land and other natural resources. Clear. So Paharia tribe were in conflict with the Santals. Clear. So this statement would be wrong. Rather, they were not having friendly relationship. They are mentioned in Megasthenes and Yuan Sang, and they were raided the agriculture plains where cultivators lived. Only two statements are right. Clear. So coming to the Paharia tribe, we'll come to tribes also. Clear. We have to discuss about tribes and peasant agitations as well. Fine. Question number 8. Question number 9. Consider the following statement. Mansabdar refers to an individual who holds a mansab, meaning a position or rank. Clear? Okay, fine. This clear? Fine. Rank and salaries were determined by numerical value called Sawar. It's not numerical value. Sawar is not a numerical value. We had discussed yesterday. Sawar is basically number of horses and horsemen. Number of horses and horsemen. So it's non-numerical value. Clear? Numerical value is entire Mansab system. So this second statement is wrong. So which of the is correct? Only one. Clear? Coming to the question, last question, 10th one. With reference to Raja Savai Jai Singh, we had discussed this. Consider the following statement. He founded the city of Jodhpur. No, this is wrong. He founded the city of Jaipur. Scientific city. This is wrong. He drew up a set of tables titled Jij Muhammad Shah. This is right. After constructing Jantar Mantar also for astronomical observation, this is right. Clear. He was highly scientific in nature, translated, drew up a set of tables titled J.J. Muhammad Shai for astronomical observations in Jantar Mantar. 5 Jantar Mantar constructed by him. First one being at Delhi, last one being at Jaipur, and in between Ujjain, Banaras and Mathura. Mathura is not in operation as of now, and we had discussed about Yantra also related to these astronomical observatories. Clear? So only 2 is the right answer. That is B is the right answer. Clear? So this was the question to be discussed. Clear? Now at the same time, clear? In case of did Nizamat rights are puppet in nature? Nizamat rights were important when it was under the control of Bengal Nawab. Bengal Nawab only could appoint Naib Subedar, and he could only dismiss Nawab's Naib Subedar. But British took the type of Naib Subedar, clear? And this Naib Subedar, with this Naib Subedar, British began to control criminal administration as well. So dual system was introduced by Robert Clive. Yes, Robert Clive introduced dual administration because he was the governor of Bengal at that time from 1765 to 1772. Clear? Next is the Paharia tribe, also known as Mal Paharias, is indigenous to Chota Nagpur Plateau region. They have a rich cultural heritage rooted in the traditional practice and beliefs. Historical, they were primarily hunter-gatherers lying off first residents. Over time, interactions with mainstream society have impacted their way of life, but efforts are made to preserve the unique identity and protect their rights. Yeah, clear? Paharia tribe. We'll come to major tribes in modern India as well. Clear? So Golden Farman. Golden Farman was basically given with special rights to trade by the Sultan of Golconda in the southern part of India. So Golden Farman was a Farman with special privileges and rights given by the Sultan of Golconda. Clear? Thank you, sir, for this wonderful session. Thank you, all of you. Clear? So we had done this. No, tomorrow we'll continue with policy of ring fence. Clear? And under ring fence we'll discuss about subsidy line system. Then we'll discuss how far the Marathas signed subsidy line system, and with this subsidy lines how Marathas succeeded, how Marathas were forced to accept defeat in Second Anglo-Maratha War, which was basically postponed for 20 years, and 20 years got completed in 1802. Clear? So this resulted into defeat of the Marathas in Second Anglo-Maratha War. I think you are a historian. Not exactly. Clear? But if you consider so, it's a rather a great appreciation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir, for this wonderful session. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, all of you. I hope you will get the materials required to qualify for prelims examination. We'll be covering that elaborately. Is it fine with all of you? Thank you so much, sir. Because of you, I start to study history. Clear. See, there was one request today I got on WhatsApp from one of my student, and that student is Raima from Kolkata. Clear. Raina from Kolkata. Clear. And she asked me, sir, uh, tell me something about your association with the UPSC journey. I'll let you know sometime because clear it's a crash course and basically we don't have much time in crash course. But don't worry, Raina. Clear. Raina Sain Gupta from Kolkata. Clear. I remember you very clearly. But in course if we get time we'll discuss that. Clear. Don't worry about it. Clear. But anyway, if you are getting benefit out of these classes, it's really a pleasure for me. My effort, my hard work pays off when you really feel good with this. Clear. So tell us something about your UPSC journey. UPSC journey. Okay. See, again, briefly, I'll let you know. I won't take much time. I appeared for UPSC only twice. Clear. And I took my first attempt when I was in doing my post graduation from Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi. So I took my first attempt when I was in first year of my post graduation. In that attempt, clear, I got my interview call also. We used to have two optionals at that time, that is history and public administration. Clear. But I got a very good marks in history. That was the best part of it. Clear. But could not make it to the final list because I was having a very blunder mark, a very poor marks in essay. I took a wrong approach, I think so. Clear. Then meanwhile, at the same time, I got selected into state services. I was there in state services for 1.5 years, but I could not like the job, so I resigned after 1.5 years only, and at the same time came to this field to teach, and I really started teaching. In fact, I'll let you know. Clear. And since I started teaching history, I really feel good, and I really feel that if I can give something to the students so that can be really beneficial, it is a great pleasure for me. Clear. So thank you, sir. Because of you, I start to study history. Thank you so much. If you have started, it's really good. Clear. So that was a brief journey about UPSC. Clear. So it was basically into state services for 1.5 years, I suppose. Then I resigned. Clear. And I never felt good. I just came back to teaching field again. And at the same time, still then, no looking back, I had been teaching continuously. And I think I really like teaching history. Clear. And if I can give something extra to my students, is always a pleasure for me. Clear. So thank you all of you. Clear. Take care of yourself. Clear. There's nothing much about me. Clear. I'm a very, I would say, normal human being. Nothing much left. Clear. Nothing much is there at the same time. But at the same time, clear. If I can be handy to my students in any sense, that is a big thing for me. Clear. Okay. But not much, not something which is very special to be known about me. Clear. I am a much normal human being, normal person. Clear. Much normal than you also. Clear. So that I'm sure. Clear. So if I can be handy to all of you, that is the best part I can do. That is, I just want to do justice with the subject. So fine, clear. Bullet train of history. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Clear. Okay. So take care of yourself. Clear. We'll continue from here tomorrow, and I hope, clear, I'm giving my effort, and I think it is really benefiting all of you. Clear. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Clear. Take care of yourself. So tell us about your history department. See, uh, briefly, I'll let you know. I did my graduation from history department. Yeah, I did my graduation from Center of Advanced Study, Department of History from Aligarh Muslim University. Clear. And thankfully, I was university topper there. And my specialization in ancient India was in ancient India. My specialization was with Mauryans initially. Then after doing graduation from Aligarh Muslim University, then I came to JNU. I did my master's in history from the Center of Historical Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Clear. And there I started to study modern history as well. Clear. So it was JNU. I did my post graduation. I got enrolled into PhD program as well. But at the same time, since I started for preparation and I started teaching in this field, clear. Obviously, I could not continue my research. I wish I could have continued, clear. But then history department, the two best history departments were there with me. The even Aligarh, it is a center for advanced studies, department of history, and JNU also. And I had the privilege of being studied by Professor Irfan Naveeb at Aligarh. I had the privilege to study with Professor Rumila Thapar in JNU. Even at the same time, clear, I had some major teachers like Aditya Mukherjee, then other persons also in JNU. So I had some stalwarts, clear. I'm here just because of my teachers, clear. And I had the privilege of to be studied by some great historians of our country, Professor Irfan Naveeb, Romila Thapar. They are great historians, clear. They are my teachers, and I'm blessed to have them as my teachers, clear. If I can give 1% of them also to all of you, it's a great thing that I can do. So I'm doing justice. I'm doing justice, trying to do justice with them also, clear. But they are big figures, they're big stalwarts. I stand nowhere in front of them. I'm still their student, still trying to learn history, no doubt, clear. So still I'm trying to learn history a lot, clear. So thank you so much. Take care of yourself, clear. Thank you.